Chapter 1. Setting up a stall at the university gate. On the morning of September 14th, at 8 o'clock, the gentle breeze was just right, and the sun shone warmly. In an old self-built house in Hangzhou, a young man with a sunny disposition and handsome features was busy in the kitchen. His name is Su Chenyang, a 21-year-old senior at the nearby Hangzhou University of Foreign Languages. With few classes left in his final year, Su Chenyang had settled into a routine of writing his thesis and playing video games. Unexpectedly, he became bound to a super gourmet system. Once bound to the system, he would earn 1 food point for each dish sold that pleased the customer. By consuming a certain number of food points, he could acquire new recipes. Additionally, the system provided a marketplace for ingredients, offering Su Chenyang wholesale prices available in the market. He could purchase these ingredients with regular cash. The starter pack from the system granted him a perfect recipe for egg pancakes, along with a specialized food cart for selling them. If he unlocked other recipes in the future and the cart proved insufficient, he could upgrade it using food points. The idea of selling snacks for profit was something Su Chenyang had never considered before. However, with the system now at his disposal, he embraced the opportunity. A couple of days prior, he had rented a kitchen in an old house to prepare for his venture. Today marked his first day of setting up a stall. Typically, people buy egg pancakes for breakfast. Yet, Su Chenyang intended to set up his stall at the university gate. Few students could wake up early enough for breakfast, and those who did were often pressed for time and headed to the cafeteria. Only a small fraction would consider buying breakfast at the gate. Moreover, the practical aspect of selling breakfast required preparation. If he were to set up during breakfast hours, he would need to rise around 3 or 4 in the morning, which was not feasible for him. Thus, he decided to venture out around noon. As Su Chenyang busied himself with preparations, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his roommate, Lu Pengan. He answered, "Hey Lu, what's up? Where have you been so early?" Lu Pengan replied that, "I told you I was going to work part-time." Su Chenyang explained. Lu Pengan sighed in exasperation. "Didn't I ask you not to go today? Do you even understand the situation? Part-time jobs are worth doing. Let's just go watch the freshmen during their military training." Su Chenyang laughed and retorted, "No way. Who would go watch the freshmen? We're seniors now. If we go to observe the first-year girls' training, they might think all the upperclassmen are terrible," Lu Pengan argued. "You're not a good person yourself, don't drag me into this. Don't exaggerate. What's wrong with watching military training? It's completely normal, the freshmen won't think anything of it. And think about it, this is our last year. If we don't find a girlfriend now, once we graduate, we'll have to resort to blind dates. Blind dates are nowhere near as good as finding your own girlfriend. I've heard there are some exceptionally beautiful freshmen this year. Don't you want to seize the last chance? Why are you so concerned about whether there are pretty freshmen? You really are bored." Before Su Chenyang could finish his thought, Lu Pengan interrupted, "This isn't boredom. Besides, you clearly have the looks, so why have you remained single for 3 years? It's your overly straightforward personality that's the issue. Freshmen are naive, they might not mind your directness. Don't let the opportunity slip away." Unfortunately, Su Chenyang was not swayed by this line of reasoning. He firmly asserted, "And not overly straightforward, I just refuse to be a sycophant. I have no interest in watching freshmen train. You go if you want, I have work to do." "Don't hang up," Lu Pengan persisted, trying to persuade him further. "You say you have no girlfriend. What's the point of earning pocket money with a part-time job? Who will you spend it on? If you don't join me and see a pretty girl, you might regret it. That I definitely won't regret it. Also, I advise you to stop fixating on the freshmen, broaden your horizons." With that, Su Chenyang hung up the phone. Lu Pengan, realizing Su Chenyang was not on board, muttered, "Just wait until I see a beautiful girl. Don't come begging me." With that, Lu Pengan sought out others. After ending the call, Su Chenyang returned to his preparations. Before he knew it, it was already 10:30. "It's about time I should set up my stall." He loaded the ingredients he had prepared onto the cart provided by the system and set off. The cart was electric, making the journey effortless. After 20 minutes, Su Chenyang arrived at the entrance of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. The vendors who regularly set up stalls there had already claimed prime spots. Arriving late, Su Chenyang could only set up his stall in the farthest corner. Given the frequent presence of vendors at the university gate, the other stall owners barely paid Su Chenyang any mind. However, the female students purchasing snacks were not as indifferent. "Look, there's a handsome guy," one girl exclaimed, nudging her friend, Wang Lihe, to draw her attention. Wang Lihe turned to see what Zhang Xiaoli was pointing at, her eyes lighting up. "Xiaoli, I suddenly want an egg pancake." Shall we go buy one? If Zhang Xiaoli and Wang Lihe were not close friends, they would never have made plans to hang out. There was no need for further discussion. The presence of a handsome guy demanded attention. Zhang Xiaoli called out to the vendor at the stinky tofu stall, "Boss, if my tofu is ready, please pack it up for me, I'll come back for it later." Wang Lihe quickly added, "Same for me." The stinky tofu vendor glanced at Su Chenyang, knowing the unparalleled allure of a handsome man on female customers. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "All right." The reactions from the other girls at the various stalls were similar. Those still in line promptly canceled their orders. "Boss, my egg pancake isn't ready yet, so it'll pass." "Boss, I don't want my potato cake anymore." "Boss, I'm not taking my egg burger." With that, the girls swiftly turned to head towards Su Chenyang's stall. Those who had already paid could only stand by Su Chenyang's stall and lament, "Why didn't this handsome guy arrive sooner? I was too hasty. Why did I pay for my potato cake before it was even made?" The vendors affected by this sudden influx of attention were exceedingly frustrated with Su Chenyang, who had set up shop in the least desirable corner. Why is a good-looking guy selling food? Shouldn't he be living off a rich woman? How unlucky to have to set up here. It's truly a stroke of bad luck. Even a handsome guy should earn a living the hard way. Why not find a wealthy partner? The surrounding stall owners internally derided Su Chenyang. Chapter 2. A stall run by a handsome guy, it's only natural for prices to be higher. While the other stall owners looked down on him, Su Chenyang had just parked his cart and was about to put up the sign for his egg pancakes when about 10 girls gathered in front of his stall. Zhang Xiaoli, at the front of the line, asked, "Boss, they'll have one of your egg pancakes, please." Without inquiring about the price, Su Chenyang knew he needed to clarify it. "My egg pancake is a bit pricey. It's 20 yuan each. 20 yuan? Isn't that a bit too expensive?" Not only Zhang Xiaoli, but also other girls shared similar sentiments. Although the cost of living in Hangzhou is relatively high, many egg pancakes are priced around 10 yuan. Just outside the school gate, one can find vendors selling egg pancakes for as low as 8 yuan. Adding a piece of pork tenderloin or a slice of ham only brings the total to 10 yuan. In contrast, Su Chenyang's prices are nearly doubled. If he were a handsome man, a slight increase in price might be understandable. However, the substantial markup compared to the standard egg pancakes is somewhat hard to accept, especially given the tight budget of university students. Su Chenyang offered an explanation. "Classmate, the price reflects the superior taste and quality of my ingredients. For instance, take this pork tenderloin," he said, as he presented a tray filled with pork and ham slices. "Look at the size of my pork tenderloin. It's nearly half the size of an egg pancake. They charge 2 yuan for a skewer of pork surely. Asking for 5 or 6 of mine isn't excessive, right? Moreover, I use fresh pork that I prepare myself, which is far better than the factory-processed alternatives." With this introduction, the girls gathered in front of his stall quickly reconsidered the pricing. As long as the ingredients are of high quality, the cost seems justifiable. "Boss, I would like an egg pancake," one girl called out. "Me too," chimed in another. "All right, please bear with me while I prepare your orders," Su Chenyang replied. "But let's form a line so I can keep track of who came first." As he arranged his ingredients, he began heating the pan, and Su Chenyang's food cart was equipped not only with a standard flat pan for making pancakes, but also with a deep fryer for cooking the pork and ham. Typically, other vendors fry their pork in advance, merely reheating it when preparing the pancakes, which can compromise the texture. Since Su Chenyang charges a premium, he is committed to providing diners with the finest culinary experience. Next, he retrieved a large tin and swiftly cracked 20 eggs into it, then used a whisk to blend them together. Observing his technique, the girl at the front of the line, Zhang Xiaoli, curiously asked, "Boss, your method for making egg pancakes seems a bit different from others. Isn't it common to crack an egg onto the pancake and spread it out?" Su Chenyang explained, "That method doesn't fully cover the pancake with egg. Without proper mixing, the yolk and white remain separated, which alters the pancake's texture. I ensure that the eggs are thoroughly blended beforehand, so they cover the entire pancake, enhancing the overall flavor." "You certainly pay attention to detail," remarked one of the girls in line. "If the pancakes are indeed so generously filled with eggs and meat, the 20 yuan price seemed entirely reasonable. Coupled with the fact that a handsome man was preparing their pancakes, they felt they were receiving excellent value for their money. Being meticulous in one's work is never a mistake," Su Chenyang added, turning to Zhang Xiaoli once more. "Would you like pork tenderloin or ham? I can only add one type. What if I wanted both? How much would that be?" "If you choose both, the price would rise to 12 yuan. However, I personally wouldn't recommend adding both, as my current combination offers the best flavor." so perhaps you should select just one. Typically, stall owners would encourage customers to add extra ingredients, but Su Chenyang's suggestion felt sincere. Then I'll have the pork tenderloin. Very well. Su Chenyang placed a skewer of pork into the fryer. Do you like it spicy? Not spicy. Please. All right, he nodded, taking a brush to evenly coat the flat pan with oil, specifically lard, for its superior flavor. He then poured a ladle of batter onto the pan, using a bamboo spatula to spin it rapidly, achieving a perfectly uniform thickness across the entire pancake, including the edges, which showed no sign of excess batter. Next, he used a separate spoon to pour a generous amount of egg mixture over the batter, ensuring it was evenly spread and completely covered. He sprinkled chopped green onions and sesame seeds uniformly across the pancake. Noticing that the pork had been fried to perfection, he carefully removed it from the oil to drain. Then, with a spatula, he gently lifted the pancake and flipped it over. After flipping, he quickly brushed a layer of his special sauce over the entire surface. The girls in line watched in satisfaction, noting the boss certainly has steady hands. That ladle of egg mixture is heaping definitely more than just one egg, perhaps even two's worth. When I usually buy egg pancakes, I ask the vendor for extra sauce. They often agree, but then skimp on it. This handsome boss, however, is generous. The girls felt increasingly convinced that 20 yuan for such a pancake was indeed a bargain. Once the sauce was applied, Su Chenyang placed the fried pork on top of the pancake. Having shaped it to fit half the pancake's diameter, he then took 2 thin crisps, placing them in the center, perfectly matching the pancake size. These crisps were also his own creation, thinner than the usual variety, yet evenly fried to maintain a consistent thickness throughout, enhancing the overall texture. Isn't it customary to include crisps only in jianbingguozi? One girl asked. Egg pancakes can also incorporate crisps to enhance the flavor, Su Chenyang replied, adding a layer of fresh lettuce atop the crisps, ensuring that every bite contained a bit of each ingredient. Lastly, he rolled the pancake up and swiftly cut it into bit-sized pieces. He retrieved a takeout box, placed the egg pancake inside, and handed a pair of disposable chopsticks to Zhang Xiaoli. Your egg pancake is ready. Thank you, boss. I've already scanned the payment. Great, replied Wang Lihe. My order with ham and mild spice is ready too. Understood, Su Chenyang responded, immediately starting on the next pancake. Chapter 3. The egg pancake is surprisingly delicious. Zhang Xiaoli took a couple of steps aside, ensuring she did not disrupt the queue, and indulged in a bite of the egg pancake. The rich aroma of the egg was immediately evident. Compared to other egg pancakes she had previously tasted, the sensation upon first bite was unparalleled. As she chewed, the secret sauce nestled within the pancake burst forth, enveloping her palate with its intense flavor. The balance of saltiness was just right, awakening her appetite and causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. With each bite, Zhang Xiaoli also discerned the succulent juices from the pork tenderloin mingling with the savory sauce, reminiscent of indulging in a secret pork chop. The freshness of the lettuce within the pancake provided a refreshing contrast, preventing any sense of greasiness. The crispness of the thin shell shattered delightfully with each bite, enriching the overall texture, as Su Chenyang had remarked. Zhang Xiaoli truly felt that the addition of the thin shell elevated the flavor even further. As she swallowed, it felt as if her very tongue was being consumed. Zhang Xiaoli exclaimed, "Boss, this egg pancake is absolutely delectable. I've never tasted such an exquisite one. Your skills are truly remarkable. It's leagues better than the one sold at the school gate." With that, she couldn't help but shove another piece in her mouth. Initially, she was drawn to the handsome chef for emotional value, but the flavor of Su Chenyang's egg pancake exceeded all expectations. The 20 yuan she spent was worth at least 40, earning her a culinary point. In Su Chenyang's mind, the system's voice resonated immediately. Satisfied customers brought him joy, and he replied, "As long as you find it delicious, I am content." However, other girls in the queue found Zhang Xiaoli's enthusiasm somewhat exaggerated. Even her close friend Wang Li thought Zhang Xiaoli was being a bit over the top. Oh, acting all girly in front of a handsome guy is rather excessive. Despite the teasing, Wang Lihe understood the allure. After all, the handsome chef was indeed striking. Zhang Xiaoli refrained from interrupting Su Chenyang's preparation of the egg pancakes, choosing instead to relish her meal with delight. Her voracious eating prompted Wang Lihe's own hunger pangs. Within 3 minutes, Wang Lihe received her egg pancake. Upon tasting it, the exquisite flavor made her realize Zhang Qiaoli had not exaggerated. Especially the taste of the ham, rich and savory, was far superior to the meager flavors of the cheap ham sold elsewhere. Su Chenyang's ham clearly incorporated a higher proportion of fatty pork, resulting in a juicy yet non-greasy experience, further complemented by the addition of lettuce, which kept the dish light. The crispy texture of the thin shell made the egg pancake exceptionally satisfying. Wang Lihe praised, "Boss, your egg pancake is simply flawless. Who did you learn this from?" After 3 years in Hangzhou, I've never encountered such a flavor. As she savored her meal, her words were not as clear, overwhelmed by the deliciousness. Su Chenyang managed to catch her response and replied, "I developed the recipe myself." "You're truly remarkable," she exclaimed. "But it's the fresh ingredients and generous portions that make it so good." There was no need for Su Chenyang to boast about his culinary precision. Stating a reasonable truth sufficed. Perhaps after consuming synthetic flavors for so long, the sudden introduction of freshness was what made it feel so exceptional. Regardless, Wang Lihe could not contain her delight in the delicious ham, praising it once again. "As long as you enjoy it," Su Chenyang replied, returning to his task. If Zhang Qiaoli's earlier excitement seemed exaggerated, Wang Lihe's enthusiastic endorsement was certainly genuine. Did it truly taste that good? The other girls in line began to grow curious. As they received their egg pancakes, the unparalleled flavor left them not only satisfied, but pleasantly surprised. "Boss, your egg pancake is incredible. After tasting yours, how could I ever enjoy another? I could eat your egg pancakes 3 times a day and never tire of them." In the presence of the handsome chef, these girls freely expressed their admiration. As the initial batch of girls praised the taste, more emerged from the school. Spotting the handsome vendor and hearing the compliments, they were even more eager to join the line. With the system's maximum experience points, Su Chenyang prepared the pancakes at an impressive pace. Yet, the queue continued to grow, surpassing 20 people. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived, marking the peak of lunch hour. With more students entering and exiting the school, many girls, excited to see a handsome vendor at the school gate, felt compelled to try his egg pancakes. "Wow, there's a handsome guy selling egg pancakes. Who needs hot pot when his pancakes are so much more cost-effective?" The line surged, quickly exceeding 50 individuals. Male students, witnessing the throng of girls at Su Chenyang's stall, scoffed inwardly. "Unbelievable. Now even pancakes rely on looks to sell. Is there really a need for this?" They lamented the focus on physical appearance, feeling it was an unfair advantage. Having never experienced the joy of being handsome, these boys felt no inclination to support Su Chenyang's stall and instead gravitated towards the older vendors at the school gate. While boys could choose whether to patronize Su Chenyang's stall out of jealousy, couples found themselves less free to decline. At that moment, a couple clad in matching pink outfits emerged from the school gates. The girl immediately noticed the long queue at Su Chenyang's stall. Upon realizing the vendor was handsome, her eyes lit up. "Sweetheart, there's a new egg pancake stall over there. So many people are buying. It must be delicious. Should we try one?" When a girl addresses her partner as sweetheart, it indicates a significant level of affection. The best response for the boy is to agree. Typically, Zhang Yue would support his girlfriend's whims, especially when he spotted attractive vendors, but those instances were usually in private with friends. However, going out on a date and dragging his girlfriend to support another handsome vendor felt inappropriate. Zhang Yue wouldn't outright oppose her request to avoid unnecessary conflict. Instead, he concocted a reasonable excuse. "Yadong, it's scorching hot, and the line is too long. With so many people, we'd be waiting at least an hour. Aren't you worried about getting sunburned? We might as well go for a plate of big chicken at a restaurant with air conditioning." After finishing the meal, watching a movie seems far more worthwhile than wasting time in a queue. Upon hearing her boyfriend's words, Fang Yadong found them quite reasonable. When there are few people, supporting the event is inconsequential. However, when the crowd swells, it becomes rather uncomfortable, and indeed, it seems unwise. The crux of the matter is that cheering for other handsome gentlemen while accompanied by her boyfriend feels somewhat inappropriate. Very well then, let us proceed to enjoy the sumptuous big plate chicken. Seeing Fang Yadong's understanding and rationality, Zheng Yue felt immensely pleased with his girlfriend's attitude. Chapter 4. Targeted as the couple was about to leave, a girl who had already purchased her egg pancake walked towards the school. Fang Yadong, noticing her, called out, "Xin Hui." Upon seeing Fang Yadong, Xin Hui approached them, jesting, "Yadong on a date, I presume?" A couple in the throes of passion. How enviable for us, solitary souls. Zhao Xinhui and Fang Yadong were roommates and shared a close bond. Fang Yadong, not one to let Zhao Xinhui's teasing pass, retorted, "What's so enviable? There are advantages to being unattached. For instance, you can freely admire handsome men, whereas I'm restricted by my boyfriend. So, how's the handsome vendor's egg pancake?" Zheng Yue stifled a chuckle, pretending not to hear Fang Yadong's playful jab. He thought to himself that she was no different, yet dared to tease others. However, contradicting his girlfriend would only lead to trouble. There was no need to court unnecessary problems. Zhao Xinhui, of course, couldn't admit that her patronage was due to the vendor's attractiveness. She denied it with a smile. "We simply went to buy egg pancakes. It's not as complicated as you make it out to be. It has nothing to do with looks. It's just that this vendor's egg pancakes are exceptionally delicious. Which is why I support him. Is that so?" Fang Yadong asked with a teasing expression, unconvinced. Even Zheng Yue was skeptical, inwardly remarking, "Girls are indeed prone to dissimulation." He mused that even with a boyfriend, his girlfriend still considered bringing him to patronize a handsome vendor. How could Zhao Xinhui, being single, remain indifferent to a handsome face? People were all the same. Zhao Xinhui brazenly reiterated, "It's true. This vendor's egg pancakes are incredibly delicious, exceptionally so. Try a piece, and you'll crave more." Zhao Xinhui extended her takeaway container towards Fang Yadong. "Are they really that good?" Fang Yadong was dubious that an egg pancake could be so remarkable. Had the vendor not been handsome, she would never have entertained the absurd notion of abandoning the braised chicken for an egg pancake. However, for the sake of a handsome vendor's creation, Fang Yadong reluctantly decided to give it a try. Fang Yadong picked up a small piece of the egg pancake and took a bite. The unparalleled flavor instantly sent a jolt through her taste buds, causing her pupils to dilate. How can egg pancake be so delicious? Fang Yadong often enjoyed egg pancake for breakfast, having consumed them from elementary school through college. Yet, for the first time, she tasted a rich, savory broth within the egg pancake. Enhanced by the secret sauce, the meat resembled a meticulously prepared pork chop. Paired with the refreshing lettuce, the sauce wasn't overpowering, nor was the broth greasy. The crispy wafer further enriched the texture of the soft egg pancake, leaving a lingering, delectable taste. The egg pancake's flavor was indeed, as Zhao Xinhui had described, exceptionally delicious. Having discovered such a delicacy, Fang Yadong didn't forget her boyfriend. "Yue, this egg pancake is truly delicious. You should try it." Fang Yadong fed the remaining half of her small piece of egg pancake to Zheng Yue. Zheng Yue was already grateful for his girlfriend's gesture. He certainly wouldn't mind that she had already tasted it. After savoring the half piece of egg pancake, Zheng Yue's initial indifference instantly transformed into astonishment. The exquisite flavor made him fall in love with the egg pancake in an instant. "Wow, this vendor has some serious culinary skills. I assumed he was relying on his looks, but his cooking is this good? No wonder so many girls patronize him." Zheng Yue suddenly felt that he had been superficial, not the girls. It was a testament to how deeply ingrained prejudices could be. After swallowing the egg pancake, Zheng Yue nodded in agreement. The egg pancake's flavor is indeed impeccable. Seeing that both of them were satisfied with the egg pancake's flavor, Zhao Xinhui felt that she could now justify her patronage without it being attributed to the vendor's good looks. Zhao Xinhui's words regained their confidence. "Now you believe that I bought it because it's delicious, right?" "Perhaps," Fang Yadong said with a giggle, still unconvinced. "It was tasty, yes. But would Zhao Xinhui have patronized it had the vendor not been handsome?" However, lacking evidence, Fang Yadong refrained from further teasing. At that moment, Fang Yadong changed her mind and no longer wanted the braised chicken. Having only tasted half a piece of the egg pancake, she didn't feel satisfied at all. Fang Yadong asked, "How much is this egg pancake? I see a lot of meat. It's quite expensive, 20 yuan, but there's indeed a lot of meat. The pork loin in the egg pancake is half the size of the pancake itself. And the vendor says it's made with fresh pork, not processed meat." so 20 yuan is acceptable. In that case, the price isn't too bad. Fang Yadong then sought Zheng Yue's opinion. Yue, I think this egg pancake is incredibly delicious. Shall we queue up to buy one? Zheng Yue's thoughts mirrored Fang Yadong's at that moment. The half-piece of egg pancake had only whetted his appetite. Zheng Yue was now eyeing the egg pancake in Zhao Xinhui's takeaway container, even salivating. If he didn't buy an egg pancake to try, he would be preoccupied with it during their afternoon outing. Zheng Yue, who had previously been reluctant to queue, now changed his tune. All right. Seeing that they had changed their minds, Zhao Xinhui smiled triumphantly. See? You both think it's delicious after trying it, yet you doubted my reasons for buying it. That's too much. She continued, but you should hurry and queue up, otherwise it'll get more crowded. I'll head back to the dormitory first. Okay, see you later. After saying their goodbyes, Fang Yadong and Zheng Yue walked towards the back of the line. Typically, when couples queue, the girlfriend stands in front and the boyfriend stand behind. Zheng Yue and Fang Yadong, as usual, stood one in front of the other at the back of the line. Just as Zheng Yue and Fang Yadong joined the queue, they heard Su Chenyang's voice. The guy at the back, you don't need a queue. The line is already very long. It might take 2 hours for it to be your turn to buy an egg pancake. Huh? Zheng Yue was taken aback by Su Chenyang's request for him not to queue. It was the first time he had been rejected by a vendor. Most importantly, Zheng Yue found it absurd. He had come with his girlfriend, Fang Yadong. They were simply standing one in front of the other. How could it be that as soon as he joined, the vendor claimed the line was too long and told him not to buy? Did the line not seem long when his girlfriend was queuing? Could it be that his girlfriend's decent looks warranted preferential treatment? Moreover, other girls had joined the queue earlier, and Su Chenyang hadn't said anything about the line being long. Was it only because he was male that the line suddenly became too long? This was blatant discrimination. Chapter 5. Addicted to egg pancakes. As a girlfriend, Fang Yadong knew she ought not to laugh, yet she found it nearly impossible to suppress a smile. A thought crossed her mind. There wasn't a single male in line at the vendoress stall. Could it be that the owner barred them from queuing? Fang Yadong believed that typically, one wouldn't conduct business in such a manner. However, she could not articulate an explanation for the current situation. Zheng Yue was undoubtedly displeased with Su Chenyang's apparent preferential treatment. What was the issue with males? Were they not human? Did they not pay for their egg pancakes? While Su Chenyang was intent on leaving, Zheng Yue adamantly refused to budge. He called out from the back of the line, "Boss, are boys not allowed to buy your egg pancakes?" "Classmate, that isn't my intention. I have explained this quite clearly," Su Chenyang replied. "Then why did you let the girl in front of me purchase hers without issue?" Zheng Yue pointed at Fang Yadong, subtly indicating she was his girlfriend. Su Chenyang clarified again, "I was quite busy earlier and didn't notice the line had grown so long. When I looked up, I only saw you at the back of the line, so I was unaware of when this girl appeared. Even if I expedite the process, it will still take 2 minutes to prepare one egg pancake. With so many people behind you, it would take 2 hours before it's your turn. In this sweltering heat, waiting 2 hours for an egg pancake is utterly unnecessary and not worth it. The same goes for the other girls in line. Waiting so long is impractical. You should go and purchase something else." Upon hearing Su Chenyang suggest that the other girls refrain from queuing, Zheng Yue began to believe that Su Chenyang truly had not seen them. Fang Yadong and the girls ahead of her immediately expressed their sentiments. "Boss, we don't mind waiting. You should continue making egg pancakes," they insisted. Seeing that no one was willing to leave, Su Chenyang felt a tinge of helplessness. "All right then, I will try to be quicker. However, if anyone else approaches the line, please let them know not to queue," he said before returning to his work. Su Chenyang's attitude seemed sincere enough to Zheng Yue, prompting him to let the matter go. Fang Yadong chuckled softly. "This is the first time I've seen a vendor urge people not to wait due to a long queue. Indeed, it was quite rare. Perhaps he is confident in his skills and doesn't fear a lack of customers," she mused. As the two engaged in quiet conversation, another couple joined the line behind Zheng Yue. Turning to see their presence, and given Su Chenyang's relatively good attitude, Zheng Yue reluctantly offered a reminder. "Classmates, the line is quite long. The boss has suggested you might want to reconsider waiting." "It's fine. We have nothing else to do, so waiting is no problem," replied the male companion. They were well aware of the lengthy queue, yet chose to stand their ground. Having already warned them, Zheng Yue decided not to intervene further. After all, he was not an employee of Su Chenyang and had no obligation to maintain order among the customers. Minutes ticked by, and Su Chenyang glanced up again. Realizing the line had grown even longer, his speed in preparing egg pancakes could not keep pace with the influx of customers. Most of those in line were girls, with a few couples sprinkled throughout. Not a single solitary male had arrived to support the egg pancake venture. Unaware of this detail, Su Chenyang noted the long line and issued another reminder. Yet no one moved. They all insisted they didn't mind waiting. With no other choice, Su Chenyang pressed on. As a university student, this was his first experience working in such a capacity, and he was already feeling the strain in his hands. While Su Chenyang lamented the number of people in line, the vendors at neighboring stalls were enviously drooling. His presence had significantly impacted their lunch hour business. Typically, many girls would flock to buy snacks from various vendors, but now they all gravitated towards Su Chenyang, resulting in a drastic reduction in foot traffic for the others. Relying on good looks to make a living won't end well. One day, the tables will turn. The surrounding vendors seethed inwardly. Yet they could not quell the enthusiasm of the girls. After all, for 20 yuan, which restaurant nationwide could provide a handsome chef to whip up delicious food, the emotional value of a handsome chef preparing food made the wait worthwhile for the girls. The queue continued to lengthen. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. At last, Fang Yadong reached the front and received her egg pancake. She immediately took a bite, savoring the delightful taste, and then offered Zheng Yue a generous chunk to quell his cravings. As they both relished the exquisite flavor of the egg pancake, they felt all the waiting had been worth it. The exhaustion from the 2-hour wait seemed to dissipate. Fang Yadong, still yearning for more, decided not to share any further bites with Zheng Yue. After 2 minutes, he finally received his own egg pancake. The two of them indulged in their meal, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Having basked in the sun for so long, they both felt a bit fatigued, prompting Fang Yadong to suggest, "Yue, my legs are a bit sore from standing. How about we skip our afternoon outing and just head back to the dorm?" Zheng Yue shared her sentiments. Most importantly, this plan would save money, which was something he greatly appreciated. "All right, I'll follow your lead." After happily agreeing, they made their way back to the school. On their return to the dorm, Fang Yadong felt a sense of satisfaction as she rubbed her stomach, content after the filling meal. That was quite a generous portion. The egg pancake was a great value. Indeed, I felt full too. The size of one egg pancake is at least equivalent to 1.5. Fang Yadong, still not satisfied, proposed, "How about we return for more egg pancakes tonight?" "Sure," Zheng Yue replied without hesitation. "Let us each head back to our dorms for a nap. And around 4:30 p.m., we can come back to Q. I suspect there will be quite a line this afternoon as well." Most likely, Zheng Yue agreed, feeling certain the crowd would only grow. "How about this? I'll come back to Q first, and when it's almost our turn, I'll message you. And you can come over. This way, you can reduce your waiting time and make it easier for yourself." "Sounds great. Thank you, dear," Fang Yadong said cheerfully, planting a kiss on Zheng Yue's cheek, which instantly invigorated him. "I'm off for a nap. See you this afternoon." "See you this afternoon." Zheng Yue waved goodbye to Fang Yadong. After watching her depart, he happily strolled back toward the dormitory. Chapter 6. Is it worth dying for good looks? On his way back to the dormitory, Zheng Yue felt that the sultry summer air was imbued with sweetness, lifting his spirits immensely. Upon returning, his 5 roommates immediately noticed his unusually upbeat demeanor. "Old Zheng, you seem to be in a good mood. Aren't you supposed to be out on a date with Yadong? It's only 2 o'clock. Why are you back so soon?" Their curiosity was piqued, as Zheng Yue and Fang Yadong had only recently begun their relationship. The abrupt return from a date led them to suspect that the couple might have had a spat. However, Zheng Yue's cheerful disposition was quite perplexing. "It's nothing much," Zheng Yue replied. "The main purpose of going out on a date is to make my girlfriend happy. If she is happy, then there's no reason for me to feel otherwise." At that moment, his roommate Yang Zikai interrupted with a playful jab. "Yue, I just went to the school gate to buy a meat sandwich, and I saw you and Yadong queuing at that new vendor selling egg pancakes. The vendor is quite the handsome fellow. You actually let your girlfriend support him? You must be quite the pushover." Upon hearing this, the other 4 roommates were instantly drawn in, eager to hear more. "Wait, Really? Is that true, Zakai? Yang Zakai, now reveling in the attention, elaborated, of course. I just got back. You must have queued for at least 2 hours. You're supporting another man while queuing for 2 hours. And yet you come back all cheerful. This is quite absurd. When you were pursuing Yadong, you claimed you weren't a pushover, but now this is undeniable proof. With the emergence of a pushover among them, the others began to tease Zheng Yue mercilessly. Old Zheng, this isn't right. You've become a pushover. It's a disgrace to our dormitory. I defended you before, insisting you weren't a pushover, and now you've made me look foolish. How could you do this? Zheng Yue, unable to accept being labeled a pushover, quickly defended himself with a smile. How could I be a pushover? The reason Yadong and I went to support the vendor is that his egg pancakes are delicious, not because he is good-looking. Honestly, I can say without exaggeration that his egg pancakes are the best I've ever had. Truly unbeatable. To the 5 listeners, this sounded like a flimsy excuse. It's just an egg pancake. How good could it possibly be? Don't bother with excuses. Rest assured, we'll only call you a pushover here in the dorm. Once we're out, we'll maintain face for you. Zheng Yue could understand their skepticism. Before tasting the egg pancakes made by Su Chenyang, he too would have doubted that such a common snack could be so delectable. I'm not lying, Zheng Yue insisted. The flavor of these egg pancakes is genuinely remarkable. If you get the chance to try them, you'll see for yourselves. If they weren't good, Yadong and I wouldn't be planning to buy more this afternoon. More this afternoon? The roommate's curiosity was piqued. Yue, if you and Yadong are going to buy egg pancakes later, could you grab one for me as well? They inquired eagerly. Zheng Yue shook his head. That is not really possible. The vendor allows a maximum of 2 pancakes per person. What? He doesn't allow more than that? Wow. This vendor must have some confidence in his business to risk losing customers. They exclaimed. Zheng Yue remarked with a hint of envy. Well, the vendor's egg pancakes are delicious. And he is handsome too. Female customers are certainly not lacking. Yadong and I waited in line for 2 hours today. Honestly, if someone were to buy for an entire dormitory, it would be quite a headache. Thus, the vendor permits 2 pancakes as a concession for couples. The 5 roommates nodded in understanding. That makes sense. In that case, we'll go ourselves this afternoon to join the fun. Yang Zakai then suggested, how about after we buy the egg pancakes? We head to the internet CAF for some gaming? Sounds good, they all agreed enthusiastically. Zheng Yue, being in a relationship, naturally declined to join the single friends at the internet CAF. After concluding this topic, Yang Zakai climbed onto his bed to rest. Having stood for 2 hours and feeling quite fatigued. At the school gate, it was now past 2 o'clock, and the lunchtime rush had clearly subsided. The number of people entering and leaving the gate had noticeably decreased. However, among the various stalls, only a few remained with a couple of students buying food. The other vendors sat together on their stools, watching Su Chenyang's stall with envious eyes. Despite the lack of business elsewhere, a long queue of over 50 people continued to form in front of Su Chenyang's stall, creating a palpable tension among the other vendors. If it weren't for Su Chenyang, these girls in line would disperse to our stalls, boosting our sales. It's infuriating how a pretty boy can ruin business for all of us, grumbled the meat sandwich vendor. Old Wang, how can you tolerate this? You need to step up and drive him away. This old Wang was Wang Yinfu, who had sold egg pancakes at the school gate for over 20 years. The other vendors chimed in. Yes, old Wang, you must take a stand. If this kid doesn't leave, our businesses will suffer, and yours will collapse. They lamented about how today, young women seem utterly defenseless against handsome men. If you don't get rid of him, it will be you who ends up in trouble. Wang Yinfu understood that the other vendors were inciting him to act against Su Chenyang. However, he was in direct competition with Su Chenyang's egg pancakes. After years of selling, Wang Yinfu had complete confidence in his culinary skills, but knew he could not compete with the youthful good looks of a 21-year-old. Fine, I'll adjust my strategy tomorrow. I'll put an end to this, Wang Yinfu declared through clenched teeth, determined to take on Su Chenyang. Having had no business that afternoon, he had taken the opportunity to observe Su Chenyang's stall. He concluded that the freshness of the ingredients was the key to Su Chenyang's success. With plans to procure fresh materials and to price his pancakes lower, Wang Yinfu believed that his 20 years of expertise would triumph over the young vendor. If I don't teach these youngsters a lesson, they'll never learn their place. The other vendors remained hopeful that Wang Yinfu would succeed in ousting Su Chenyang. And so the conversation shifted back to their usual complaints about him. Chapter 7. Is it time for the sycophant? And has the egg pancake sold out? Soon, the clock struck 4:20 p.m. Having promised to queue for his girlfriend, Zheng Yuwei set off from his dormitory. Yang Zikai and his 5 roommates chose to accompany Zheng Yuwei. After a few minutes, the 6 arrived at the school gate. By this time, the sun had lost its midday intensity, and the influx of people entering and exiting the school had increased, leading to a modest uptick in business for various vendors. However, compared to the queue of over 70 individuals at Su Chenyang's stall, their business was rather insignificant. Zheng Yuwei could not help but exclaim, "I thought it wouldn't be busy yet, but there are still so many people." The line was indeed daunting. If it came to buying an egg pancake, it would likely be 7 o'clock by the time they were served. Zheng Yuwei had already succumbed to the enticing aroma of the egg pancakes at Su Chenyang's stall, having made prior arrangements with his girlfriend. Therefore, despite the crowd, he was determined to stand in line. Yang Zikai and his 5 companions were swayed by Zheng Yuwei's enthusiasm, contemplating joining in to taste the delicacy and discern whether it was truly as delectable as claimed. However, standing in line for 2.5 hours for an egg pancake was simply unacceptable to the 5 of them. Not only did they abandon the notion of purchasing the egg pancake, but upon witnessing the lengthy queue of over 70 people, envy welled up within them, and their tone turned somewhat sour. The current generation of young women seemed incredibly superficial. They flocked to support handsome vendors without realizing they were merely being exploited. What do the vendors' good looks have to do with them? The fact that an egg pancake was priced at 20 yuan while they could enjoy a 4-dish meal with soup in the cafeteria seemed absurd. The desire to queue for an egg pancake was a decision that bordered on foolishness. Hearing the 5 of them vent their frustrations, Zheng Yuwei could only smile wryly, feeling their sentiments. Nevertheless, he genuinely believed that Su Chenyang's egg pancakes were unparalleled and hoped his roommates could experience this culinary delight. Trust me, the flavor of this vendor's egg pancake is beyond reproach. After tasting it, you will understand why so many people are in line. Yang Zikai shook his head. Even if it's delicious, I really can't muster the enthusiasm to wait in such a long line. I'd rather be gaming an internet CAF. How about we go for Huangmin chicken instead? All right, to be honest, I'd much prefer to spend 20 yuan on Huangmin chicken. Zheng Yuwei, seeing that his 5 friends were unwilling to wait, felt no need to force them. Very well, I shall queue alone. If I return from gaming later and the vendor is still here without a line, I may consider buying some as a late-night snack. Just as Yang Zikai was about to suggest purchasing it later for a midnight snack, his voice abruptly ceased. He spotted a profile he had longed to see. A ride-hailing vehicle had stopped at the school gate, and 2 girls disembarked from the back seat. One of them, clad in a light green short-sleeved shirt, possessed delicate features. Her ponytail bouncing playfully, paired with jeans and canvas shoes that accentuated her cuteness. Wasn't this his goddess, Chun Keki? After getting out of the car, Chun Keki and her classmate Li Rongqian linked arms and jogged to the back of the queue at Su Chenyang's stall. Yang Zikai immediately changed his tune. Oh, actually, I suddenly have a craving for an egg pancake. Let's hurry and join the queue. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuwei and the others chuckled. They all noticed Chun Keki's unexpected arrival. Chun Keki was a girl from the neighboring class in the physics department. While she might not be the class flower, her charming and lively demeanor made her quite popular among her peers. As Yang Zikai was pursuing Chun Keki, how could the others not be aware of it? Seeing Yang Zikai's sudden shift in demeanor due to Chun Keki's presence, Zheng Yuwei couldn't help but scoff. Zikai, you wouldn't happen to be a sycophant, would you? The other 4 roommates joined in with teasing remarks. You were just saying that Yuwei was a sycophant for supporting that handsome vendor, but your behavior surpasses his. At least he is in a genuine relationship with Fang Yadong, while you haven't even made a move and are already acting like a sycophant. You are the epitome of a sycophant, and I don't understand how you can criticize Zheng Yuwei. Faced with the jibes from his roommates, Yang Zikai felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, there was little he could do. Chun Keki was well-liked in her class, and, as someone from the adjacent class, Yang Zikai did not have the same advantage as the boys in her class. Now, encountering her here, if he queued up, he would be right behind Chun Keki and have the opportunity to converse with her. 2 hours in line could translate to 2 hours of conversation, far more engaging than idle exchanges over WeChat. How could Yang Zikai let such an opportunity slip by? Yang Zikai promptly retorted, "How could I possibly be a sycophant? I'm simply hungry. If you 4-1 go to the internet CAF, feel free. I'll grab my egg pancake and join you." His 4 roommates were hardly convinced. "I believe you, not at all. You might end up being completely enchanted by Chun Keki. We must keep an eye on you. We want to see how you act like a sycophant." The roommates decided to tag along as light bulbs. After all, with so many people around, their presence would hardly matter. Yang Zikai vehemently denied, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm not a sycophant." With that, he quickly stepped forward, making his way to the back of Su Chenyang's line. Zheng Yuai and the others followed, amused by the unfolding drama. Just as the 6 arrived at the end of the queue, Yang Zikai was preparing to greet Chun Keki when he heard Su Chenyang's voice. "I'm sorry, but the ingredients for the 6 boys at the back are insufficient, so you need not wait in line." Chun Keki and her classmate had just arrived, and now the people behind them were suddenly told not to queue. Curious about who was so unfortunate, Chun Keki turned around and, upon seeing Yang Zikai and his friends, felt a pang of sympathy. With a smile, she remarked, "Yang Zikai, you guys are quite unlucky." Although they were from neighboring classes in the same physics department, Chun Keki was more familiar with Yang Zikai, who often engaged her in conversation. Thus, she naturally greeted him. Yang Zikai had originally planned to chat with his goddess, and now, before he could even speak, she was already conversing with him. If only he had been able to queue up, he could have had a delightful conversation with her. Yet, how could fate be so cruel as to have the stock run out just as it was his turn? How could he accept this? Yang Zikai was utterly indignant. Chapter 8: The Greatest Distance. The gap between a devoted admirer and a goddess. Yang Zikai first responded to Chun Keki's words, acknowledging that the goddess must come first. Indeed, he never anticipated such misfortune. With a bitter smile, Yang Zikai shouted across to Su Chenyang, his voice brimming with resentment. "Boss, are you joking? This isn't amusing at all." Typically, Yang Zikai was a person who could take a joke. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained unfazed when his roommates dubbed him a devoted admirer. However, jesting was one thing. Exploiting another's opportunity to connect with the goddess was entirely another matter. This was of utmost importance. If anyone were to tease Yang Zikai in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be furious. Su Chenyang, however, had no time for jokes. Having been at the stall for several hours, he was nearly on the verge of cramping. He shouted back, "Classmate, I apologize, but it's my first time setting up a stall, and I didn't expect such high demand. I have enough ingredients only for the girl in front of you." "Only enough for that girl?" Yang Zikai felt as if he might vomit blood from anger. At that moment, Zheng Yuai expressed his disbelief. When he came to queue at noon, Su Chenyang had refused to let him in line. Now, as they arrived, he was still being denied. Zheng Yuai seriously suspected that it wasn't a matter of insufficient ingredients. Rather, Su Chenyang simply did not wish to serve the boys, aiming to minimize their waiting time. Was it mere coincidence that this happened every time? "Boss, it can't be that coincidental. I believe you must have more ingredients. Otherwise, if someone buys 2 portions, how do you manage to run out just like that?" Su Chenyang explained. "Now, each person can only buy 1 portion. There are acquaintances in line, and if I help them buy, it wouldn't be fair to those waiting behind. Initially, it was just to facilitate couples, but now it's becoming a loophole, so I've made the change." This explanation resonated with Zheng Yuai. Just then, a few more girls arrived to queue. Su Chenyang called out again, "Ladies at the back, you need not queue. I've run out of ingredients today." "What? Sold out?" The 3 girls who approached were instantly disheartened. "Yes, I regret that I wasn't adequately prepared today." "All right then, boss, what time will you set up tomorrow?" "If it doesn't rain, I should be out around 11. "If it rains, I won't set up." "Okay, we'll return tomorrow." The 3 girls were quite agreeable and left cheerfully. Seeing how Su Chenyang treated the girls, Zheng Yuai realized he had overthought the situation. Su Chenyang wasn't targeting the boys. He genuinely had run out of ingredients. Zheng Yuai could only sigh and say, "I suppose it can't be helped." Zheng Yuai was easygoing. After all, he just had to send a message to Fang Yadong, explaining that Su Chenyang had run out of ingredients, and she would surely not be upset. However, Yang Zikai could not accept this. After finally gaining such an opportunity, Su Chenyang claimed to have no ingredients. Was it truly so? Boss, if you lack ingredients, can't you have someone bring some to you? You set up a stall, and by 4:30, you're out of stock. What will you do for dinner? Claiming I have none means I truly don't, Su Chenyang replied, exasperated by the persistence of this young man. Classmate, if you wish for a pancake, please return tomorrow. Today, I genuinely have none left. By the time I finish making pancakes, it will be around 7, and I'll need to close up and head home. There's no need for you to wait here unnecessarily. Whether it was necessary or not, Yang Zikai thought it was up to him to decide. Boss, can you make just one more? It can't hurt, right? Classmate, I have run out of ingredients. I can't give you half a portion either, so please don't keep insisting. Seeing Yang Zikai's obstinacy, even Chun Keki, who was queuing ahead, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Yang Zikai, the boss has run out of ingredients. Why must you make it difficult for him? You simply had a stroke of bad luck being a moment late. If you wish to eat, return tomorrow. Upon hearing Chun Keki's words, Yang Zikai felt a pang of sadness. She entirely missed why he was so adamant about persuading Su Chenyang to prepare another portion. However, with the goddess speaking, he felt that if he persisted further, his image in her eyes would surely diminish. The goddess was right before him, yet the distance remained insurmountable. Su Chenyang's simple declaration of having no ingredients had created an insurmountable rift. Curse Su Chenyang. Yang Zikai could only say, fine, you queue here, I'll take my leave. All right, Chun Keki nodded, and Yang Zikai reluctantly departed with his roommates. After leaving, his roommates, aware of his disappointment, refrained from teasing him and instead offered words of consolation. It's all right, don't be too upset, there'll be other opportunities. Zheng Yuai reassured Yang Zikai before adding, you all go enjoy Huangmen chicken. I want to join. All right, then we. Yang Zikai's sentence was cut short as he noticed 4 boys emerging from the school. Among them was Zhang Xinping, clad in a black printed t-shirt, standing at 175 meters tall, who happened to be Yang Zikai's greatest rival. Upon exiting the school gate, Zhang Xinping noticed Chun Keki in line and approached her with his 3 friends. Seeing his rival's appearance, Yang Zikai hesitated to leave. Zheng Yuai and the others silently stood by, waiting to see what would unfold. However, Zhang Xinping's fate mirrored Yang Zikai's. Due to the lack of stock, he was compelled to depart as well. Observing his rival's predicament, Yang Zikai felt a wave of relief and joined his 4 roommates to head for Huangmen Chicken. Zheng Yuai remained behind to converse with his girlfriend, discussing their upcoming plans. Soon enough, the clock struck 6, marking the dinner rush as the flow of people in and out of the school increased. Boys who usually struggled to invite girls out saw them queuing and assumed it was a perfect opportunity to chat. However, Su Chenyang's stall fell short, and as these boys were turned away, they muttered curses under their breath. That darn jerk, setting up a stall without enough ingredients. What kind of work ethic is that? Can he really expect to make a fortune like this? I wanted to support him, but he didn't give me the chance. If he doesn't prepare better tomorrow, I'll smash his stall. The disruption of their potential connections with the goddess left these boys with deep-seated resentment. As Su Chenyang prepared pancakes, he could feel the daggers in the gazes of those boys who were forced to leave due to insufficient ingredients. Damn devoted admirers. I'm not here to create dating opportunities for you. Su Chenyang held a profound disdain for devoted admirers, silently scornful of those who cast him venomous glances. Chapter 9. The infatuated one mistakes. Queuing for a date at 7:15, Su Chenyang completed the last egg pancake, letting out a sigh of relief. As the final recipient of the egg pancake, Chun Keki immediately fell in love with its flavor upon tasting it. She promptly inquired, "Boss, this egg pancake is truly delicious. What time do you set up tomorrow? If it doesn't rain, I'll be here by 11. Otherwise, I'll take the day off." "All right, see you tomorrow." Chun Keki's roommate, Wang Manyan, also greeted Su Chenyang. "Boss, see you tomorrow." "See you then." Su Chenyang smiled as he bid farewell to the lively girl before beginning to pack up his stall. By 7:20, Su Chenyang was riding away on his food cart. Upon his departure, the surrounding vendors felt an overwhelming urge to weep with joy. This rascal had finally left. With Su Chenyang operating his stall, even those who abandoned the queue for his egg pancakes were disinclined to patronize the other stalls. It was as if the presence of these middle-aged men had extinguished their appetites. Furthermore, many of the girls queuing for the egg pancakes had attracted a fair number of boys. when these boys failed to secure their place in Su Chenyang's line. Their disappointment dissuaded them from buying snacks elsewhere. The sudden drop in customers rendered the evening sales of nearby vendors rather mediocre, resulting in significant financial losses. Thus, Su Chenyang's departure was a welcomed relief for them. However, the thought of his return the following day left the stall owners feeling quite melancholy. They could only hope that Wang Yinfu would bring them better fortune the next day. After leaving, Su Chenyang sat on his cart, enjoying the warm evening breeze. His spirits high. He had sold a total of 260 egg pancakes that day. Name: Su Chenyang. Food points: 260 points. The profit from each pancake was 13 yuan. Thanks to the system providing ingredients at the lowest wholesale prices, the cost of pork tenderloin was 15 yuan per gene. Although Su Chenyang's tenderloin appeared to be about half the size of an egg pancake, it was actually flattened from 3 tails of meat. The cost of the tenderloin was approximately 5 yuan. The eggs from the market were 7 yuan each, and each pancake required 2 eggs, amounting to about 5 yuan in egg costs. The batter, scallions, crispy layers, sauces, and gas expenses added up to around 5 yuan as well. Thus, the total cost was roughly 7 yuan. After a busy day of slightly more than 8 hours, he earned 380 yuan, which Su Chenyang deemed quite impressive. With the system in place, a monthly income of 100,000 yuan seemed easily attainable. He felt that this was the essence of working hard while enjoying it. Meanwhile, at the Times Trend internet cafe across from Hangzhou University of Technology, Yang Zikai was gaming with his roommates while keeping an eye on the time. Just as he died in the game, he noticed it was nearly 7:30. He thought, Keki must have bought the egg pancakes by now. Turning to his 4 roommates, he said, "You guys continue playing. My hands are a bit tired." "All right, let's take a break then." After playing for over 2 hours, the 4 of them were somewhat fatigued, so they were in no rush to continue. Yang Zikai picked up his phone and messaged Keki. "Yang Zikai, I didn't manage to buy the egg pancake today. What a pity. My roommate said it's delicious. Is a boss's egg pancake really that good?" After 10 minutes without a reply, Yang Zikai felt disappointment settle in. "She must be busy," he muttered to himself. Noticing Keki had not responded, he asked his friends, "Are you guys ready to continue?" "Sure, let us go." The 5 of them launched back into League of Legends. Within 5 minutes of the new game, Yang Zikai's phone chimed. He glanced to see it was a message from Keki. The goddess could take over 10 minutes to reply to him. He certainly couldn't leave her message unanswered for that long. Pausing his game, he quickly checked her message. Keki, sorry, I was in the shower. Keki, the egg pancake is genuinely delicious. You missed out by coming late this afternoon. Yang Zikai felt relieved. She hadn't intentionally ignored him. He hurriedly typed a response. However, since the game had just started, he felt guilty for leaving his teammates hanging. One of his roommates peered over, noticing Yang Zikai was replying to Keki. "Hey, don't reply to her right now. Finish this game first." All right. Yang Zikai quickly agreed and hastened his typing. "Yang Zikai, now you've made me even more upset. Are you going back for the egg pancake tomorrow? If you are, I'll join you." After sending the message, he returned to his game. To his astonishment, Keki replied, and his excitement surged. Keki, sure. How about we meet at the school gate around 11 tomorrow? Seeing this message, Yang Zikai was overjoyed. The goddess had agreed to go with him to buy egg pancakes. He knew he had to reply promptly. He couldn't afford to let her think he was insincere. Ignoring the game, he paused again to respond. His 4 roommates noticed his distraction and commented, "Zikai, are you serious? You're such a devoted admirer. You're really disappointing us. If you keep this up, we won't want to play with you anymore. Come on. You've become the #1 devoted admirer in our dorm," they teased. Faced with their banter, Yang Zikai remained in high spirits and decided not to take offense. He chuckled, "Don't be like that. Just cover for me, and I'll treat you all to late-night snacks. Being so generous for a girl. And you say you're not devoted. If it weren't for your status as our roommate, we'd make you pay more than just for snacks." Yang Zikai laughed off their comments and continued to reply to the goddess. The 4 of them ceased their teasing and accepted their defeat in the game. Yang Zikai, then it's settled. Tomorrow at 11, school gate. No one leaves without seeing each other. Grinning emoji. Keki, okay, I'll see you then. Smiling emoji. Oh yay. Yang Zikai exclaimed, feeling as though he had taken a significant step forward in his pursuit of Chenyang. His excitement drew the attention of others in the internet cafe. In a place buzzing with noise, his exclamation managed to capture everyone's focus, underscoring how thrilled he was. Quickly, he turned to those who were watching him, offering an awkward smile. "I'm sorry, everyone. Please don't mind me." After apologizing, the others returned to their activities, uninterested. In the next moment, Yang Zikai faced the derision of his 4 roommates. "Look how excited you are. What did Chenyang say to make you so ecstatic?" "Nothing much. We just agreed to go queue for egg pancakes tomorrow." The 4 of them scoffed, their eyes filled with disdain. "From now on, you'll be our dorm's #1 devoted admirer. If you continue to mock Yue as a sycophant, we will no longer tolerate it. Once someone is pursued successfully, they're no longer considered a sycophant, correct? Well, let us see you succeed in your pursuits first. Wishing you the best of luck." The bond among good friends is such that while we may jest, we still hope for each other's happiness. "I shall certainly strive for success." Yang Zikai remains confident. The fact that Chenyang is willing to join him in queuing for egg pancakes suggests she holds a favorable impression of him. At the very least, he is one step ahead of other rivals. It is not just Yang Zikai. Many young men share similar sentiments, messaging the girls they admire and inviting them to enjoy egg pancakes together. Those who succeed are naturally elated, while those who do not must contend with their sorrow. Su Chenyang is blissfully unaware that his thriving stall business has inadvertently aided many a sycophant. Chapter 10. The new school bell. Su Chenyang returned to his rented abode, steering the specially designed food cart provided by the system, which boasted a cleaning mode. He poured a generous amount of detergent into the compartment and connected the hose to the faucet, initiating the cleaning process. The machine would automatically halt once the task was completed, much like a washing machine, allowing Su Chenyang to leave without waiting. After a long day, fatigue weighed heavily on him as he pedaled his bicycle back to school. As Su Chenyang leisurely cycled back, in the boys' dormitory of the English department, a student with a head of curly hair styled in foil sat restlessly by the window. Why has old Su returned yet? This boy, not forgetting Su Chenyang, was none other than Liu Pengyan, who had called Su Chenyang earlier that morning. Hearing Liu Pengyan's incessant thoughts of Su Chenyang, Jiang Moliai, who was engrossed in a video game, chuckled. "Pengyan, how many times have you mentioned Chenyang today?" teased Jiang. Beside him, Wu Ruiquan joined in the laughter, right? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you two were up to something. What? Just because you saw a pretty junior? That beautiful junior has nothing to do with you. You're still single, yet you're waiting for Su Chenyang to return to show him photos. What if Chenyang takes a liking to her? Honestly, given your looks, you might not stand a chance against him. Liu Pengyan shot back with a grin. You two are missing the point. I'm not bad-looking myself. What if the junior happens to fancy my type? Jiang Moliai and Wu Ruiquan burst into laughter. If that junior isn't blind, that scenario seems highly improbable. She is pretty, but not foolish. Come on, you two can't have a decent conversation. What if implies a slim chance, but it's still a possibility, you know? Liu Pengyan's confidence wavered slightly, prompting an explanation. Besides, I only wanted to show Chenyang the photos to make him regret not joining me to see the military training. Jiang Moliai quickly defended Su Chenyang. Regret? I doubt it. That guy is as straight as they come. If he were to regret it, it would be a miracle. At that moment, Wu Ruiquan reflected. Honestly, if I had Chenyang's looks and was willing to be a bit of a sycophant, I believe I could win over that beautiful new junior. Just as he finished speaking, the dormitory door swung open. Su Chenyang's cheerful voice rang out. Ah, Ruiquan, your cover is blown. You always tease Pengyan for being a sycophant, yet here you are, wanting to be one yourself. Ruiquan, taken aback, had not expected Su Chenyang to overhear him. Typically aloof, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, he was bewildered that his jest had been taken seriously. Don't misinterpret. I was merely making an analogy. How could I possibly be a sycophant? Su Chenyang shot him a knowing glance, leaving Ruiquan feeling painfully embarrassed. He realized that no matter how he tried to defend himself, Su Chenyang would not believe him. I was just expressing my thoughts. Frankly, this new batch of freshmen has a truly stunning junior. Pengyan, hurry and show Chenyang the photos of this new junior. He LLC that being a sycophant for isn't T such a loss. Not a loss. Su Chenyang noted some individuals truly abandoned their principles upon encountering a beautiful girl. Liu Pengyan was eager to show Su Chenyang the photos to instill a sense of regret for not joining him earlier. With Wu Ruiquan's encouragement, he swiftly grabbed his phone. "Old Su, take a look at this Junior S picture. She is absolutely breathtaking, surpassing even last year's belle. If you had gone today, you might have seized the opportunity to exchange contact information with her." Su Chenyang scoffed. "Oh, so you even went out of your way to buy her milk tea? How shameless of you. A senior like yourself, buying milk tea for a freshman. Aren't you worried about the scorn of the underclassmen? How many girls did you buy milk tea for?" "Just 6. It's perfect for one dormitory." "Such a sycophant. I can only imagine how you begged them while delivering the tea." Liu Pengyan's face flushed at the truth of the remark. "Those details are inconsequential." "Indeed they are." Su Chenyang moved closer to Liu Pengyan, who showed him a photo of a girl, perhaps a little over 5 feet tall, with an oval face and fair skin. The girl smiled at the camera, her expression radiating warmth akin to the spring sun, her eyes seemingly filled with life. Despite her military training attire and cap, she exuded youthful vibrance, embodying the beauty of an 18-year-old girl. After viewing the photo, Su Chenyang nodded slightly. "She is indeed beautiful, but just all right, I suppose." "All right? Are you blind?" Liu Pengyan immediately disagreed. Jiang Moliai and Wu Ruiquan chimed in. "Chenyang, you can't speak against your conscience. This Junior S beauty firmly places her as our school S belle. This isn't about my conscience. I simply prefer girls with long hair. This Junior S hair only reaches her shoulders, which isn't particularly appealing to me." "Seriously? You're being picky? If you could win her over before graduation, you'd be secretly delighted. Not my type, so there's no need for pursuit." Su Chenyang decided not to engage further with Liu Pengyan. "I'm drenched in sweat from today's work. I'm off to shower." With that, he grabbed a basin and headed to the bathroom. Observing Su Chenyang's nonchalant demeanor, Liu Pengyan muttered to himself, "What is happening? This kid is only 21 and seems disinterested in beautiful girls?" Liu Pengyan assumed that such a stunning school belle would surely attract Su Chenyang's interest, eagerly anticipating inquiries about her name, birthday, and zodiac sign. To his surprise, Su Chenyang remained utterly indifferent. Has he ascended to sainthood, detached from worldly affairs? Even Jiang Moliai and Wu Ruiquan found it peculiar. Could there be something wrong with his taste? If he could win over the belle, couldn't he just ask her to grow her hair long? As the trio pondered this perplexity, their 2 roommates returned from playing basketball. Qian Xiaobing entered and asked, "Where's Chenyang?" "He's in the shower." "What's up?" He Libo replied, "This kid has gone viral." "Haven't you heard? He's gone viral? Since when? How did that happen?" Liu Pengyan and the others were astonished, realizing Su Chenyang had made quite an impact without their knowledge. "Check Douyin for yourselves. He's trending #1 in our city." Instantly, the 3 opened Douyin and navigated to the trending list for Hangzhou. The top trending topic was emblazoned with envy of the female students at Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. Chapter 11. It turns out the fool is myself. Upon clicking on this trending topic, the first video presented revealed Su Chenyang preparing egg pancakes. The videographer, a young woman, engaged in casual conversation with him while filming. As she complimented Su Chenyang on his delectable pancakes, a radiant smile illuminated his face, reflecting his delight. The video showcased a long queue forming in front of his stall, composed entirely of women. The 3 observers were momentarily taken aback. They then glanced at videos from different angles, noting the varying times and the different faces in line. Yet, regardless of the source, each video captured at least 30 to 40 women at the stall, with the longer queues boasting 60 or 70. A rough estimation suggested that over 100 women were drawn to support Su Chenyang purely based on his handsome appearance. Witnessing these videos, the trio quickly understood why Su Chenyang remained unfazed by the photo of the campus beauty. Surrounded by hundreds of adoring women today, it was no wonder he had little interest in the campus flower. It was amusing that Liu Pengyan had waited for Su Chenyang to return, anticipating inquiries about the charming junior. In the end, the fool was indeed himself. After showering, Su Chenyang emerged from the bathroom to overhear Liu Pengyan and others expressing their envious remarks. "What a clever lad. He claims to be working a part-time job, but he is actually whipping up egg pancakes for hundreds of girls at Hangzhou Polytechnic University. No wonder he is disinterested in pursuing girls. He fears that after finding one tree, he might abandon the entire forest. How delightful it must be to receive such praise from so many women. And here I thought I lacked ambition. Compared to you, mine is indeed diminutive. Su Chenyang chuckled at their playful banter. Do not assume I share your frivolous perspective. I am genuinely dedicated to my stall. After a long and tiring day, I intend to rest. If you think gaming is disruptive, feel free to turn on your desk lamp. Given the camaraderie among the dorm mates, such trivial matters were easily overlooked. How shameless. A college student sleeping at 9 o'clock. Are you practicing self-care? You're going all out just to meet a girl you fancy. Sleep well, and may you not encounter anyone you like. With that final jest, the lights in the dormitory were extinguished, leaving Su Chenyang undisturbed. Exhausted, he lay down and swiftly fell asleep within minutes. The following morning at 6 o'clock, the alarm on his phone vibrated beside his pillow, rousing Su Chenyang from slumber. Noticing that his roommates were still asleep, he rose cautiously to wash up. While preparing, he observed a fine mist of rain drifting outside. How peculiar. Didn't the weather forecast predict overcast skies transitioning to clouds? Yet here we are with a light drizzle. I wonder if it will intensify today. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Master, the system possesses weather forecasting capabilities. Should you desire detailed forecasts, you may exchange one culinary point. How intriguing. Since 1 point was virtually negligible, Su Chenyang consented. The system deducted 1 point. Name, Su Chenyang, culinary points, 259 points. Currently, there is a light drizzle, which will persist until 11:25 a.m., when heavy rain is expected until 2:13 p.m. Afterward, the skies will clear until 5:12 p.m., followed by intermittent light rain until midnight. The system's predictions were astonishingly precise. Su Chenyang mused that he might earn a living as a weatherman. However, such accuracy could lead to dire consequences. Given the impending rain, he decided to take the day off. Nevertheless, he resolved to post a notification on Douyin, hoping to inform those interested to avoid an unnecessary trip. Considering the expected clearing from around 6:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., he worried that some might mistakenly believe it wouldn't rain and arrive at the campus gate around 11 a.m. It would be quite awkward for them to wait in vain, and he would feel guilty. Having only recently appeared on the local trending list, he believed that sharing a video at this moment would still garner attention. If even a fraction of the female students at the Polytechnic saw it, word would surely spread, preventing any unnecessary waiting. Subsequently, Su Chenyang stepped onto the balcony and recorded a brief video on his phone. 15 minutes later, he uploaded it and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Although Su Chenyang was enjoying a day off, many vendors remained undeterred by the weather. At Hangzhou Polytechnic University, vendors set up their stalls just as they had the day before. Among them, Wang Yinfu, significantly influenced by Su Chenyang, was immediately approached by his fellow vendors. Old Wang, are you prepared today? Do you think you can outdo that lad? They regarded him as the collective hope of their group, placing considerable pressure on him. Nonetheless, Wang Yinfu retained a sense of confidence. Rest assured, today I shall definitely triumph over this fellow, proving that relying solely on one's looks is a misguided approach. Intrigued by his confidence, the others inquired, "What is your strategy? Do share." With a proud smile, Wang Yinfu replied, "It's quite simple. My method for making egg pancakes will mirror his precisely, but I plan to undercut his price by 5 yuan. University students often have limited budgets. I'm certain many would prefer to save money and choose my stall." This strategy seemed plausible. However, the surrounding vendors remained apprehensive. If you lower your prices, he can do the same. How will you counter that? They questioned. Indeed, if he decides to cut prices, he could easily reverse the situation. You can't keep lowering your prices indefinitely, can you? Wang Yinfu had contemplated this dilemma. I suspect he wants to lower his prices. If he can thrive on his looks, why would he choose to compete with me at the Polytechnic? He could easily earn more elsewhere. Why settle for less? His reasoning prompted nods of agreement from the other vendors. That makes sense. Let us hope everything goes smoothly. With this plan in mind, the vendors recognized it as the only viable option. Thus, whether it would succeed hinged entirely on Su Chenyang's willingness to engage in fierce competition. Observing the doubts of his fellow vendors, Wang Yinfu remained resolute in his confidence. When faced with a discount, women certainly knew how to make their choice. Wang Yinfu was determined to illuminate their understanding through tangible results. With renewed zeal, he arranged his prepared items and patiently awaited the arrival of university students eager to purchase egg pancakes. Chapter 12. Relativity of peers. Barely 2 minutes had passed when 3 university students ambled back from outside the campus early in the morning, clearly having spent the previous night indulging in gaming at an internet CAF. Upon reaching the entrance, they surveyed the various stalls before ultimately gravitating toward Wang Yinfu's stand. One of the young men spoke up. "Boss, I'd like an egg pancake with an extra egg." "I too would like an extra egg. I'll have an extra pork tenderloin." Each of the 3 expressed their desires. "Today's egg pancake has been upgraded," the proprietor announced, gesturing toward the signboard. The students paused momentarily upon seeing the price. 15 yuan for 1 pancake. "Boss, why is your egg pancake so expensive?" "It's not overpriced. My egg pancake contains a generous portion of pork tenderloin, equivalent to half an egg pancake itself. I only charge 15, while others might charge as much as 20, he replied, the implication of others unmistakably referring to Su Chenyang, who had sold his pancakes for 20 yuan the previous day. The trio was aware that they had intended to purchase from Su but had been unable to do so. However, that was inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that Su's ability to command such a price did not grant Wang the same privilege. Su could charge more due to his appealing looks, which enticed female customers willing to pay for the value of his charm. The males, driven by the presence of their crushes in line, were purchasing not merely pancakes but the companionship of their goddesses. In contrast, Wang lacked both charm and companionship. On what grounds could he sell his egg pancakes at such a premium? If they desired more pork tenderloin, they could simply dine at the cafeteria. "Do you have the original 8 yuan egg pancake?" one of the students inquired. "Today, it's unavailable. However, I assure you, my new egg pancake is quite satisfying." You won't be disappointed after trying it. Wang Yinfu endeavored to promote his offering once more. "Then never mind." With that, the trio turned away, disregarding Wang Yinfu altogether, and proceeded to a nearby stall selling egg burgers. Wang suspected that the students were merely tight on their living expenses, concluding that the issue lay not with his egg pancakes, but rather with the boys themselves. Minutes later, a girl clad in sportswear jogged up, glistening with perspiration, clearly indicative of a morning run. She approached Wang Yinfu's stall and said, "Boss, 1 egg pancake, please. My egg pancake's preparation has changed today. The price has also shifted," Wang informed her, pointing to the signboard. The girl immediately frowned. "Boss, aren't you selling your original egg pancake anymore?" "The original is temporarily unavailable, but the new egg pancake is incredibly delicious, with more substantial ingredients and excellent value for money," Wang reiterated his sales pitch. Yet, the girl was disinterested, barely bothering to respond before turning away. What was happening? His prices were 5 yuan cheaper than Su's. Yet no female patrons were willing to support him simply because he lacked Su's looks. Just yesterday, when Su Chenyang had come to set up his stall, the girls had not displayed such indifference. Was reality truly this harsh? Reflecting on his 2 decades of culinary expertise with egg pancakes, Wang Yinfu felt utterly defeated by mere aesthetics. Observing this exchange, other stall owners began to feel disheartened. Was attractiveness genuinely so paramount? Soon, the clock struck 7:20, marking the peak breakfast hour. The previously quiet entrance of the campus began to bustle with activity, and other vendors found customers flocking to their stalls, while Wang Yinfu's remained desolate. It seemed no one was willing to accept his price increase, leaving him in a state of despair. At 7:28, 2 girls approached Wang Yinfu's stall, none other than Zhang Xiaoli and Wang Lihi, who had been among the first to support Su Chenyang the day before. "Wang, has your egg pancake gone up in price? What does it look like now?" Wang Lihi inquired, noticing that these 2 girls were undeterred by the price hike. Wang Yinfu felt a flicker of hope. "My egg pancake now features more meat, with the pork tenderloin being as large as half an egg pancake." He proudly showcased his offering. However, since Wang Yinfu's pork was pre-cooked and merely reheated, it was akin to Su's pancakes in form, but not in quality. Wang Yinfu could not deny the similarity. "All right then, I'll take 1. "Me too," The two girls placed their orders, and Wang Yinfu's spirits lifted. As he prepared the pancakes, more girls arrived, and upon learning that Wang Yinfu's egg pancakes were similar to Su Chenyang's, they too placed orders. Business has suddenly surged, and Wang Yinfu's mood dramatically improved. Of course, with over 20 years of culinary experience, how could I possibly fail to compete with that young man under discounted circumstances? He thought, buoyed by the influx of customers. As Wang Yinfu served the neatly cut pancakes to Zhang Xiaoli, she eagerly accepted them. I've already scanned the payment, she confirmed. Great. Wang Yinfu began preparing the second pancake. Zhang Xiaoli, unable to contain her excitement, tasted her pancake at once. However, her delight quickly turned to disappointment as she realized that the texture of the pork tenderloin was nowhere near as tender and succulent as that in Su Chenyang's pancakes, which had been infused with savory juices that tantalized the palate. Zhang Xiaoli recognized that this was due to Wang's method of pre-cooking the meat, which diminished its quality upon reheating. As she continued to chew, her dissatisfaction deepened. The piece she had bitten into came from the edge of the pancake, where the crispy texture and fresh greens were absent. The sauce had also been unevenly spread, resulting in a bland taste. Comparatively, the flavor of Wang Yinfu's pancake paled in significance next to Su Chenyang's, rendering the latter's 21 offering a remarkable value. Zhang Xiaoli had only opted for Wang Yinfu's pancake because she anticipated that Su would attract a considerable crowd if he returned to sell today, making it uncertain whether she would even secure a purchase. After enjoying Su's pancake the previous day, she had developed a craving. Thus, she had come to support Wang Yinfu, only to discover that he had replicated Su's pancake's appearance without mastering the culinary skills that made it truly exceptional. Chapter 13. The Wrath of the Infatuated. Wang Li noticed that Zhang Xiaoli appeared to be in discomfort after consuming the egg pancake. Wang Li inquired, Xiaoli, does the egg pancake taste unpleasant? It's quite mediocre. Not at all comparable to that handsome owner, Zhang Xiaoli replied. It's simply not tasty. Without a hint of doubt, Wang Li immediately addressed Wang Yinfu, boss. I no longer want this egg pancake. Please give it to the next person. Not anymore. Wang Yinfu looked displeased and turned toward Zhang Xiaoli. Young lady, don't speak thoughtlessly. Just because he is handsome doesn't mean you should speak without integrity. I've been making egg pancakes for over 20 years. How can my skills possibly be inferior to that of a young man? Wang Yinfu, despite his lackluster skills, accused Zhang Xiaoli of lacking integrity, which she vehemently opposed. Boss, since I came here to support your stall, I would never intentionally slander you. Besides, why would I need to? Your business is not as good as his. Why would I bother to tarnish your reputation? Upon hearing this, Wang Yinfu found himself at a loss for words, as her reasoning seemed sound. Typically, it is those with poorer businesses who disparage the successful, not the other way around. The other girls who had come to support also found her argument compelling. Indeed, if Su Chenyang were selling his egg pancakes here, they would still choose the 20 yuan pancakes made by the handsome man over the 15 yuan ones. They had only come to Wang Yinfu's stall out of fear of missing out on Su Chenyang's pancakes today, and now that they were tempted, they thought to satisfy their cravings with Wang Yinfu's offerings. Since there was no reason to disparage, it must be true that the pancakes were indeed unappetizing. Wang Yinfu still believed that Zhang Xiaoli's praise for Su Chenyang's pancakes stemmed from his good looks, and he questioned, young lady, tell me where my pancakes fall short compared to his. Can my 20-plus years of skill really be inferior? Zhang Xiaoli felt that continuing the argument with Wang Yinfu was futile. Boss, if you don't believe me, when the handsome owner comes out to set up, you can buy one and taste for yourself. If you don't try it, no matter what I say now, you might think I'm just disparaging you. After saying this, she left with Wang Xiaohong. Boss, I no longer want the egg pancake. Neither do I, chimed in the other girls as they promptly exited. Seeing that no girl was willing to purchase anymore, Wang Yinfu felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Just taste it. I refuse to believe his egg pancakes are that delicious. His voice brimmed with indignation. Around 7:50 a.m., after the breakfast rush had subsided, the small stalls at the school gate found themselves temporarily devoid of business. With no customers, the surrounding stall owners resumed their conversation with Wang Yinfu. Old Wang, what is going on? Why is your egg pancake business so abysmally poor? Are you seriously considering a recipe? That handsome guy's food seems to taste better in the eyes of the girls. If you don't take the time to perfect your egg pancakes, how can you possibly compete with him? The other stall owner spoke so casually that it left Wang Yinfu feeling aggrieved. If Su Chenyang were selling the same snack, he suspected these people would fare even worse than he did. Wang Yinfu could only respond, I honestly don't know the specifics at this moment. I'll wait for that kid to arrive before I have a taste and think about how to educate him. Good luck. The other stall owners encouraged him. Afterward, each stall owner returned to their posts, scrolling through short videos or watching series to pass the time. Before they knew it, the clock struck 10:48 a.m. In the boys' dormitory of the physics department at Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, room 401, Yang Zikai had just finished washing his hair. As he exited the bathroom, he hummed a romantic tune, Today, You Will Marry Me. Seeing Yang Zikai so jubilant, a few of his roommates couldn't help but tease him. Zikai, it seems inconvenient for us to accompany you to buy egg pancakes right now, doesn't it? Yeah, do you mind if we tag along? If you don't mind, we could join you to buy egg pancakes. It's almost 11 o'clock, and the owner said he would set up at that time, so we should just make it. Upon hearing this, Yang Zikai's enthusiasm for the romantic tune was abruptly interrupted. With a disdainful smile, he replied, Come on, guys, don't joke around. Today is clearly not convenient. You need to be self-aware. Those who lack self-awareness don't end up well. Besides, I treated you to supper last night. One must not forget gratitude. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yue interjected, I don't recall you treating me to supper last night. You, with a girlfriend, shouldn't be trying to join in. I'll treat you to supper another day. You really are willing to go to great lengths to win over Chenkeki. Aren't you? For true love, everything is worth it. With that, Yang Zikai approached his desk, picked up his phone, and prepared to use the public hairdryer on the first floor to dry his hair. Then he could go on a date with his goddess. At that moment, his phone chimed. Seeing a message from Chun Keki, Yang Zikai immediately opened it. However, upon reading the message, his smile vanished. Chun Keki, you don't need to come to the school gate at 11 o'clock. The owner posted a video saying it will rain today. So he won TB setting up. What? Not setting up? Yang Zikai's anger flooded instantly. Yang Zikai, where did the owner post that video? After a pause of over 20 seconds, Chun Keki replied. Chun Keki, forwarded video. Yang Zikai clicked on the video and saw Su Chenyang's face. Su Chenyang greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I'm food blogger Su Chenyang. It's expected to rain around 11:30 a.m. today. Rain can affect the taste of food. So I'll take a break today and 1T be setting up. I hope after seeing this video, you 1T make a wasted trip. In the future, if I need to take a day off, I will post a video to let everyone know, so please pay attention. Wishing everyone a pleasant day and smooth work and studies. The content of the video was straightforward and ended there. Such beautiful weather, and it's going to rain? Yang Zikai couldn't help but curse, feeling utterly wronged. Yesterday afternoon, when Yang Zikai planned to go and show his support, Su Chenyang claimed that the ingredients for the egg pancakes had run out, leaving him just a step away from his goddess, now an insurmountable chasm. Today, he had finally arranged to go buy egg pancakes with her, only to be met with Su Chenyang's announcement of rain and a day off. He had ruined someone else's love life and still had the audacity to take a day off, seeing Yang Zikai furious. His roommates couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. What a stroke of bad luck. Although they felt displeased, Yang Zikai still aimed to use the opportunity of waiting in line at Su Chenyang's stall to deepen his relationship with the goddess. Yang Zikai, how about we go together tomorrow? Chun Keki, sure, but we still need to check if the owner is setting up tomorrow. Yang Zikai, it should rain tomorrow. Chun Keki, let us hope so. Seeing that he had successfully arranged a time with the goddess for tomorrow, Yang Zikai felt relieved. If that guy makes excuses again tomorrow for not setting up, I 1T let him off easily. Yang Zikai muttered to himself with a fierce determination. And he was not alone in his frustration. Yesterday, the young man who had arranged to meet his goddess today found his plans thwarted by Su Chenyang's unexpected absence. One by one, they cursed Su Chenyang in their hearts. Chapter 14. A request from infatuated admirer. Initially, Yang Zikai intended to go downstairs to dry his hair. However, his mood was utterly dampened, and he found himself sulking in front of his computer. He had no desire to play games. So he resorted to scrolling through short videos on his phone. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was 11:25 p.m. With a sudden rush of sound resembling rain outside, Yang Zikai glanced out the window and confirmed that it was indeed pouring. To his surprise, it really began to rain around 11:30. He had assumed that Su Chenyang was merely making excuses, but it turned out that Su Chenyang's weather forecast was astonishingly accurate. This revelation dissipated much of Yang Zikai's frustration. Even Zheng Yue and the others expressed their astonishment. They had been promised overcast skies that would transition to clouds. Yet the proprietor had accurately predicted rain around 11:30. Quite impressive. Thankfully, they had not queued up outside. Otherwise, they would have been drenched like drowned rats. Having initially planned to dine at the cafeteria, they opted for takeout instead. The residents of the dormitory quickly shifted into a mode of leisure, and Yang Zikai too chose the path of convenience by ordering takeout. After placing his order, he casually opened the weather app on his phone. Upon seeing that rain was forecasted for the next day as well, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It's going to rain again tomorrow. What a nuisance. It was quite normal for summer to bring occasional rain, but Yang Zikai wished that the heavens would refrain from ruining important moments for others. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. If he could share an umbrella with his goddess during the rain, queuing up together and chatting, it would be rather romantic. Wasn't this an opportune moment to enhance their relationship? He wouldn't mind a torrential downpour. He was determined that Su Chenyang would have to set up her stall tomorrow. Without hesitation, Yang Zikai opened Douyin and navigated to the comment section of Su Chenyang's videos. He discovered a plethora of comments urging her to continue her stall despite the rain. Dear proprietor, please don't let the rain deter you from setting up your stall. There are so many rainy and snowy days throughout the year. How much would you lose by not coming out? A little rain is nothing to overcome. If you brave the elements, we customers will too. Let us meet halfway. Don't take a day off. It's just a thunderstorm. Most of the time, it will be clear. Reading these comments, Yang Zikai felt a sense of camaraderie with fellow admirers. He decided to leave a comment himself to bolster the collective voice, hoping that Su Chenyang would notice and become the beloved influencer she aspired to be. After all, this was only her first post, and she had already gained over 50,000 followers within a few hours, a testament to the fervor of her fans. Given such enthusiasm, surely she would consider the sentiments of her supporters. Grant me a bit of courage. We don't fear getting drenched in the rain. Not even a downpour can dampen our passion for your culinary creations. I hope you don't let the rain extinguish your enthusiasm for cooking. Rise to the occasion. It is amusing how fickle human nature can be. Just yesterday, when Su Chenyang had set up her stall, people had complained about the long queue. Now, they were clamoring for her to return. A closer examination of the comments revealed that those with longer messages were predominantly written by males. At that moment, Su Chenyang was enjoying a meal in the cafeteria. After spending the morning working on her thesis, she hadn't paid much attention to her short videos. While eating, she opened her Douyin account and was pleasantly surprised to see her follower count had surpassed 50,000. The video she posted earlier requesting a day off had disappointed many, garnering only a couple thousand likes, but thousands of comments urging her to return. Feeling a bit guilty about not setting up her stall, she pondered the enthusiasm of her followers. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't waiting in line for 1 or 2 hours in the rain be unwise? Most of her customers were female, and she didn't want to risk their health by having them catch a cold from buying a crepe. After her meal, Su Chenyang returned to her dormitory to continue writing her paper. Soon, it struck midnight. Typically, heavy rain would affect the small stalls at the school gate to some extent. Yet today, the business at Hangzhou University of Technology was dismal compared to usual. Many girls who would normally buy snacks were disinclined to come out without Su Chenyang's presence, leading to a significant drop in foot traffic. The most unfortunate of all was Wang Yanfu. He realized that even without Su Chenyang, no one was purchasing his egg pancakes. Wang Yanfu prepared one for his lunch and found it quite tasty. Unable to comprehend why the girls who had bought from him earlier said his cooking paled in comparison to Su Chenyang's. How good could that girl possibly be? He muttered, filled with indignation. Unfortunately, with Su Chenyang absent, he was left waiting until tomorrow to sample her egg pancakes and compare the flavors. With little business, Wang Yinfu resorted to playing on his phone. Soon, night fell, and by 11 p.m., he and the surrounding vendors began to pack up for the night. Before sleeping, Su Chenyang had a clever thought. If it rained again tomorrow, and she didn't have to set up her stall, she could enjoy a bit of extra sleep without the need for an early wake-up call. System, what's the weather forecast for tomorrow? Deducting 1 food point, the system responded. Name, Su Chenyang. Food points, 258. Tomorrow, starting at 5 a.m., there will be intermittent light rain lasting until 12:40 p.m. Following that, there will be a thunderstorm for half an hour starting at 2:25 p.m. Afterward, it will clear up until 6:53 p.m., and then sporadic rain will continue until midnight. With such a forecast, Su Chenyang concluded that there was no need to set up her stall. Before bed, she recorded another video on her balcony. Shortly after posting, in the dormitory of Hangzhou University of Technology, Yang Zikai was engaged in a game with his roommates when his phone chimed with a new message. Upon discovering it was a message from his goddess, he paused the game. When he opened WeChat, he was struck by a thunderbolt of disbelief. Chun Keki, the proprietor, is still taking a day off tomorrow, so there is no need for us to go buy an egg pancake together. What? She's taking another day off? Yang Zikai cursed in frustration. So many people had commented urging Su Chenyang to brave the storm and set up her stall, yet she remained unyielding. Was that not excessive? But in the next moment, Yang Zikai felt even more distressed. Chun Keki, it seems like buying an egg pancake is fraught with complications. If we can't coordinate, perhaps we should stop trying to arrange it altogether. What? Am I being eliminated from the running? His head buzzed with disbelief. Just yesterday, he had felt confident about securing a date with his goddess, believing he was ahead of his rivals. Yet now, due to Su Chenyang's absence, he found himself entirely sidelined. How could he possibly accept that? Chapter 15. Nerliveging Su Chenyang. Yang Zikai pondered whether 2 consecutive days of rain in summer warranted labeling his relationship with Chun Keki as ill-fated. He responded to her message once more. As Yang Zikai typed, his roommates, noticing his AFK status, sighed in exasperation. Zikai, don't do this to us during the promotion series. It's not my fault. Keki is shutting me out, telling me to stop pursuing her. Seriously? His roommates were taken aback. Then replied to her first. Try to salvage things. They rallied behind Yang Zikai, acknowledging that while game ranks could be regained, a lost chance with a girl might be irretrievable. Yang Zikai, this is just the first hurdle. If it rains again the day after tomorrow, then it'll be the third. But as the saying goes, no rain, no rainbow. Third time's the charm. Trust me, it'll be fine the day after tomorrow. Having sent the message, Yang Zikai lost all interest in the game and patiently awaited Chun Keki's reply. He could see her typing in the chat window, only to delete the message. After a few seconds, she began typing again, and Yang Zikai knew she was debating whether to give him another chance. Don't be so heartless. Surely, I'm not that unlucky. Yang Zikai felt it would be incredibly unfair if Su Chenyang's absence led Chun Keki to believe they were not meant to be, resulting in his elimination. Fortunately, fate wasn't entirely cruel. After 5 minutes, Chun Keki hesitantly sent a message. Chun Keki, all right, we'll see the day after tomorrow then. Yang Zikai, it'll definitely be fine the day after tomorrow. Striving emoji X5. With one more chance secured, Yang Zikai felt a sliver of relief. However, the key now rested with Su Chenyang. Yang Zikai opened Douyin and clicked on Su Chenyang's latest video. Hello everyone, this is Su Chenyang. The weather tomorrow is still not great, so I'm taking another day off. Wishing everyone joy and happiness every day. We'll meet again when the weather is better. The video was simple. However, Yang Zikai found it audacious of Su Chenyang to wish everyone happiness when he was the source of Yang Zikai's current distress. He left another comment on Su Chenyang's video. Give me some courage. Could you please consider setting up shop the day after tomorrow, regardless of the weather? I have a pressing need for your egg pancakes. Don't make me beg you. Crying emoji X20. Yang Zikai added a long string of crying emojis to emphasize his urgency. Su Chenyang replied relatively quickly. Since he was off the next day, he was browsing Douyin and saw the comment. These fans are amusing. In Su Chenyang's view, Yang Zikai's comment was merely a jest. Missing egg pancakes for a day or two wouldn't be a significant loss. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously. At midnight, Su Chenyang went to sleep. He woke up at 8 a.m. the next day, finding it drizzling outside. The prediction was accurate. If only the system could predict lottery numbers too. Su Chenyang mused before quietly getting out of bed to wash up and grab breakfast, careful not to disturb his roommates. Upon returning, he began working on his thesis. Sheltered from the wind and rain in his dorm room, listening to music, Su Chenyang felt relaxed. However, outside Hangzhou Institute of Technology, the stall owners were less cheerful. It was another day of sluggish business, compounded by thunderstorms. The rain dampened their spirits, especially Wang Yinfu. Su Chenyang's continued absence hadn't improved his business. In fact, it had worsened. Some customers who tried his improved egg pancakes yesterday, hoping for a similar taste to Su Chenyang's, were disappointed. The negative reviews had spread, and today, even loyal patrons were absent. Wang Yinfu, who usually stayed until the dorms closed at 11 p.m., packed up early at 7 p.m., disheartened. Soon, it was 11 p.m. in Yang Zikai's dorm. He dared not play games with his roommates, and instead anxiously browsed short videos, hoping to see if Su Chenyang would set up shop the next day. Please, no more taking a day off videos. I swear, I'll fight you if you do. Yang Zikai was on edge, as the weather forecast predicted a change from clear skies to showers. The uncertainty made it difficult to predict whether it would rain at all. It was possible that the next day would be rain-free. If Su Chenyang took another day off, Yang Zikai wouldn't be able to handle it. Although Yang Zikai was a Su Chenyang hater, these nerve-wracking days had turned him into a dedicated one, precisely timing his checks of Su Chenyang's Douyin account. At 11:05 p.m., Su Chenyang posted a video. With a pounding heart, Yang Zikai clicked on it. Hello everyone, after 2 days of rain, the weather will be much better tomorrow. Let's meet at 11 a.m. If it doesn't rain after I set up shop, I'll continue to operate normally. And I won't post videos at night. I'll only post videos when I need to take a day off. Wishing everyone a good night's sleep, good night. He's finally setting up shop. Yang Zikai was moved to tears. He almost lost true love. He immediately sent a joyful message to Chinkeki. Yang Zikai, I told you. No rain, no rainbow. And it can't be a third time. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Let's meet at the school gate. Chinkeki, okay. Her prompt reply made Yang Zikai feel hopeful. Could Keki be viewing this as a test of our relationship? Yang Zikai began to daydream. He believed that if Chun Keki saw this as a test of their fate, he might have gained a slight advantage over his rivals. His roommates, noticing his improved mood, invited him. Old Yang, want to play around? Sure, I'm going to dominate today. Yang Zikai immediately launched the game, eager to rack up kills to celebrate. He played until 3 a.m., falling asleep contentedly. The previous nights, he had been cursing Su Chenyang before bed, but not tonight. Yang Zikai wasn't alone. Other guys who had dates with girls were relieved that Su Chenyang was showing up, even with the forecast of clear skies turning to showers, and they refrained from cursing him as well. Chapter 16. An Abundance of Supportive Boys. The following day, at 10:50 a.m., Yang Zikai arrived early at the school gate. While waiting for Chan Keki to arrive, he noticed not only a multitude of girls, but also dozens of boys standing at the entrance. Just a couple of days prior, when Su Chenyang set up his stall for the first time, the queue was primarily composed of girls. Now, with the influx of boys, Yang Zikai immediately grasped the situation. These individuals, like him, were waiting for someone. It was evident they were not there to meet boys. Yang Zikai chose a conspicuous spot to ensure Chun Keki would easily see him upon arrival. Though Chun Keki had yet to arrive, he observed several ride-hailing cars pulling up to the gate. Fashionably dressed urban white-collar women began to disembark, alongside a few couples. These stylish women must have specifically come to check in at this time. Yang Zikai quickly connected the dots, without a significant number of female fans. How could Su Chenyang have amassed over 50,000 followers? Today was also Saturday. If they weren't working, it was entirely plausible for the sociable girls to come and clock in. This was quite agreeable to Yang Zikai. Previously, he would have found the crowd bothersome, but now he welcomed the throng. If he were to quickly reach the front of the line for a scallion pancake, he would have little time to converse with Chun Keki. The longer the wait, the more time they would have to chat. At 10:55 a.m., Yang Zikai spotted Chun Keki approaching the school gate. His heart swelled with joy upon seeing her alone. He had expected her to arrive with her roommate, but here she was unaccompanied. Could it be that after 3 days of fate's trials, she had begun to trust him? Yang Zikai felt this was an exceptionally positive sign. Being able to queue with Chun Keki without any acquaintances around was undoubtedly a date. In this regard, he felt he was far ahead of any rivals. Keki, Yang Zikai exclaimed, noticing she had seen him, and he waved cheerfully. As Chun Keki reached him, she smiled and said, "You arrived quite early. Have you been waiting long?" "Not really, just a few minutes. There are so many people today." "Indeed, but the crowd indicates that the owner's scallion pancakes must be delicious. I'm starting to anticipate just how good they really are." Yang Zikai began to extol the virtues of Su Chenyang's scallion pancakes. Chun Keki, having tasted them before, replied, "You won't be disappointed. If they weren't good, who would wait in line for so long?" True. As Chun Keki and Yang Zikai engaged in light conversation, the crowd at the entrance continued to swell. The stall owners, witnessing the burgeoning crowd, felt disheartened by their lack of fortune. At 10:59 a.m., Wang Yinfu caught sight of Su Chenyang's infuriating face. Su Chenyang rode his food cart leisurely toward the school gate. The other stall owners glared at him, their expressions sour. Trouble had arrived. Before Su Chenyang's stall had even come to a halt, eager customers rushed toward it, hoping to position themselves at the front of the line. "Yang Zikai, let us hurry," Chun Keki urged, leading the charge. Yang Zikai, reluctant to sprint too hastily, merely kept pace beside her. By the time they reached the stall, they found themselves positioned slightly ahead in the middle of a line that had already amassed at least 50 people. "These folks are remarkably swift," Yang Zikai remarked. "Yes, but with so many people, we mustn't create chaos," he added, secretly delighted. With over 50 people ahead of them, it would take at least an hour and a half before it was their turn. He was immensely satisfied with their position. Observing the other boys, he noted they shared his sentiments. Those who had been waiting for girls were generally positioned further back in the queue, while the front was dominated by the white-collar women there to check in, alongside a few fast-moving single girls from the school. Among them, Wang Yinfu stood out prominently, having secured the very front of the line. Su Chenyang was taken aback to see 100 people lining up before his cart had even settled. To those at the back, this line will be quite arduous. Perhaps consider an alternative for lunch? Otherwise, as I can only prepare one scallion pancake every 2 minutes, you want to be served for over 3 hours. It hardly seems worthwhile. Hearing Su Chenyang urge customers to leave, the neighboring stall owners were incensed. How could he complain about having too many customers? At that moment, the stark contrast between their dwindling business and his bustling stall became painfully evident. "Don't worry, just focus on making your scallion pancakes," a voice called from behind. "If we find the wait unbearable, we'll simply leave." "Indeed, you should concentrate on preparing those pancakes." Another chimed in. Who will want to leave when they could chat with the goddess? Seeing the enthusiastic support from the boys, Su Chenyang was taken aback. Though each was accompanied by girls, they didn't appear to be couples. Su Chenyang began to understand why these boys were so eager to support him. "All right then, please wait a few minutes. I will have your orders ready shortly, and then I'll start making the pancakes." As Su Chenyang prepared to cook, Wang Yinfu, at the front of the line, overheard excited whispers from the white-collar women behind him. "The owner is really handsome. The videos didn't lie. I just hope his scallion pancakes are as good as they say." With so many fans gathered, Wang Yinfu turned to see the women filming Su Chenyang with their phones. Clearly enamored. How impressive, he thought disdainfully, suppressing his irritation as he continued to wait. "I hope this kid works quickly." 5 minutes later, Su Chenyang had everything ready and began making the scallion pancakes. "Sir, would you like it spicy or not?" It was then that Su Chenyang recognized Wang Yinfu as the owner of the nearby stall that previously sold scallion pancakes. Wang Yinfu noticed the unusual glint in Su Chenyang's eyes, but dismissed any awkwardness, thinking it quite normal for peers to learn from one another. "Not spicy," he replied. "Very well." Su Chenyang was indifferent. A customer was a customer regardless of their profession. With his perfect culinary skills, he had no fear of anyone copying him. As he prepared the pancakes, Wang Yinfu watched intently, noting how the egg mixture was spread more evenly than his own, and the sauce was applied with greater precision. Could such minor differences lead to such a significant change in taste? Wang Yinfu pondered, though he remained unaware of many other subtle details. Chapter 17. The companions were completely convinced. After 2.5 minutes, the first egg pancake was ready. The uncle handed it to you. I have already paid via scan. With that, Wang Yinfeng took the egg pancake and immediately began to savor it. Initially indifferent, his arrogance vanished in an instant upon tasting the egg pancake, replaced by profound astonishment. Wang Yinfeng had thought there were merely minor discrepancies in the preparation of the egg pancake, but upon tasting it, he realized the difference in texture was astonishing. Su Chenyang's egg pancake was far softer and more tender than his own. The pork tenderloin within was juicier and more succulent, a stark contrast to the firmer texture of his own. Furthermore, Wang Yinfeng found the secret sauce in Su Chenyang's egg pancake to be richer and more flavorful, not merely due to a generous application, but because of a superior recipe. Additionally, the crispness of the pancake was remarkably uniform, devoid of any uneven thickness. This crispness was clearly not a commercial product, but something crafted by Su Chenyang himself. The skill required to achieve such perfection was almost unbelievable. Moreover, Su Chenyang's lettuce was evidently meticulously trimmed, ensuring no uneven thickness. It was evident that Su Chenyang had attended to every detail, unlike Wang Yinfeng, who believed that simply washing the lettuce was sufficient. The culmination of these details rendered the egg pancake exceptionally perfect, eclipsing Wang Yinfeng's own offerings. It was fortunate that just 2 days prior, when Su Chenyang was absent from his stall, Wang Yinfeng had boasted to a girl about his 20 years of experience making egg pancakes, claiming he could never lose to Su Chenyang. At that time, the girl had countered that 2 decades of experience merely catered to popular taste, to which Wang Yinfeng remained unconvinced. Now, however, he had no choice but to concede. Was this talent? Wang Yinfeng felt that if he did not attribute this phenomenon to talent, it would be inexplicable. After all, for such a common breakfast item, no one had managed to achieve such exquisite perfection over the years. From tomorrow onward, I shall revert to selling my original egg pancakes and avoid direct competition with him. Wang Yinfeng acknowledged that he could not replicate such finesse and detail, so it was wiser to play it safe. He believed that returning his egg pancakes to their original price would still attract those who could not queue for Su Chenyang's. With a heavy heart, he returned to his stall, where the vendor selling stinky tofu inquired, "Lao Wang, have you tried this kid's egg pancake? How does it taste? Can you replicate it?" The other vendors looked to Wang Yinfeng, eager for a robust response. Alas, the outcome was destined to disappoint them. Wang Yinfeng admitted, "This kid's egg pancake is indeed delicious. I doubt I can replicate it. Hence, I plan to revert to my original recipe and cease competition with him." "What? You're conceding? Is it really that good?" The other vendors were somewhat reluctant to accept this. With Su Chenyang setting up his stall nearby, they were all affected, experiencing a decline in income. Over time, the losses would be substantial. If it's truly delicious, you should all try it. Was it really that exaggerated? The other vendors approached Wang Yinfeng, taking a piece of egg pancake. Upon tasting it, they too were left astounded. Is this truly the taste of an egg pancake? If this were sold at a Michelin restaurant, it would fetch at least 300. This kid is selling it for 20. No wonder so many are flocking to buy. With looks of admiration, they realized that Wang Yinfeng had indeed made a wise choice in conceding. Little did Su Chenyang know that he had inadvertently made an egg pancake that brought all these vendors to their knees. At that moment, in front of Su Chenyang's stall stood a beautiful lady dressed in a strappy dress, exuding an aura of sophistication, Zhou Yulin. After Su Chenyang prepared the egg pancake, Zhou Yulin eagerly accepted it and immediately began to taste it. Initially, she had come with 2 close friends primarily to catch a glimpse of a handsome college student. Standing at 6 feet tall, with refined and gentle features, Zhou Yulin felt her visit was already worthwhile. As long as the egg pancake tasted decent, it would be considered a bargain. Thus, she had not held high expectations for the flavor. However, when she bit into the pancake, it surpassed all her anticipations. "Delicious!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Feeling insatiable, she took another bite, the exquisite flavor drawing her deeper into enjoyment. Seeing Zhou Yulin relish the pancake, her 2 friends, overcome with curiosity, reached for a piece from her container to taste. After savoring it, they too were left awestruck. "Boss, this egg pancake is truly delicious. I've never had such a delightful egg pancake in Hangzhou. Where did you learn your culinary skills?" "You're astonishingly talented. I'm not a culinary student. I'm just a college student. I'm in my final year with little coursework, so I decided to set up a stall to earn some pocket money." "You're still a college student?" Zhou Yulin and her friends had assumed the proprietor was a graduate from a culinary school, only to discover he was a male college student. Being a college student was a definite plus. "Boss, with your remarkable culinary skills, why not set up your stall in the CBD? Even if you sold each for 30, they'd fly off the shelves. You could even open your own restaurant, ensuring you're not at the mercy of the weather every day. Given the high cost of living in Hangzhou, a typical takeout meal already costs 30 to 40. With the numerous issues surrounding takeout, concerns over hygiene abound. Yet, the handsome young man before them exuded a sunny disposition, fostering unconditional trust in his ingredients. Coupled with such delightful flavors, Zhou Yulin and her friends felt they could indulge daily without growing tired of it. Considering how hard they worked, the idea of having a charming young man prepare meals for them at the end of each day provided an emotional value that far surpassed the cost of the egg pancake. Upon overhearing Zhou Yulin and her friends vying for his attention, the female students waiting in line behind them felt a pang of displeasure. Did they think that just because they were working white-collar jobs, their lives were any less demanding than those of college students? They too wished they could savor delicious meals made by a handsome young man after class. However, despite their annoyance, the waiting female students had to concede that if Su Chenyang set up his stall in the CBD, he would indeed make a fortune. They could not express a desire for him to earn less, so they could only silently disdain Zhou Yulin and her friends. Just because you've graduated and can earn your own money, does that give you the right to bully a college student? I hope you never find a boyfriend. It was truly shameless of them to try and lure away the young man who was doing so well at his stall. Just as these girls were lost in their scorn, they heard Su Chenyang firmly decline, setting up in the CBD. "I sent tea necessary. I'm quite content here." At that moment, standing at the forefront, Zhou Yulin's close friend Sun Mei jokingly inquired, "Boss, could it be that your girlfriend is studying at this school?" This remark instantly resonated with many, as it seemed plausible. Why else would Su Chenyang forego lucrative opportunities to set up a stall here? If it were to facilitate meetings with a girlfriend, it would indeed make sense. Otherwise, there would be no reason to neglect the chance to earn money. Su Chenyang was immediately amused by Sun Mei's comment. "Why do girls often jump to such conclusions?" He replied, "Sister, where would I even find a girlfriend? It's virtually impossible." Chapter 18. Did the bootlickers provoke you? Is it genuinely impossible to find someone? Can't a handsome guy like Su Chenyang find a girlfriend? It's rather implausible. Sun Mei remarked, "Boss, you're handsome and possess excellent culinary skills. It's a bit far-fetched to claim you can't find a girlfriend. Surely, many girls in university must have been fond of you?" Su Chenyang responded with a wry smile, "Good looks aren't everything. Perhaps I'm too straightforward, and girls find that off-putting." Too straightforward to be disliked? Su Chenyang's candid reply elicited amusement from the girls in line. How incredibly forthright must one be to be rejected by a girlfriend? Normally, beauty reigns supreme. If it's just a touch of bluntness, most girls present would likely overlook it for the sake of looks. But if it's excessive, the girls in line can somewhat understand. Sometimes, a guy with low emotional intelligence can be infuriating. Forget breaking up, one might even contemplate throttling him. At that moment, some guys in the queue, previously envious of Su Chenyang's popularity due to his looks, now felt a tinge of sympathy. It seems even good looks can't salvage a man's steel-like straightforwardness. Fate granted him looks, but diminished his emotional intelligence. Fair enough. Zhou Yulin playfully suggested, "Boss, just being a bit more tactful in your speech would make a big difference." If she weren't afraid of being turned down, Zhou Yulin wouldn't even mind helping Su Chenyang improve his emotional intelligence. Despite the offer from the attractive, mature woman, Su Chenyang declined the suggestion. "Forget it. That's just how my emotional intelligence is. There are already too many sycophants in the world, fawning over girls with warmth and care. I can't compete with them in emotional intelligence anyway." Upon hearing this, the guys in line felt uncomfortable. What does his low emotional intelligence have to do with being a bootlicker? Indeed, his low emotional intelligence is his own problem. Why shift the blame? The prevailing trend online is to criticize bootlickers, so perhaps Su Chenyang's been influenced by that, which is why girls reject him. Otherwise, how could such a handsome guy be single? Zhou Yulin reiterated, "Boss, you shouldn't think of every act of kindness towards girls as being a bootlicker." Exactly. Being nice to your girlfriend is normal. Don't just label it as bootlicking. Don't be swayed by those extreme short videos online. They severely impact your perception of relationships and aren't credible. The guys in line wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. "These three beautiful ladies are right." Su Chenyang replied, "I'm capable of discerning right from wrong. I certainly won't be influenced by short videos online. There's nothing wrong with being nice to girls. I agree with that. But being nice to girls at the expense of one's own well-being is something I disagree with." Sun Chime remarked, "That shouldn't happen often. In relationships, girls usually don't make guys suffer too much. It happens a lot." Su Chenyang immediately countered with an example. Take queuing up to buy something, for instance. Some bootlickers are clearly unwilling to queue up, but for the girl they like, they'll endure hours under the scorching sun, just to be with her. Some even go so far as to queue up for hours under the sun while letting the girl rest, then deliver it to her afterward. They're willing to change themselves for the girl. I doubt they put that much effort into studying. If they studied that hard, they could probably get into top universities. And when these bootlickers are so attentive, normal guys who don't do the same are easily labeled as being straightforward. So, how can you compete with bootlickers in emotional intelligence? As soon as he said this, some guys in line felt deeply offended. What does that mean? Who are you subtly mocking? Coming to buy something for my girlfriend is normal. What's so bootlicking about that? I'm here to support you, and you're subtly mocking me for being a bootlicker? People like you deserve to be rejected by girlfriends. The guys in line were frantically disparaging Su Chenyang. However, one statement Su Chenyang made seemed to resonate with the guys. It's true, for girls, many guys are willing to change themselves. But for studying, even though they know it could change their lives, they don't seem to put in as much effort to change themselves. This left these guys speechless for a moment. Zhou Yulin and the other two laughed. Some girls in line were also secretly smiling, feeling that Su Chenyang had a point. Zhou Yulin and the other two felt it was necessary to say something nice on behalf of the guys and change Su Chenyang's straightforward perspective. "Boss, you can't think that way. You can only say these guys are considerate and warm-hearted. Calling them bootlickers is inappropriate. Warm men is more fitting. Some guys just have a warm personality and are naturally good to people." Hearing Zhou Yulin and the two girls say this, the guys in line mentally gave them a thumbs up. These three pretty ladies know how to talk, unlike this boss, who has terribly low emotional intelligence. However, Su Chenyang couldn't agree with Zhou Yulin and the two girls. "I think being a warm man is fine, but you can't let it kill you, right? Generally speaking, relationships are supposed to be better than being alone. These bootlickers are so attentive to girls, but they suffer and toil themselves, living a worse quality of life than when they were single, yet they're happy about it. I don't know if they have a natural ability to love, but they certainly have a natural ability to debase themselves." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yulin and the two girls couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling that Su Chenyang was completely unreasonable. But it wasn't entirely wrong. Yes, relationships should be when two people choose each other, and after being together, their lives should be better than when they were alone. It should benefit both parties. But now, bootlickers seem to be giving unilaterally. Zhou Yulin and the two girls are quite pretty. Not to mention before, even now, there are still bootlickers pursuing them. Some bootlickers have been rejected, and in order to pursue them, the bootlickers' quality of life has decreased, yet they still pester them. If they were in their shoes, Zhou Yulin and the two girls would definitely feel that if being in a relationship lowers their quality of life, they would definitely not accept it. So these bootlickers would rather shamelessly pester them and lower their quality of life, which is indeed a bit self-degrading. Even the other girls in line felt that Su Chenyang had a point. No wonder the boss is so handsome, but still single. It turns out he sees the problem too clearly. Girls theoretically agree with Su Chenyang's statement, but in real life, they still hope that their future boyfriend will be kinder to them without being a bootlicker. However, the guys in line don't even theoretically agree, especially when Su Chenyang said they have a natural ability to debase themselves. Damn it, no wonder you can't find a girlfriend. If you're not willing to be nice to girls, who would be with you? You're handsome, but if you stubbornly stick to your twisted logic, just wait to be single for the rest of your life. While these guys were cursing in their hearts, if conditions allowed, they really wanted to turn around and leave. Not support Su Chenyang and let him lose these potential customers. After much contemplation, I realized that having finally managed to invite the goddess out, there was no need to turn on my heels and leave merely because of Su Chenyang's words. As long as they could win the affection of the goddess, they would find themselves no longer single, while Su Chenyang would remain a solitary figure. Furthermore, mere good looks do not guarantee success. The true identity of the jester remains uncertain. Chapter 19. The Infatuated One. Embrace your folly. Zhou Yulin and her two companions were in agreement with Su Chenyang's reasoning. They believed that a handsome man like him could easily find a partner if he were to lower his standards. Consequently, the trio merely came to show support, feeling no need to engage in a debate with him. Soon enough, Zhou Yulin's two friends acquired their egg pancakes, and the three left in high spirits. Before departing, they exchanged pleasantries with Su Chenyang. "Boss, your egg pancakes are truly delicious. We'll be back tomorrow. If it doesn't rain, you are welcome to return," Su Chenyang replied before resuming his work. Behind Zhou Yulin was a couple, and the young man expressed his irritation at Su Chenyang's comments about infatuation. However, after tasting the egg pancakes, he decided to let that annoyance slide. His girlfriend, initially unaffected by Su Chenyang's remarks, was left in awe after sampling his culinary creation. "Boss, I believe what those three girls said holds merit. You should seriously consider setting up a stall in the CBD. It will be quite lucrative. Let me tell you, as long as a man's pockets are full, even the most stoic of men will attract admirers." This young woman felt that Su Chenyang's emotional intelligence was unlikely to change. Thus, what he needed to focus on was making money. Once financial success was achieved, even the most rigid of men could be perceived as warm-hearted. Hearing yet another female office worker express interest, the female university students in line rolled their eyes in disdain. "Is this never-ending? Does the boss really need your guidance on where to set up a stall? Surely, you know the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the young." Su Chenyang smiled slightly. "I may consider the CBD in the future, but for now, that is not my plan." The young woman felt a pang of regret. "All right then, it seems I won't be able to support you every day. I'll just have to come back another time. Occasional visits will suffice. You are always welcome," he responded. The couple then departed. When it was the turn of the female student from the Polytechnic University, Su Chenyang was busy preparing pancakes when she asked, "Boss, you aren't really going to set up a stall in the CBD, are you?" Surprised that the previous comments had sparked concern, Su Chenyang smiled gently. "Not for now. I'm well aware of how delectable my egg pancakes are. If I wish to venture into the CBD, I could have done so long ago." Upon hearing this, the girl felt reassured. "Boss, your egg pancakes could easily be deemed the best in Hangzhou. That is an undeniable truth." "Too kind. Too kind," Su Chenyang humbly replied, as many young women were taking photos or videos to share online. Even if he possessed the skill to be the best in the country, he refrained from claiming such a title, as that would be too ostentatious. The other stall owners had harbored resentment towards Su Chenyang for setting up shop, casting envious glances his way daily. He saw no need to attract unnecessary attention or offend other pancake vendors in Hangzhou. After all, he wouldn't be selling them forever. "Boss, you are far too modest. What other place in Hangzhou could possibly make egg pancakes better than yours?" One girl who had tasted the pancakes the previous day chimed in, affirming that Su Chenyang was indeed the best in the city. Flattered by the praise, Su Chenyang felt quite pleased. There are always seasoned chefs whose pancakes might surpass others, but perhaps those individuals had simply retired. Throughout their conversation, Su Chenyang's pace in preparing pancakes never faltered. As noon approached, the lunchtime rush began, and the queue for Su Chenyang's stall exceeded 150 customers, overwhelming him. The surge in numbers was primarily due to the increased male clientele compared to previous days. At 12:53, it was finally Yang Zikai and Chun Keki's turn. Chun Keki, being ahead in line, received her pancake first. While waiting for Yang Zikai, she eagerly indulged in her egg pancake. The flavor was just as exquisite as the day before, a delightful experience that made her 2-hour wait worthwhile. Having been hungry after standing for so long, she devoured it ravenously. Yang Zikai observed her uncharacteristic eagerness, as she usually savored her meals in the cafeteria with a refined demeanor. "Is it really that delicious?" He wondered, although he noticed the long line of patrons. He attributed it to Su Chenyang's good looks rather than the quality of the food. 2 minutes later, Yang Zikai received his pancake and took a bite, instantly captivated by its remarkable texture and flavor. In that moment, he recalled all the various delicacies he had enjoyed throughout his life. Yet none, not even the most extravagant dishes, could compare to this egg pancake. It dawned on him that the girls had not exaggerated. This pancake truly deserved its title as the best in Hangzhou, despite his earlier disdain for Su Chenyang's remarks. The taste of the pancake made him feel inexplicably drawn to him. Still munching on his pancake, he already contemplated a second helping. Noticing the astonished expression on Yang Zikai's face as he savored the pancake, Chenyang smiled and asked, "So, Yang Zikai, this pancake is incredibly delicious, isn't it? After waiting so long, do you feel it was worth it?" Yang Zikai had felt that chatting with Chenyang for nearly 2 hours was already a significant reward, and now enjoying such delectable pancakes felt like an incredible bonus. "Indeed, this pancake is truly delightful, quite unexpected," he replied, shoving another piece into his mouth, feeling that leaving any morsel uneaten would be a disservice to the culinary delight in his hand. Chenyang and Yang Zikai did not linger at the stall. They walked toward the school while eating. "The day before yesterday, I came here half believing what my classmates said. But after trying it, I realized just how worthwhile it is. It's unfortunate that you missed out that day." Yang Zikai immediately picked up on her sentiment. "I felt a bit regretful then. But now after tasting it, I feel even more so for not having bought one that day. I could hardly get enough. I plan to return tomorrow. Are you coming too?" If Chenyang were to join him, they could enjoy another delightful chat, just as they had today. Yang Zikai was unaware of how long Chenyang might tire of the pancakes, but he believed that if they spent 2 hours together chatting daily for a week, it would undoubtedly strengthen their bond and leave other rivals in the dust, far behind. Winning Chenyang's heart seemed only a matter of time. As for Su Chenyang's disdain for infatuation, Yang Zikai dismissed it as inconsequential, focusing instead on his pursuit of the girl of his dreams. For Chenyang, with such delicious pancakes, how could she ever get tired of them after only 2 or 3 tries? "It had been a couple of days since I last savored an egg pancake. Tomorrow is Sunday. I'll certainly be here again. How about we meet up tomorrow, same time?" "Sure." Hearing Chenyang's ready agreement, Yang Zikai sensed a promising opportunity. Were circumstances more favorable, Yang Zikai would have been tempted to roar skyward, expressing the elation in his heart. With tomorrow's rendezvous arranged, Yang Zikai's appetite for the egg pancake grew even more voracious. As he strolled along, consuming his treat, he reached the fork in the road that separated the male and female dormitories. It was there that Yang Zikai bid farewell to Chenyang with a tinge of reluctance. "Chenyang, until tomorrow." "All right, see you tomorrow." With those words, Chenyang turned and headed towards the female dormitory. Chapter 20. The campus beauty succumbs to the allure of delicious food. Yang Zikai stood in place, watching Chenyang leave until her figure faded from view, before contentedly making his way back to the boys' dormitory. Yang Zikai felt a sense of fulfillment, and indeed, Chenyang also felt that her time spent with him today was quite pleasant. Upon returning to her dorm, Chenyang's spirits were notably high. However, as she approached the dormitory door, she slowed her pace. The last time she had gone to buy egg pancakes, she was accompanied by her roommate, Wang Manyan. This time, it was with Yang Zikai. When they set out, Chenyang had been roundly teased for prioritizing romance over friendship. Now, returning to the dorm, she anticipated more light-hearted ribbing, making her feel a tad embarrassed. She lingered at the door for 2 minutes, contemplating. What's the harm in a little teasing? With newfound courage, she steeled herself and pushed open the dormitory door. Upon entering, she discovered that only one person remained in the dormitory. The other 4 roommates were absent. This revelation initially made Chenyang nervous, yet she soon found herself smiling at her own folly. Letting out a sigh of relief, she turned her gaze to Xia Yuruo, who was engrossed in her reading. "Yuruo, you're far too serious. While we're having fun, you're studying, and during our breaks, you're still at it. You're already so beautiful, yet you work so hard. What are us idle folk supposed to do?" "Xia Yuruo, deeply focused on her studies. Couldn't he help but chuckle at Chun Keki's words? The smile that graced her face was akin to a blooming flower, her delicate features resembling a luscious rose. It was mid-September now, and the graduate entrance exams loomed in December. Xiaoyuo was diligently preparing, while Chun Keki continued to amuse her. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Xiaoyuo retorted, "Keki, it's one thing for you to go on a date. Now you're mocking others for studying. That is a bit unreasonable, don't you think? I didn't go on a date. I merely went to buy an egg pancake. By the way, where are the others? Didn't they also go for egg pancakes? Didn't you see?" With that, Xiaoyuo wore a contemptuous smile. "You claim you didn't go on a date, yet your mind was clearly on the boys. Neglecting your roommates. You have no defense here, do you?" Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Chun Keki stammered, "It's not that I was focused on the boys. It's just that the egg pancakes were too delicious. Once I got one, my attention was solely on it. Hence I didn't notice them. Besides, the line was ridiculously long. Over 100 people. It was quite exaggerated. Honestly, Yuruo, you must try this egg pancake. It would be a shame not to. Let us shift the topic. With the upcoming exams, that should be my primary focus. Spending 2 hours in line for an egg pancake feels like a waste of time. I could have written a physics paper in that duration. Oh, don't think like that. You ought to relax a bit. Our beautiful Xia Yuruo should at least go out and give the boys a chance to bump into you. Otherwise, how will they pursue you? Focus on your own love life and leave me out of it, all right? Fine, fine. Our radiant Xia Yuruo remains unattached, while I'm just a mere mortal. I'll take a short nap. You continue studying. Xia Yuruo nodded and resumed her reading. After over half an hour of restlessness, Chun Keki was still awake when the other 4 roommates returned. As they entered the dorm, they sought her out, but, upon seeing her asleep, decided against it. Chun Keki sighed in relief. Thankfully, she didn't provide them an opportunity. The 4 of them, having endured a lengthy wait in line, were also feeling fatigued and opted for a nap. Soon, the dorm fell silent, leaving only Xia Yuruo at her desk, engrossed in her studies. Time slipped by unnoticed until it was 5:30 in the afternoon. Chun Keki, Xia Yuruo, and the other 4 roommates made their way to the cafeteria, where they filled their trays and found a place to sit. While eating, they busied themselves with their phones, scrolling through short videos and reading novels. Suddenly, as Chun Keki was scrolling, she stumbled upon a video from a particular blogger. Beneath the video, a trending tag read, "The best egg pancake in Hangzhou." Upon seeing this tag, Chun Keki had an inkling of the video's content. In the opening seconds, she spotted Su Chenyang preparing egg pancakes, confirming her suspicions. "Oh no!" Chun Keki exclaimed, her tone laced with exasperation. As she interrupted their meal, her remark piqued the curiosity of Xia Yuruo and the others. "What do you mean, oh no? What is wrong? Why is it not related to me?" Xia Yuruo questioned, puzzled as to why she was being excluded. "This is about the egg pancakes made by that Su boss at the school gate." Chun Keki then showed her phone to her roommates. PS trending again, with the title still declaring him the best egg pancake in Hangzhou. The line today was already long. I can only imagine how many will come tomorrow. We might be waiting for hours. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuruo quickly understood why Chun Keki felt it was not pertinent to her. As the 4 roommates saw the video as trending tags, indicating over 10 million views, they realized the video had gained even more traction than before. Just the night before, it had merely made local headlines, resulting in a queue of 150 people. Now, with national attention, even more people would be flocking to try the pancakes. The thought of this made the 4 roommates feel disheartened. "This is truly dire. I stood in line for 2.5 hours today, and my legs are sore. If even more people come tomorrow, we might be waiting for 3 or 4 hours. Who can endure that?" It was those who share the video first. Su boss should have been able to enjoy his food without us having to fight for it. Now all these office workers are coming, and it's harder for us to buy. It's simply unbearable. I haven't even had my fill. I must go back for more. But if we're waiting 3 or 4 hours, that is a real nightmare. It's just an egg pancake. Xia Yuruo, noticing their collective gloom, remarked, "Is this pancake really that good?" "It truly is. Did you not see the trending topic? It's hailed as the best in Hangzhou. Just think, if this delicacy were served in a Michelin-starred restaurant, wouldn't it cost hundreds? Yet, for just 20 yuan, It's an absolute steal. If it weren't so delicious and affordable, would it attract so many buyers? Yuruo, you really must try it. The best egg pancake in Hangzhou is undoubtedly worth it. Witnessing the fervent endorsements of this egg pancake from several roommates, Xia Yuro found herself wavering. Xia Yuro, by nature, possessed a penchant for culinary delights. However, with the imminent graduate entrance examination, it wasn't a matter of lacking the time for leisure, but rather an unwillingness to squander precious moments on the triviality of queuing. Yet, the egg pancake's purported acclaim as the finest in Hangzhou piqued the curiosity of Xia Yuro, a native of the city. Just how delectable must it be to garner such widespread recognition? Chapter 21. The capricious nature of human desire. Originally, Xia Yuro intended to wait until her postgraduate entrance examination concluded before seeking an opportunity to indulge. However, now she found herself tempted, and it seemed a pity not to try. Xia Yuro proposed, "How about we queue up for a taste after dinner? You mentioned it could take 3 to 4 hours, and by the time we get to the front, it might be around 10 o'clock. Consider it a late-night snack. I'll treat." Ordinarily, this would pose no issue. Yet, at this moment, her companions were unable to agree. No. While the egg pancakes are delicious, I could easily consume 2 portions in a day. However, having already queued for several hours today, waiting another 3 or 4 hours tonight would surely exhaust me, one replied. Indeed, I cannot withstand standing in line any longer. You should go on your own, chimed another. Even Shun Keki, who shared the closest bond with Xia Yuro, stated she would not be able to join. After all, the group had returned from queuing at noon and promptly succumbed to slumber in their dormitory. Xia Yuro recognized that standing for several hours had indeed drained them, making it rather inappropriate to drag them along again in the evening. Very well, I shall go alone, she resolved. Despite the absence of company, Xia Yuro was undeterred. For if the crowd tomorrow would be even larger, she, who typically disliked wasting time in line, would find it far more advantageous to go now. Soon, Xia Yuro stumbled upon a video shared by a girl praising Su Chenyang's egg pancakes as the finest in Hangzhou. The video's likes and comments were abundant, prompting her to delve into the comment section. Why can't a handsome vendor set up shop selling egg pancakes right outside my school? I had planned to fly to the capital tomorrow, but this charming owner's egg pancakes look delightful. I think I'll linger another day to check it out. Hopefully, I can queue up. In this culinary desert of a city, the sudden emergence of a popular egg pancake vendor is indeed worth a visit. I suppose I shall postpone my return to Shanghai by a day. The comment section was filled with female students from other universities and tourists visiting Hangzhou, all drawn to Su Chenyang's egg pancakes. Xia Yuro was genuinely surprised by the level of popularity. How delectable must they be to frequently trend on social media? This piqued her curiosity even further. Around 6 o'clock, after dinner, the 5 friends dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Some went on dates, while others returned to their dormitories. Xia Yuro made her way toward the school gate. After 5 minutes, she arrived to find the egg pancake stall brimming with customers, estimating the line to be over 150 people. Wouldn't this mean a wait of 4 to 5 hours? The dormitory locked at 11. Would she even have a chance to buy one? Xia Yuro began to feel anxious. If she queued for hours only to find the dormitory doors shut, her frustration would be unbearable. Just then, she noticed a couple of office workers joining the line behind her. Su Chenyang, spotting them, called out, "I regret to inform you. The last of the ingredients has just run out before your turn, so you need not wait." What? Just as we arrived, it's gone? The couple, having come specifically to check it out, looked disappointed. "Surely, you can make just one more?" they implored. "I specifically left work early to buy these pancakes. Please don't let us down." The couple's dismay was palpable. Yet, despite their pleas, Su Chenyang could only express his regret. "I prepared more today than yesterday, but it still isn't enough. With approximately 150 people still in line, at 2 minutes per pancake, it would take 4 to 5 hours to serve everyone, and by then, I would have to close up." Even considering the current crowd, Su Chenyang worried about making it back to his dormitory. Another couple of office workers chimed in, "But the nightlife is just beginning at 11. You should be open till the early hours. That is how business works. You ought to prepare more ingredients, or you'll run out." Su Chenyang found their remarks amusing yet exasperating. "It's not that I'm unwilling to stay open late. My pork and ham are made from fresh meat, and I must rise at 6 in the morning to prepare. I need rest, or I want to manage. His explanation was met with understanding. Well, I guess we'll just have to return tomorrow. After all, he was a handsome young man, and the women could easily forgive him. With a sigh, Xiaoyuro turned back toward her dormitory to study. Although the thought of an even larger queue tomorrow loomed, she believed arriving early would mitigate the chaos. It's a common habit among people to purchase something when they've made the effort to come out, especially during meal times. With Su Chenyang's egg pancakes off the table, many nearby stalls became the alternative for those looking to satisfy their appetites. Moreover, these patrons, primarily office workers, possess greater spending power than typical students. This unexpected influx brought newfound joy to the surrounding vendors, dispelling any lingering resentment towards Su Chenyang. It seemed this young entrepreneur's presence was not entirely detrimental. Even Wang Yanfeng, who harbored the most animosity towards Su Chenyang, found himself in high spirits, as those coming to check out the popular egg pancakes remained oblivious to their true taste. In comparison, Wang Yanfeng's pancakes appeared somewhat inferior, though they were still quite palatable. Consequently, his business began to thrive as well. Selling at 15 yuan each, his pancakes boasted significantly higher profit margins than the previous 5 yuan, all while maintaining a similar workload. As realization dawned upon him, Wang Yanfeng felt enlightened and enthusiastically assisted customers with their orders. One inquisitive patron asked, "Why are your pancakes cheaper than that other vendoress, though they seem quite similar?" Wang Yanfeng replied, "His are indeed a touch tastier, hence the higher price. However, mine are also quite enjoyable and a great value." Having tasted Su Chenyang's pancakes, Wang Yanfeng had become notably more humble. "Ah, I see." Customers, understanding the situation, opted to continue purchasing from him, thus resolving their dinner dilemma. As the evening progressed, the number of office workers coming to check out the food surpassed that of the daytime crowd. Those who missed out on Su Chenyang's pancakes had no choice but to settle for whatever was available at nearby stalls. The vendors hustled busily, their sales eclipsing even the busiest rush hours. Each vendor radiated joy, clearly reveling in their unexpected success. Chapter 22. Revamping the food cart, new recipes. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiaoyurua's early arrival with a pancake made of eggs prompted several roommates to surmise the reason. Shun Keki inquired, "Yurua, was the queue too long?" "It's not that there were too many people, it's that the vendor ran out of ingredients and stopped taking orders, so I came back." Xiaoyurua replied, "That's quite unfortunate, but such occurrences are rather common. Just yesterday, Yang Zikai was right behind me and ended up missing out too," she added. "Indeed, there's no remedy for that. I suppose we'll just have to head over early tomorrow," Wang Mannion suggested. "How about you join the four of us?" "Sound good." After a brief chat, Xiao returned to her spot to continue her studies. At 10:20, Su Chenyang exerted every ounce of strength to finally complete the egg pancakes. If he hadn't tea, he would have been unable to return to the dormitory. As he rode away on his food cart, he noticed a distinct lack of hostile gazes directed at him, unlike the previous day. Su Chenyang was well aware of the reason behind this change. Even at that moment, numerous late-shift workers continued to flock in to clock in. With his egg pancakes sold out, Su Chenyang had no choice but to purchase a late-night snack from other vendors. Those patrons had undeniably benefited from Su Chenyang's efforts, leading them to harbor no lingering resentment toward him. Such is the reality of human nature. However, Su Chenyang found it futile to dwell on this situation, as he never anticipated that his humble food stall would gain such immense popularity in a matter of days. Over the course of 5 hours, he had prepared a staggering 400 servings of egg pancakes. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 657, despite his relentless efforts. The overwhelming demand for his egg pancakes left many disappointed, prompting Su Chenyang to consider a more prolific snack option. He promptly accessed the system's recipe book to contemplate alternative snacks. Ultimately, he arrived at a new choice. System: how many points would it require to upgrade the food cart for making egg and meat pancakes? Ideally, it should include a fan to mitigate the heat. Egg and meat pancakes are essentially a type of stuffed pastry. If he were to produce these, Su Chenyang could easily make a large quantity in one day. Upon receiving his request, the system inquired, "Would the master like to include a seating option?" "A seat would be ideal," Su Chenyang replied. I've been standing while making pancakes these past few days, and I'm utterly exhausted. Being able to sit would be immensely beneficial. In the next moment, a design blueprint for the food cart appeared in his mind. The cart had doubled in size, now measuring 7 meters in length. The system equipped it with an air conditioning fan to provide a refreshing breeze, making the sweltering heat much more bearable. The cart featured a large, rectangular electric griddle capable of cooking 50 egg and meat pancakes in just 10 minutes. It was outfitted with an enormous battery, and solar panels on the awning would facilitate charging. Furthermore, the storage compartment boasted an upgraded refrigerator with increased capacity. Additionally, a foldable ergonomic chair was discreetly stored within the cart's utility box. Should the master approve of this design, an upgrade could be achieved for a mere 500 points. Absolutely, Su Chenyang promptly confirmed. However, he realized it was impractical to undertake this upgrade while still on the road. Thus, he needed to return to his rented accommodation first. 15 minutes later, upon arriving back at his rented apartment, Su Chenyang paid the required points. The renovation will take 8 hours. Please be patient, the system informed him. Retrieving the cart for the upgrade. 8 hours would suffice for him to utilize the cart by the following morning. Subsequently, Su Chenyang spent 100 points in the system's recipe mall to acquire the perfect method for crafting egg and meat pancakes. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 57. Having completed all these tasks, Su Chenyang locked the door and rode his bicycle back to the university. At 10:55, he returned to the dormitory just in time to catch the closing of the door. As he settled down with a cup of tea to catch his breath, 5 roommates looked at him enviously. "Old Su, you're something else. You made it to the trending list again today," one remarked. "So many beautiful women came by to check out your stall and shoot videos. I'm so envious. How does it feel to interact with so many lovely ladies daily?" With a smile, Su Chenyang replied, "What do you mean by that? I'm exhausted every day, I assure you." He had never been so busy before. In truth, after the first day of making pancakes, he had spent the next 2 days nursing sore muscles. His roommates readily believed him when he claimed to be tired. However, if they were to suggest he wasn't enjoying himself, they would surely be skeptical. If it were that exhausting and unenjoyable, why would you stay out so late? You're just pretending. You're out there to meet more beautiful girls, aren't you? Honestly, with so many stunning women visiting, have you not considered taking advantage of that? My primary goal is to earn money, all right? I'm a hardworking person and not one to rely on others. At that moment, Lu Pengin, wearing a mischievous grin, interjected. "So, how many girls have you added on WeChat these past few days?" "Not a single one." "Really?" Lu Pengin was incredulous. He had intended to invite Su Chenyang to observe the military training of the female students, but ended up being schooled by Su Chenyang that evening. Lu Pengin had been eyeing a girl from Hangzhou Polytechnic University. This realization made him acutely aware of the disparity in their social standings. While Lu Pengin had managed to add a few female classmates, Su Chenyang had not added anyone, which Lu Pengin found hard to believe. In videos related to Su Chenyang, Lu Pengin had spotted several particularly beautiful professional women, leading him to feel that age gaps were not an obstacle. The other roommates echoed their disbelief. "We're all friends here. There's no need to be shy. We won't mock you. We'll only envy you." Su Chenyang scoffed. "I truly haven't added anyone. Do you think I'm like you guys, lacking experience and adding contacts simply because a girl is pretty? I have my principles. I only consider adding someone if I feel a connection. To just add anyone based on looks would make me a scoundrel." Lu Pengin shook his head in disappointment. Even so, not adding a single pretty girl as WeChat is truly disheartening. However, Su Chenyang's next words struck a nerve with Lu Pengin. "Don't worry about my social prowess. Now that military training is over, have you made any progress with your female classmates? Or are you merely a one-sided admirer, engaging in small talk?" "Shut up. I'm not a mere admirer," Lu Pengin retorted, yet his smile betrayed his joy at the mention of the female students. Su Chenyang discerned that there must have been some progress, albeit minor, so Lu Pengin was not ready to divulge. Not pursuing the matter further, he stepped onto the balcony to record a video announcing the upcoming change in his food offerings. Chapter 23. The Dog Admirer Almost Cracked. 15 minutes later, the video was recorded. Su Chenyang performed a brief edit before releasing it. To his astonishment, he discovered that his follower count had soared past 100,000. The growth was rather swift. Perhaps, in due time, he could create short videos during his leisure hours. Given that street vending could yield thousands of yuan in a single day, he would likely not need to seek employment after graduation. Thus, in his spare time, Su Chenyang felt inclined to capture snippets of his beautiful life through short videos. However, that was a topic for another day. After posting the video, he proceeded to take a shower. Upon releasing the video, numerous admirers of Su Chenyang received notifications. In Yang Zakai's dormitory, while engrossed in a game, he heard his phone chime with a message. A glance revealed a notification from Douyin, alerting him that the food blogger Su Chenyang had uploaded a new video. What? Another video? Yang Zakai's mood soured immediately. Just today, he had spent over 2 hours with his goddess, purchasing egg pancakes, which had left him in high spirits. They had arranged to queue together again tomorrow, and he was looking forward to deepening their bond. Su Chenyang had promised not to post videos without prior notice. With tomorrow as forecast predicting clear skies, what justified this video release? Yang Zakai was instantly incensed. What kind of vendor takes a day off only to post the next day? He had never encountered such a lackadaisical vendor. Thankfully, the game had just concluded, sparing him the ridicule of his roommates. Cursing under his breath, Yang Zakai clicked on Su Chenyang's video. Upon opening it, he saw Su Chenyang smiling as he greeted the viewers. Hello everyone, I'm the food blogger, Su Chenyang. Today, I set up my stall at Hangzhou University of Technology, and I am honored to have many food enthusiasts visit. However, due to the overwhelming turnout, I am truly sorry that many had to wait for hours in line, especially those who came in the evening and could not savor the egg pancakes. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will no longer be selling egg pancakes. What? That scoundrel. He is no longer selling egg pancakes. Yang Zakai eruptet in anger. He could tolerate the absence, but now to cease selling altogether? How was he supposed to court his goddess? Just days ago, Su Chenyang's absence nearly derailed his chances with her. After some trials, the goddess had shown him much more favor, putting him ahead of many rivals. Now, with Su Chenyang abandoning his stall, it felt as though his opportunity to pursue her was slipping away. He had willingly queued for hours. Why should Su Chenyang feel embarrassed? It was he who should feel shame. It would be more appropriate for him to hang himself in apology to all the patrons. The sudden outburst startled his 5 roommates. Hey, Yang, what's wrong? Nothing major, just this. Yang Zakai trailed off as the video continued playing, and Su Chenyang resumed, to cater to more food enthusiasts. Tomorrow I will be switching to a more efficient dish, egg meat pancakes. If anyone is interested, you're welcome to stop by. Wishing everyone a delightful day and sweet dreams. Yang Zakai's fury dissipated instantly upon hearing this. His roommates chuckled at his previous outburst. Old Yang, you were so dismissive of the vendor before. Yet now that he is not selling, you seem delighted. You are quite the conundrum. Exactly. How can you justify that behavior? Poor vendor. Enough of this nonsense. Yang Zakai laughed. If I end up with Chun Keki, I will surely support this vendor regardless. How shameless can you be? Do you think the vendor cares about your support? You're only interested because the food is delicious. As the group continued their banter in the girls' dormitory, Chun Keki promptly came across Su Chenyang's video. She turned to her friend Xia Euro, who was still studying, and said, Euro, this vendor just announced he won't be selling egg pancakes anymore. He'll be selling egg meat pancakes instead. Are you still going to buy? Upon hearing this, Xia Euro turned her head, glancing at Chun Keki, who was reclining against her bed-ass railing. Why would the vendor switch from such a popular dish to something else? The vendor explained that many evening customers were unable to try the egg pancakes and felt guilty. So he decided to make egg meat pancakes instead to increase efficiency and serve more customers. Oh, I see. He is quite considerate. Xia Euro mused. If he is willing to change his offerings during peak business, he must have confidence in the egg meat pancakes. I think I'll go try them tomorrow. Curiosity about Su Chenyang's egg pancakes had taken root in her mind, and she felt compelled to taste them. Moreover, with Su Chenyang's decision to offer a quicker service, it became even more enticing to support him. That's the spirit. Sometimes one must pause their studies to indulge in delicious food and savor life. Perhaps so, Xia Euro replied before returning to her reading. Su Chenyang had specifically invited interested patrons to visit at the video's conclusion, but it seemed that everyone had an interest. Even those who had never tasted his food appeared intrigued, inadvertently increasing his workload. The following morning at 6 a.m., Su Chenyang was roused by his alarm. Quietly, he washed up and stepped outside. By 6:40 a.m., he returned to his rented accommodation. He had begun the renovations around 10:40 p.m. the previous evening, and now they were complete. The revamped food cart reminded him of futuristic designs from anime, and he found it quite appealing. He tested the seating, which was perfectly adjusted, allowing him to prepare egg meat pancakes without hindrance. This pleased him greatly, as it would ease his workload. Subsequently, Su Chenyang procured ingredients from the market. The dough was of paramount importance for his egg meat pancakes. He added the right amount of yeast and salt to the flour, mixing it with warm water to form a dough. As the dough neared completion, he incorporated a generous amount of lard to enrich it with flavor. With the system providing expert-level experience, his movements were swift, and within 20 minutes, he had kneaded an entire barrel of dough. In just an hour and a half, he had prepared 5 large barrels. After covering them with cling film to allow the dough to rise, he commenced preparing the meat filling. The filling was quite simple. He finely chopped green onions using a meat grinder and set them aside to ensure they would not disrupt the texture when eaten. Next, he ground pork leg meat into granular pieces in the grinder, added eggs, green onions, and spices, and further blended the mixture. Once finished, he stored the filling in a bucket, covered it with cling film, and placed it in the food cart as refrigerator. Su Chenyang's meat grinder was a massive one provided by the system, capable of grinding 100 gene of meat at once. In less than 40 minutes, he prepared 10 barrels of filling. It was only 9 a.m., well ahead of his vending time, so Su Chenyang decided to roll out more meat pancakes in the comfort of his home, so that I can proceed directly to pan-fry them when I set up my stall later, thereby expediting the serving process. To ensure his patrons don't have to wait for an extended duration, Su Chenyang is indeed exceptionally considerate of his fans. Chapter 24. The school bell comes to buy egg meat pies. At 10:40 a.m., 6 girls collectively departed from their dormitory. Yesterday, the other roommates refrained from joining Chun Keki and Yang Zakai, as they were aware it was a date and felt it inappropriate to intrude. However, Su Chenyang had recently made headlines, ensuring that today would attract even more onlookers. To minimize waiting time, they needed to arrive at the school gate by 11 o'clock. As Xia Yuruo set off, she clutched a book aimed at enhancing her reading comprehension for graduate entrance exams. This earnest behavior drew playful teasing from her roommates. Yuruo, are you really reading while waiting in line? Isn't that a bit too serious? One commented, I anticipate a long wait today. There's nothing wrong with sneaking in some English reading, considered akin to enjoying a novel, remarked another. Amidst their banter, the 6 soon reached the school gate, only to find themselves momentarily stunned. The area was teeming with people, an estimated 300 or more. A significant portion consisted of urban professionals and tourists, while the remainder were university students. Previously, Su Chenyang's stall had attracted mostly female patrons, but with yesterday's success, the male contingent had noticeably increased, resulting in a near 3-to-2 ratio of men to women. When Su Chenyang first set up his stall, only about 100 people had gathered. Today, that number had doubled. Even if the industrious Su managed to expedite the preparation of his egg meat pies, it would still be quite a challenge. Just as this thought crossed the minds of the 6 girls, Yang Zakai joyfully approached. Keki, I specifically bought you some milk tea. Xia Yuruo, typically not one to stir up excitement, found herself caught up in the enthusiasm of Wang Manyin and the others. Yang Zakai, how thoughtful of you. You feared that Shin Keki might be thirsty, didn't you? It's nothing. I just happened to pass by and picked up a cup. Had I known you all were together, I would have bought for you as well. Milk tea is no issue. Just don't mind us being the third wheel. If it bothers you, feel free to step aside with Keki, and we'll wait for you. Not at all. Young Zakai Chuklet, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the others were somewhat of a hindrance. Despite the crowd, he felt at ease conversing with Chun Keki, though the presence of Xia Yuruo and Wang Manyin nearby added a layer of awkwardness. At 10:55, Su Chenyang arrived at the school gate with his food cart, eager to secure a good spot. The throng of 300 immediately sprang into action. Typically non-confrontational, Xia Yuruo joined her roommates in the rush to claim a position in line. Chun Keki and Yang Zakai instinctively created a little distance from the group. Surprised by the overwhelming crowd, Su Chenyang wondered aloud. This is far more than usual. How did we double the turnout overnight? Having only recently announced his switch from selling egg pancakes to egg meat pies, he was astonished by the sheer number of patrons. Unsure if they had seen his promotional video, the other stall owners looked on with envy, as one individual drew all the customers. Yet, they also benefited, as many had chosen not to purchase from them earlier in anticipation of Su Chenyang's arrival. Given the likelihood of more professionals arriving, they were less resentful of his success. The queue formed neatly, avoiding a chaotic snarl at the gate, with delighted individuals at the front and those less fortunate resigned to a longer wait. Female patrons were particularly considerate, as many males yielded space for them. As the school bell, Xiaoyuo commanded a certain respect, with boys eager to be near her. Initially, she had intended to stay close to her roommates, but was soon surrounded by eager young men, creating a barrier between her and Wang Manyan. "Why don't you all take the front? I could just stand back here," she offered, but the boys insisted she remain in place, enchanted by her presence. "Please, Yuruo, just stay where you are. It's too crowded to move around. Indeed, let us just enjoy this culinary experience standing together," they urged. With their enthusiastic insistence, Xia Yuruo reluctantly remained where she was. Observing the lengthy queue, Su Chenyang called out, "Just to clarify, I'm selling egg meat pies today, not egg pancakes. For those who haven't seen my video, I'm letting you know now. We're aware you're selling egg meat pies, boss. Hurry up with the cooking," came the chorus of encouragement. With a resigned smile, Su Chenyang opened the electric griddle on his cart, retrieving a large tray of egg meat pies from the freezer. After placing them on the griddle and cranking the heat to maximum, he announced, "It takes about 10 minutes to cook the pies. Please bear with me." They're priced the same as before, 20 yuan each. This price elicited no objections. A curious girl at the front of the line asked, "Boss, don't you need to add oil for the egg meat pies?" Su Chenyang explained, "I incorporated an appropriate amount of lard into the dough during preparation, so no additional oil is necessary while cooking. Otherwise, the traditional method of greasing the pan would slow things down." "Oh, I see," the girl replied, appreciating the thought and innovation that Su Chenyang had put into expediting the cooking process. A boy behind her chimed in, "Boss, your food cart seems different from the one in the video." "I made some overnight modifications," Su Chenyang replied. "Overnight modifications? It looks considerably larger now. How did you manage that?" The crowd glanced at the cart, particularly those who had visited before, marveling at the apparent transformation. Chapter 25. The perils of serving the infatuated. Many young women did not question the astonishing efficiency of transformation that could be achieved in a single night. They merely felt it was no easy feat, boss. You worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk yesterday, and today, in order to prevent customers from waiting too long. You even reformed the food cart overnight. You must be utterly exhausted. You ought to take care of yourself to avoid burning out, one girl remarked compassionately. With a smile, Su Chenyang replied, "There's no choice. As long as people are willing to support us, every ounce of effort is worthwhile. With such a kind heart, willing to exhaust yourself to satisfy your patrons, I believe your business will flourish even more in the future. Thank you for your kind words." As Su Chenyang retrieved a bucket of meat filling covered with plastic wrap and a bucket of dough that had risen overnight from the freezer beneath the cart, he donned the specially designed gloves provided by the system and began preparing meat pies. He pinched off 80 grams of dough, ensuring precision with the system's guidance. When the dough felt light, he would take a bit more, and if it was too much, he would return a portion. Next, he extracted 300 grams of pork filling and quickly enveloped it with the dough. In less than 5 seconds, using deft hands, he encased a large chunk of filling with a small piece of dough. Subsequently, he rolled the dough into a circular shape for the meat pie, completing the entire process in less than 15 seconds. Finally, he placed the prepared egg meat pie onto another baking tray. Continuing with the rhythm of wrapping more filling and rolling out dough, the entire operation flowed seamlessly. "Boss, your movements are astonishingly proficient. How many years have you been a chef?" one onlooker inquired. "I've only been doing this part-time recently. Perhaps it's just a natural talent," Su Chenyang replied modestly. Yet, the queue of patrons, particularly those who had witnessed his skillful speed, found it hard to believe that such mastery could be acquired in a short span. Surely, It takes at least 2 or 3 decades of experience to achieve this level of finesse, they mused. Su Chenyang, still in his early 20s, could not possibly have started learning culinary arts from a young age. Isn't this an egg meat pie? Why don't you add eggs? Another patron queried. I already incorporated eggs into the meat filling while grinding it. Additionally, some eggs are mixed into the dough, so you will taste the egg-s flavor when you eat it later. Ah, I see. As Su Chenyang busily crafted the egg meat pies, those in line engaged in lively conversation, especially the boys who diligently attempted to strike up discussions with the school beauty, Su Chenyang. Despite her focus on her graduate entrance exam vocabulary, the boys, undeterred by her concentration, persisted in their chatter. Euro, can you really study English with all this noise? Doesn't it bother you? One asked. It's fine. I'm used to it. If you focus a bit, it's not too distracting, she replied. One of the boys complimented her. Your concentration is remarkable. I can't study in a noisy environment at all, seeing that they were merely discussing academic matters. Su Chenyang did not mind their interruption. You might try listening to some light music with headphones while studying. It could help. Gradually, you'll adapt to studying in a noisy environment, and even a bit of commotion won't faze you, she suggested. That's a great idea. I'll try that. The boys responded enthusiastically. By the way, Euro, which school are you planning to apply to for your graduate studies? Naturally, any boy daring to entertain thoughts of the esteemed school beauty would have commendable grades. Su Chenyang, for the moment, was focused on her studies, knowing that if she were to attend the same school for her master's, she wouldn't neglect her studies entirely. After all, there might still be opportunities. Her beauty was undeniable. Even in a new graduate program, she would surely stand out. If they maintained their connections from university, their relationship could flourish during their studies. I'm not sure yet. I'll see which schools I can apply to as the exam approaches, she replied, intent on simulating the exam experience and assessing her capabilities before making a decision. Having said that, she lowered her head to continue studying. However, the boys were eager to keep the conversation alive, seizing the rare chance to engage with the goddess. They relished the opportunity, fearing that if they didn't maximize this moment, it would be a regrettable misstep. Su Chenyang observed the lively discussions among the young men and women in line, particularly those flanking Su Chenyang, who were animatedly chatting away. He silently scoffed. What do these infatuated fools think this queue is? A dating venue? It struck him as absurd that while he toiled through the queue, these sycophants found joy in what should be a tedious wait. Unbeknownst to him, 10 minutes swiftly passed, and he had already prepared over 30 meat pies. Just then, the egg pancake in the electric griddle was ready, prompting Su Chenyang to pause his rolling, turn off the heat, and retrieve a tray of meat pies he had prepared earlier, bringing out 15 to combine with those he had just made. With heat-resistant gloves, he took out the tray of cooked meat pies and placed a new tray on the griddle to continue cooking. He swiftly packaged each meat pie into an oil paper bag, placing them into a basket for patrons to serve themselves. With 50 pies available in total, his speed was a boon for those genuinely eager to purchase the egg meat pies. However, among the first 50, several boys were displeased. It's too fast. 10 minutes, and it's already our turn? I'm only in the 40s in line. They grumbled. It's one thing to be faster than the egg pancake, but this is excessive. Frustration brewed among the boys, who had initially anticipated a leisurely chat with the beauty. Now, they faced the prospect of their opportunity being cut short in just 10 minutes. At this rate, I'll barely have 20 minutes of interaction, they lamented. Each meat pie was completed in record time, leaving them bewildered. Is this guy in such a hurry to finish? He is cranking out these pies like there's no tomorrow. Talk about an absurd pace. They grumbled, feeling robbed of their chance to impress the goddess. Chapter 26. The campus bell has also fallen. In the team, the sycophants were ultimately a minority, so even if there were dissenting opinions, they dared not voice them. They could only silently move forward in the line, each scanning their codes to pay for their pastries before discreetly departing. Many who received the egg and meat pie could hardly contain their eagerness to savor it. The girl who was first in line took her pie without regard for whether it was freshly cooked, indulging her cravings with a substantial bite. However, as she bit down, the succulent juices from within the pie spilled out, scalding her, prompting her to quickly release her grip. Though she did not manage to fully taste the pie, the residual juices left a tantalizing flavor in her mouth, rich with meaty aroma. The flavor was incredibly fresh and robust. The intense fragrance of the broth was somewhat irresistible. After blowing on it to ensure it was no longer too hot, she took another bite. The pie's crust was remarkably soft and crispy. Su Chenyang had mentioned that lard had been added to the dough. Initially, she thought the entire pie would be greasy. Yet the crust was delightfully soft and crisp without a hint of greasiness. The cooking was so expertly done that the fillings of egg and meat remained tender. Particularly, the harmonious blend of egg and meat, thoroughly mixed in the grinder, resulted in an astonishingly smooth texture. The egg absorbed a considerable amount of the savory juices, preventing the typical greasy sensation one might expect from a meat pie. The minced green onion was finely chopped, resembling seaweed flakes. It enhanced the fragrance without compromising the delicate texture of the filling. What this girl found most appealing was the uniformly thick crust of Su Chenyang's pie, with its edges consistent all around. Typically, pies have thicker edges, leading many to discard them. Su Chenyang had successfully avoided this flaw, delivering a first bite that was utterly perfect, instantly winning her over with its flavor. It was explosively delicious, even surpassing her fondness for the egg pancake for the previous day. Not just this girl, but everyone who received the egg and meat pie was equally enchanted by its taste, particularly the business travelers and tourists visiting Hangzhou, who were all giving thumbs up in approval. "Boss, your egg and meat pie is truly exceptional. I frequently visit Hangzhou for business throughout the year and have tried many shops. Yours is undoubtedly a culinary marvel in the city. To say it's the best in the nation would not be an exaggeration. I've traveled all over and have never encountered a pie this delightful. Charging 20 yuan for this egg and meat pie feels almost charitable," they continued. Su Chenyang, remaining humble, replied, "It's not that impressive. Perhaps it simply aligns with your tastes. Please don't be so modest. In any five-star hotel, this would be a signature dish, easily fetching hundreds." One traveler lamented, "I had a flight at 10, but your egg and meat pie is so delicious that I almost don't want to leave. If I have the chance to return to Hangzhou, I will definitely come back for another." As those who had purchased the pies praised them, the patrons at the back of the line grew increasingly impatient, eager to taste the delectable offerings. Even Xia Yuro, usually engaged with the boys around her, found herself captivated by the expressions of those relishing their meals. She mused to herself, "How delightful could it be? I am growing a bit anxious waiting." Seeing the goddess so enthralled by the food that she was unwilling to converse with them only deepened the disdain the boys felt towards Su Chenyang. Yet, Su Chenyang remained indifferent to the sycophants. He continued crafting the meat pies. Due to the time taken to package the pies, only 7 minutes had passed before the second batch was ready. During this interval, Su Chenyang had rolled out just 26 pies. After extinguishing the flame, he gathered the previously made pies from the freezer and the freshly baked ones, donned heat-resistant gloves, and removed the cooked pies, placing a new tray in the oven. He then proceeded to package the egg and meat pies in oil paper bags. The patrons were orderly, scanning their codes to pay and collecting their pies. Xia Yuro, being the 42nd in line, successfully obtained her egg and meat pie. As she scanned her code and collected her pie, Su Chenyang glanced at her. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl he had seen at the stall over the past few days. No wonder so many sycophants had been shamelessly vying for her attention, their voices boisterous. Due to the presence of several boys in line, her roommates, Wang Manyin and the others, found themselves at the 51st position and were unable to purchase. Xia Yuro smiled and remarked, "What a pity for you all. Well, luck wasn't on our side." The four expressed, feeling slightly helpless while secretly resenting the boys who had intruded upon their line due to Xia Yurua's presence. Without further ado, Xia Yuro began to savor her egg and meat pie. The first bite released an explosion of rich, savory broth, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. The crispy crust paired with the exquisitely tender filling was delicious without being greasy. The onion's aroma provided a delightful accent that perfectly stimulated her taste buds, leaving her utterly amazed. Even knowing that Su Chenyang had transitioned from making egg pancakes to these pies during their peak popularity indicated his confidence in his culinary skills. The flavor was undoubtedly superb, yet Xia Yuro had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Over the years, she had traveled extensively with her parents during vacations, but had never encountered a stall that produced such perfection. Moreover, the fact that Su Chenyang maintained such attention to detail, even while producing in bulk, was commendable. This egg and meat pie could truly be hailed as the best in the nation. No wonder Keki and the others queued daily. The chef's skills were remarkable. Xia Yuruo felt a wave of regret for not having tasted the egg pancakes when they were first sold. Thankfully, there was still time to remedy her oversight. Despite the rigorous schedule for her graduate school entrance exams, Xia Yuruo considered that even if she queued daily, she could utilize that time to study without significantly hindering her learning. Among the patrons, Chun Keki and Xia Yuruo, who were most familiar with each other, noticed the change in Xia Yuruo's expression after she finished the pie. It was one of sheer incredulity. Chun Keki smiled and asked, "Yuruo, was it worth the wait today?" "Indeed, it was worth every moment. It was truly delicious." Xia Yuruo, not shy to admit her enjoyment, responded, "I also think this egg pancake is fantastic. Are you coming back this afternoon?" The boy who had been persistently chatting with Xia Yuruo inquired. She indeed planned to return, but disliked the sensation of being incessantly engaged in conversation with no opportunity to escape. "It's hard to say, as I have other study arrangements this afternoon." She then turned to her roommates. "I'll head back to the dormitory now. You all can continue queuing." "All right," replied Chun Keki and Wang Manyin, recognizing that Xia Yuruo seemed somewhat overwhelmed. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Yuruo departed. Several boys who had been persistently pursuing Xia Yuru have finally decided to show some dignity and have refrained from their advances this time. Chapter 27. Su Chenyang's instant infatuation with the school bell after Xia Yuru departed. Su Chenyang turned to Wang Manyin and inquired, "Classmate, is that girl quite popular at your school?" Upon hearing his question, the expressions of Wang Manyin and her three companions shifted, revealing knowing smiles. Even Chun Keki, who sat 3 places away, raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Chun Keki, the furthest from Su Chenyang, wore a mischievous grin. "Boss, have you taken a liking to my classmate? She is not just any girl at school. She is our campus belle, and many aspire to win her affection. However, she is currently single and open to flirtation." The 4 girls stifled their laughter at Chun Keki's bluntness, as they too perceived Su Chenyang's interest. Yet, they felt that Chun Keki's candor was a tad too forward. "I didn't mean it that way," Su Chenyang quickly denied, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings. However, Chun Keki was not to be dissuaded. She laughed again. "Boss, if you let me have a free meal today and allow me to skip the queue for egg meat pies next time, I shall share my classmates' WeChat with you. What do you say?" At that moment, Wang Manyin and her friends chimed in. "Boss, we can act as intermediaries. We are roommates with Yuro and can assist you. Do you need our help?" Su Chenyang hastily explained, No. I merely noticed that there were many boys surrounding that girl and was curious." "Boss, you're still shy about it." Chun Keki found it amusing. Typically, handsome young men were seasoned in the company of women. The fact that such a strikingly handsome fellow as Su Chenyang felt bashful about asking a girl for her contact information was indeed remarkable. Chun Keki recalled Su Chenyang's claim of being a straight man with no female admirers and deemed it authentic. "Really, I was just asking casually." "Don't misunderstand," Su Chenyang said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was merely inquiring, and if it were misconstrued, it would be quite awkward. "Is that so?" Chun Keki remained skeptical. She had been one of Su Chenyang's earliest patrons since his first day of selling food. Despite the presence of attractive girls during his previous stalls, he had never shown any interest. Now, having inquired about Xia Yuro, it seemed unreasonable to assume he had no ulterior motive. As Chun Keki contemplated teasing Su Chenyang further, a boy from behind interrupted, "Boss, you need to maintain professionalism. Don't let beautiful girls distract you from your work." "Indeed, boss, lust is a double-edged sword. Don't lose focus upon seeing a pretty face." Su Chenyang's swift actions had already irked them, and now, witnessing the campus belle, they slowed down. Who permitted such behavior? They insisted he maintain his pace. Chun Keki turned to observe the boys, finding their remarks amusing, tinged with envy. Yet, she recognized that envy held no value. Su Chenyang was not only handsome, but also possessed culinary skills. While it was impossible to gauge his prowess solely from his egg pies, one could surmise that his regular cooking must be delectable. Furthermore, his business was thriving, suggesting he earned a handsome profit. A man who was both attractive and capable was undoubtedly a catch. Thus, what use was envy? As the boys reminded Su Chenyang that lust could be perilous, he thought them audacious. "How was he slacking off while speaking?" he retorted, and then focused intently on his work. "I want to return here tomorrow," Su Chenyang mused. Although Xiaoyuro was indeed beautiful, she epitomized the diligent student who brought books to queue for food, clearly prioritizing her studies. Su Chenyang recognized that he was not her type. Moreover, her beauty was vibrant and striking, a style that did not appeal to him. Since the campus belle of Hangzhou University of Technology did not align with his aesthetic, and he had not encountered any other captivating girls in the past 3 days, he concluded it was time to change his vending location. 10 minutes later, another batch of egg meat pies was ready, serving 50 customers. Those who received their pies promptly moved aside to savor their treats. Even the boys who had previously criticized Su Chenyang for lacking professionalism were compelled to acknowledge, "This guy's culinary skills truly are impeccable. This delicacy is addictive." Girls typically had a weak resistance to delicious food, and if the boss genuinely harbored feelings for Xiaoyuro, it was no jest. The boys felt a pang of sorrow. Even if the goddess was unattainable, it would be heartbreaking if their campus belle were to fall for a vendor from another school. Unaware of the sentiments of those secretly enamored with Xiaoyuro, Chun Keki exclaimed after tasting the egg meat pie, "Boss, this egg meat pie tastes even better than the egg pie I had before. Are you sure you don't want Xiaoyuro as we chat? Miss this opportunity, and you may never get another." "Exactly. With our help, your chances of success would be significantly boosted, provided we can skip the queue daily." Quite a bargain. Upon hearing the girls' continued misunderstandings, Su Chenyang could only smile helplessly. "I truly was just asking casually. Please don't misconstrue my intentions." The girls, of course, were determined to maintain their misconceptions. However, observing the long queue, they sensed that there were too many people. Perhaps Su Chenyang felt bashful as well. Given his apparent shyness, they decided to refrain from further teasing him. "All right, boss. We shall take our leave. Take care." As Su Chenyang watched Chun Keki and her companions depart, he sighed in relief and returned to making egg pies. After they left, Chun Keki addressed Yang Zikai. "Yang Zikai, we are heading back to the dormitory. See you tomorrow." Chun Keki's willingness to suggest meeting again indicated that she held a favorable impression of him, a positive sign. Yet, the downside was that since Su Chenyang switched to selling egg meat pies, the queue moved remarkably fast. With over 100 people waiting, it took only 30 minutes to receive their pies, whereas previously, they would have waited 3 to 4 hours. The cumulative time spent conversing over the past week paled in comparison to a single day prior, especially with the presence of a third wheel, leaving little room for meaningful dialogue. The only consolation was that the egg meat pies were indeed delicious. However, Yang Zikai was seeking a girlfriend. "All right, see you tomorrow." Yang Zikai managed a faint smile as he waved goodbye to Chun Keki. Subsequently, she and her 4 roommates headed back to their dormitory. On the way, Yang Zikai lamented, "I hope there are more people tomorrow." Chapter 28. A stand-up guy makes the campus belle waver. In contrast to Yang Zikai's frustration, Chun Keki and her 4 companions were in high spirits. They had not only savored delectable food, but also enjoyed some juicy gossip. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found Xiaowai already engrossed in her studies, fully immersed in academic pursuits. This was a familiar sight to the 5 of them. However, Chun Keki felt compelled to share the gossip from their post-departure with Xiaowai, even if it meant interrupting her studies. With a mischievous grin, Chun Keki approached Xiaowai and inquired, "Why? Do you know what transpired at the stall after you left? What happened?" Xiaowai responded with curiosity, assuming some commotion or news had unfolded in her absence. However, Chun Keki's subsequent response left Xiaowai both amused and bewildered. "Do you know that after you left, the owner, Mr. Su, was asking me if you were popular on campus? It seems he might have taken a liking to you at first sight." "Impossible, don't joke around," Xiaowai immediately retorted, suspecting Chun Keki was playing a prank. "It's true. Ask the other 4, Chun Keki insisted. The other 4 chimed in, "Indeed, why?" "Right after you left, Mr. Su directly asked Chun Keki if you were popular at school. If he wasn't smitten with you, why would he suddenly ask that? Our campus belle's charm is undeniable. Even the most die-hard straight man is captivated by your allure. Despite the collective affirmation, Xiao Wai remained skeptical. Are you all ganging up on me? I don't think that owner is so superficial. While waiting in line, Xiao Wai had observed Su Chenyang, curious about his egg pancake making process. Having tasted his egg and meat pancake, she admired the meticulous attention to detail, even in the crust's edges. Xiao Wai perceived a craftsman's spirit in Su Chenyang. Would someone so dedicated to their work be easily swayed by a pretty face? More importantly, if Su Chenyang wanted to inquire about her, wouldn't it have been more logical to chat with her directly while she was present? After all, he didn't know if she had a boyfriend at the time. Initiating a conversation could be seen as simply chatting with a customer, while asking Chenyang and the others would reveal his intentions. Wouldn't that be awkward if she had a boyfriend? Seeing Xiao Wai's disbelief, Chenyang reiterated, "No, we're not kidding. The owner really asked that. But he might have been shy. He didn't dare to accept your contact information when I offered it. Don't be ridiculous. How can you give my contact information to strange men?" Xiao Wai scolded Chenyang. "What does it matter? The owner is impressive, so I wanted to help you out. Although he might not be as educated as us, he excels in his field, making him an exceptional talent. Besides, he's a great cook. Imagine being able to eat top-notch cuisine every day as his girlfriend. The main thing is that he's handsome, makes money, and isn't a playboy, even if he's a bit of straight arrow. But I think being a straight man is a plus. It's more reliable than those handsome, warm guys." Wang Manyan immediately seconded Chenyang. "Exactly. I think Keki's analysis is spot on. A boyfriend like that is hard to come by. If you plan to buy egg and meat pancakes this afternoon, and the owner asks for your contact information, I think you should give him a chance." Being coaxed by her friends, Xiao Wai began to waver. During her undergraduate studies, Xiao Wai had not considered dating, focusing on preparing for postgraduate entrance exams to compensate for her less-than-ideal undergraduate institution. Her plan was to consider relationships during her master's program if she met a suitable man. However, as her friends pointed out, good men were indeed rare. Xiao Wai conceded that the stall owner at the school gate seemed exceptional in many aspects, except perhaps for his educational background. Moreover, tasting Su Chenyang's egg and meat pancake had evoked a sense of contentment. Isn't that what life is all about? Food is paramount. Having a boyfriend who could cook so well, providing a daily array of delicious meals, did seem appealing. Nevertheless, Xiao Wai was not one to be easily swayed by fleeting infatuations. Her intuition told her that Su Chenyang had not displayed any particular interest in her when she bought the egg and meat pancake. She recalled Su Chenyang's earlier remarks about being a straight man who couldn't be a simpering admirer, but not a complete diehard. If he were genuinely interested in a woman, his demeanor would likely change. Therefore, Xiao Wai remained unconvinced and cautioned, "You shouldn't make assumptions. Mr. Su is handsome and has probably seen plenty of pretty girls. He might have just been asking out of curiosity. That's unlikely. If the owner didn't have feelings for you, he wouldn't have asked. Why else would he ask? If I'm wrong, I'll buy you your birthday cake when your birthday comes." Chenyang boldly declared, eager to prove her point. "So willing to bet. Of course, if the owner asks for your contact information, don't be too aloof. Give him a chance. Seriously, if you and Mr. Su end up together, we'll all benefit." That makes sense. Chenyang's words resonated with her four roommates. If Su Chenyang were indeed interested in Xiao Wai, they would need to assist in bringing them together. A little preferential treatment, like skipping the line, wouldn't be too much to ask. Hearing that Chenyang was using her for personal gain, Xiao Wai laughed in exasperation. "I think Mr. Su didn't even ask. You're all stabbing me in the back for your own selfish reasons. No, we swear. Swearing won't kill anyone. Who believes your oaths? All right, I won't argue with you anymore." Seeing Xiao Wai's continued skepticism, the others felt helpless. You'll believe it when you see the videos. Many female office workers who come to try it like to take videos. Our banter with Su Chenyang should have been captured. We'll see about that later. With that, Xiao Wai intended to resume her studies, and Chenyang and her friends ceased to bother her. Chapter 29. Tomorrow will not come. Su Chenyang had initially believed that by switching to selling egg and meat pies, he would at least have a moment to rest after the lunch rush. Based on the previous foot traffic for egg pancakes, this seemed plausible. However, he overlooked the fact that many university students, despite their cravings, were either unwilling to wait in line or simply did not have the time to spare several hours. Now, witnessing the line at his stall diminish by 50 people in just 10 minutes. Many of the culinary students found it acceptable. Gradually, more individuals began to join the line, and the reduction in numbers was hardly noticeable. Those who came to sample the fare were genuinely impressed, affirming that the trending discussions had not misled them. They expressed high praise for Su Chenyang's decision to replace egg pancakes with egg and meat pies. Boss, you should have chosen to sell these egg and meat pies from the start. Had you done so earlier, I would have supported you long ago. You simply do not understand the plight of us freshmen, with classes all day, who has time to wait in line for hours. Your choice to sell egg and meat pies now was indeed the right one. They are so delicious that I would come every day just to enjoy them. Honestly, it would be perfect if I could buy two. One is simply not enough for someone with my appetite. Su Chenyang could only respond modestly to the compliments, knowing he would not be returning the next day. He was also unable to lift the purchase limit to satisfy the larger appetites of certain male customers. Otherwise, nearly everyone in line would buy two egg and meat pies due to connections. As the sales of the meat pies progressed, the stock Su Chenyang had prepared that morning was quickly depleting, resulting in a slowdown in his service. With the pre-made egg and meat pies, he could produce approximately 6 batches in an hour. Now, even exerting all his strength, he could barely manage 4 batches in the same time frame. Nevertheless, this was still a significant improvement compared to when he sold egg pancakes. As the busy hours passed, it was now 5:30 p.m. Anticipating the imminent school dismissal peak and the after-work rush, many chose to queue up early. Those who had sampled the egg and meat pies at lunch felt unsatisfied and returned for more. Among these repeat customers were Xia Yuru and her 5 roommates. This time, Xia Yuru had not brought her books. Instead, she was absorbed in her phone, wearing headphones and using an app to memorize vocabulary. Just as she was about to begin, Chun Keki chimed in, "Yuru, if the boss asks for your contact information later, don't refuse." With that, Chun Keki playfully nudged Xia Yuru with her shoulder, implying that she understood what was meant. In the afternoon, while Chun Keki and her friends were scrolling through short videos, they stumbled upon a clip of Su Chenyang inquiring about Xia Yuru's popularity, which they shared with her. Xia Yuru realized they were not joking. However, she still did not believe that Su Chenyang had asked out of infatuation. Instead, she cautioned Chun Keki. The boss was merely asking casually, "Please don't make a fuss." "I'm not making a fuss." Her friends chimed in quietly. "Yuru, you should cherish a good guy when you meet one. Even if you succeed in your postgraduate exams and move to a new school, you may never encounter someone like Boss Su again." "I'm not interested in this conversation," Xia Yuru retorted, effectively ending the topic. Chun Keki and the others noticed her slight embarrassment. If Su Chenyang were to ask for Xia Yuru's contact details, it seemed she would indeed consider giving them. Soon, the 5 friends returned to their phones, patiently waiting in line. By 6 p.m., the dinner rush began. When nearby office workers arrived, they were greeted by an extensive line, with nearly 400 people waiting. These university students really have the first pick of the best. But this line is absurd. Even if Boss Su can make 200 egg and meat pies in an hour, this is excessive. They should focus on their studies instead of wasting time in line. Frustrated, the office workers joined the queue behind the students. Observing his increasing service speed and the growing line, Su Chenyang felt a mix of emotions. He had hoped for a brief respite during the day. Yet such an opportunity eluded him. At 7:40 p.m., the batch was ready, and Xia Yuru along with her 5 roommates were among those served. When it was her turn, Xia Yuru scanned her payment and collected an egg and meat pie before moving aside. "Boss, why not be bold and ask for her contact information?" Chun Keki suggested, gesturing towards Xia Yuru. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xia Yuru grew flustered and quickly covered Chun Keki's mouth, saying, "What are you talking about? Boss, my friend just enjoys joking. Please disregard her." "I understand." Su Chenyang chuckled, taking it lightly. In truth, having such lively classmates was quite amusing. However, Chun Keki and the others believed Su Chenyang was simply shy and embarrassed. "Boss, you could take it seriously," they urged. "Just ask, and we assure you that you'll get her contact details. Just make sure to offer a little convenience next time you buy pies. But if you can't, we won't pressure you. We just want to foster a good connection." "Stop joking around," Xia Yuru exclaimed, feeling the situation becoming awkward. Yet deep down, She felt a flicker of anticipation at the thought of a charming and capable young man like Su Chenyang asking for her contact information. Compared to the boys who pursued her at school, Su Chenyang had numerous admirable qualities. Su Chenyang was genuinely taken aback by the misunderstanding that had arisen from his casual inquiry earlier, especially in front of the young woman. He was, in fact, quite bashful. I truly was just asking casually, without any intention behind it. I won't be coming here to sell anymore. That should clear things up. He casually warned his university student fans that he would not be returning. Not coming back? When a boy has his eye on a girl, he doesn't just give up before even trying. Especially with all the hints you five have been dropping. If he wanted her contact information, he could easily obtain it. How could Su Chenyang simply leave? At this moment, even the boys waiting in line behind them were skeptical. What's he pretending for? After a few days of selling, he notices the other girls are indifferent, then asks about the campus beauty just to find out if she has a boyfriend. He clearly has feelings, but pretends otherwise. How insincere. As the boys internally criticized Su Chenyang, Chankeki broke free from Xiaoyuru's grasp and said, "Boss, are you really going to miss tomorrow? If you don't come, you won't see our campus beauty again. Come on, let us go." Xiaoyuru insisted, pulling Chankeki away, confident that the others would follow suit. If one does not assert oneself, how many will persist indefinitely? Although Su Chenyang had just stated that he meant no offense, Xiaoyuru felt a flicker of hope within. Nonetheless, she believed that a man with depth would be far more desirable. After all, Su Chenyang was merely setting up a stall by the school gate. Xiaoyuru felt that time was on her side and that further acquaintance could wait. As Wang Manyin and the others watched Shun Keki being taken away, they decided to take their leave. Before departing, they playfully remarked, "Boss, if you desire our contact information, remember to be bold." These girls were undeniably exuberant. Su Chenyang chuckled and shook his head, returning to his task of preparing egg pancakes. Chapter 30. Teaching Su Chenyang about romance. At 8:30 p.m., two female professionals, having just concluded their overtime, approached the end of the queue. Su Chenyang promptly called out, "Ladies, I sincerely apologize, but the ingredients for today have all been exhausted. You will have to return tomorrow." "What? At this hour, it's all gone? How unfortunate." The two young women felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. "I truly regret it, ladies. Considering the patrons currently in line, I have prepared a total of 2,000 egg meat pies today. My hands are nearly cramping from the effort, and I simply cannot make any more." The figure of 2,000 egg meat pies left no room for anyone to question Su Chenyang's capabilities. In contrast to the mere 400 he had managed to sell on a previous day, this was a substantial increase. Unfortunately, the sheer number of customers made it impossible to satisfy everyone, especially those who returned after sampling the pies at noon. Upon hearing Su Chenyang's explanation, the two women could only lament their late working hours. "Well then, we shall have to return tomorrow." They resigned themselves to visiting a nearby stall for a quick bite instead. The other vendors near the school entrance were in high spirits, reveling in the unprecedented influx of customers. Many who purchased egg meat pies found themselves still hungry and would often stop by their stalls for additional snacks. Consequently, business was thriving for all. As the evening progressed, at 10:20 p.m., Su Chenyang closed his stall and departed, his spirits soaring. With a profit of 13 yuan per egg meat pie, he had effectively earned 26,000 yuan from 2,000 pies. Were it not for the system providing me with full-level experience, my dexterity would be insufficient to manage this alone. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Su Chenyang connected the water pipes and activated the automatic cleaning feature of his food cart. Name: Su Chenyang. Gourmet points: 2057 with an abundance of points. Su Chenyang resolved to explore the system's lottery feature. System: I wish to participate in the lottery. Understood. The system presented Su Chenyang with a lottery interface, showcasing 4 types of treasure chests: a bronze chest costing 1,000 points, a silver chest for 5,000 points, a gold chest at 10,000 points, and a crystal chest priced at 100,000 points. Naturally, Su Chenyang could only afford a bronze chest. He purchased one. Name: Su Chenyang. Gourmet points: 1057 upon opening it. The interface revealed, "Congratulations! You have received a daily income doubling card. This card simply allowed for the doubling of income for that day. Su Chenyang promptly utilized it, knowing he could draw again tomorrow. After using the card, a text message arrived, notifying him of an additional 26,000 yuan deposited into his account. Over the course of 3 days of selling, he had amassed approximately 60,000 yuan. With this system, it's impossible to remain impoverished. A monthly income of 100,000 yuan is effortlessly within reach. As he anticipated even more rewarding treasures from higher point chests in the future, he decided against drawing a second chest, opting to save his gourmet points instead. At 10:45 p.m., Su Chenyang returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar scents and the well-known formula of his surroundings. His 5 roommates immediately launched into a playful admonishment. "Chenyang, you sly fellow, have you set your sights on the campus belle? I knew your intentions were not pure when you set up shop at her school S entrance. But how could you falter at such a pivotal moment? Indeed, why hesitate? Her roommates encouraged you to ask for her contact information, yet you chose not to. What? Are you hoping to ease into a friendship first? I tell you, romance is akin to gaming. One must seize the moment. The notion of love developing over time is mere folly. True love strikes like a bolt of lightning." Listening to their enthusiastic banter, Su Chenyang could discern that they had likely stumbled upon a video of the day's events. However, their apparent understanding of romance was both amusing and difficult for him to withstand. "Please, do not spout such nonsense. I harbor no romantic feelings for that girl." "No feelings? Come now, we are all men. Who does not appreciate beauty? Are you some kind of saint? Surely that girl's looks must have stirred something within you. Your standards are impossibly high. Not only is she a campus beauty, but you claim to have no interest? Are you aiming for the stars? It's not that I am particular. She is undoubtedly beautiful, but her looks simply do not align with my personal aesthetic. One cannot impose their preferences upon another. Can they? Not align with your aesthetic? Campus beauties are selected by consensus. They epitomize beauty." His roommates could hardly tolerate Su Chenyang's steadfastness. "I tell you, after 21 years of singlehood, you have grown numb to romance. When you encounter such a girl and remain single, consider yourself fortunate if she offers you her contact information. You should not be so picky. Girls like her rarely enter the dating market. If you continue to be selective, you will find yourself crying when your parents arrange a blind date after graduation. Pursuing a girl should be based on character. That girl came to your stall with a book. Clearly, she is a diligent student. If I were you, I would have asked for her contact information on the spot. What do you have to lose?" Observing their fervent expressions, Su Chenyang felt their excitement. Yet, he believed that the world was vast, and surely there were more compatible partners to be found. "I genuinely have no feelings for her. Besides, why should I resort to blind dates? I plan to set up my stall at another school tomorrow and see if I encounter someone more to my liking." Upon hearing this, his 5 friends were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they had almost forgotten that Su Chenyang's method of setting up a stall afforded him ample opportunities to meet various girls. If the belle of Hangzhou Polytechnic University was not the right match, he could always seek out others at different institutions. Consequently, they began to worry less for Su Chenyang and more for themselves. Those who remained single should focus on finding a partner before graduation. "You're ruthless. You shamelessly target the campus beauties. Aren't you afraid of being too ambitious and overwhelming yourself? If I were from another school, I would certainly teach you a lesson for being so brazen." With a few playful jabs, they dropped the subject of Su Chenyang not asking for Xia Yuru's contact information. Su Chenyang simply smiled, unperturbed. "How can one know who is more suitable without encountering a greater number of people? You all seem to have a limited circle. Encountering a girl who catches your eye leads you to treat her as a goddess. It is you who should reconsider your perspective." As these words left his mouth, his friend shot him looks filled with disbelief. If gazes could pierce, Su Chenyang would surely be reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 31. Implicitly critiqued by Su Chenyang. Unfazed by the curious gazes of a few individuals, Su Chenyang settled onto a bench to change his shoes. At that moment, Jiang Moliai approached him. "Chenyang, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" Su Chenyang inquired. Jiang Moliai chuckled awkwardly. "As roommates, our bond is surely stronger. If we were to visit your stall for egg pancakes, could we perhaps skip the queue? In an instant, Su Chenyang understood, and with a disdainful smile, he remarked, "So you want to bring your girlfriend along for the egg pancakes, huh? I can't blame you. Your culinary skills have been trending, and Jia wants to have a taste." Before Su Chenyang could respond, he noticed Qian Xiangbing and Wu Ruiquan, both of whom also had girlfriends, looking at him with eager anticipation. It was evident they were hoping for a favorable reply from him. Su Chenyang replied, "Although there will be some privileges as roommates, it's impossible for you to cut in line at my stall. If you desire to indulge, you are welcome to come to my rented place before I set up, and I can prepare some for you." "Sounds good. You never disappoint us," the three of them exclaimed in satisfaction. Once Su Chenyang set up his stall, it became apparent from the video that the queue was excessively long. To be honest, even if he had agreed to let the three cut in, they would have feared inciting public outrage and facing repercussions. Nevertheless, their girlfriends craved the egg pancakes, prompting them to approach Su Chenyang with their request. His proposal was certainly more appealing than directly attempting to cut in line. At that moment, Lu Pengyan chimed in, "Can I join as well?" The other four, Su Chenyang, Jiang Moliai, Wu Ruiquan, and Qian Xiangbing, along with the single He Libo, looked at Lu Pengyan in surprise. If it weren't for the desire to spare their girlfriends from waiting in line, Jiang Moliai, Ruiquan, and Qian Xiangbing would have felt too embarrassed to make such a request and would have complied with the queue instead. But as a single man, Lu Pengyan seemed to lack such a need. Su Chenyang, possessing deeper insight into Lu Pengyan, teased, "Pengyan, you're not trying to impress the new campus beauty, are you?" "Of course not. I'm aware of my own limitations. The campus beauty is beyond my reach. It's another junior who has expressed a desire to try your egg pancakes. Since Jiang Moliai and the others are heading to your place, it wouldn't hurt to add me to the mix, would it? Delivering egg pancakes to her tomorrow would surely surprise her." At this revelation, Jiang Moliai and the others could no longer contain themselves, playfully deriding Lu Pengyan. "Old Lu, how shameless. You're exploiting our roommate bond to deceive an innocent junior." "Exactly. You won TQ, and she'll think you've waited for hours completely unaware and then be touched by your supposed dedication. Isn't that taking advantage? Chenyang, you mustn't oblige this scoundrel. It's utterly shameless. The junior is so naive, and to deceive her is simply disgraceful." Lu Pengyan retorted with a grin. "What do you mean deceiving? I'm merely planning to give her a delightful surprise. If you were to be honest about it, do you think she'd be surprised?" "Chenyang, please don't agree to his request. We can't allow this guy to take shortcuts. We all worked hard to win our girlfriends. You shouldn't be allowed to bypass the effort. Don't make a fuss. It's not my fault you didn't have this opportunity when you pursued your girlfriends. Chenyang, considering our camaraderie, this shouldn't be an issue, right? I always think of you first when there's good news." Su Chenyang was unlikely to refuse such a trivial matter, yet he advised, "Pengyan, while it's not a huge problem, I suggest you take the junior with you to queue up." "Why is that?" "Think about it. If you simply deliver the egg pancakes to her, she might appreciate it, but will likely view you as a mere admirer. However, if you queue together, it will create a better atmosphere for conversation. You'll notice many guys do exactly that at my stall. Otherwise, if you just hand over the pancakes, she might only say thank you, and that could be the end of it. What do you think?" Lu Pengyan fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of Su Chenyang's words. The essence of pursuing a girl lies in the interaction shared, rather than superficial exchanges over messaging apps. Without time spent together, the chances of success diminish significantly. You're right, but she's a freshman with a busy schedule, and your stall may be sold out by 6 or 7. If you arrive by 6, there should still be plenty. Plus, after buying the egg pancakes, you could invite her to a movie. Otherwise, if you simply take the pancakes from me, I fear you won't even have the chance to ask her out. Consider it carefully." With that, Su Chenyang took his basin and toiletries into the bathroom. Lu Pengyan reflected on Su Chenyang's advice, privately relieved that he hadn't mentioned that Chenyang was his roommate in his quest to surprise the junior. While Su Chenyang showered, Lu Pengyan occupied himself with watching gaming streams and scrolling through short videos. As he did, he stumbled upon a video related to Su Chenyang. The creator of the video, named Love Yourself in the Remaining Life, was the young professional, Zhou Yulin, who had visited Su Chenyang's stall the previous day. Having already encountered several videos about Su Chenyang, Lu Pengyan intended to swipe away. However, the opening of the video captivated him. As the visuals played, Su Chenyang's voice resonated. There are far too many sycophants in this world. Why was Su Chenyang discussing sycophants again when a beautiful woman came to buy egg pancakes? Lu Pengyan felt this was a version he hadn't seen in previous short videos. Given that the creator was an attractive woman, he decided to watch the content. The video commenced with Zhou Yulin's attention-grabbing editing. Following the introduction, the main content featured a conversation between Zhou Yulin and Su Chenyang. As they discussed Su Chenyang's single status, the tone shifted, particularly regarding his commentary on sycophants, which left Lu Pengyan feeling somewhat offended. 20 minutes later, as Su Chenyang emerged from the bathroom, Lu Pengyan called out, "Hold on a moment. What is up?" Instead of responding directly, Lu Pengyan played the audio from a short video. For instance, when it comes to queuing for purchases, some sycophants, despite their reluctance, will endure the sweltering sun for hours just to accompany the girl they admire. Some even go so far as to wait under the scorching sun for hours, allowing the girl to rest while they fetch her the items. They are willing to change themselves for the sake of a girl, which I doubt they apply as much effort to their studies. If they were as diligent in their studies, they might have a chance at top universities. Meanwhile, the sycophants, who constantly check in, risk being labeled as straight men if they don't conform. Therefore, how can emotional intelligence even compare to that of a sycophant? After listening to his own word from earlier in the day, Su Chenyang curiously inquired, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" "Is there?" Lu Pengyan chuckled and retorted, "If this weren't something you uttered yesterday, I would doubt that you were mimicking me. No, in fact, you are imitating me. You disdain such individuals. Yet you still wanted to queue up. You must be joking." Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang realized the truth. Lu Pengyan, despite his evident desire to pursue his female junior, was inwardly reluctant to stand in line. Having just been persuaded by Su Chenyang, Lu Pengyan decided to accompany his junior tomorrow to queue for egg and meat pies. Thus, it seemed that Lu Pengyan indeed met all the criteria of a love-struck fool as described by Su Chenyang in the video. Chapter 32, was he really not joking at that time? When Su Chenyang persuaded Lu Pengyan to take this course of action, he certainly did not harbor such thoughts. Su Chenyang hurriedly clarified, "What I meant was the other boys waiting in line with girls at the school gate. I certainly did not imply anything about you. I suppose I'll reluctantly believe you," Lu Pengyan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Just as Su Chenyang contemplated climbing into bed for an early night, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to rush to the balcony and record a video. He deemed it necessary to inform his followers that he would not be setting up his stall at Hangzhou Polytechnic University the next day, to spare many white-collar visitors an unnecessary trip. 15 minutes later, he sent the video out into the world. However, at that moment, Su Chenyang discovered that his Douyin account had amassed 200,000 followers. The growth in his follower count was quite impressive. Perhaps he could even secure a short video advertisement in the future. Su Chenyang felt elated, sensing that his career was suddenly on a promising trajectory. Such is the life of someone who seems to have the Midas touch. After Su Chenyang released the video, those who followed him and were still awake received a notification from Douyin. In the girls' dormitory at Hangzhou Polytechnic University, Chun Keki was lying on her bed, chatting with Yang Zikai just before sleep. Suddenly, Douyin alerted her that the food blogger Su Taiyang had just released a new piece of content. Chun Keki, having indulged in 2 servings of egg meat pies earlier that day and still craving more, had planned to buy more the following day. Upon receiving Su Chenyang's message, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Seriously? This Su boss has only been selling for 2 days and is already taking a day off? Could he be a little more reliable? Chun Keki's lament was heard by all 5 of her roommates. Xiaoyuro, who was engrossed in a book at her desk and could not see Chun Keki, noticed the other 4, all lying in bed and playing on their phones. Sit up in surprise. "Keki, did you say Su boss is taking a day off tomorrow? But isn't it's supposed to be sunny? Why is he taking a day off on a sunny day? Who knows? He just released his latest video. You can check it out." Chun Keki replied as she opened Douyin. Even if she suspected that Su Chenyang was announcing a day off, she felt compelled to watch the content. Wang Manyin and the other 3 quickly opened Douyin to see Su Chenyang's video, although Xiaoyuro did not react as dramatically as the rest. She too took out her phone to view Su Chenyang's Douyin. Once they opened the latest video, they saw Su Chenyang addressing the camera. Hello everyone. I am food blogger Su Chenyang. I sincerely thank you all for your support at Hangzhou Polytechnic University. It is an honor to meet everyone through the joy of food. However, due to certain reasons, I will not be selling at Hangzhou Polytechnic University starting tomorrow. I will be relocating to a different venue. I have yet to decide where I will be setting up, so I want to disclose it at this moment. If you see my video, I hope you won't make a fruitless trip. If the opportunity arises, I look forward to seeing everyone again. Wishing you all a pleasant mood, sweet dreams, and good night. After watching the video, the 6 of them were left in utter bewilderment. He is simply relocating? Initially, they thought he was just taking a day off. Now he won't be returning at all, which is even more disappointing. As they were now in their senior year and had a lighter academic load, they found joy in queuing for food every day, especially for such value-for-money treats. Therefore, even though the past few days have been tiring, Chun Keki and her friends have been enjoying themselves. However, just as they were beginning to relish the experience, the news of the stall's relocation struck a painful chord. The one most affected was undoubtedly Xiaoyuro. When she purchased the egg meat pie today, she felt regret for not having queued earlier to taste the egg pie. Yet, considering that Su Chenyang had been selling food there daily, she thought it wasn't too serious. But now, after just one day of her presence, he decided to stop selling altogether. Was this some kind of joke? At that moment, Xiaoyuro speculated on the reason behind this abrupt change. She believed it must have been Chun Keki's teasing that had gone too far, causing Su Chenyang to feel too embarrassed to return. Xiaoyuro, with a hint of irritation, said, Keki, see what you've done? I told you not to joke around recklessly. Now look, you've scared the boss away. Upon hearing this, Wang Manyan and the other 3 roommates considered that perhaps Chun Keki's teasing had indeed gone overboard, leaving Su Chenyang too embarrassed to return. However, since they too had teased Su Chenyang, they felt they had no right to criticize Chun Keki. Thus, in the dormitory, only Xiaoyuro had the standing to admonish Chun Keki. Feeling the weight of Xiaoyuro's words, Chun Keki felt a twinge of embarrassment. She truly had not anticipated that her jest would lead to such a situation. How was I to know that the boss was not joking at the time? He is so handsome. What girl wouldn't want to pursue him? Why make it so awkward? Chun Keki was genuinely baffled, having never encountered a handsome man so shy. Among the few good-looking guys at her school, they were all exceedingly outgoing, actively participating in various club activities, undoubtedly social butterflies. Whenever those boys saw Xiaoyuro, they would eagerly ask for her contact information, trying to flirt with her. Yet, Su Chenyang, upon noticing Xiaoyuro's beauty, merely inquired about her and made a joke, but then hesitated to pursue her. This level of shyness seemed excessive. It was truly hard to comprehend. Xiaoyuro remarked, perhaps he never intended to pursue anything. Your teasing made him uncomfortable, especially in such a crowded setting. Now, it's unfortunate, because if we want to enjoy his snacks in the future, we'll have to travel to another location. It was so convenient when he was right at the school gate. You've effectively chased him away, and now it'll be a hassle. Isn't that counterproductive? Do you really think that if you hadn't made those jokes, you would have lost out on something? Chun Keki was left speechless by Xiaoyuro's critique. At that moment, Chun Keki thought of a rather futile suggestion. Yuro, since the boss is quite reserved, why don't you take the initiative to ask him for his contact information? The mere thought of this ridiculous idea from Chun Keki left Xiaoyuro utterly flabbergasted. Oh please, don't keep coming up with ridiculous suggestions. I doubt he has any interest in me. Asking for his contact information? How did you even think of that? Xiaoyuro retorted, exasperated. I was just throwing the idea out there. Once we find out where he is set up next time, we can think of a way to persuade him to return. Chun Keki felt a sense of responsibility to rectify the situation. If you could convince him to come back, that would be wonderful. Xiaoyuro had little hope for Chun Keki's success. But you're still around, right? Chun Keki laughed awkwardly, recognizing that she lacked the charm to achieve that, and it would be up to Xiaoyuro. Stop it. Xiaoyuro shook her head, feeling utterly helpless. The sudden turn of events had even robbed her of the desire to continue reading. She felt a blend of regret and mild frustration. Was it truly just a passing inquiry? While she had felt embarrassed at the teasing from Chun Keki and Wang Manyan at the time, She couldn't help but ponder why a boy would inquire about a girl's popularity unless he had some interest. All of Xia Yuru's secret delight had been in vain. Chapter 33. The entire internet mourns for Su Chenyang. Xia Yuru felt disheartened, yet there were many who felt even more despondent than her. These individuals were not newcomers to the culinary delights crafted by Su Chenyang. Rather, they were those who had queued at his stall, treating it as a romantic rendezvous. Take Yang Zikai, for instance, who had just been conversing with Chun Keki. In recent days, his rapport with the goddess had been advancing at a remarkable pace while waiting in line at Su Chenyang's stall. Yang Zikai was profoundly grateful to Su Chenyang. However, he soon stumbled upon a video in which Su Chenyang announced his decision to cease operating at the school gate. Yang Zikai's composure shattered instantly. Is this for real? He was doing so well, why stop? Is our school's beauty not stunning enough? Does he have a problem with his eyesight? Yang Zikai began to vent his frustrations. He was present at that moment. And since Su Chenyang had asked Chun Keki about Xia Yuru, clearly showing interest in their school's beauty, he should not leave. Thus, at this juncture, Yang Zikai truly believed Su Chenyang had lost his mind. Not only was he relinquishing the chance to pursue the school beauty, but he was also dragging innocent bystanders like himself down with him. Most crucially, Xia Yuru was breathtakingly beautiful, a goddess whom countless boys aspired to pursue, yet could not attain. Chun Keki had eagerly assisted Su Chenyang in bridging the gap to acquire Xia Yuru's contact information. Not only did Su Chenyang fail to express gratitude, but now he was also abandoning the prospect, an act of sheer ingratitude and treachery. Hearing Yang Zikai's outburst, Zheng Yue and the others could not help but empathize with him. After all, the one who had pushed the joke too far with Su Chenyang was none other than Chun Keki. Yang Zikai could not scold Chun Keki, leaving him without anyone to reason with. However, this boss was exceptionally introverted. If he possessed such looks, he would certainly not be shy. The five of them truly could not fathom what life experiences could render such a handsome man so withdrawn. Aside from Yang Zikai, many boys in the dormitories of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology were fervently criticizing Su Chenyang. Merely complaining was inadequate. As Su Chenyang was oblivious and unable to hear their grievances, many boys took to the comment section of his video to express their indignation. Why don't you come back to cell? The girls were merely joking with you. There was no malice involved. Not only do you fail to show gratitude for the opportunity to connect with our school's beauty, but you also just walk away. Don't you think that is a bit hurtful to her? Come on, don't be so shy. Our school beauty is stunning. If you miss this chance, there may not be another. Just set up your stall here and pursue our school's beauty. Wouldn't that be splendid? What if you succeed? It was not just the boys from Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. Even many office workers who followed Su Chenyang felt helpless regarding his actions. As long as they were aware of where he was selling, they would drive or take public transport to taste his culinary creations. Therefore, it mattered little to these office diners where Su Chenyang chose to set up his stall. Yet, Su Chenyang, clearly intrigued by the girl's popularity and harboring thoughts about her, decided to abandon his pursuit simply because she made a few playful remarks. Such a lack of courage and romance was utterly disheartening. Listen to me, my brother. When her roommate jokes around and the girl doesn't seem upset, it's clear she doesn't mind you. When a beautiful girl doesn't harbor ill feelings towards you, it's a promising start. If I were you, I would quickly exchange contact information. You should be grateful to her roommate. It's truly inappropriate to walk away just because of a joke. You're simply too young to appreciate what you have. This girl is the dream goddess of many boys in university, where her roommate offers you assistance. How could you let that slip away? If you don't pursue her now, when you enter the dating market later, you might find no one as splendid as her. You'll regret not having been more tenacious in your youth. The comments continued to surge. However, at that moment, Su Chenyang had already fallen asleep, entirely oblivious to the uproar. His roommates, still awake, came across the latest video he posted and read the exasperated comments below. Lu Peng and his friends were filled with envy. Handsome individuals seemed to possess an unyielding confidence. If the school beauty disdained him, it hardly fazed him. If only they could be so carefree. Su Chenyang's audacity left Lu Peng and his friends sleepless that night. A night of silence passed. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Su Chenyang awoke as usual. After finishing breakfast and returning to his rented accommodation, it was already 6:40. He immediately immersed himself in preparations. By 10:20, several roommates arrived at his stall to purchase egg meat pies. Li Bo, Pengin, why are you two here? Don't you have girlfriends? Li Bo and Lu Peng and promptly began to tease him. Isn't it possible for me to come here to taste your egg meat pie? Do you really think I'm a sycophant? Exactly. Do you think I don't want to enjoy delicious food? Besides, since my junior has class in the afternoon, I can only take her to queue for your food in the evening. Is it wrong for me to grab an egg meat pie for lunch? All right. Su Chenyang chuckled, not wasting any time, and began preparing egg meat pies for them. Once the five had tasted the egg meat pies, they were utterly captivated by Su Chenyang's culinary skills, realizing why he had become a sensation. What did you learn to cook? This flavor is indeed the finest in Hangzhou. What a wonderful man, handsome and such a great cook. The girl who marries you will be incredibly fortunate. You must be making quite a bit from your stall these days, huh? Honestly, if you genuinely pursued the school beauty, you might not fail. I don't understand why you're being so picky. Xia Yiru was indeed stunning, but Su Chenyang believed that one should not rush into relationships. Rushing often leads to missing the right person. What else with all the chatter? Take your egg meat pies and scram. All right, we're leaving. What do you plan to set up today? Since he was taking his junior out for egg meat pies in the evening, Lu Peng and certainly wanted to inquire about Su Chenyang's plans. I intend to set up near Hangzhou University of Finance. Going after another school beauty, are we? You'll get your comeuppance for this. With that, the group departed. What a bunch of ingrates. Just after I made you egg pies, you curse me. Su Chenyang scoffed with a smile, then secured the door and set off on his food cart. Chapter 34. Not coming back. Unhappiness, the internet speed among the youth is quite rapid, whereas that of the middle-aged tends to be slower. At the entrance of Hangzhou University of Technology, the vendors were perplexed by the unusual situation today. Typically, at this hour, white-collar workers would arrive early, and just a couple of days ago, they had been purchasing snacks from their stalls, resulting in flourishing business. However, today, as it approached 11 a.m., not a single customer had appeared, which was rather abnormal. Initially, the vendors had harbored resentment towards Su Chenyang, believing he had negatively impacted their sales. Yet, starting yesterday, they had begun to appreciate his presence. Consequently, they had not yet focused on Su Chenyang's absence today. At this juncture, Wang Yinfu inquired of a girl purchasing pancakes at his stall. Is that Su boss taking another day off today? Upon hearing Wang Yinfu's question, the girl sighed and replied, Alas. Su boss is no longer setting up his stall at our school. He posted a video saying he would be relocating. Wang Yinfu was taken aback. What? Su boss isn't coming anymore? The expressions of the other vendors nearby shifted dramatically upon receiving this news. In recent days, they had witnessed what it meant to have high popularity, as Su Chenyang's presence had significantly boosted their customer traffic. Now that he was leaving, their business would inevitably decline. Having savored a taste of good fortune for just 2 days, the thought of Su Chenyang's absence was disheartening. It must be said that humans can be quite fickle. Initially, they had wished for Su Chenyang's departure, only to find themselves longing for his return now that he was truly gone. Wang Yinfu continued to ask the girl, why would Su boss come anymore? Wasn't he doing well here? With a sigh, the girl explained, it's mainly because there's a girl at our school who enjoys joking around. While she was in line, she might have teased him a bit too much, which made him feel embarrassed, so he decided not to return. Really? Just for that? Wang Yinfu was incredulous. A man running a stall should be prepared to encounter all sorts of individuals. For Su Chenyang to be so easily embarrassed by a joke was rather absurd. Wang Yinfu pressed further. What kind of joke did she make that embarrassed him? At this, the girl chuckled. It was too much, really. It was just that our school's most beautiful girl came to his stall to buy pancakes. Because she's so attractive, Su boss might have glanced at her a bit too long, curious if she had a boyfriend, and jokingly asked the girl in line. The joking girl thought Su boss was interested in our school beauty, so she teased him about giving him her contact information. That's when he got embarrassed and decided not to come anymore. If you want to know more, someone recorded it. You can find it on Douyin. Absurd. He got embarrassed over that. After hearing this, Wang Yinfu was left speechless. The other vendors nearby were equally dumbfounded. To be embarrassed by a girl's joke was rather pitiful. Such a handsome fellow, yet unable to handle a little teasing. It was a waste of good looks. While other handsome men could easily charm women, he was rendered shy by a mere jest. Wang Yinfu had initially thought that perhaps Su Chenyang had faced rejection from the school beauty, but it turned out he couldn't even muster the courage to accept her contact information. What a useless man. At that moment, the vendors wished fervently that they could possess Su Chenyang's culinary skills and good looks. If they were in his position, being handsome and talented, they would be earning a fortune daily. If single, who else would they pursue if not the school beauty? Wang Yinfu, feeling helpless, inquired, "So, if Su boss isn't coming to our school anymore, where's he setting up his stall now?" He also wondered if the female students from their school would follow him to wherever he went. Having tasted Su Chenyang's pancakes, they knew he was indeed the best in Hangzhou. Any popular food stall would surely attract a crowd. Thus, Wang Yinfu suspected that even if Su Chenyang relocated, many girls would still seek him out. If the girls followed him, then the white-collar workers might not come back, which would significantly impact their businesses. In response to Wang Yinfu's question, the girl replied, "I don't know for sure. The boss didn't mention where he would be going in his video." All right then. Wang Yinfu felt a sense of resignation and chose not to ask further, instead focusing on making pancakes. After completing one pancake and finding no one in front of his stall, he took out his phone to search for the video. After watching it, he was utterly convinced. The girl enthusiastically offered to give him the school beauty's contact information, and yet he was shy. A man who couldn't handle such trivialities surely deserved to remain single. The other vendors, once they finished their tasks, also opened Douyin to see what was happening. Upon watching the video, they silently scorned Su Chenyang. If he was too shy to even ask for a beautiful girl as contact information, what great accomplishments could he ever hope to achieve in life? If I were such a failure, I would rather end it all. Meanwhile, as Su Chenyang was being ridiculed, he had already ridden his food cart near Hangzhou University of Finance. Achoo! Suddenly, Su Chenyang sneezed. Sneezing occasionally is normal, and he thought nothing of it. At 11:03 a.m., he arrived at a spot near the Finance University where he could set up his stall. The scene was quite similar. There were many small stalls operating. Since it was not yet the peak lunch hour, there weren't many students buying snacks. With only a handful of people at each stall, and some stalls were entirely vacant. Given that Su Chenyang had arrived later, he could only set up his stall on the periphery. However, as he parked his cart, a girl selling snacks at the entrance immediately noticed him, her eyes lighting up. "Isn't that Su boss? He setting up his stall at our school today? What a delightful surprise." These girls were undoubtedly adept at navigating the internet. Even if they hadn't come to support him at Hangzhou University of Technology, they were aware of Su Chenyang's recent rise to fame online. Moreover, even if they didn't know him, the mere presence of a handsome man at a stall was reason enough for them to show up. Not to mention Su Chenyang's delectable pancakes, which had already garnered attention at the Finance University. Once tasted, they were unforgettable. "Boss, I don't eat my sauce pancake anymore. I haven't even started making it. Boss, I don't want my grilled squid anymore. Boss, I don't want my egg rice cake anymore." Having exchanged greetings with the proprietor of their designated stall, the young women hastened towards Su Chenyang's stand, eager to join the queue. This time, it wasn't solely the female patrons. Even the male customers stationed before the other vendors, provided they had not yet tendered payment or received their orders, opted to relinquish their places and migrate towards Su Chenyang's burgeoning line. After all, both genders shared a predilection for delectable cuisine. The effect was immediate. The stalls of the other vendors were virtually deserted, much to their chagrin. However, their consternation was but temporary. Having recently encountered short videos, they were cognizant of the fact that Su Chenyang's presence would draw considerable foot traffic. Indeed, the short videos revealed that other stall owners eventually reaped the benefits. As long as Su Chenyang could attract a crowd, the vendors were, on the whole, welcoming of his presence. Chapter 35. The Bell of the Finance University. Before Su Chenyang's stall, a queue of over 50 individuals rapidly formed. Su Chenyang addressed the eager crowd, announcing that he would be selling egg meat pies for 20 yuan each and requested a brief wait of 10 minutes. He promptly retrieved a baking tray from the freezer of his food cart, peeled off the plastic wrap, and placed it into the electric griddle, igniting the heat to commence cooking. Meanwhile, he busied himself preparing the dough and filling, donning specialized gloves to expedite the creation of the egg meat pies. As Su Chenyang worked swiftly, the girl at the front of the line struck up a conversation with him. "Boss, I never anticipated you'd set up a stall at our university today. It's truly a delightful surprise. We thought you would be at the CBD instead. You should have informed us earlier. I almost bought a meat bun and would have missed your egg meat pie." Her voice brimmed with joy, reflecting a sense of unexpected happiness. Previously envious of the students from Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, the fortune had now graced them, a rare stroke of luck indeed. Welcomed by such enthusiasm, Su Chenyang felt elated. "I only decided to come here this morning. I was busy preparing ingredients and didn't have time to post a video. Meeting you all here feels like fate. I hope you enjoy my egg meat pies. You needn't be so modest. I visited Hangzhou University of Science and Technology yesterday and sampled your egg meat pie. It was genuinely delicious, leaving one craving for more. Moreover, the price is indeed considerate for us university students." Anyone who had tasted Su Chenyang's egg pie or egg meat pie knew they were far beyond mere 20 yuan fare. His pricing was undoubtedly aimed at accommodating the student demographic. "As long as you enjoy them," Su Chenyang replied, glancing up at the girl who mentioned her visit the previous day, though regrettably, he had no recollection of her, as he was usually preoccupied with his tasks. Keeping his head down, although conversing did not impede his work, making the pies required his full attention. Observing the girl animatedly chatting with Su Chenyang, the boys in the queue expressed envy. Being handsome has its perks. Typically, these girls wouldn't show such enthusiasm toward boys. As Su Chenyang engaged with the girl, people continued to flow in and out of the school gates. Whether exiting the campus or returning from the outside, passers-by were drawn to his stall, causing the initial line of 50 to swell to over 100. In no time, the first batch of egg meat pies was ready. After placing the second tray into the griddle, Su Chenyang packaged the first batch and placed it in the basket. Customers scanned their codes to pay and collected their pies in order. Those who had never tasted Su Chenyang's creations hurriedly took their first bites, relishing the crispy crust and the tender filling, with a burst of rich, savory juices, a veritable feast for the palate. Even the most discerning critics found nothing to fault, especially at the modest price of 20 yuan. While the culinary skills astounded, some boys still regarded Su Chenyang with disdain. With such talent and looks, how can he be shy around beautiful girls? What a waste. They mused, wishing they could offer him advice on how to improve his confidence. Su Chenyang noticed many boys casting him disdainful glances. Surely, they couldn't think he lacked the courage to approach girls? If these boys from Hangzhou Finance University harbored such naive notions, they were sorely mistaken. He had indeed come to this school with the intention of meeting its beautiful students. Their arrogance, underestimating him, was utterly misplaced. Nevertheless, Su Chenyang had yet to spot a girl who caught his fancy, making it unnecessary to prove himself to these onlookers. He continued diligently making his egg meat pies, while those who had already purchased theirs moved into the university, enjoying their treat. Each bite brought an exquisite taste that left them wanting more, uplifting their spirits. The two girls who had been at the front of the queue were roommates and happily returned to their dormitory. As Su Chenyang, dressed in a pink polo shirt, stepped through the door, she couldn't help but boast, "You four must regret not joining us at the school gate for snacks, huh? Guess what? While Gui Yunkai and I were heading over to buy egg rice cakes, the recently viral boss, Su, set up shop right at our university gate." Upon hearing this, the four girls at the study table turned toward Su Chenyang and Kong Yunkai in shock. "Is that for real? You're not joking with us, are you? Why would I tease you?" "Look," Kong Yunkai chimed in, unable to hide her pride as she pulled out her phone. "This is a video I just recorded at the school gate. ISNT that, boss, Su." The four girls leaned in to watch, recognizing Su Chenyang in a light blue t-shirt, distinctly different from his appearance in the short videos they had seen online just days prior. "Unbelievable. He actually came to our school," they exclaimed, astonished. However, this revelation sparked a bit of annoyance. "You two should have let us know. Seeing it and not telling us is rather inconsiderate. You've eaten alone. Our friendship is at stake." In response to their teasing, Su Chenyang clarified, "It's not that we didn't want to inform you. We thought of messaging you, but assumed you had already grabbed lunch and were busy eating, so it seemed unnecessary. Indeed, we're not the type to hog food," Su Chenyang and Kong Yunkai rationalized, as they had all departed from the dormitory together. Since Su Chenyang and Kong Yunkai opted to buy snacks at the gate, the other four likely had already reached the cafeteria. Just then, a beautiful girl with an oval face, cool demeanor, and long bangs drew attention from near the balcony. "You could have sent us a message. Then we wouldn't have had to fill up, and could have indulged in an egg pie too." Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang and Kong Yunkai exchanged curious glances with Chun Ishi, who appeared somewhat surprised. "Oh, Ishi, weren't you the one who said Boss Su only relies on his looks and showed no interest?" They teased. "What is this? Our aloof Chin beauty seems to be changing her tune. Elsie, in our estimation, you're not the kind of superficial girl who is fickle simply because the other person is a handsome man. As a school's flower, Elsie is, of course, pursued by handsome boys. However, Elsie is not more lenient simply because the other person is handsome. On the contrary, Elsie is even stricter with handsome men, because Elsie despises the kind of handsome guy who, while pursuing a girl, also has good relationships with other girls. Those handsome boys chasing Elsie gave Elsie the feeling that none of them were particularly upright, so she would directly reject them and not interact with them. Elsie's concept of considering character first is something that Xu Xiaolin and the others admire. It is precisely because Elsie has high requirements for character that once she feels someone is untrustworthy, she will directly cease contact. Therefore, in the eyes of many boys, Elsie is known for being aloof. As a result, this time, Elsie took the initiative to complain that Xu Xiaolin and Kong Yunko were being unkind, appearing eager to support the handsome boss. Even knowing that the culinary skills are superb and wanting to taste the delicacies, it still feels a bit unprecedented. Chapter 36. Two school beauties come to support. Teased by her roommate, Chun Ishi felt a slight blush creep onto her typically cool visage. However, she was convinced that she was not one to waver easily. As you have mentioned, that was in the past. Moreover, during our conversation that evening, did you not share the same sentiment? When Su Chenyang's stall became immensely popular the day prior, most of the videos circulating were shared by the female students of Hangzhou Institute of Technology. In those clips, the girls extolled the virtues of Su Chenyang's egg pancakes to the heavens, which was indeed hard to believe. After all, Su Chenyang was still quite young, barely in his 20s. It seemed implausible that he could possess such culinary prowess. Yet, as more and more people flocked to his stall, no one dared to criticize his cooking skills. Chun Ishi was not one to stubbornly cling to her opinions, so she was naturally inclined to reassess her views. Realizing that both of them had also altered their attitudes, they found themselves bereft of the right to jest at Chun Ishi's expense. Kong Yunkai chuckled, "Let bygones be bygones. After all, Boss Su is now setting up shop right outside our school. We can just go support him after class this afternoon. The worst that could happen is a bit of a queue. Otherwise, what choice do we have? We can only go after school." They all exchanged knowing glances, silently conveying their shared grievances to Kong Yunkai and Su Xiaolin, before each returning to their own activities. Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunkai shared a knowing look and savored their delicious meal, opting for a delightful nap. By 1:50 p.m., the six of them arrived at the classroom. Upon entering, they immediately overheard the girls already present discussing the egg pancakes. "Did you hear that Boss Su set up shop at the school gate during the lunch hour?" "Of course. I even tried it myself. The pancake's crust is crisp, and the filling is tender and flavorful. Taking a bite feels like pure bliss. Absolutely amazing. I concur. It's so delectable that it feels like an indulgence, akin to being frozen outside in winter and suddenly having a warm bowl of soup." After having tasted Su Chenyang's egg pancake, I found it hard to muster any interest in the other meat pies available at school. The girls in the class exchanged enthusiastic praises for the egg pancakes, and Chun Ishi and Zhang Wansha, who had missed the opportunity to try them at lunchtime, felt their mouths watering from merely listening. What does happiness truly taste like? Just as the six of them settled down, a girl inquired, "Did any of you try Boss Su's egg pancake at lunch?" The four of them shook their heads in unison. Naturally, Kong Yunkai and Su Xiaolin could speak for themselves. "I did. It was so perfect that I couldn't find a single flaw. The egg pancake is both handsome and delicious, truly the epitome of perfection." As Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunkai spoke, another girl turned to Chin Ishi and said, "Ishi, you four shouldn't be so focused on your studies. You need to unwind occasionally and indulge in some culinary delights. Exactly. Your grades are already stellar. You should enjoy life a little. If you're not interested in romance or food, what joy is there in living? Hearing this, Chun Ishi and her friends felt a wave of frustration wash over them. The truth is, we only found out about Boss Su's stall after we had already finished lunch, which is why we plan to go after class. That's the right mindset. You won't regret tasting it. It's truly unforgettable. At that moment, Su Chenyang and Kong Yunkai felt the weight of Chun Ishi's group's exasperation. Not daring to meet their gazes, they pulled out their textbooks to prepare for the class. Minutes later, the lesson commenced, and time passed swiftly as they focused intently. Before they knew it, the clock struck 6 and the bell rang, prompting the 6 of them to rush out of the classroom, hurrying towards the school gate. When they finally arrived at Su Chenyang's stall, they were taken aback by the sight before them. They estimated that at least 500 people were ahead of them in line. Ah, the queue is indeed long this evening, Su Chenyang exclaimed. Compared to the 10 minutes it took them to purchase their food at lunchtime, this line felt like an eternity. As if on cue, Zhang Wansha remarked, "Today, isn't too bad. Have you noticed that there aren't too many office workers here?" Upon hearing this, the 5 of them glanced at the line and confirmed that indeed, few professionals seemed to be joining the throng. Chun Ishi quickly deduced the reason. Perhaps it's because they're at work. Even if someone posts about it on social media, they wouldn't have the time to check. That makes sense, they all readily agreed. On the first day, Su Chenyang set up his stall at the Institute of Technology. It was primarily the female students who came out in support, with hardly any professionals present. Just then, a boy standing in front of Chun Ishi turned his head and caught sight of her, his eyes widening momentarily before he quickly averted his gaze. Wow, this girl's beauty rivals that of Shunlai, Lu Pengyan thought to himself, glancing at the stunning girl with the short hair standing directly in front of him. None other than Shunlai, a school beauty from Su Chenyang's year. Today, she wore a pink cartoon-patterned short-sleeve shirt paired with a denim skirt, exuding youthful energy. Lu Pengyan had specifically brought the girl he was pursuing, a rather petite and adorable girl named El Xinyue, to buy egg pancakes. Since their acquaintance was still fresh, he felt it prudent to bring along Shunlai and 4 other roommates for company. Lu Pengyan dared not gaze at Chun Ishi for fear that El Xinyue would notice him looking at another girl. He worked hard to cultivate a rapport with her, and he certainly didn't want to jeopardize it by being caught stealing glances at someone else. Yet, even a fleeting glance at Chun Ishi left a lasting impression on Lu Pengyan. Her long hair and slightly aloof demeanor seemed to perfectly embody Su Chenyang's taste. This guy truly knows how to broaden his horizons. Lu Pengyan marveled in admiration. Generally speaking, when a boy has the chance to pursue a school beauty, he would seize it without hesitation. However, Su Chenyang inexplicably deemed Xia Yuru as not aligning with his aesthetic, rejecting the golden opportunity presented by his roommates. As it turned out, Lu Pengyan had underestimated the situation. Su Chenyang's culinary skills attracted beautiful girls effortlessly. The vastness of Su Chenyang's world was something Lu Pengyan could hardly comprehend. Noticing Lu Pengyan's silence, El Xinyue asked, "Senior, what's wrong?" Lu Pengyan quickly snapped back to reality and smiled. "Oh, it's nothing. Just felt like the line was moving a bit slowly. The stall owner is taking his sweet time." As soon as he finished speaking, Shanlai teased, "Senior, is it because we 5 are here like light bulbs that you feel uncomfortable waiting in line? In truth, we also don't wish to be light bulbs, but what can we do when you Haven Tea bribed us? If you had, next time when El Xinyue drags us along, we would find excuses not to come." "That's not true at all," Lu Pengyan quickly denied. "Considering we might be waiting for another 2 hours, would you like some milk tea?" "No, thank you." Shunlai and the others laughed as they playfully declined. Their previous suggestion to Lu Pengyan was merely in jest, as they were not well acquainted with Hangzhou, and El Xinyue felt shy about being alone with Lu Pengyan. Shunlai and her companions, desiring to indulge in egg and meat pies, decided to accompany Lu Pengyan. Subsequently, they engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about the delightful attractions in Hangzhou that Lu Pengyan could share. Chapter 37. Shameless, resorting to beauty tricks. While Shunlai conversed with her friends, numerous boys in line took notice of her. "This girl, from which school does she hail? She rivals Chun Ishi in allure." Unlike Chun Ishi, she exudes a lively aura, suggesting that interacting with her would be a delight. Beautiful and vivacious, many boys found themselves tempted to ask Shenlai for her contact information. However, after some contemplation, they hesitated. Approaching a goddess-like figure in front of so many witnesses, only to face rejection, would be utterly embarrassing. Chun Ishi and her companions also recognized Shenlai's striking beauty. Yet being girls themselves, they held little interest in other pretty girls, opting instead to focus on the throng that continued to swell behind them. In less than 10 minutes, an additional 200 people had joined the line. Zhang Wanxia remarked, "Boss Su's stall is truly a sensation. With the crowd extending behind us, there must be at least 700 people here. For a street vendor, such a turnout signifies the pinnacle of the industry. Just imagine how much he stands to earn today." Chun Ishi spoke with a hint of admiration. "If you were to set up shop in the CBD, Boss Su would undoubtedly make even more. Operating at our school gate feels almost charitable. He must be sacrificing a substantial profit. If I were in his shoes, I would prioritize the CBD for double the returns." Chun Ishi was well aware of her own aspirations. She diligently studied with hopes of amassing great wealth, and she certainly could not fathom Su Chenyang's nonchalant attitude toward money. Lu Pengyan, overhearing Chun Ishi's praises for Su Chenyang, felt exasperated. This girl is quite naive, harboring admiration for Chenyang. It's akin to walking into a lion's den. Still, it was undeniable that Su Chenyang had paid a price to encounter beautiful girls. Indeed, by not venturing into the CBD, he was foregoing considerable earnings, a fact Lu Pengyan could not dispute. Before long, the clock struck 6:40. Shenlai and her friends, positioned toward the back of the line, heard Su Chenyang's voice. "To the last 3 girls, please inform those behind you that the ingredients are all gone." "Understood, boss." The 3 girls readily acknowledged his request. By 7 o'clock, the egg pancakes were completely reserved, selling out even faster than they had in the short videos they'd seen before. If he were to set up again tomorrow, he would need to arrive even earlier. But how did Boss Su manage to prepare egg pancakes while keeping an eye on the queue? He must have his own methods. The curious onlookers could only attribute it to Su Chenyang's unique approach. As the line diminished rapidly after the last batch was sold by 8:50, Shenlai and her 4 roommates finally secured their purchase, just as the last pancakes were handed to El Xinyue and Lu Pengyan. Seeing El Xinyue ahead of Lu Pengyan, Su Chenyang recognized her as the younger student Lu was pursuing. He cast a disdainful glance at Lu Pengyan. While expressing his derision, Su Chenyang noticed Chun Ishi standing 2 places behind Lu Pengyan. Her cool demeanor caught his attention, prompting him to steal another glance before returning to his cooking. Lu Pengyan observed Su Chenyang's lingering gaze and chuckled to himself. What could possibly be so captivating behind him? The answer was obvious. He knew Su Chenyang was drawn to this type of girl, and she certainly wasn't a senior. She was of an age that could be considered a younger student. How could he dare to comment on that? Lu Pengyan jested, "Boss, focus on making those pancakes. Don't get distracted. I'm not slacking off, are you blind?" Su Chenyang retorted just as a melodious voice chimed in. "Senior, your egg pancakes are delicious. Why not set up a stall at our school entrance?" Recently, Su Chenyang had gained notoriety, and the newcomers, including Shenlai, were aware that he was a student from their school. Since they knew Lu Pengyan, they also realized he and Su Chenyang were classmates, though Lu had not mentioned they were roommates. Given they were from the same institution, addressing him as senior was perfectly acceptable. Su Chenyang glanced up, noticing Shenlai's cheeks were puffed with pancake, her expression one of sheer satisfaction, rather endearing. Before he could respond, the other 4 younger girls chimed in. "Yes, senior. Wouldn't it be more convenient to set up at the school gate? With your culinary skills, renting a window in the cafeteria would spare you from the sun. Wouldn't that be more fitting?" At that moment, even though Shenlai, a campus beauty, initiated the conversation, many in the queue internally expressed their disdain. Once again, they were undermining others. How toxic. It was clear that Su Chenyang had no inclination to operate at the school. And did they need to meddle? He simply enjoyed basking in the sun. What was wrong with that? Su Chenyang, known for his straightforwardness, addressed the curiosity of the younger girls directly. "There aren't any attractive girls at school, so I have no desire to set up shop there." His words left Shenlai and her friends momentarily stunned, as they found his response startlingly unexpected. Even the boys in the queue were taken aback, incredulous that a regular boy would utter such a remark. The very boys who had just scorned Shenli for attempting to sway Su Chenyang now felt a surge of indignation on her behalf. Was he blind? Wasn't the girl in the pink cartoon t-shirt stunning? This vivacious and charming girl was certainly someone worth pursuing. To say such things in front of her was truly lacking in emotional intelligence. Even Lu Pengyan was taken aback by Su Chenyang's bluntness. Clearly, some emotional training was in order for this lad. As many boys expressed their disdain for Su Chenyang, Shenli and her friends snapped back to reality. Xingyue could not help but inquire, "Senior, is Li not beautiful?" "Exactly. With her looks and figure, how could there be any flaws?" The others echoed. "If you claim Li is not pretty, Senior, you're being disingenuous." With her friend's words, Shenli felt a tad embarrassed. While she didn't want to appear overly proud, she believed her looks qualified her as a beauty. Su Chenyang's comment about the lack of attractive girls at school made her feel she could certainly represent her institution. Xingyue pressed on, "Senior, now that you're aware, have you considered returning to set up at school? After all, it would be advantageous to be so close to the source of delicious food. Youthful, lively, and possessing a pleasant disposition. How could he resist?" "Please don't say such things," Shenli quickly interjected, attempting to halt Xingyue and the others. There were so many people in line. Despite her cheerful and outgoing nature, she felt a tinge of shyness. Yet, she found a favorable first impression of this senior, handsome and an excellent cook. If he were to pursue her, he would certainly outshine the other boys at school. The thought of indulging in delightful culinary creations daily was, indeed, a joyous prospect. At that moment, the people in line once again cast disparaging thoughts toward the 6 girls. How shameless! It's outrageous that they resorted to such underhanded tactics, attempting to ensnare the proprietor with feminine wiles to entice him back. Barely a day has elapsed since proprietor Su's arrival, and already they seek to abscond with him, a flagrant display of insolence. Do they presume our institution bereft of pulchritude? At this juncture, many within the ranks harbor a fervent desire to pit Shin Ishi against Shenli in a contest of allure. Chapter 38. Su Chenyang clarifies misunderstandings. Su Chenyang found himself both amused and exasperated by the personalities of several junior female students. Was it truly acceptable to so blatantly betray one's comrades? He recalled a similar experience at the entrance of the Polytechnic Institute, where Xia Yuro's roommates had enthusiastically sold her out. Su Chenyang wondered if his culinary skills were the sole reason for such behavior from these young women. With a gentle smile, Su Chenyang firmly responded, "Absolutely not. If I were to return to campus to set up a stall solely for the sake of pursuing a junior, only to gain a mere chance at courtship, what would differentiate me from a sycophant? If, in the end, the junior does not become my girlfriend and ends up with someone else, I would have toiled in vain. I refuse to be a sycophant, showering a girl with attention and favors simply to gain proximity. 99.9% of sycophants meet an unfortunate end. I do not believe I am a fortunate one who can defy the odds and become the exception. Therefore, I will never engage in sycophantic behavior." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of many males in the queue underwent an immediate transformation, inwardly cursing Su Chenyang. What did he mean? Who was he subtly mocking? His lack of emotional intelligence was glaring. Even if he didn't want to be a sycophant, couldn't he have said something considerate for the sake of the junior? What if the girl had been moved? He was doomed to be single forever. The males in the queue silently cursed Su Chenyang. If their beloved girls hadn't been present, they might have engaged in conversation. Insulting his patrons in such a manner was unacceptable. They had even considered enlisting the aid of Chun Ishi, a campus belle. But now, it seemed Su Chenyang was unworthy of a girl of her caliber. Even Lu Pengyan, his close friend, gazed at Su Chenyang with resentment. He hoped Su Chenyang wasn't including him in his criticism. Lu Pengyan felt that bringing the junior to the queue was Su Chenyang's idea, and he shouldn't be included in the denunciation. While the males harbored resentment, the females present couldn't help but chuckle. The boss was quite forthright, refusing to show deference to such beautiful girls. He was a true, iron-willed man. Chun Ishi, who was also a campus belle, wore an expression of surprise. She was well aware of the lengths to which males would go to ingratiate themselves with beautiful girls. Su Chenyang's refusal to give Shunli any special treatment was rare. Compared to those who were overly persistent, Chun Yishi found Su Chenyang's principled nature more admirable. Although she had been teased by her roommates, Shunli was not embarrassed. She was amused by Su Chenyang's attitude. She had heard him say in a video that his inability to be a sycophant was the reason he couldn't find a girlfriend. His words aligned with his character. Shunli found the straightforward senior quite interesting. Shunli inquired with a smile, "Senior, you said you wouldn't set up a stall on our campus because there aren't any attractive girls. Why did you move from the Polytechnic University? Wasn't the girl there your type? Her roommates were even helping you. But you didn't pursue her. Everyone is curious about gossip." After seeing the video Su Chenyang posted yesterday, many people complained that Su Chenyang was timid, and Shunli deeply agreed. Su Chenyang seemed like someone who could take a joke, so Shunli asked curiously. Shunli's topic aroused the curiosity of everyone present, and they all pricked up their ears. I wonder if Boss Su will answer this question. Su Chenyang knew that there was a deep misunderstanding about asking whether Xia Yuro was popular yesterday. The whole network said he was timid. There are a lot of people recording videos at this time, and Su Chenyang feels that it is time to clarify. Su Chenyang denied, "That girl is not my type. If she was really the type of girl I like, I wouldn't change positions." Shunli said with a wicked smile that she didn't believe it. "Senior, you're not being honest. You clearly asked if she has a boyfriend." Because the diners took clear videos, Shunli felt that Su Chenyang couldn't play tricks, right? "You are so handsome, and you are not worthy of her. Now the whole internet knows. Don't be embarrassed. As a girl, I think boys should be brave. If you don't dare to tease, how can you get rid of being single?" These words made everyone present agree. Well said. If you like someone, if you don't even dare to chase them, how can an object fall from the sky and fall down by itself? Su Chenyang's attitude of having the heart of a thief, but not the courage, made it difficult for people to look up to Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang knew that he was deeply misunderstood, so he explained again, "I just asked whether that girl is popular or not, but I didn't ask if she is single. As for why I asked if she is popular, it's because I think that girl is quite pitiful. When I first queued up, I clearly brought a book to read. Such a girl looks like a female academic who is focused on studying. As a result, she was pestered by the boys next to her to chat, and there was no way to read. Especially since this girl clearly came with her roommate. The people queuing in front and behind at the time were all boys, and they were separated from her roommate. I hate licking dogs the most in my life. Those licking dogs used the queuing time in front of my stall to flirt and chat with beautiful girls. I couldn't bear it, so I asked casually, wanted to ask if this girl is very popular. If she is very popular, I will give her some preferential treatment next time she comes, so that those licking dogs don't have the chance to flirt. As a result, I was misunderstood that I liked her. I feel that this is very bad for the girl, so I changed positions." As soon as this explanation came out, everyone present was secretly speechless. They didn't expect that the truth of the matter was so different from what they expected. But Su Chenyang's attitude of hating licking dogs is too obvious. So it seems reasonable that Su Chenyang wanted to dismantle the licking dogs because he saw them taking the opportunity to queue up and chat with the goddess. In order to teach the licking dogs a lesson, Su Chenyang was mistaken by many people on the internet as a coward in love, which is really hard to hold back. The girls present all laughed. It turned out to be, for this reason, the misunderstanding was really a big deal. The boss said before that because the licking dog was a warm man, he was treated as a straight man and couldn't find a girlfriend. His resentment was indeed not small. Looking at the boss, it is impossible for him to reconcile with the licking dog in this life. Many boys in the team were speechless after hearing these words. Isn't it normal for a beauty of the school belle level to have licking dogs? If you don't chase her, you won't let others chase her. The school belle didn't say anything, so what qualifications does he have to meddle in other people's business? The dog is holding the mouse. It is also a dog, and he is embarrassed to say that others are licking dogs. I also want to deliberately increase the difficulty for people to chase girls. It's too immoral and more dog-like than licking dogs. It was not easy to chase girls in the first place. If Su Chenyang were to raise the stakes, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Chapter 39. Here comes our school bell. Is this called being timid? As light-hearted banter filled the air, another batch of egg meat pies was swiftly prepared. Su Chenyang efficiently packaged the delicious treats and encouraged those in line to serve themselves. When Lu Xinyue collected her egg meat pie and was about to scan the payment code, Lu Pengyan interjected, "Allow me to take care of it." While paying, Lu Pengyan noticed a meaningful smile gracing Su Chenyang's lips. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff, pondering how steadfast this fellow would remain when pursuing a girl. His peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Yishi among the few individuals behind him. The girl Lu was interested in was the adorable type, not overly aloof. Yet Su Chenyang had disdainfully labeled him a simp. Lu Pengyan was skeptical. If Su Chenyang were truly enamored with someone as high and mighty as Chen Yishi, would he maintain such bravado? With the anticipation of witnessing how Su Chenyang would woo a girl, Lu Pengyan decided to overlook Su's attitude. Moving aside, as Zhang Wansha stepped up to pay. In a playful tone, she asked, "Boss Su, having spent the day at our school gate, have you spotted any girls who meet your aesthetic?" At this remark, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward Chen Yishi. As the school bell, Zhang Wansha, who had come with her, clearly aimed to gauge Su Chenyang's opinion of her. Would this bold lad dare to speak the truth? Lu Pengyan silently applauded Zhang Wansha's inquiry while enjoying the spectacle. Su Chenyang harbored no reservations. His purpose in setting up shop was to see if he might chance upon a fateful encounter with a girl. It was hardly a matter to be concealed. While packaging the egg meat pies, he replied without lifting his gaze, "I find one girl rather appealing." As soon as the words left his mouth, the girls present understood that Su Chenyang likely harbored feelings for Chen Yishi. It seemed that the aloof demeanor of such girls was particularly captivating. However, given Chen Yishi's lofty standards, even if Su Chenyang was quite admirable in many respects, success was not guaranteed. Why pursue the more elusive when there were more accessible choices? The perplexity of boys' preferences was a mystery to many. This confusion was not exclusive to the girls, originally expecting to enjoy the spectacle. Shen Lai felt a pang of jealousy and bewilderment upon hearing Zhang Wansha's question. This girl, seemingly aloof, was more popular than herself. Why? Shen Lai's envy did not stem from affection for Su Chenyang. It arose from a rivalry among beautiful girls. She considered Su Chenyang to be a remarkably fine young man. Why, then, would he favor Chen Yishi, whose beauty did not surpass her own? Surely, her vivacious personality should be more engaging. After all, they were from the same school. Su Chenyang's courage was commendable. He boldly acknowledged his interest in the school bell in front of so many boys. Truly fearless. Lu Pengyan found himself increasingly impressed. A glance at the boys in line revealed their scornful expressions. How audacious! They looked down upon him as a simp, yet aspired to pursue their own school bell. Do they think themselves special? Despite the ridicule from yesterday, when everyone branded him timid, here he was, unabashedly pursuing the school bell on his first day of selling. Such gall. Even when Lu Xinyue attempted to employ Shen Lai, the school bell, as bait to draw Su Chenyang's attention, many boys hoped to pit Chen Yishi against Shen Lai to prove their school had its share of beauties. They wanted to keep Su Chenyang around to chat with their crushes while in line. However, when it became apparent that Su Chenyang had genuinely set his sights on Chen Yishi, these boys were less than pleased. Their school bell was meant for their own internal circles, while an outsider benefit. Suddenly the focus shifted to Chen Yishi, who felt uncomfortable under the collective gaze. Zhang Wansha's jest was ill-timed. What if Su Chenyang wasn't even referring to her? It left her feeling exposed. Chen Yishi couldn't help but harbor some resentment, considering there were girls from other departments who were equally attractive. Perhaps Su Chenyang was referring to someone else entirely, and Zhang Wansha's joke only exacerbated the situation. Irritated, she pinched Zhang Wansha's side, causing her to wince slightly. Yet, Zhang Wansha found conversing with such a bold and straightforward young man to be delightful. Ignoring the warning from Chen Yishi, she pressed on, "Boss Su, if you wish to pursue her, is there any way I could assist?" Understanding that Chen Yishi might be shy, she refrained from directly asking if he was indeed interested in her. Su Chenyang replied, "Classmate, this isn't quite right. You asked if I saw any pretty girls, and I mentioned one I find appealing. Liking someone doesn't equate to pursuing them." Zhang Wansha pressed on, "But merely admiring someone won't lead to a relationship, will it?" The boys in the crowd scoffed at Su Chenyang's apparent hesitance, labeling him a coward. "Oh, so you're backing down now? What a waste," they thought, their disbelief palpable. However, The next moment, Su Chenyang's words caught them off guard. Beauty is simply a matter of aesthetic appreciation. However, compatibility in character and values is paramount. I'm not a simp who would chase after every pretty face without considering those aspects. What if our values clash? With this reasoned perspective, the boys felt a twinge of understanding, their anger dissipating as they grappled with the logic of his stance. This fellow approached romance with an unsettling degree of rationality. Purchasing egg meat pies here felt like a trial. He was quick to dismiss simps, and yet they couldn't just walk away. The girls present found themselves resonating with Su Chenyang's viewpoint. He was indeed not just a simple-minded young man, but rather someone who approached relationships with a measure of reason. Chun Ishi couldn't help but reassess her impression of him. Perhaps he was a rather dependable young man. In truth, she had little patience for boys who were easily swayed by appearances. Such boys often flitted from one beautiful girl to another. Initially, she had presumed Su Chenyang was of the same ilk, but reality proved him to be distinct. With his charm, reliability, and culinary skills, he was difficult to dislike. Meanwhile, Shunli felt a pang of envy once more. Why was it that such dependable young men never pursued her? Reflecting on the boys at school who only sought her out for her looks, she realized that in terms of character and integrity, Su Chenyang was in a league of his own. Su Chenyang had never encountered a girl of this sort before. What could possibly lead him to believe that a girl with Chun Ishi's temperament would be any better? Chapter 40. The aloof school belle begins to anticipate. Zhang Wansha understood that jesting should be done in moderation. After acquiring a meat pie with egg, she stepped aside. When it was Chun Ishi's turn to scan the code for payment, she glanced at Su Chenyang, who was diligently preparing the meat pies. The sight of Su Chenyang engrossed in his work struck Chun Ishi as unexpectedly handsome, causing her heart to race. Hastily, she took her meat pie and left the queue. Having come straight from school without a meal, she was ravenous. Blowing on the hot food, she took a generous bite. Instantly, she understood the blissful sensation that the girls in her class had spoken of before the afternoon lesson. The crispy crust crunched delightfully in her mouth, producing a sound unlike any pie she had ever tasted in her years. The sheer crispiness of the pie made Chun Ishi feel that even without the filling, it would still be delectable. The tender meat filling, oozing with rich, savory juices, was a delight in itself. As she bit into the pie, it felt as if two exquisite flavors collided in her mouth, sparking a culinary explosion. It was simply divine. Given her hunger, one bite was hardly sufficient. Chun Ishi took 2 more bites, filling her mouth to satisfaction. Observing Chun Ishi's voracious appetite, Zhang Wansha noted the stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. With a smile, she inquired, "Ishi, Su's culinary skills are indisputable, aren't they? If Su were to pursue you, would you consider it?" This remark abruptly interrupted Chun Ishi's enjoyment, and she retorted with irritation, "Stop making wild claims. I'll let your previous joke slide, but if you keep this up, I won't let it go." At that moment, a few other roommates who had acquired their meat pies approached, chuckling softly. "What's wrong with a little chat?" Wansha was merely checking if Su's beautiful girls reference was indeed you. From what I gather, it seems Su finds our campus belle rather appealing. They urged her, "Come on, what do you think of Su?" Enough with the frivolity. It's unbecoming to be so self-absorbed. Chun Ishi felt exasperated, realizing her friends lacked tact. Surrounded by people, they were not in their dormitory. If word got out that she was mistaken, she would be embarrassed at school. Seeing that her 5 friends had collected their meat pies, Chun Ishi walked and ate, heading towards the school. Zhang Wansha and the others quickly followed suit, refraining from further teasing and indulging in their delicious meal. While savoring the delectable meat pie, Chun Ishi couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend who could cook. Could I be the beautiful girl he speaks of? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a warm flush spread across her face. For the first time in years, she found herself anticipating the attention of a boy pursuing her, a sentiment she had never experienced with the previous infatuated suitors. After Chun Ishi and her friends departed, Shunloi and her group left with Lu Peng'an. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang resumed his focused preparation of meat pies. At that moment, numerous girls began sharing videos of him online. The previous day's gossip about Su Chenyang's reluctance to pursue Xiaoyuru, branding him a timid lover, had garnered considerable attention. With many girls now posting videos of Su Chenyang's recent clarification, the buzz intensified rapidly. By 10:20 p.m., Su Chenyang finally concluded his work for the day. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 3057. Today, he had tirelessly prepared 2,000 pies, utterly exhausted. Upon returning to his dormitory, it was already 10:50 p.m. As he stepped in, all 5 roommates turned their gaze towards him. Chenyang, have you truly set your sights on that aloof girl from the financial university? Su Chenyang anticipated this question upon his return. Nonchalantly, he replied, I just think she is quite beautiful. Is there a problem with that? She is indeed lovely. His words immediately drew disdain from his peers. He Lebo remarked, I have a high school classmate at the financial university, and that girl is their campus belle, very cold and unattainable. She has high standards for boyfriends. I think it might be a bit challenging for you. Whether I pursue her or not is still uncertain. I merely find her attractive at the moment. Please refrain from idle gossip. I'm utterly exhausted today. As soon as he said this, his friends realized that Su Chenyang was indeed interested in Sun Ishi. However, given Su Chenyang's demeanor, it seemed his interest was tentative. Since they could not pry any further, they decided to remain silent. After all, with Su Chenyang's current popularity, any developments would soon surface online. They were curious to see how this steadfast boy would pursue the aloof schoolbelle. After Su Chenyang finished showering, he lay on his bed. Instead of sleeping immediately, he opened his phone to check online happenings. Upon searching his name, he discovered a trending topic. The trending tag read, Su boss's grievance against licking dogs. Clicking on the video, he saw a girl had recorded his explanation clarifying that he did not have feelings for Xiaoyuru. The trending title even included the term licking dog. Naturally, his comments about licking dogs garnered the highest number of likes, exceeding 100,000, with comments in the thousands. Su Chenyang opened the comment section to see if the online sentiment had shifted from yesterday's mockery of him being a coward. If someone says that, I do feel they're just making excuses. I fully believe Su Boss is teaching a lesson to the licking dogs. Su Boss has quite a history with licking dogs. I suspect he had a crush that was pursued by one. Or else where would this animosity come from? Yesterday, we misunderstood Su Boss. Today, he dares to directly pursue a beautiful girl from another school. Whoever calls him a coward, I 1T stand for it. I'm increasingly curious about what happens next. Can Su Boss, an outsider, win over a girl from her own school? I'll go support him tomorrow and enjoy the spectacle. Tomorrow, I can only cheer after work in the evening. I wonder if I'll get to see the show. Netizens seem to have accepted Su Chenyang's words, ceasing their mockery of him as a coward. However, like his roommates, they were intensely curious about how this steadfast boy would pursue a girl. Despite the uncertainty of his pursuit, the enthusiasm for the unfolding drama was undeniable. Su Chenyang shook his head. At least he had cleared his name from the label of cowardice, allowing him to set his phone aside and drift off to a contented sleep. Chapter 41. Not taking Su Chenyang's words to heart at 6 o'clock the following morning. Su Chenyang, as usual, completed his morning routine and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast before returning to his rented apartment to prepare for the day. Outside the entrance of the Finance University, a considerable number of people had gathered by 10:50 a.m., anticipating Su Chenyang's stall at 11. At that moment, Sun Ishi and her 5 roommates arrived, having finished their 3rd class and with no class during the 4th period. Upon reaching the school gate, they were somewhat taken aback by the sheer number of people present. The area was bustling with not only university students, but also numerous white-collar workers, tourists, and business professionals, all waiting expectantly. It was evident that the crowd had formed largely due to the videos uploaded by many girls the previous day, announcing Su Chenyang's presence at the university. How I wish the lines were shorter. Sun Ishi mused aloud, just as Zhang Wansha was about to comment that if only her boyfriend were Su Chenyang, they wouldn't have to wait in line. A familiar voice called out, Ishi, are you here for the egg and meat pie again? Turning around, Sun Ishi recognized Lin Difeng, a classmate from the neighboring class. Standing at 6 feet tall, with striking features, he had been pursuing her for some time. Yes, Lin Difeng. Are you here for the egg and meat pie as well? She replied politely. I heard the egg and meat pie is quite delicious, so I thought I would give it a try. Lin Difeng responded with a smile, omitting the truth. He was aware that Sun Ishi intended to come again today for the pie. Additionally, He had seen the trending topic from the night before. Su Chenyang, an outsider, had come on his first day and already set his sights on the university's belle. Lin Difeng, who had pursued Chun Ishi for 2 years without success, felt a surge of frustration at Su Chenyang's audacity. Just as Lin Difeng finished speaking, another voice chimed in, "Ishi, what a coincidence." Turning to look, Lin Difeng saw Wang Jiong, a stylish boy standing at 5'9", with a fashionable appearance and golden brown hair. Lin Difeng's mood soured instantly. Wang Jiong was also a rival in his pursuit of Chun Ishi. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Chun Ishi answered politely, while Lin Difeng cursed inwardly at the unwelcome intrusion. Wang Jiong, however, was indifferent to Lin Difeng's displeasure, as he himself was displeased by the presence of his rival. Within moments, several more competitors joined them, causing Chun Ishi to feel slightly exasperated. As her roommates, Su Chenyang and the others, exchanged amused glances, they speculated they must be jealous coming over like this. Meanwhile, the 7 rivals exchanged glances filled with disdain. Chun Ishi, wishing to avoid being bothered by them while waiting in line, asked, "Aren't you all here with classmates?" The 7 boys instantly grasped Chun Ishi's implied wish for them to leave, yet they had no intention of departing. They had previously lined up for over 2 hours with their crushes, enjoying each other's company, and this opportunity to engage with Chun Ishi was too precious to forego. Just as the 7 hesitated on how to respond, a commotion arose in the crowd. "Boss Su has arrived," someone called out, and Chun Ishi quickly forgot about the 7 boys, hurrying to join her roommates in line. The boys, realizing they no longer needed an excuse, eagerly followed her. As Su Chenyang parked his food cart, he announced, "Please wait a few minutes while I prepare." Upon finishing his statement, he immediately spotted Chun Ishi amidst the throng. However, his attention was primarily drawn to the group of boys surrounding her. Yesterday, Chun Ishi had come with her roommates, yet today, she was separated from them in the queue. And Su Chenyang could surmise the identities of these boys. Su Chenyang and the others had been separated due to the eagerness of Lin Difeng and his friends, all vying to be near Chun Ishi. The boys felt quite satisfied with their positions, having estimated approximately 250 people ahead of them, affording them a chance to converse with Chun Ishi. "It's quite crowded and warm, Ishi. Would you like a small fan?" Lin Difeng offered, producing a small fan from his pocket. Wang Jiong and the others silently cursed him, regretting not bringing their own fans. "No, thank you. I'm not hot," Chun Ishi replied. "Besides, since we're in line together, if you use it, I can still feel some of the breeze." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chenyang's voice rang out, "Hey, the girl in the light green checkered shirt, please come forward in line." All eyes turned toward the center, quickly identifying Chun Ishi. The boys surrounding her shifted uneasily, recalling Su Chenyang's earlier comments about helping others escape from undesirable situations. It seemed Chun Ishi had fallen into a similar predicament. The critical aspect was that Su Chenyang had not explicitly stated his intentions. It was clear that Chun Ishi was the most beautiful girl present. Those from Finance University were somewhat accustomed to the attention Chun Ishi received, but the onlookers, white-collar workers, tourists, and business people, felt awkward for the 7 boys. The moment was pivotal. If Chun Ishi chose to step forward, it would indicate that the boys had been deluding themselves. In an instant, the 7 boys felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, recalling Su Chenyang's earlier words. Frustrated, Lin Difeng mentally berated Wang Jiong and the others, wishing he had come alone, as his presence would have been less conspicuous. Chun Ishi's group of 7 was unmistakably accompanied by admirers, and those familiar with Su Chenyang knew he despised sycophants. Hence, his action would not provoke resentment among the crowd. As the first to approach Chun Ishi, Lin Difeng felt wronged by the situation, while Wang Jiong shared his disdain for the others, thinking their presence was utterly unnecessary. With only 2 individuals involved, it is as if Chun Ishi has had but one male acquaintance throughout. It is not surprising that other girls find themselves in similar lines of affection. Consequently, Wang Jiong feels that he has been adversely affected by the other 5 individuals. Each of those 5 harbors their own thoughts as well. However, at this moment, such considerations are of little consequence. What truly matters is whether the awkwardness can be alleviated. The gazes of all 7 individuals converge upon Chun Ishi, collectively hoping she refrains from stepping forward. Chapter 42. Is being like the license to be arrogant? Suddenly becoming the center of attention for so many people. Chun Ishi felt somewhat out of her depth. Indeed, she was not particularly fond of being pursued by boys like Lin Difeng, whom she did not care for. However, if Chun Ishi were to heed Su Chenyang's suggestion and step to the front of the line, everyone would realize that Lin Difeng and his companions were merely infatuated fools. Chun Ishi thought this would be rather unkind to Lin Difeng and his friends. Su Chenyang despised sycophants, and now he was urging her to approach. Would he be displeased if she chose not to? Chun Ishi began to waver in her thoughts. After a few moments of contemplation, she concluded that she could not treat Lin Difeng and his companions in such a manner. If the attractive girl Su Chenyang mentioned was indeed her, and if he liked her, then he should not be overly concerned about such trivial matters. If a boy harbors feelings for a girl, it would be rather petty to fret over minor issues. Moreover, based on her own appearance, if Su Chenyang truly liked her, he would pursue her regardless. At worst, she could give him more face next time. I don't need that. I will continue to wait in line, Chun Ishi declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Difeng and his companions were elated. Indeed, Ishi was not as heartless as they had feared. They had anticipated she might harbor some affection for that fellow, but it seemed their presence still held significance. The question remained, which among them she favored? The seven of them began to eye each other with renewed suspicion. The crowd was taken aback by Chun Ishi's refusal. Su Chenyang had been turned down. It appeared that even a girl as aloof as Chun Ishi was not easily swayed, not even by Su Chenyang. He seemed to pursue the unattainable while neglecting the more accessible. Observing the situation, Su Chenyang said nothing further and continued preparing his egg pancakes. However, a new plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps he would set up his stall at another school tomorrow. If a girl was being pursued by sycophants, Su Chenyang could manage that. Yet if a girl willingly entangled herself with such individuals, even if she fit his ideal type, he had no desire to delve into her character or values. Noticing Su Chenyang's silence, the onlookers felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing the anticipated drama would not unfold, and resumed waiting in line. After Chun Ishi had declined Su Chenyang, Lin Difeng and his friends felt buoyed and grew even more enthusiastic in their conversation with her. They exchanged banter back and forth. Chun Ishi, feeling somewhat awkward, could not entirely ignore them, and thus engaged in casual discussions about studies. An hour later, when the latest batch was ready, it was finally time for Chun Ishi and her group of 50. Wang Zhiyong, standing in front of her, promptly paid for her meal. Ishi, I've got this covered. Just grab your pancake, he said, leaving Chun Ishi feeling somewhat helpless. She glanced at Su Chenyang, who was focused on his work, not wanting him to think she was the kind of girl who took advantage of boys, nor did she want him to misinterpret her relationship with Wang Zhiyong. I'll transfer the money to you later, she replied, taking her egg pancake and stepping aside to pull out her phone and send Wang Zhiyong the payment. Wang Zhiyong, I've just transferred the money. Please check. Chun Ishi raised her voice slightly, hoping Su Chenyang would hear. After saying this, she glanced at Su Chenyang again, only to find he looked her way at all, engrossed in packaging pancakes. Perhaps he was simply too busy. Chun Ishi thought it must be his preoccupation, so she dismissed the thought. As her 5 roommates gradually received their pancakes, Chun Ishi joined them. After having savored an egg pancake the previous day, she had been longing for another. Now, indulging in the exquisite taste once more, her spirits soared. Zhang Wansha and her friends were equally delighted, relishing their meal. As they walked and ate, they distanced themselves from Lin Difeng and his companions, discussing the earlier events. Ishi, when Su Chenyang asked you to move to the front of the line, didn't it seem a bit inconsiderate to refuse him? One asked. Indeed, considering you didn't think much of Lin Difeng and his friends before, why give them face now? Another chimed in. Upon hearing their comments, Chun Ishi replied, I have indeed turned them down before, but I felt it would be unkind to embarrass them like that. They persistently pursued me. So any humiliation they faced is of their own making. Are you not concerned about Su Chenyang getting upset? How could he be so easily angered? Chun Ishi scoffed. Let us not even discuss whether the attractive girl he mentioned is me. If it is, then it is he who should be pursuing me, not the other way around. Why should I fear his displeasure? Her words resonated with Zhang Wansha and the others, who suddenly perceived the logic in her reasoning. In romantic pursuits, the roles of pursuer and pursued inherently define power dynamics. Why should the pursued fear the anger of the pursuer? With that, they ceased dwelling on the matter, enjoying their meal and chatting as they returned to their dorms for a midday rest. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the 6 of them headed to class. By 5 o'clock, they completed their lessons and made their way directly to Su Chenyang's stall. The afternoon line appeared even longer, with more people drawn to his offerings. By 6:20, the number of individuals queuing exceeded 600. At that moment, Su Chenyang ran out of ingredients, leaving newcomers frustrated as they could not join the line. "I prepared so much, yet sold out even faster," he lamented, recalling how it had run out by 6:40 the previous day. Su Chenyang had prepared over 2,000 egg pancakes to cater to his customers, yet today they were sold out even more swiftly. He pondered how to ensure latecomers would not leave empty-handed. Meanwhile, the nearby stall owners were pleased, as they too benefited from the crowd. As anticipated from previous observations, once Su Chenyang's stall became popular, it drew attention to their own. Yesterday, few professionals had come by, resulting in minimal business for the other stall owners. Now, with many office workers and business people stopping by after work, sales significantly improved. By the time Chun Ishi and her friends finally secured their egg pancakes, it was already 8:10. As she scanned to pay for her meal, Chun Ishi noticed Su Chenyang still diligently making pancakes, seemingly uninterested in conversing with her. It appeared that the events of the afternoon had indeed left him displeased. Chun Ishi considered that she should take the initiative to greet him, signaling a willingness to engage. "Su Chenyang, many people at our school have yet to try your egg pancakes. Would you consider selling them again?" she inquired, emphasizing the richness of flavor that included tender pork, lettuce, crispy layers, and a secret sauce. She had been eager to taste them. However, Su Chenyang felt somewhat exasperated by her request. Given their unfamiliarity and the fact that she had not acknowledged him earlier, he found it audacious for her to make demands. Su Chenyang sensed that Chun Ishi harbored an attitude of superiority, as if she believed her requests were entitled to acceptance, while others were not. He recognized that this mindset had likely been fostered by the sycophants who pursued her. Chun Ishi dismissed the affections of these infatuated admirers. Yet their subservience had led her to assume that anyone pursuing her would cater to her whims. Regrettably, aside from his parents, Su Chenyang has never indulged anyone. With unreserved candor, Su Chenyang remarked, "If you are genuinely considering the students of the school, I am certain that many of them have been unable to purchase because of the lengthy queue. You may choose not to attend, thereby leaving the opportunity for them." As soon as he finished speaking, those in line were left momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Was he directly suggesting that Ishi should not come? Had he not expressed admiration for her beauty? Was it not Ishi he referred to as the attractive girl yesterday? Initially, everyone speculated that the girl Su Chenyang mentioned was Chun Ishi, but now his words have sown seeds of uncertainty. Chapter 43. The cold beauty stunned by the stall's closure. Su Chenyang's indifferent demeanor left Chun Ishi momentarily taken aback. Even though he hadn't explicitly named the beautiful girl yesterday, when their roommate jested about it, Chun Ishi remained silent. Yet, deep down, she believed that she was indeed the one he found attractive. If that were the case, would Su Chenyang not wish to see her every day? Was his aloofness a consequence of her not yielding to him at noon? No wonder he struggled to find a girlfriend. Chun Ishi felt that it was more than just the stereotype of a straight man. It reeked of narrow-mindedness. However, Chun Ishi seemed to have forgotten that she had previously severed ties with those boys who pursued her if they displayed any enthusiasm toward other beautiful girls. Now, entangled with a lovesick suitor, she deemed his jealousy as pettiness, exhibiting a stark double standard. By taking the initiative to greet Su Chenyang, she intended to convey an olive branch. Since he showed no interest, she felt disinclined to maintain a positive attitude and promptly departed from the stall. Despite her silent resolution to not return, she refrained from uttering harsh words. After all, Su Chenyang's egg meat pie was genuinely delectable. Given the limitations of his stall, where each person could only purchase one, her roommates were unable to bring any back for her. "I am merely granting him a chance for redemption," Chun Ishi reassured herself. After all, If she ceased visiting, how could he pursue her? Thus, her continued patronage was a deliberate act to afford him an opportunity. After Chun Ishi left, her 5 roommates obtained their egg meat pies and departed with her. The onlookers, witnessing her exit while Su Chenyang continued to prepare the pies without even glancing up, were left incredulous. Had they truly misjudged? Was the beautiful girl he referred to someone else from a different department? Regardless, even if Chun Ishi was not the girl he had in mind, his blatant disregard for such a stunning girl showcased his undeniable lack of charm. The university students and young professionals present were envious of Su Chenyang's confidence. Handsome and possessing remarkable culinary skills, coupled with an income likely exceeding 10,000 daily. He certainly had no shortage of beautiful girls vying for his attention. Hence, a little arrogance in his demeanor seemed quite justifiable. They believed he lacked appreciation for beauty. Yet if they were in his position, perhaps they would be even more audacious. As Su Chenyang continued his work, Zhang Wansha and others resumed their discussion on matter. Ishi, it seems like Boss Su is still brooding over your dismissal at noon. Chun Ishi nonchalantly replied, "What does it matter to me? Let's not dwell on this. I have a lot of assignments to tackle tonight." Recognizing her disinterest in further discourse, Zhang Wansha and her companions wisely fell silent. Upon returning to their dormitory, the 6 girls began their studies. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 10:30. Su Chenyang hastily closed his stall and rode off on his food cart. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 5257. Today he had prepared 2,200 egg meat pies, leaving him physically exhausted. Having surpassed 5,000 points, Su Chenyang was eager to explore the rewards from the silver treasure chest. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 257. Congratulations. The master has earned a year's usage right to a 240 square meter townhouse in Hangzhou, valued at 40 million. A usage right. If this property were to become Su Chenyang's outright, he could sell it and abandon his struggles. Residing at school was indeed inconvenient, and he had plans to rent a place. His own rented accommodation could never match such luxury. After working so hard, indulging himself was only fair. Thus, spending 5,000 points felt worthwhile. Next, he decided to exchange for a recipe for pot stickers. Preparing egg meat pies required rolling dough, and after 3 days, Su Chenyang found it increasingly taxing. Pot stickers, on the other hand, were simpler. Similar to dumplings, they didn't need to be fully wrapped, just sealed at the top. With the system granting full experience points, his dexterity would allow for rapid preparation. He believed making pot stickers would adequately satisfy his needs. The recipe for pot stickers cost him 100 culinary points. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 157. System: how many culinary points are needed for the modification of my food cart? The system replied, no modifications are necessary for your cart, just a simple update to the electric griddle's functionality, which requires only 20 points. Additionally, your egg meat pie cart plan will be saved. You can reactivate it for just 1 point next time. That sounds excellent. Su Chenyang thought this was quite user-friendly, and he planned to return to school. However, he suddenly remembered that he would need to request the dormitory supervisor to open the door. Why not just stay at the townhouse? He mused. Working from a villa would be much more convenient, and he could cancel the rented accommodation. With this newfound resolve, Su Chenyang activated his phone's navigation and headed towards his new home. After half an hour, he arrived at his residence. The food cart was returned to the system space for modifications. While glancing at the weather forecast on his phone, he noticed potential rain. He spent 1 point to obtain an accurate weather update. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 136. It revealed that a thunderstorm was expected tomorrow afternoon. A day of rest sounds perfect. I've been quite fatigued. Following that, Su Chenyang explored his villa, which boasted 3 floors above ground and 2 below, featuring 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, luxuriously adorned in a modern Chinese style that resonated with his taste. After concluding the tour, he remembered to record a video to notify everyone about his day off and the change of location. Finding a well-lit spot, he filmed the video, which was dispatched at 11:30. At this hour, the nightlife was just beginning to stir. In the dormitory of Hangzhou University of Finance, Chun Ishi's lights had just turned off. The 6 girls lay in their beds, playing on their phones before sleep. Initially, Chun Ishi had not been particularly attentive to Su Chenyang. Yet, pondering the possibility of his interest in her, she had begun to follow him the night prior. To her surprise, after a few videos, she stumbled upon Su Chenyang's latest update. In the video, he greeted the audience, "Hello everyone, I'm the food blogger Su Chenyang. I want to extend my gratitude to the many patrons who have braved the journey to the gates of the Finance University to support me these past few days. Due to a thunderstorm forecasted for tomorrow afternoon, I will not be setting up my stall and will take the day off. If the weather permits the day after, I will resume my operations, but not at the university's entrance, so please do not make a fruitless trip. The specific location has yet to be determined, but I hope to see you again. Wishing everyone a pleasant night and a cheerful tomorrow." After watching the video, Chenyang was instantly bewildered. He wouldn't be at the university gate? Was it truly because of the incident at noon? At that moment, Chenyang was certain that she was indeed the beautiful girl he had mentioned. If it were someone else, why would Su Chenyang be upset enough to avoid her? Given her beauty, did he not wish to pursue her? Was his indifference truly warranted over such a trivial matter? In her daily encounters with sycophants, Chenyang remained indifferent, yet they persisted relentlessly. On the other hand, Su Chenyang chose to disregard her over a trivial matter, leaving Chenyang astonished by the existence of such a man. She lamented that she should have withheld her courtesy towards those boys during lunch. At this moment, regret gnawed at her for entertaining those sycophants. She had forfeited the opportunity to engage with a far superior individual, a loss she deemed utterly lamentable. When would she have the chance to meet a man who could truly satisfy her expectations once more? Chapter 44. The campus belle regrets and seeks to win back Su Chenyang. As Chenyang stumbled upon a video of Su Chenyang, her roommate Zhang Wansha and 4 others, who were equally intrigued by him, were also led to the same video through Douyin's algorithm. Upon viewing it, they were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Su, the boss, would exhibit such assertiveness. Being Chenyang's roommates, they were well aware of the allure of the campus belle. Yet it seemed that her charm fell flat in the presence of Su Chenyang. This revelation opened their eyes to the reality. Uncertain whether Chenyang had seen the video, Zhang Wansha inquired, "Ishi, did you come across Su's video?" Though her heart was heavy with despair, Chenyang could only respond nonchalantly, "I saw it. If he chooses not to set up his stall, so be it. It's none of my concern." Her dismissive demeanor left her roommates at a loss for words. Zhang Wansha sighed in resignation, sensing that deep down, Ishi must harbor some regret. It was common knowledge that Su Chenyang was a staunch and straightforward individual, and compatibility in character and values was essential. By acknowledging the presence of other suitors before Su, it inadvertently communicated a lack of interest, leading him to believe they were ill-suited for each other. His earlier comment suggesting that Ishi need not come if she had objections was strikingly decisive. It seemed he had not even considered granting her a chance. The 5 of them lamented in silence, not merely for the absence of suitable suitors for Chenyang, but primarily for the loss of their cherished chicken and egg pie, as Su Chenyang's goods sold out before 7 in the morning lately. Their attempts to patronize other vendors would likely be in vain, often resulting in fruitless trips. Meanwhile, many at the financial university, captivated by Su Chenyang, were witnessing the video as well. Regardless of gender, they held Chenyang in disdain, with the male viewers expressing their contempt even more vocally. They felt that her actions had thwarted their chances to connect with the girls they admired. It was baffling how someone with such lofty standards in school could squander an opportunity to be pursued by a more appealing male. The male students, accustomed to Chenyang's dismissive attitude towards those who fawned over her, were taken aback by her sudden warmth towards Su. It was a perplexing contradiction. They lamented that such a valuable opportunity, a handsome and culinary-savvy individual like Su, was not being cherished. As these sentiments brewed, the male students, while harboring resentment towards Chenyang, found themselves compelled to suppress their frustrations, leaving encouraging comments in Su Chenyang's feed, advocating for Chenyang. "Boss, this approach seems rather inappropriate. The girl didn't intend to slight you. She was merely being considerate of the other boys' feelings. Please show some compassion. Consider it from another perspective. If you were pursuing a girl who, despite her lack of affection for you, treated you with disdain, wouldn't that indicate she's not a good person? There's no need to abandon your pursuit over such trivial matters. Meeting someone you find attractive is a rare occurrence. Continue with your venture. The comments flooded in. And as the clock struck noon, Chun Yi, typically a slumbering figure at this hour, found herself wide awake, plagued by thoughts. Upon revisiting Su Chenyang's video and discovering a multitude of comments advocating on her behalf, she felt a glimmer of hope. Could these voices sway Su's perspective? Half an hour had passed since she first viewed the video. As a third-year student, Chun Yi contemplated whether she would encounter anyone more appealing than Su Chenyang during her university years. With plans to pursue further studies next year, she realized that while there might be more exceptional individuals, it remained uncertain. Thus, she deemed it prudent to seize the opportunity before her. If Su returned to his stall, Chun Yi resolved to extend no courtesy to the sycophants. She too left a comment in her own defense. Be gentle. The girl was unaware of your feelings. There's no need to be harsh. Had she known, your severity might be warranted. Don't miss out over a misunderstanding. Uncertain if her comment would be lost among the multitude, Chun Yi felt a slight solace after posting it. She then set aside her phone, preparing for rest. Yet, thoughts of missed chances with a commendable young man kept her tossing and turning until she finally drifted into a restless slumber around 1:30 in the morning. The night passed in silence. By 7:30 the next morning, Su Chenyang awoke naturally. He reached for his phone, eager to scroll through Douyin for a quick pick-me-up. Upon opening the app, he was met with a flurry of notifications, evidence of the numerous comments on his video from the previous night. To his astonishment, the comments implored him not to abandon a potential connection over trivialities, arguing that such rigidity would lead to difficulties in future relationships. How could I have amassed such a following of sycophants? Su Chenyang mused in disbelief. He had always detested those who fawned over him, and it seemed illogical that his audience would condone such behavior. It dawned on him that these commenters likely had grown accustomed to their roles as admirers, failing to see the inherent issues in entangling with attractive women while lacking principle. He pondered how to alter the nature of his followers, feeling a headache coming on as he set his phone aside and proceeded to wash up. Due to the exhausting toll of baking each day, which left Su Chenyang with aches and pains, he resolved to take a jog around the community to both exercise and familiarize himself with his surroundings. Clad in the freshly washed and dried attire from the previous night, he stepped outside. The residents of such opulent villas, valued in the tens of millions, were not those who needed to rise early for work, which rendered the area surrounding Su Chenyang's townhouse remarkably tranquil. After a leisurely half-hour run, upon returning to the entrance of his villa, he encountered a strikingly beautiful woman in her mid-20s, dressed in athletic wear, with a tall and slender figure exuding an air of sophistication as she emerged from her home. Chapter 45. The Potstickers of Art. The enchanting lady in question is none other than Zhou Yulin, the elegant professional whom Su Chenyang encountered during his second visit to the entrance of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, where he set up his stall. In her hand, she held a dog leash, and at her feet was a small golden retriever, clearly out for a morning jog while also walking her dog. Zhou Yulin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Chenyang, but once she confirmed her recognition, she greeted him warmly. "Boss Su, I didn't realize you lived around here. Do you remember me?" With a smile, Su Chenyang replied, "Of course I do. You came with your friend that day." "Boss Su, ever since I had that delicious egg pancake at Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, I have been longing for more. I want to come back for another taste, but work has kept me too busy. Boss Su, I believe you should consider giving us, your working fans, a chance to savor your culinary delights by setting up your stall here in the CBD for a few days. Let's all share in the joy." Su Chenyang chuckled in response. "I will certainly take it into consideration. But since we are neighbors now, if you would like to sample my cooking, it can certainly be arranged. Are you off for a morning run and dog walk?" "Yes, I take my little dog out for a stroll every morning. Coincidentally, I was planning to make some pot stickers. If you don't mind, I could prepare a few for you to taste later." Zhou Yulin felt a bit shy about the invitation, as she and Su Chenyang were not yet very familiar. Accepting his invitation to breakfast felt somewhat presumptuous. However, she didn't think Su Chenyang had any ulterior motives. She had seen a short video about him the previous day. He had boldly dismissed the advances of beauties around 20 years old, so she doubted her own appeal, especially being 5 to 6 years his senior. There is no inconvenience at all. We are neighbors, after all. It's perfectly normal to visit each other. As she spoke, Su Chenyang's gaze fell upon the small golden retriever at her feet. Sister, your little dog is quite adorable. If you're heading to work, might I borrow him for a bit of fun? Zhou Yulin immediately understood Su Chenyang's eagerness to invite her for breakfast. The dog was usually cared for by a housekeeper when she was at work, and allowing Su Chenyang to look after him seemed no different. Of course, but my little dog is a bit shy, she replied. Shyness is not an issue. They'll warm up quickly. However, I might want to film a food video with your dog. Would that be all right? Film a food video? Zhou Yulin paused, not believing for a moment that Su Chenyang intended any harm to her beloved pet. However, she pondered what culinary wonders could possibly involve a dog. Despite her confusion, she readily agreed, of course. By the way, my name is Zhou Yulin. I am Su Chenyang. Thank you, Yulin Jia, he expressed with a smile. As he prepared to rise, he noticed a flurry of comments in the online chat, many of which reflected the adoration of his fans. Su Chenyang had been contemplating how to encourage a bit more assertiveness among them, and now, inspired by the small golden retriever, he found a spark for his short video creation. I'll start making the pot stickers now. It should take about half an hour. All right, I will return in half an hour. See you soon. With that, Su Chenyang pushed open the gate and returned to his house, while Zhou Yulin set off for her jog with her dog. In the kitchen, Su Chenyang began preparing the ingredients he had purchased from the market, starting with the dough. Many people simply add water to flour to make the pot sticker wrappers. But Su Chenyang, understanding the importance of quality, added eggs and lard to enhance the flavor. Once the dough was kneaded, he allowed it to rest before preparing the filling. He opted for a 3-flavor filling, combining various proportions of fresh pork, shrimp, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, eggs, salt, and a splash of cooking wine with ginger and scallion water to eliminate any fishy odors. After mixing thoroughly, he noticed the dough had rested sufficiently and used a rolling pin to flatten it with incredible skill, achieving the desired thickness in mere minutes. He cut the dough into 8 pieces, stacking them neatly before utilizing a circular mold to create the pot sticker wrappers. Given the large quantity he planned to make, this efficient method was essential, yielding a total of 64 wrappers. As he prepared to fill the pot stickers, he donned gloves, deftly placing the filling onto each wrapper. With remarkable speed, he could wrap each pot sticker in just a second, ultimately setting aside 32 for himself and storing the rest in the refrigerator. Next, he placed the pot stickers in a frying pan to cook, taking advantage of the lard already incorporated into the dough, thus eliminating the need to grease the pan. He began to create the ice flour water, a mixture that would give the pot stickers their crispy base. While many use only flour, water, and a bit of oil for this, Su Chenyang added salt to enhance the flavor. Without it, the dish would lack depth and character. Once the bottoms of the pot stickers turned golden brown, he poured the ice flour water into the pan, ensuring each dumpling was perfectly coated. He then covered the pan, allowing the water to evaporate and steam the pot stickers to perfection. After 10 minutes, just as the pot stickers were completed, the doorbell of the villa rang. Upon opening the door, Su Chenyang was greeted by Zhou Yulin and her little golden retriever standing outside. Yulin Jia, your timing is impeccable. I have just finished cooking the pot stickers. That means I am lucky enough to enjoy your freshest creations, Su shouted. Please come in. He welcomed Zhou Yulin and her dog into the villa, as the golden retriever was to be the star of his upcoming video. However, the dog shyly darted away, seeking refuge beside Zhou Yulin. My little golden retriever is quite timid, but he has a lovely disposition. You just need to spend some time getting to know him. Not a problem. A few tasty treats should do the trick. As they spoke, Su Chenyang led Zhou Yulin to the dining area. He entered the kitchen and lifted the pot lid, releasing a wave of steam and a rich, savory aroma that wafted through the air. Delicious. It smells like there is a wonderful blend of meat and seafood, Zhou Yulin noted, her anticipation growing as she began to salivate at the thought of the pot stickers. Emerging from the kitchen with a platter, Su Chenyang placed a beautiful arrangement of pot stickers and a glass of milk before Zhou Yulin. She marveled at the stunning presentation. The wrappers gleamed with a glossy sheen, creating a translucent appearance. The filling was generous, spilling slightly from the open edges, showcasing the exquisite craftsmanship that went into every pot sticker. The minced shrimp, pork, shiitake mushrooms, and various other ingredients are expertly ground to an impeccable uniformity, with particle sizes appearing almost indistinguishable. The meticulous attention to detail is truly astonishing. The surface of the filling glistens with a layer of oil, enhancing the vibrant colors of the shrimp, pork, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots, resulting in a more lustrous appearance. The bottom of the pot stickers is adorned with a golden frost, its texture reminiscent of crystalline ice, elevating its visual appeal to perfection. The aroma and flavor are entirely faultless. With a touch of artistic plating, it could easily rival a Michelin star dish worth hundreds. Chapter 46. Filming videos with the dog, a pot sticker, unadorned, evokes a sense of high-end dining, and Zhou Yulin sincerely marvels at Su Chenyang's culinary skills. Xiao Di, this pot sticker is crafted like a work of art. It is truly exquisite. Even the chefs at Michelin-starred restaurants, who are known for their flamboyance, cannot rival your prowess. Su Chenyang humblis. My skills are rather ordinary. Do give a taste. Then I shall not be polite, Zhou Yulin replies as she picks up a pot sticker with her chopsticks. As she lifts it, she notices that the icy edges are semi-transparent, faintly revealing the color of the solid wooden table beneath. With great anticipation, she takes a hearty bite. The crisp sound of the icy crust breaking resonates in the air. The pot sticker is not overwhelmingly flavorful. It is simply crispy with a hint of saltiness. As she bites down, the juices from the filling burst forth in her mouth. The tender fragrance of pork, the fresh taste of shrimp, the earthy aroma of mushrooms, and the crisp sweetness of bamboo shoots blend together in perfect harmony, creating a uniquely delightful flavor that makes her taste buds rejoice. Surprisingly, both the dough and the filling appear glossy, leading Zhou Yulin to expect a greasy experience. However, upon tasting, she finds it entirely devoid of greasiness. This is, of course, to be expected. When the pork, shrimp, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms were minced, no additional lard was added. The sheen on the dough and filling is merely the lard originally present in the dough, released during the steaming process. This sheen serves a beneficial purpose. It prevents the pot sticker from drying out due to external temperature fluctuations or breezes. Moreover, the oil acts as a lubricant, allowing the dough to meld seamlessly with the filling during chewing, avoiding a layered texture. If the ingredients were to remain separate in her mouth, the filling alone could overwhelm with its richness, leading to an unpalatable sensation. The dough's ability to blend with the other components mitigates the impact of the intense flavors, achieving a delightful balance. The texture and taste nearly reach perfection, leaving Zhou Yulin at a loss for criticism. As she swallows, her eyes sparkle with delight. The opportunity to enjoy such a delectable pot sticker for breakfast invigorates her spirit, making her feel as if a beautiful day has commenced. She pops another half of the pot sticker in her mouth, savoring the exquisite flavors while showering praises upon Su Chenyang. Xiao Di, your culinary skills could rival those of state banquet chefs. In fact, I believe they might not even be able to craft a pot sticker as splendid as yours. This is truly of national banquet caliber. Su Chenyang immediately refutes. How could I possibly compare to those top chefs? As long as you enjoy it, that is enough for me. If you're still hungry, I have more in the pot. Naturally, as the host, he refrains from mentioning the extra pot stickers in the refrigerator, as that might lead her to feel too polite to ask for more. Zhou Yulin responds, no need, no need. 16 pot stickers is already quite a substantial portion for me. As a woman, her appetite is naturally less robust. Typically, 10 dumplings suffice. Pot stickers are slightly more filling than dumplings, and with 16 on the plate, finishing them would surely leave her stuffed. However, given their delectable nature, she feels confident she can manage it. Soon after, Su Chenyang begins to indulge as well. The delightful flavors of the pot stickers bring him immense satisfaction. Paired with fresh milk, unadulterated and straightforward, this breakfast is truly fulfilling. While Zhou Yulin relishes her meal, a small golden retriever meanders about her, nudging her for attention, hoping she will acknowledge its presence rather than solely focus on the delightful food. Zhou Yulin notices the little golden retriever, but, being unable to spare any food herself, cannot bring herself to share. Moreover, Su Chenyang is filming a short video with the golden retriever today, and Zhou Yulin is merely there for a meal, not to forge a neighborly bond that would lead her to return for breakfast tomorrow. Thus, feeding the golden retriever would be far more practical at home. Observing the eager pup longing for a taste, Su Chenyang takes a pot sticker and gestures to the golden retriever. The pup, previously indifferent upon entering, eagerly rushes to Su Chenyang's side to accept the offering. Having only consumed dog food until now, tasting such a delectable pot sticker elevates its canine experience. Woof! The golden retriever barks at Su Chenyang, resting its front paws on his lap, clearly indicating it has not had its fill. If I give you another, will you cooperate with me for the video today? If you perform well, I shall prepare more for you. What does that sound? Woof! The canine and human come to a joyful agreement, and Su Chenyang feeds the golden retriever another pot sticker. This dog truly lacks dignity. Zhou Yulin chuckles, teasing her little golden retriever. Perhaps its previous life of eating only dog food was too harsh. With a smile, Su Chenyang notices the pup still seems unsatisfied and offers 2 more. Such deliciousness is worth sharing, and in the eyes of the golden retriever, it instantly becomes a cherished friend. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Yulin prepares to head home and get ready for work. As she bids farewell to the golden retriever, it does not seem reluctant, but rather joyfully sends her off. Su Chenyang places the dishes in the dishwasher and, taking his phone, leads the golden retriever out to film the video. Walking the pup outside the neighborhood, he arrives at a nearby bus stop, not to catch a ride, but solely to shoot the video. The golden retriever, well trained by Zhou Yulin, understands commands and follows Su Chenyang's instructions with remarkable cooperation, allowing for a swift filming process. Particularly, the final shot of the eager pup is performed with such authenticity. It embodies the essence of a devoted companion. By 1 in the afternoon, just before a downpour begins, Su Chenyang returns home. True to his word, he prepares 10 more pot stickers for the golden retriever. After these are devoured, Su Chenyang finds himself nearly a second owner of the puppy, which clings to him incessantly. While editing the video in his study, the golden retriever lies beside him, providing a comforting presence. Lacking experience in video editing, Su Chenyang works slowly, spending 5 hours to complete a 2-minute video. At 6 o'clock, he finally uploads his first food video for his 400,000 followers to appreciate. Chapter 47. Watching a video, the infatuated one cracks. At 6 o'clock, Chun Yishi and her 5 roommates had just finished their classes at the finance university and were heading towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Chun Yishi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort as she noticed many people casting resentful glances in her direction. This had been the case during lunch, and now it persisted. As the campus belle, she was unaccustomed to such treatment. Typically, when male students spotted Chun Yishi, they would inadvertently steal a few extra glances. Now, even the boys looked upon her with dissatisfaction. Chun Yishi felt troubled. It was all due to those 7. Her dislike for them had only intensified. If they hadn't clung to her, everything would have been just fine. The stares from her classmates made her increasingly uneasy, prompting her to quicken her pace. Zhang Wansha and the others also sensed the disdain directed at Chun Yishi and, with a sigh, hurried to keep up with her. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the 6 of them approached the fast food counter. There was quite a line, so they split up to wait in different queues. Just as Chun Yishi was about to be served, she heard a voice that made her frown instantly. "Yishi, you love the dishes from this counter too." Turning to her side, she saw Lin Diffing standing next to her, wearing a broad smile. Throughout the day, Chun Yishi had been unable to muster a smile. The sight of Lin Diffing still smiling only fueled her irritation. "Not really," she replied curtly. Lin Diffing felt a twinge of embarrassment at her cold demeanor. After Chun Yishi had turned down Su Chenyang the previous day, Lin Diffing had thought it was someone among their group who held significance for her. Now, with Chun Yishi's current attitude towards him, it seemed that he was not that person after all. Though somewhat disheartened, Lin Diffing chose to stay and join the queue behind Chun Yishi. At that moment, the person in front of Chun Yishi moved aside, and it was her turn to be served. "Annie, please pack it up," she instructed the server. With that, Lin Diffing lost all hope, realizing he was not the one Chun Yishi valued, and silently walked away. Zhang Wansha and the others, seeing Chun Ishi opt for takeout, followed suit, and they all returned to their dormitory together. Once back in her room, Chun Ishi decided to unwind her troubled mind by scrolling through Douyin while having dinner. The platform's algorithm was remarkably user-friendly. Hardly had she opened the app when she stumbled upon the latest video uploaded by Su Chenyang. Why was he posting new video at this time? Had he taken the advice from the multitude of comments urging him to reconsider? Chun Ishi found this entirely plausible. It was merely a minor mistake, and she believed there was nothing unforgivable about it. With so many fans of Su Chenyang advocating for him, it was reasonable for him to take heed of their counsel. Eagerly, she focused on watching Su Chenyang's video. The clip began with a golden retriever trotting down the street, its leash held by Su Chenyang. What was this about? Chun Ishi found it curious, but chose to continue watching. After a few seconds of the retriever walking, the scene shifted to a bus stop where a crowd was gathered, waiting for the bus. Soon, a bus arrived, and the passengers quickly surged towards the entrance. Just as Su Chenyang was about to step forward, the golden retriever remained motionless. Despite Su Chenyang tugging at the leash, the dog refused to budge. Coincidentally, a taxi pulled up behind the bus, and, as a passenger exited, the golden retriever barked. Woof. Are you put off by the crowd at the bus stop and prefer the less crowded taxi? Su Chenyang remarked with a smile. Well, let us go then. He then took the golden retriever into the taxi. After a brief shot of the bustling street outside the taxi window, the scene transitioned again, revealing Su Chenyang arriving at a bubble tea shop. The shop was bustling with customers, and as Su Chenyang approached to join the queue, the golden retriever voiced its discontent. Woof. You don't want to wait in line? Woof. All right, I can't argue with you. Su Chenyang then led the golden retriever to another less crowded bubble tea shop, where he purchased a cup. Afterward, he strolled leisurely down the street. The video sped up, and soon, Su Chenyang stood in front of a trendy cake shop that also had a long queue. As he prepared to join the line, the golden retriever protested again. This place has delicious treats. Woof, woof, woof. No matter how delicious, I want TQ. You're such a picky little thing. In exasperation, Su Chenyang decided to leave and went to a burger joint instead, buying 2 burgers to satisfy his hunger. He then continued his leisurely walk with the golden retriever. The scene changed again, showing Su Chenyang arriving at a park. As he and the golden retriever wandered through the park, they passed a grassy area where 10 puppies were frolicking together. Among them, a particularly eye-catching Pekingese donned a pink sweater, surrounded by 9 other dogs. The golden retriever, upon spotting the Pekingese, became ecstatic, attempting to rush over and make friends. Fortunately, it was still on the leash, or it would have succeeded. What are you doing? Woof. Woof. I want to play with her. The next moment, Su Chenyang's voice rang out in frustration. You infatuated fool. When the bus was crowded, you wouldn't tea ride. When it came to bubble tea, you wouldn't TQ. When it was time for food, you still refused to wait. Why don't you consider the crowd when seeking a partner? There are already 9 other suitors, and yet you shamelessly want to join them. How ridiculous. With only a 10% chance, what makes you think you would be the lucky one? There's no chance for a fool like you. Come back with me. With that said, Su Chenyang pulled the golden retriever away from the park. The dog struggled, but Su Chenyang held firm, unwilling to let it pursue the other dogs. Upon witnessing this, Chun Ishi's fleeting hope that Su Chenyang had heeded the advice of others was instantly shattered. She realized that this video was a direct response to those urging Su Chenyang not to give up. It was evident to any discerning observer that she already had 7 infatuated suitors. By acknowledging those 7, it implied a certain level of entanglement. Thus, Su Chenyang's message was clear. It wasn't he that Chun Ishi had humiliated him the previous day, prompting him to shy away from making a public appearance. Rather, he simply did not wish to force himself into the role of an infatuated admirer. Consequently, the sentiment expressed in Su Chenyang's video led Chun Ishi to understand that he would not return to set up shop at the school gate. Sigh. Chun Ishi thought to herself, realizing that some opportunities, once lost, could never be reclaimed. If one encounters a lack of suitable gentlemen in the future, one may have to lower their standards. Of course, there is also the possibility of meeting someone even more exceptional. However, if it were so effortless to find a better match, there wouldn't be so many individuals resorting to blind dates. It is precisely because they have yet to find someone superior that they opt for such arrangements. Chen Yishi is pursued by infatuated admirers, and, upon viewing this video, she feels disheartened for missing out on an outstanding gentleman who met her criteria. In contrast, the infatuated admirer is quite different. Take Lin Defan, for instance, who is currently dining in the cafeteria with her roommate. Chen Yishi's earlier indifference has made Lin Defan acutely aware that she holds no interest in him, thus labeling him as an infatuated admirer. Yet, at this moment, he stumbles upon a video featuring Su Chenyang, showcasing a golden retriever as the protagonist, and he finds himself utterly disarmed. This is particularly poignant as Lin Defan harbors a strong aversion to queuing. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of Chen Yishi, despite recognizing himself as an infatuated admirer amidst numerous rivals, he seems to willingly embrace this role. Su Chenyang's reprimands directed at the golden retriever resonate with Lin Defan as if he, too, is being chastised. Must the language be so vulgar? Are infatuated admirers not human? Chapter 48. A culinary revelation startled. Lin Defan nearly swiped away, presuming the video concluded. Yet, the scene shifted, revealing Su Chenyang back at his villa with the golden retriever. Su Chenyang firmly discouraged any subservient behavior. The crestfallen canine, bereft of its former devotion, lay despondently in the yard. After a poignant shot of the dog's sorrow, the focus turned to Su Chenyang, now in his kitchen, crafting pot stickers. The video showcased Su Chenyang kneading dough, preparing the filling, rolling wrappers, and assembling the dumplings. He then pan-fried them to a golden crisp. Enhanced with subtle filters, the visuals exuded a refined, almost ethereal quality. Next, he prepared an ice water slurry. As the pot stickers sizzled to a golden hue, he poured in the slurry and covered the pan. In the subsequent shot, upon lifting the lid, a cloud of steam billowed forth. Finally, Su Chenyang arranged the pot stickers in a Michelin-esque presentation, capturing a close-up. These ordinary morsels, transformed into culinary artistry on an exquisitely adorned plate, emanated an air of exclusivity. Bewildered, Lin Defan wondered if this was in fact a food video. Just moments ago, he was stung by the previous content, and now this gastronomic interlude left him uncertain of Su Chenyang's intent. However, clarity soon dawned, bringing renewed frustration. Su Chenyang carried the plate to the yard, presenting it to the despondent golden retriever. The aroma rekindled a spark in the dog's eyes, lifting its spirits. But as it lunged for the pot stickers, Su Chenyang restrained it. Still eager to be a sycophant? Woof woof. No. Is there not more to life than such servility? Perhaps. Exquisite cuisine? Woof woof. Yes. Was your devotion a source of profound misery? Woof woof. Indeed, Su Chenyang's final question struck Lin Defan like 1,000 cuts. Reflecting on his 2 years of pursuing Chen Yishi, he realized the truth in those words. The elaborate schemes to engineer encounters, the carefully chosen compliments to elicit a smile, all met with her aloof indifference. The sting of unrequited affection was indeed agonizing. While Chen Yishi, unlike other girls, maintained her principles and rarely accepted gifts, the effort still took its toll. The emotional anguish of unreciprocated gestures far outweighed the financial cost. His devotion was undoubtedly a source of profound misery. The final question was like a critical blow. A pang of pain resonated in Lin Defan's chest, the aftermath of this emotional assault. After the golden retriever's response, Su Chenyang released it, and it devoured the pot stickers with gusto. The main video concluded, fading to black with a message. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Hangzhou Business University. Be there. Devotion leads to emptiness. Only gastronomy remains. Come join us. Su Chenyang's impromptu food stall announcement was the final straw. How dare he create such a video? Lin Defan had seen Su Chenyang's previous video, hence the algorithm's continued recommendations. He had witnessed the comments urging Su Chenyang to reconsider his approach. While Lin Defan understood the fans' perspective from an objective viewpoint, Su Chenyang seemed to dismiss them as mere sycophants. The video's poignant questions felt like an interrogation of the devoted soul, inadvertently wounding even those who weren't his fans. This was too much to bear. Lin Difeng opened the comment section, ready to voice his discontent, only to find a chorus of similar sentiments. If you're making food videos, just make them. Even if the devoted have wronged you, you can't do this. You made my friend cry. I can't betray him, so I can't support you anymore. Crying emoji X3. The devoted are people too. Why showcase their misery? Do you think my friend enjoys being subservient? He has no choice. You're bullying him, and he might never buy your food again. Sobbing emoji X5. Why are you scolding my friend? He didn't feel miserable until you pointed it out. Now he's devastated. You're losing potential customers. Who will support you now? Crying emoji X10. Surrounded by fellow sufferers, Lin Difeng felt a bitter lump in his throat, making it difficult to swallow. Since others had already expressed his thoughts, he refrained from commenting. He sighed, only to notice his 3 roommates wearing similar expressions. Rising slightly, he saw them engrossed in Su Chenyang's video, their faces serious and contemplative. Unlike Lin Difeng, they all had girlfriends. What was happening? What's wrong, guys? Lin Difeng asked. Startled, they snapped out of their reverie. Nothing, just watching Su's video. It's pretty interesting. He's not just a good cook, he's got a knack for short videos. Creative and funny. Hearing their praise, Lin Difeng felt even worse. He forced a smile and echoed, yeah. Assuming their relationships shielded them from the video's impact, he didn't notice their strained smiles. But even with girlfriends, their struggles were their own. College students had limited funds, stretched between dates, meals, and gifts. They were grateful if they could avoid asking their parents for more money each month. Su Chenyang's recent food stall had been a welcome relief. 40 yuan was the limit, and the wait was a chance to unwind. Most importantly, the food was exceptional. Compared to a couple hundred yuan for a hot pot date, plus a movie, it was a bargain. So, despite Su Chenyang's occasional jabs at the devoted, they were genuinely happy to support him. Su Chenyang's absence has resulted in increased expenses, which has already caused considerable distress to 3 individuals. The emotional turmoil they experience is no less than that of Lin Difeng. After Su Chenyang posted the video, he attentively observed the comments section. He was amused to see numerous individuals passionately defending their devoted friends. Such benevolence is commendable. He sincerely hopes that this video might encourage these devoted friends to treat themselves with a bit more kindness. The lengths to which these devoted admirers go in their pursuit of affection, often foregoing basic comforts, leaves Su Chenyang perplexed regarding the underlying significance. Chapter 49. The Campus Belle. The most disliked straight man in this lifetime as the time for posting the video lengthened. More and more individuals began to voice their opinions in the comment section. Su Chenyang noticed a growing number of discontented netizens from Hangzhou University of Commerce expressing their grievances. What does this mean? When you previously set up stalls at different schools, you never issued any announcements. Now that you're at our school, you decide to give notice? This differential treatment is unacceptable. Delete the announcement, or I want to make a purchase. Bomb emoji. When you set up your stall at the Finance University, the first day was filled with their students. Now that you've announced it, tomorrow's queue will be full of white-collar workers. Is this reasonable? Your double standards make me unwilling to buy anything. Hurry and delete the last announcement, and I might consider forgiving you. Disdain emoji. You're clearly here for our campus bell. Can't you show some sincerity? Tomorrow's line will be full of white-collar workers. How do you expect our bell to queue? It's not too late to delete the announcement now. Think it over. Wink emoji. You're not giving our campus bell any respect. Do you still think you can win her over with this attitude? Wink emoji. Seeing these comments, Su Chenyang chuckled to himself. Life is so difficult. If I don't announce, it's wrong. If I do announce, it's still wrong. Besides, how did it turn into me coming for the campus bell? I'm merely drawn by fate. The campus bell of the Institute of Technology, Xia Yuro, and the bell junior from his own school, Shun Lei, had not stirred any romantic thoughts in Su Chenyang despite their beauty. It was merely that Chun Yishi was precisely his type, and, coincidentally, she was the belle of the Finance University. He simply found her beautiful. How did it turn into rumors of him coming for the campus bell? What slander and defamation! While Su Chenyang felt helpless about this assumption, many genuinely believed it. At this very moment, in the girls' dormitory of the finance department at Hangzhou University of Commerce, room 306, a short-haired girl turned to her desk mate, who was busy solving problems after watching Su Chenyang's video. Jingyao, Have you seen that short video by Su Boss? Upon hearing Tao Yuxuan's sudden inquiry, Li Jingyao replied nonchalantly, I have. At this, the other two roommates joined in the banter. Then you must know Su Boss is here for you, right? Minsha, you think so too? I also believe Su Boss is interested in Li Jingyao. Jingyao, after watching his short videos these past few days, what do you think of Su Boss? Ma Minsha and Pan Ruemeng were thoroughly engaged in the topic. Li Jingyao was the campus belle of their university, boasting skin as white as snow, which shimmered like pearls under the dormitory lights. With delicate features and an air of aloofness, she resembled a masterpiece of ice sculpture, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Li Jingyao's elegance was akin to that of Chun Yishi, whom Su Chenyang had previously deemed attractive. Thus, Ma Minsha and Pan Rueming assumed that if Su Chenyang found Chun Yishi beautiful, he would undoubtedly find Li Jingyao appealing as well. Of course, Su Chenyang was unaware that their university also had a similarly aloof campus belle. However, if Su Chenyang were to find Li Jingyao attractive, then asserting that he was there for her wouldn't be entirely inaccurate. Upon hearing their remarks, Li Jingyao's expression soured slightly. What does it matter to me whether he comes or not? Even though her usual demeanor was one of coolness, such a curt response left her three roommates somewhat disheartened. Tao Yuxuan pressed on. Jingyao, if Su Boss sets up a stall, aren't you planning to sample his culinary skills? Not in the least. This response extinguished the enthusiasm of the three roommates, who had been eager to tease. These past few days, the online chatter had praised his cooking, and with Su Chenyang coming tomorrow, it seemed odd that Li Jingyao showed no interest. Usually, she had a penchant for gourmet food. Why not? Su Boss's culinary skills are renowned. His egg pancakes and meat pancakes are said to be the best in the nation. Tomorrow's pot stickers are sure to be delectable. Want you give them a try? Not particularly interested. Not interested? Su Boss's skills are exceptional, and everyone raves about them. Although the postgraduate entrance exams are approaching, ISNT, there's still a couple of months left. With your grades, passing is a certainty. It's not that I can't spare the time to queue for food. Li Jingyao clarified, hoping to prevent her roommates from insisting further. You all just said Su Boss is here for me because I resemble that girl he found attractive. If I stand in line to support him, and someone records it and posts it online, many would undoubtedly think the same way. To be fair, I believe there's nothing wrong with what that girl did. It's perfectly normal for beautiful women to attract admirers. Why should a pretty girl abandon other suitors just because of him? What if she gives up her other admirers for him, and his straight man demeanor leads to a poor relationship? Wouldn't she end up at a loss? Just because one is skilled in cooking doesn't mean one has the capital for romance. Moreover, I despise straight men. I wouldn't dream of supporting a straight man's stall. Upon hearing Li Jingyao's explanation, the three roommates exchanged glances, realizing her stance leaned toward supporting Chenishi, who was also an aloof girl. However, unlike Li Jingyao, the three did not have numerous suitors, making them more empathetic towards Su Chenyang's perspective. After all, as Su Chenyang had mentioned in his recent video, that little golden retriever competing against 9 other admirers had only a 1 in 10 chance of success, akin to a perilous endeavor. Su Chenyang was handsome, skilled in cooking, and now enjoyed a good income. It was reasonable for him to avoid risking such odds. Naturally, from Li Jingyao's viewpoint, it made sense that beautiful girls with plenty of admirers had no obligation to forsake all their suitors for a man they might not end up with. In her freshman year, Li Jingyao had already attracted many admirers, including straight men. Their often thoughtless remarks had once infuriated her. Thus, her aversion to straight men was well known among her friends. Even if Su Chenyang were more handsome than that past suitor, the straight man trait would likely land him directly on her blacklist. It could only be said that talented and attractive men, as well as beautiful women with plenty of admirers, each had their firm reasons. It was normal for them to refuse to compromise. With Li Jingyao firmly stating her position, the three roommates ceased their probing and returned to their phones, casually watching a drama. Nevertheless, while Li Jingyao opted out, the others were determined to lend their support. After a while, 2 more roommates returned. Upon seeing Su Chenyang's video, they, like Tao Yuxuan, were eager to tease Li Jingyao about her plans for the next day. However, they were met with her indifferent demeanor, which dampened their enthusiasm. At 10 o'clock, Su Chenyang discovered that the video had garnered over 10,000 comments, with a staggering 99 being negative. Looking at this dismal feedback, one might mistakenly think that Su Chenyang was on the verge of bankruptcy. Feeling disheartened, Su Chenyang decided to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 50. Criticism and support. At 5:30 the following morning, Su Chenyang awoke. While brushing his teeth, he glanced at the food video he had posted the previous day. The video had garnered considerable attention, and his creative prowess was acknowledged, resulting in an increase of 50,000 followers, surpassing 450,000 in total. However, among the 30,000 comments, few were positive. He had kindly invited viewers to savor the culinary delights and appreciate the beauty of the world. Yet the response was overwhelmingly negative, with many harshly criticizing him. Su Chenyang curled his lip in disdain, indifferent to the backlash from detractors. He then made his way to the kitchen. After finishing breakfast, he began his preparations. After 4.5 hours of diligent work, at 10:40 a.m., he set off towards Hangzhou Business University on his food cart. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory at Hangzhou Business University, room 306, apart from Li Ningyao, Tao Yuxuan and 4 other roommates were preparing to head out early to secure a good spot at the school gate. Just before leaving, Tao Yuxuan asked Li Ningyao, who was busy solving problems, once more, "Ningyao, are you sure you don't want to join us?" "Absolutely, you all go ahead. I'll just head to the cafeteria later," Li Ningyao replied. "All right then, we'll be on our way." With that, Tao Yuxuan and her 4 companions closed the door and departed the dormitory. Upon arriving at the school gate, they were greeted by a throng of people gathered there. Due to prior announcements, many white-collar workers, business professionals, and tourists had arrived early. Despite their knowledge that the turnout would be significant, they could not help but voice their grievances. Last night, the comments on Su's video were filled with complaints, claiming they wouldn't come. "I thought they'd really stay away," one remarked. Indeed, many of our classmates commented urging Su to delete the video, or they wouldn't show up. Yet here they are today, just as numerous as ever, another added. Those who said they wouldn't come are the first to race for a spot. A third chimed in. As the 5 chatted while awaiting Su Chenyang's arrival, a tall boy suddenly approached them. "Tao Yuxuan, what a coincidence." They turned to see Yang Zhuoxing, who had been pursuing Li Ningyao. Before Tao Yuxuan could respond, another boy joined the conversation. "Ma Minsha, are you here for the pot stickers too?" This boy was He Kai Fan, another suitor of Li Ningyao. Both boys had arrived from opposite directions, primarily curious about Li Ningyao's absence. They hoped to see her, but were less than pleased to encounter each other. Yang Zhuoxing mentally scoffed at He Kai Fan. "I arrived first, and he still shows up? Is he out his mind? Doesn't he realize that Su despises sycophants?" If Su sees a few boys lingering around Li Ningyao, he would certainly consider them as such. If that happens, Su might let Li Ningyao skip the line, making things awkward for us. Conversely, He Kai Fan rejected Yang Zhuoxing's claim of priority. How shameless. I was clearly waiting here first, yet he has the audacity to approach. I'm not here to support. I'm here for Ningyao. As they exchanged disdainful glances, 4 more boys approached within seconds. "Rui Meng, is Ningyao not coming?" Fang Jijin asked directly, skipping pleasantries and expressing concern over their goddess's absence. The animosity between Yang Zhuoxing and He Kai Fan intensified as they exchanged scornful looks with Fang Jijin and his companions. It is such clueless individuals who cause these awkward situations. There is no sense of order whatsoever. The 5 girls noticed the arrival of these 6 boys and felt that they were somewhat lacking in self-awareness. Su just posted a video disparaging sycophants yesterday. Aren't they afraid he will target them? Tao Yuxuan remarked. Ningyao said she was interested in pot stickers, so she didn't come. What? She is not interested in pot stickers? The 6 boys fell silent, their previous animosity forgotten. The good news was that they wouldn't have to worry about Su targeting them due to crowding. The bad news was that they wouldn't see their goddess. With the graduate exams approaching, Li Ningyao was busy preparing for her studies, and the 6 boys rarely had the chance to see her. They had hoped to use this opportunity to inquire about her plans for further education, but now, with her absence, they could only gather tidbits from Tao Yuxuan. Just as Yang Zhuoxing began to speak, someone joyfully exclaimed, "Su is here." The 6 boys, focused on Li Ningyao, found themselves irrelevant to Tao Yuxuan's mission. Unperturbed, she and her 5 roommates surged forward to secure their spots. The 6 boys, realizing they had come all this way, decided to join the fray and taste the delicacies. As Su Chenyang parked the food cart, a neat line formed in front of him, exceeding 500 eager patrons. Today, I'm selling pot stickers filled with 3 delicacies, at 2 yuan and 50 cents each. Each person may purchase a maximum of 15. My pot stickers are quite substantial. 10 is usually sufficient for most women, Su Chenyang announced. He recalled how Zhou Yulin had consumed 16 and surely felt stuffed afterward. As Su Chenyang spoke, an impatient voice called out, "Come on, boss, let us get to it." All right, he replied, and promptly opened the griddle, retrieving a baking tray from the cart's refrigerator, placing it in the griddle to begin cooking. This tray, measuring 2 meters in length and 60 centimeters in width, could yield 600 pot stickers in one go. Just 10 minutes, and they will be ready. With that, he retrieved dough and filling from the refrigerator, donned gloves, and began crafting the pot stickers. He deftly grasped the dough with his left hand while scooping the filling with his right, placing the mixture onto the dough and pinching it shut with remarkable speed. The finished pot stickers were quickly arranged on the baking tray, his efficiency akin to a well-oiled assembly line, leaving the patrons in awe. Su Chenyang's dexterity in crafting pot stickers was truly remarkable. It was evident that his single status for 21 years had honed these skills, rivaling even those of trained chefs. Observing Su's fluid motions, several 30-something office workers reminisced, "Back in my university days, I could move like that. Alas, not anymore." As he worked, Su Chenyang kept an eye on the clock. 2 minutes later, when the bottoms of the pot stickers were golden brown, he opened the griddle to pour in a prepared mixture of ice water. He then closed the griddle again and continued wrapping pot stickers. Previously, while making egg pancakes or meat pies, patrons might engage him in conversation. However, seeing his current flurry of activity, they hesitated to interrupt, fearing it might disrupt his rhythm and delay service. Chapter 51. The indifferent school belle regrets her stubbornness. After 8 minutes, Su Chenyang ceased frying the pot stickers and turned off the heat. As he lifted the lid of the electric griddle, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating those lined up before the food cart, causing an involuntary salivation. How incredibly fragrant! They appeared utterly delectable, yet alas, I must wait for several more batches. Many began to feel a restless anticipation. However, those in the front row experienced an even greater yearning than those behind them. The pot stickers not only exuded a delightful scent, but also looked remarkably appealing. Their glossy sheen gave both the dough and the filling an exquisite, translucent quality that one typically only glimpses in short videos, where influencers apply filters to enhance their allure. Moreover, the generous portions of the filling promised a delicious experience. Even those in the front row, who would soon receive their turn, found themselves unable to contain their excitement. When it was their turn, patrons expressed their desired quantity. The girl at the very front promptly declared, "I'll have 15. "Dear classmate, 10 should suffice," someone interjected. "I can eat a lot. I'll finish it all." She insisted. "Very well." Su Chenyang took a foam container, scooped up 15 pot stickers, and handed them to her. After scanning the payment, she stepped aside to indulge in her treat. As she bit into the pot stickers, those nearby witnessed the sheer delight radiating from her face. When Tao Yuxuan, positioned 10th in line, finally received her pot stickers, she inquired, "Boss, do you have any vinegar?" "I didn't prepare any, as it might compromise the flavor," he replied. "All right then." As a person who relishes vinegar, Tao Yuxuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she quickly moved aside to sample a pot sticker. Upon her first bite, the crispy exterior gave way to the fragrant, tender dough, and in the next moment, she was enveloped by the succulent juices of the filling. Tao Yuxuan, a lover of sashimi, found the luscious flavor in her mouth intoxicating. She mused that even the taste of bluefin tuna sashimi could hardly compare. This rich flavor brought her immense pleasure, compelling her to savor the moment even more. As she chewed, the soft pork, springy yet tender shrimp, delicate mushrooms, crunchy bamboo shoots, and velvety eggs melded beautifully. With each bite, Tao Yuxuan experienced the unique combination of flavors from 5 distinct ingredients. The delightful taste proved even more exhilarating than indulging in bluefin tuna. After experiencing the intense flavors, the crispy skin melded with the filling, softening the bold taste just enough to be pleasantly restrained. This subtle reduction in intensity allowed for a richer texture that was equally enjoyable. It was no wonder that vinegar was deemed unnecessary, adding it would be a disservice to such exquisite pot stickers. The flavor transformation offered by these pot stickers, priced at just $2.50 each, eclipsed even the most extravagant bluefin tuna served in high-end Japanese restaurants. Su Chenyang's culinary skills were truly remarkable. While astonished, Tao Yuxuan noticed her four roommates also reveling in their meals. At that moment, she observed Yang Zhuoxing and his friends, who had initially approached the queue with a casual mindset, now thoroughly enjoying their experience. Reflecting on her past efforts to impress girls, Tao Yuxuan realized how arduous it had been. With such culinary prowess and charm, it seemed absurd that someone like Su Chenyang, beset by sycophants at school, couldn't attract a girlfriend. If she were in his shoes, she would certainly target those sycophants. The six of them suddenly comprehended Su Chenyang's position and recognized that life indeed held other beautiful pursuits worthy of their attention. As Su Chenyang's motto suggested, exquisite food should never be taken for granted. Those who procured pot stickers did not linger. Satisfied with their taste, they walked back to school while eating. Tao Yuxuan and her group followed suit. After devouring 8 pot stickers, they began to feel quite full. Having had a late breakfast at the cafeteria around 9 o'clock, it was now merely 2 hours later, and they were already having lunch, clearly overestimating their appetites. Even after 10 pot stickers, the delectable taste lingered, yet their stomachs protested. "Oh dear, I'm actually full." Su Chenyang said 10 would suffice for girls. "I should have taken his advice," Tao Yuxuan sighed, contemplating whether she could manage 2 more. However, finishing the remaining 5 would still present a challenge. Indeed, the late breakfast was to blame. If she had eaten at 7, she felt confident she could have polished off the meal without difficulty. Ma Min-sha eyed the 4 pot stickers left in her container, feeling her belly, which had begun to bulge slightly, nearing its limit. Discarding any food was out of the question, so they all covered their containers for later. Yet, it must be said that Su Chenyang's culinary talents at such a price had finally made her understand why others deemed him charitable. If only he could set up a stall at their school indefinitely. While it was unlikely he could remain there long term, for the few days he had been selling, she vowed to support him daily. "I'm going this afternoon. Are you all coming?" Of course. Even before lunch concluded, they began planning for dinner. Engaged in conversation, the 5 quickly returned to their dormitory. It was only 11:20 a.m. when they arrived, and Li Ningyao was still in the room. Surprised by their swift return, she noticed they all carried food containers. "Did you get your food so quickly?" she asked. Tao Yuxuan chuckled. "We were quick on our feet and secured good positions." "You must have been lucky," Li Ningyao remarked. "But seeing that you all didn't finish and brought some back, I presume the pot stickers weren't that great, right?" Previously, those featured in videos had eagerly devoured them on site. Li Ningyao was convinced that Tao Yuxuan and her friends had done the same. Bringing back unfinished food clearly indicated a lackluster taste. "Ah, you're mistaken, Ningyao. They were simply too delicious. We bought too many and couldn't bear to waste any, which is why we brought some back." Ma Min-sha approached Li Ningyao, opening her container. To her surprise, steam still wafted from it. The insulation was impressive, while warm. The flavor should remain intact. "Try it. It's unbelievably good." "Is it really that extraordinary?" Li Ningyao skeptically picked up a pot sticker and took a small bite. The filling was so generous that even a small nibble released a burst of savory juice. As the delightful flavors danced upon her taste buds, every cell in her being seemed to awaken. With each chew, the exquisite taste and texture left her astonished, akin to being swept away by a tidal wave. Could pot stickers truly be this delicious? Was Su Chenyang's culinary prowess perhaps a bit too exceptional? Li Ningyao came from an affluent family, frequently visiting high-end hotels throughout her life, and she had savored the culinary artistry of top chefs countless times, rendering her quite indifferent to such experiences. However, when she previously watched videos in the evening where people proclaimed Su Chenyang's culinary skills to be the best in Hangzhou, or even the entire nation, she regarded those individuals as lacking exposure. Yet now, witnessing Su Chenyang's ability to elevate even a simple dish like pot stickers to such heights. She found herself questioning whether it was her own perception that was flawed. Perhaps those esteemed chefs she had once tasted were not even a fraction as skilled as Su Chenyang. With just a single bite, Li Ningyao became enamored with the flavor. She chided herself, lamenting, "I truly should not have been so stubborn last night." In that moment, she felt an urge to slap herself for having spoken so definitively the previous evening. Chapter 52. The Proud and Distant School Bell. Ma Minsha noticed the subtle change in Li Ningyao's expression, clearly astonished by the delectable taste of the pot stickers. With a smile, Ma Minsha inquired, "Ningyao, what does it taste?" "It's delicious, isn't it?" Despite her astonishment at the pot stickers' flavor. Li Ningyao had previously expressed disinterest in the stall run by the Iron Straight Man before her roommates went to buy them. It would be rather inappropriate for her to indulge in the delicious pot stickers made by him while maintaining a facade of indifference. Li Ningyao could not afford to lose face in front of her roommates. She replied nonchalantly, "It's quite good, actually." Upon hearing this, her 5 roommates burst into laughter, clearly sensing the insincerity in her words. "Ningyao, don't be so stingy with your praise. The flavor of these pot stickers is unrivaled across the entire country. There is simply nothing in Hangzhou that can compare. Don't let your disdain for Boss Su being an Iron Straight Man cloud your judgment." They continued, "I genuinely believe these pot stickers are flawless. Do you think there is any room for improvement?" Though her roommates teased her for her lack of sincerity, Li Ningyao felt somewhat helpless. Yet, she remained reluctant to lose face in front of them. She clarified once more, "I didn't say they were bad. I said they were quite good. Must I sing their praises to the heavens?" Her roommates, well acquainted with her, understood that her taste buds were indeed quite satisfied, but she hesitated to overly commend the dish. However, since Li Ningyao was unwilling to offer an honest assessment, her friends saw no need to press further. At that moment, Ma Minsha suggested, "By the way, Ningyao, since you haven't eaten, we each have several pot stickers left, and some of us can't finish them. Would you like to have them for lunch?" She added, "The containers can still keep the food warm, and it would be a shame to waste such delicious pot stickers once they cool down." Under normal circumstances, Ma Minsha would hesitate to make such an offer. However, given the exceptional quality of Su Chenyang's pot stickers, it seemed a reasonable request. If Li Ningyao had gone to purchase them herself, she would have to wait in line for hours given the current situation. After all, they weren't like noodles that left remnants of saliva behind. This was not considered leftover food in the traditional sense. The other roommates chimed in, "Yes, if you don't mind, it would help us out. We've got about 20 pot stickers left, and while you might not finish them all, if you could help us eat a bit more than half, we could take care of the rest, thus avoiding wastage." As a girl from a well-off family, Li Ningyao typically wouldn't agree to eat someone else's leftovers. However, the allure of these pot stickers was simply too tempting. Were it not for her fear of embarrassment, she would have eagerly shoved the half-eaten pot stickers into her mouth to savor the flavor. Even finishing what was in her hand wouldn't fully satisfy her craving. Moreover, considering the bold declaration she had made just yesterday, Li Ningyao felt embarrassed to queue for more. Thus, the only opportunity to indulge seemed to lie before her now. Deep down, she was more than willing to accept the offer. Yet, as the aloof schoolbell, she felt the need to symbolically refuse. "Isn't this inappropriate? You all worked hard to buy these. If you give them to me for lunch, wouldn't that mean you have nothing to eat? It's perfectly fine. It's better than letting them cool and losing their flavor. We should enjoy them while they're hot. That's a proper attitude towards good food." With that, Li Ningyao saw no reason to decline further. If she continued to refuse, her roommates might genuinely think she didn't enjoy eating. She didn't feign reluctance, and, suppressing her inner delight, she said, "All right then, I'll take advantage of you all and skip the cafeteria for lunch." "What do you mean by taking advantage? We often enjoy your snacks too." The 5 of them gathered around Li Ningyao, opening the containers. Inside were over 20 pot stickers. Li Ningyao certainly couldn't finish them all, but Tao Yuxuan and her friends had walked a fair distance and felt the need to digest, so they each took one more pot sticker. Li Ningyao hesitated no longer. Her mouth had been watering, so she took another bite of the pot stickers she held. To maintain her dignity, she took a proper bite instead of devouring them ravenously. With each bite, as she savored the taste, she felt the exquisite flavor resonate with her very soul. After Tao Yuxuan and the others had eaten 2 each, they found themselves unable to eat anymore. The remaining 12 were swiftly consumed by Li Ningyao, who appeared to savor them delicately but was actually devouring them quickly. Having eaten a total of 13 pot stickers, she felt quite full. Were it not for her roommates being present, she would have liked to lean back in her chair, rubbing her full belly and fully express her contentment. Earlier that morning, she had gone to the cafeteria with Tao Yuxuan and others. By the time they had consumed 10 or 11 pot stickers, her stomach was already satisfied. The fact that she could eat 13 in one sitting clearly indicated her fondness for them. However, her friends refrained from teasing her. After their meal, the 5 of them felt pleasantly content and decided to take a nap. Noticing that her friends didn't comment on her eating habits, Li Ningyao let out a sigh of relief. How embarrassing it would have been if they had noticed I overindulged. But she couldn't help but wonder how this young, non-professional chef could make such delicious food. It seemed illogical to her. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The important thing was that she had eaten 13 pot stickers and was physically satisfied. Yet spiritually, she felt unfulfilled. Why had she spoken so thoughtlessly last night? What did it matter if he was an iron straight man? She could have simply ignored him while enjoying her meal. Li Ningyao grew increasingly regretful. Even if Su Chenyang liked her type, she could have just declined when he asked for her WeChat. Now, she found herself in an awkward predicament. This situation weighed heavily on Li Ningyao's heart. If she went, it would be akin to slapping her own face. If she didn't go, she still desired the food. The internal conflict disrupted her focus on her studies. Half an hour passed without her being able to concentrate on her reading, prompting Li Ningyao to crawl into bed for a brief nap. At that moment, her 5 roommates had yet to fall asleep. They were astonished to discover that Li Ningyao, who aimed for a top 5 university in the nation and had not napped since the semester began, was now indulging in a midday rest. Was it possible that after eating the pot stickers, she, like them, felt so content she chose to nap? Given Li Ningyao's affluent background, they felt she should not be underestimated. Yet, today seemed too coincidental. After lying there for a while, the dormitory fell completely silent, and all 6 of them drifted off to sleep. Typically not one to nap, Li Ningyao woke to find it was already 4 o'clock. Oh no, I've slept for so long. She sighed, sitting up to clear her head. Still somewhat groggy, she heard Tao Yuxuan's voice. Ningyao, we're planning to go buy pot stickers. Are you coming? Of course, Li Ningyao instinctively replied. The moment the words left her mouth, she snapped to attention. I misspoke. I'll want to be going after all. You all go ahead. Chapter 53. Su Chenyang's Double Standards. Upon hearing Li Ningyao's initial agreement, followed by her refusal, the other 5 girls in the dormitory felt a surge of amusement. They understood that Li Ningyao's initial inclination stemmed from the delectable taste she had experienced at noon, creating a primal desire to partake again. However, her subsequent refusal was purely a matter of saving face. The 5 girls deemed such concerns unnecessary, as they were all close friends within the same dormitory. There was no need for such pretense. Tao Yuxuan reiterated, Ningyao, are you sure you won't come? There's no telling how long Boss Su will be selling here. Each opportunity to savor his food is precious. Having tasted Su Chenyang's pot stickers at noon, Li Ningyao indeed felt a strong craving. However, she harbored a deep aversion for men who lacked emotional intelligence. To change her stance so easily after merely tasting Su Chenyang's culinary creation would be a blow to her pride as the campus belle. Li Ningyao insisted, never mind. I'd rather not go. I already wasted time taking an afternoon nap. I need to catch up on my studies tonight. You guys go ahead. The 5 girls were taken aback by Li Ningyao's stubbornness. How about this? We can probably eat 12 or 13 to feel full. We'll buy 15, and the extra few can be your share. What do you think? Li Ningyao was usually generous with her roommates, often sharing snacks with them. They understood her reluctance to go out of pride and were willing to endure the inconvenience of waiting in line on her behalf. No need, just buy for yourselves. I'll go to the cafeteria later, Li Ningyao replied. She would feel guilty if her roommates had to wait in line for hours just to bring her food. So she decided to forego the meal altogether. All right then, we'll be off. After saying their goodbyes, the 5 girls left the dormitory. A few minutes later, They arrived at the school gate. It was 4:15 p.m. Although it wasn't yet peak dinner time, a queue of over 500 people had already formed. As the 5 girls joined the end of the line, they couldn't help but lament, "I can't forget the joy of buying them in just 10 minutes at noon." Yeah, we were really lucky today. We managed to squeeze to the front so quickly. While the girls were chatting, a young man standing in front of them suddenly turned around. It was none other than Yang Zhuoxing, who had been looking for Li Ningyao when Tao Yuxuan and her friends had arrived at noon. Yang Zhuoxing scanned the group, but his goddess was nowhere to be seen. He inquired, "Tao Yuxuan, Ningyao still isn't coming? She still doesn't want to come." All right. Yang Zhuoxing's face was filled with disappointment. If Li Ningyao had come with Tao Yuxuan and her friends, they could have chatted and talked, even if they were just standing in line. Tao Yuxuan didn't tease Yang Zhuoxing. He had arrived even earlier than the 5 girls, clearly indicating that he was a returning customer who had enjoyed the pot stickers at noon. This was different from his attempt to run into Li Ningyao earlier in the day. Su Chenyang wrapped pot stickers quickly, ensuring a relatively efficient service. Even though he had sold out of the pot stickers he had prepared in the morning and had to make them fresh, he could still produce 4 batches per hour. When he first started selling at noon, most people ignored his advice and ordered 15 pot stickers. Those who came back for a second time had learned their lesson and bought according to their appetite, mostly ordering 10 or 12. As a result, 4 batches could satisfy over 200 people. Soon, an hour and 45 minutes had passed, and it was now 6 o'clock. There were only 3 rows of people left in front of Tao Yuxuan and her friends, about 100 or so. At this moment, Su Haosen, the bespectacled roommate of Yang Zhuoxing, who was standing in front of Ma Minsha, took out his phone and called his girlfriend. After the call connected, Su Haosen whispered, "Honey, there's still quite a few people ahead of me. It'll probably be another half an hour. If you're done with class, go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. I'll text you in half an hour, and you can come over then." He felt a little embarrassed to call his girlfriend honey in front of so many people, so Su Haosen kept his voice down. "I can't hear you. It's too noisy over there." Because the 600 people were packed tightly in a square formation, many were whispering, even if they weren't speaking loudly. The sheer number of people created a lot of noise, which naturally affected the phone call. Su Haosen had to raise his voice slightly to a normal speaking volume and repeat himself, omitting the word honey. After hearing Su Haosen's words clearly, his girlfriend on the other end of the line said, "I'll come over now. You must be tired from waiting in line. I'll buy you an iced milk tea and bring it over. Don't buy me milk tea. You have classes all day today, so you must be tired. Just go back to the dormitory and rest. Then I'll buy you an iced drink later." Just as the young man finished hearing his girlfriend's reply, he heard Su Chenyang's voice, "Hey you, the bespectacled guy on the phone." Suddenly being called out by Su Chenyang, the young man on the phone was taken aback. The next moment, Su Haosen felt the eyes of everyone in line focusing on him. This guy really doesn't know how to keep a low profile, lining up to buy pot stickers for his girlfriend and talking so loudly on the phone. Isn't he just asking to be labeled a simp by Boss Su? Boss Su hates simps so much, he probably won't let him buy them, will he? But a boyfriend buying for his girlfriend, is that really simping? Boss Su is being too harsh, isn't he? Many people began to feel sorry for the young man. Even Su Haosen himself had a similar feeling, anticipating that Su Chenyang would target him. Su Haosen immediately asked, "Boss Su, is there something you need?" Su Chenyang didn't have such petty intentions. He said, "You're calling your girlfriend and asking her to come over because you want her to eat them while they're hot, right? But don't worry. My food container is super insulated and can lock in the temperature for up to 20 minutes. After you buy them, you can send them to your girlfriend without affecting the taste. You can meet your girlfriend at the cafeteria. One serving is clearly not enough for 2 people, but you can buy something else there." These words stunned everyone present. Oh my, really? Is this something Boss Su would actually say? Not only did Su Chenyang not mock the young man for being a simp, but he even thoughtfully reminded him to ensure that the pot stickers were at their optimal flavor when he delivered them to his girlfriend. Is this still Su Chenyang? Boss Su is showing signs of being a war man today, but she's someone else's girlfriend. People in line felt somewhat incredulous. If they weren't standing with aching backs and legs, they would have thought they were dreaming. However, at this moment, the young man who had watched Su Chenyang's video last night and felt offended became displeased. Isn't he supposed to hate simps the most? This guy's been waiting in line for 2 hours for his girlfriend. Doesn't he consider that simping? Yesterday, he even made a sarcastic video criticizing people. and now he's playing double standards. I hate hypocrites the most. People like that will come to a bad end sooner or later. Chapter 54. A refreshing perspective. Su Chenyang is essentially a warm-hearted man. Su Haosen was utterly astonished by Su Chenyang's demeanor. He never anticipated that instead of mocking him, Su Chenyang would offer a gentle reminder, which was quite a revelation. Were it not for the public setting, Su Haosen might have suspected that Su Chenyang had some ulterior motive in mind. Su Haosen promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Boss Su, for the reminder." In the next moment, Yang Zhuoxing interjected with a sarcastic tone. "Boss Su, aren't you the one who despises sycophants? Isn't waiting 2 hours in line for dumplings for your girlfriend a form of that? Sounds like a double standard to me." Since Su Haosen was his roommate, Yang Zhuoxing felt emboldened to use him as an example. Many boys in the queue nodded in agreement with Yang Zhuoxing's remark. But Su Haosen couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at him. What a jerk! Why drag my affairs into this? Do I not have any pride? With so many people around, including numerous office workers recording videos, Su Haosen was acutely aware that his response could easily be captured on film. Most importantly, he believed he was not a sycophant, and Yang Zhuoxing's comments only added to his concerns. Should Su Chenyang label him as one, it would be challenging to defend himself, leading to a public disgrace. Yet, Su Haosen's worries were unfounded. If he truly were a sycophant, Su Chenyang would not have offered him a reminder. Su Chenyang spoke up. "Being good to your girlfriend does not inherently make one a sycophant. I believe many couples waiting in line here, or those buying dumplings for their partners, are motivated by genuine love." The young man waiting for his girlfriend to buy dumplings, who specifically asked her not to buy milk tea, clearly shows that he cherishes her feelings, which is reciprocal affection. Being good to each other is a mutual endeavor, while a sycophant is one-sided. A sycophant might buy things for the girl they like, but even a simple inquiry about her well-being is often too much to hope for. The moment these words left his lips, Yang Zhuoxing's expression shifted. Had he not known that Su Chenyang was unfamiliar with him, he would have felt as though he was being personally chastised. After watching Su Chenyang's video from the previous day, Yang Zhuoxing felt as though he was being reprimanded yet again. His own embarrassment deepened as he realized he had made a fool of himself. The 5 friends accompanying Yang Zhuoxing found it hard to suppress their laughter, and even Su Haosen's roommates were tempted to chuckle. Does Boss Su know Yang Zhuoxing? His words seemed quite accurate. Those unfamiliar with Yang Zhuoxing were compelled to reassess their impressions of Su Chenyang, recognizing his kindness towards couples in love and perceiving him as someone who yearned for true affection. Though often labeled as a rigid man, it appeared that Su Chenyang merely desired a relationship characterized by mutual pursuit. Acknowledging the goodness in men towards women, it became evident that at his core, Su Chenyang was indeed a warm-hearted individual, albeit one who wished for women to reciprocate. However, the women Su Chenyang admired were typically of high beauty, often surrounded by sycophants willing to shower them with unconditional affection. Consequently, these women grew accustomed to being pampered, leading them to be less inclined to reciprocate kindness towards men. Thus, Su Chenyang's desire for women to treat men well was misconstrued as an indication of him being overly masculine, ultimately resulting in his failure to find a girlfriend during university. The onlookers felt they had uncovered a profound truth. Moreover, Su Chenyang's attentiveness to his customers further reinforced the notion that he was indeed a warm-hearted man. Yang Zhuoxing, however, was indifferent to Su Chenyang's true nature. He was simply perturbed by the implications of Su Chenyang's recent video and his current remarks, which only exacerbated his discontent. Despite having enjoyed Su Chenyang's dumplings at lunch, Yang Zhuoxing felt the weight of his unrequited feelings for his crush, leading him to a state of inner turmoil. Boss Su, if being good to women is the criterion, how do you differentiate between a sycophant and someone who is not? Yang Zhuoxing asked, careful to conceal his own tendencies. Su Chenyang sensed no need for an extensive debate, but understanding that Yang Zhuoxing was likely a sycophant himself, he decided to entertain the discussion. Dating is akin to playing a game. One must have a progress bar, right? The distinction between a sycophant and a non-sycophant lies in whether one can perceive that progress. If you can see it, you are certainly not a sycophant. If you cannot, then you likely are. He continued, for instance, In the video I filmed yesterday, if a golden retriever were to pursue a Pekingese, it wouldn't just be a matter of not seeing the progress bar. It would first have to eliminate 9 other obstacles. Moreover, should other sycophants enter the fray, the golden retriever would find itself overwhelmed and unable to progress. So, if one cannot see the progress bar, can they truly be considered anything other than a sycophant? Upon hearing this, Yang Zhuoxing fell into silence, a bitter realization dawning upon him. I seem to indeed be unable to see the progress bar. Encountering 5 rivals while hoping to meet his crush had made his situation feel more hopeless than ever. Su Chenyang's analogy resonated with many boys in the queue, leading them to introspect. Have I seen my own progress? The surrounding girls found Su Chenyang's insights to be profoundly enlightening. After Yang Zhuoxing fell silent, Su Chenyang turned to him and asked, "Do you think my perspective is accurate?" Yang Zhuoxing felt a pang of frustration. He knew Su Chenyang did not recognize him, yet the harsh commentary seemed to fit his own predicament all too well. Unable to deny the truth, he reluctantly replied, "I suppose I am indeed a sycophant." Upon hearing Yang Zhuoxing's admission, those who knew him could hardly suppress their laughter. Why humiliate yourself? With Yang Zhuoxing's confession, the conversation reached its natural conclusion, allowing Su Chenyang to return to preparing dumplings. Soon, 2 more pots of dumplings were ready, and as the first 2 lines dissipated, Yang Zhuoxing found himself at the front of the queue. At that moment, a girl to his left, emboldened by the moment, asked Boss Su, "My boyfriend's birthday is tomorrow. He loves beef dumplings. Could you make some for him? I want to wish him a happy birthday." Surprised by her request, Su Chenyang looked up and inquired, "Have you prepared a gift for your boyfriend?" "Yes," she replied. "What is it?" "If you ordered online, could you show me the order?" "Certainly." The girl opened her shopping app and showed Su Chenyang a mechanical keyboard priced at 300 yuan. While a 300 yuan mechanical keyboard may not be exceptionally high quality, it would serve as a cherished gift for her boyfriend to last a lifetime. After purchasing the gift, she found herself short on funds for a cake, yet she believed that if she could procure some delectable beef dumplings tomorrow, it would surely bring him immense joy. "No problem. With your heartfelt gesture, I shall sell beef dumplings tomorrow. Bring your boyfriend over, and I will grant you a queue exemption." "Really? Thank you so much." "Su boss, no need for thanks. I indulge my loyal followers," he replied, casting a glance at Yang Zhuoxing. "Classmate, do you think a sycophant can truly compare to genuine love?" Upon hearing her name called out again by Su Chenyang, Yang Zhuoxing felt her head spin. Chapter 55. The indifferent school beauty changes her attitude. Yang Zhuoxing felt that Su Chenyang was being somewhat excessive. Why did he have to question him directly? Hadn't he just acknowledged what Su Chenyang said? Although he felt a surge of annoyance, he knew that if he remained silent, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Thus, with a tinge of displeasure, Yang Zhuoxing responded, "You're not wrong. A sycophant certainly cannot be compared to true love." However, he quickly added, "But Su, it seems like it might rain tomorrow. Aren't you avoiding the stall?" As soon as he uttered those words, many in line began to inwardly scorn Yang Zhuoxing for shattering the atmosphere. Was this man allergic to romance? Here was a girl, reveling in joy. The weather forecast wasn't always accurate, and to disrupt her good spirits at this moment felt rather unkind. Was he, as a sycophant, unable to bear witnessing genuine love? It seemed he had fallen victim to jealousy. Yang Zhuoxing felt numerous peculiar gazes directed at him. Yet, he did not believe himself to be envious. He was merely stating a fact. Su Chenyang admired the boldness of a girl willing to go to such lengths for her boyfriend. It was rather enviable. Su Chenyang then promised, "No worries, classmate. If it rains tomorrow, wait for me at the school gate at 6 p.m., and I will personally deliver a portion to you." This was rather inappropriate. If it rained, that should be the end of it. Yang Liuxia was not one to be shameless. After all, she was not well acquainted with Su Chenyang. Asking him for such a favor was already quite forward. That he agreed was commendable enough. "No problem. Just wait at the school gate with your boyfriend. I am curious to see which lucky fellow it is." As he spoke, Su Chenyang glanced at Yang Zhuoxing again. "Classmate, I hope you find a girl who reciprocates your feelings soon. Take a cue from those around you. This is what a happy romance looks like." Being singled out once more by Su Chenyang, Yang Zhuoxing felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave in frustration. Strangely, Both Yang Liuxia to his left and his roommate Su Haosen to his right had become examples of happiness for him. He felt like a clown. However, it was soon time for Yang Zhuoxing to purchase pot stickers. He chose not to dwell on his grievances with Su Chenyang. After a few minutes, Su Chenyang finished preparing a batch of pot stickers. After taking them, Yang Zhuoxing was eager to avoid Su Chenyang and left immediately, although he felt a simmering anger. Savoring the pot stickers made by Su Chenyang filled him with a sense of happiness. How had he come to loathe himself so? Yang Zhuoxing muttered under his breath as he walked, consuming the pot stickers while heading back to the dorm with a few roommates. Not long after, Tao Yuxuan and her group also acquired their pot stickers. Although Su Chenyang claimed the food containers retained heat well, having waited in line for so long, the 5 of them were already famished and couldn't resist devouring them on their way back. By the time they returned to the dorm, they had finished all the pot stickers. It was already 6:40 p.m. when they returned. Upon seeing Li Ningyao studying, they assumed she had been to the cafeteria and decided not to disturb her, instead focusing on their own activities. Before they knew it, the clock struck 10. Su Chenyang finally completed the last batch of pot stickers. The final customers arrived at 7:10 p.m., transforming dinner into a late-night snack. However, once they tasted the delicious food, the patrons felt their wait was worthwhile, leaving in high spirits. Su Chenyang was even more delighted, having accumulated a considerable amount of culinary points today. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 2754. Today, Su Chenyang had sold approximately 2,060 servings of pot stickers, gaining an impressive 2,697 points due to many couples purchasing for shared tasting, effectively doubling the points earned. The profit margin on the pot stickers was substantial, netting around 1.2 yuan per serving. Today, he had earned an astounding 30,000 yuan. Subsequently, Su Chenyang spent a point to inquire about the weather for the following day. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 2753. Master, starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, there will be intermittent heavy rain, particularly a downpour from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. The system, aware of Su Chenyang's commitment to deliver meals at 6 p.m., provided this timely reminder. Nonetheless, I must fulfill my promise. Su Chenyang resolved, believing it essential to honor his word. He then rode his delivery cart back to the villa. Upon returning, he recorded a video to request leave and, after freshening up, it was already 11 p.m. Having prepared 25,000 pot stickers in one day, Su Chenyang's hands ached from the effort. Though it wasn't as labor-intensive as rolling dough, it was still no easy task. Feeling fatigued, even from scrolling through short videos, he opted to sleep instead. Unbeknownst to him, while he drifted into slumber, he unwittingly became a trending topic. At Hangzhou City University, in the girls' dormitory 306 of the finance department, even the most diligent student, Li Ningyao, had concluded her studies and lay in bed, preparing for sleep. Before drifting off, she decided to clear her mind by browsing short videos. Habitually, she checked the trending topics, curious if any intriguing news had surfaced. To her surprise, the top trending tag read, "Boss Su is a warm man." Li Ningyao's brows furrowed slightly. Was this Su, the one who set up a stall at the school gate? She suspected that the Su who had recently appeared on trending topics multiple times was indeed the same Su Chenyang. Yet, wasn't he supposed to be a stoic, unyielding man? Why then, was the trending title phrased this way? Feeling curious, she clicked on the trending topic to see what was happening. The first video was posted by a user named If Heaven Has Feelings. The video's content began with Su Haosen calling his girlfriend, followed by Su Chenyang offering a warm reminder. Soon, Li Ningyao observed Yang Zhuoxing and Su Chenyang discussing the standards of a sycophant. Regarding Su Chenyang's criteria for identifying sycophants, even Li Ningyao, who was often pursued by several boys, found herself momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. However, Su Chenyang's standards applied exclusively to sycophants. Li Ningyao still believed it was perfectly normal for attractive girls to have sycophants pursuing them. Of course, she agreed with Su Chenyang that girls should also treat boys well. However, she felt that during the pursuit phase, attractive girls need not show kindness to someone who may or may not become their boyfriend. Just as she contemplated scrolling past, she noticed in the video that Yang Liuxia had requested Su Chenyang to prepare beef-filled pot stickers for her boyfriend's birthday. Su Chenyang inquired whether she had a gift prepared and subsequently agreed to help. This kind gesture left Li Ningyao somewhat astonished. Did he truly possess such a gentle side? Could it be that he was indeed a war man? Su Chenyang and Yang Liuxia, having met by chance, were willing to help fulfill her dream of celebrating a romantic birthday for her boyfriend. If Su Chenyang had a girlfriend, he would likely treat her well, too. Li Ningyao firmly believed that girls could indeed show affection towards their boyfriends. Thus, she felt that the divergence in their views on romance lay in the necessity of distinguishing between sycophants and genuine suitors before entering a relationship. After becoming a couple, there is, in truth, not much difference. Compared to Yang Zhuoxing and the others, this Mr. Su is more handsome, possesses exceptional culinary skills, and is thriving in his career, making him a promising prospect. Although his views on relationships may be somewhat stringent, such a man is unlikely to stray, and he appears to be quite a commendable individual. Upon reflection, Li Ningyao feels that Su Chenyang indeed stands out remarkably compared to the suitors vying for her attention. Thus, relinquishing those who fawn over her seems less difficult to accept. Chapter 56. The temptation of beef pot stickers having come to regard Su Chenyang favorably. Li Ningyao felt no need to maintain her stubborn facade. She decided to grant him a chance. If Su Chenyang were indeed to pursue her, she could consider distancing herself from the sycophants. Moreover, after savoring Su Chenyang's pot stickers at lunch, the memory of that delectable taste lingered in her mind throughout the evening. Consequently, during dinner at the cafeteria, she found her meal utterly tasteless, devoid of any pleasure. If Rain Xian and the others called for her tomorrow, she would certainly join them to buy pot stickers. Li Ningyao felt too shy to alter her demeanor on her own. Thus she awaited an opportunity, which she anticipated would arise when Tao Yuxuan and the others invited her. Later, as she scrolled through some videos, she stumbled upon Su Chenyang's video announcing his day off. Hello, everyone. I'm the food blogger Su Chenyang. Due to the rain tomorrow, I will take a day off as per our usual practice. Wishing you all sweet dreams and a good mood for tomorrow. See you another day. The video was merely a brief 10 seconds long. Li Ningyao noted that the comments section was flooded with thousands of remarks. Curious, she opened the comments to read. Are you out here selling snacks or on vacation? With this many days off, you're practically living a week-long holiday. Just had a day off yesterday. Now you're taking another? Is this how you practice self-care? Young people shouldn't fear rain. I wouldn't even flinch at hail. You're still young. While a day of selling can yield a decent profit, there will be many days ahead when you'll need money. You haven't even found a girlfriend yet. Do you think you can afford to rest like this every day? Reading through the barrage of critiques, Li Ningyao found the fans' observations strikingly reasonable. It was frustrating to want to support him, but discover he was taking a day off. This feeling of yearning for something, yet being denied, was quite irksome. After scrolling through a few more videos, she decided to retire for the night. The following morning, Su Chenyang returned to the university to seek advice from his mentor regarding his thesis. By 4:30 p.m., he arrived back at the villa. After purchasing ingredients from the system's marketplace, he began his preparations. While the dough rested, he set about making the filling, opting for a beef and celery mixture. The ratio consisted of 80 lean beef, 5 fatty beef, 10 celery, 3 shiitake mushrooms, and 2 carrots. The addition of a small quantity of mushrooms and carrots was intended to enhance the aroma and flavor. The sweetness of the carrots served to elevate the dish far more effectively than sugar ever could. Furthermore, a hint of carrot would add depth to the flavor, making this combination particularly appealing. Naturally, he also included an egg for a smoother texture. Once the filling was ready, the dough had sufficiently rested, and Su Chenyang began crafting the wrappers. As the clock struck 5, he heard the patter of rain outside the house. Rain in summer is so bothersome, he thought, recalling the criticisms on his day-off video from the previous night. He counted the days he had sold snacks versus those he had taken off, and they appeared to be evenly split, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He sincerely hoped for favorable weather to restore his reputation. Taking his time, he wrapped 100 pot stickers, placing 70 in the fridge for later and setting aside 30 for a couple. After preparing the dough for frying, he placed the pot stickers in a skillet. By 5:25 p.m., he divided the pot stickers into 2 containers. Wrapping one in a plastic box, and securing it in an additional plastic bag for protection against the rain. As he noticed the time, he grabbed an umbrella and set off. The heavy rain drummed on the umbrella, growing increasingly intense. Without a car, he hailed a rideshare vehicle to the entrance of the university, arriving well in advance of the scheduled meeting. At 5:40 p.m., Yang Liuxia arrived with her boyfriend Zhou Xiangji, both sharing an umbrella as they waited at the gate. Zhou Xiangji held a box, which contained the packaging for a mechanical keyboard. "You won't believe it. My roommates were all envious when I left the dorm," he exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. They were practically green with jealousy. Yang Liuxia smiled gently, finding his enthusiasm a bit exaggerated. Zhou Xiangji continued to express his thrill, revealing that he had no idea his girlfriend had planned to celebrate his birthday. As they chatted, passers-by cast glances at the couple, noting the contrast between their situation and the gifts others were receiving. By 5:50 p.m., Su Chenyang exited the rideshare vehicle and rushed to the security post at the school gate. "Classmate, your beef pot stickers for your boyfriend have arrived," he announced, glancing at Zhou Xiangji. "You have excellent taste in partners. You found such a thoughtful girlfriend." Zhou Xiangji, feeling a mix of shyness and pride, replied, "I suppose I do have good taste. Wishing you both happiness. Let those sycophants feel envious. I won't disturb you any further." Almost forgot the payment," Zhou Xiangji added. Su Chenyang, not one to refuse, accepted the money, as it represented the heartfelt effort of a girlfriend for her boyfriend. He declined to take the rideshare fare, viewing it as a small blessing after encountering too many sycophants while selling snacks. Having received the payment, Su Chenyang returned home, while Yang Liuxia and Zhou Xiangji headed to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, it was mealtime, and Li Ningyao, accompanied by 5 roommates, arrived at the cafeteria to buy dinner. The 6 of them gathered at the spicy hot pot counter. After a brief wait, as the dishes were prepared, Li Ningyao and Tao Yuxuan found a seat as soon as they collected their bowls. Just as they settled in, Yang Liuxia and Zhou Xiangji arrived at the table behind them. Eager to sample the customized beef pot stickers, Zhou Xiangji, the birthday boy, allowed Yang Liuxia to open the container. Upon lifting the lid, a rich steam wafted forth, reminiscent of freshly cooked delicacies. The container had moisture-absorbing properties, ensuring no condensation spoiled the pot sticker's texture. Instantly, they were enveloped by the elegant aroma of beef, a fragrant blend that heightened their appetite. At that moment, as Li Ningyao and Tao Yuxuan were eagerly anticipating their delightful hot pot, the enticing aroma wafting from the table behind them suddenly rendered their own dish less appealing. "What is this?" The fragrance is utterly captivating. Unable to restrain themselves, they instinctively leaned in to savor the enticing scent, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Chapter 57. The steps are not just as you say they are. Li Ningyao and Tao Yuxuan turned around and immediately recognized the girl, the one who had asked Su Chenyang to custom-make the beef dumplings. It was indeed the beef-flavored dumplings that Boss Su had prepared today, a delightful contrast to the fragrance of the 3-flavor filling. The aroma was tantalizing, intensifying their desire to taste the dumplings. Tao Yuxuan, having already indulged in 2 meals, was eager to experience the new flavor, while Li Ningyao, who had only tasted them once that afternoon, found her appetite severely affected by the enticing scent. As the 2 of them found the current dish of spicy hot pot unappetizing, Ma Minsha and her 3 companions approached with their bowls. The moment they sat down, they too caught a whiff of the delightful aroma. Their noses instinctively twitched as they sniffed the air and turned to see the source of the fragrance, Yang Liuxia. Realizing who it was, they could not help but feel a twinge of envy. How fortunate she was to enjoy Boss Su's specially made beef dumplings, a true indulgence. However, they knew that envy would get them nowhere, and with a resigned sigh, they returned to their hot pot. Yang Liuxia and Zhou Xiangji had already succumbed to the temptation of the beef dumplings, with Zhou Xiangji, the birthday star, taking the first bite. As he sank his teeth into the dumpling, the rich, savory juices burst forth in his mouth. The juices, infused with a hint of fat, were remarkably rich and complemented by the fresh aroma of celery mixed with the essence of egg. The flavors were abundant, and the deliciousness stemmed from the ingredients themselves, rather than any artificial enhancers. The taste of the meat juices alone was enough to captivate Su Chenyang. As he chewed, the initial sensation was that of tender beef, followed by the crispness of celery. To maintain the fresh crunch of the celery, Su Chenyang had not minced it too finely when preparing the filling. However, the inclusion of egg balanced the textures, ensuring that the primary mouthfeel remained smooth and tender, without any jarring contrast from the celery. The uniformly sized celery pieces released their sweet vegetable juices with each bite, achieving a perfect harmony between the refreshing aroma of celery and the tenderness of the beef. The crispy outer layer and the soft dumpling skin beautifully countered the richness of the filling, making each bite refreshing rather than greasy. Having been amazed by the 3-flavored dumplings the previous day, Su Chenyang found the beef dumplings to be his ultimate favorite. At that moment, he deemed the preparation of the beef filling to be the pinnacle of all beef dishes. As he swallowed, he savored the lingering taste with delight. "Darling, you must try this. It's truly exquisite," he exclaimed. "This beef dumpling is the epitome of perfection. I cannot find words to describe it adequately." "Really?" Yang Liuxia picked up a dumpling to taste for herself. The fresh and delightful flavor, both light and ungreasy, left her pleasantly surprised. "It's absolutely delicious. The ample filling is so satisfying, and it doesn't feel heavy at all. I can't believe how perfectly the beef and celery blend together." Indeed, Boss Su is an extraordinary cook. He personally delivered our meal today despite the heavy rain. "I can't fathom why those trolls online criticize him," she remarked. "Next time we see a video of Boss Su, we must defend him against those naysayers." "Absolutely. Boss Su is such a kind soul. It baffles me what those trolls could have done to earn his disdain." Yang Liuxia and Su Chenyang became ardent fans of Su Chenyang, recognizing that his good looks and kind heart were not to be blamed on the trolls. The 6 individuals seated nearby, witnessing the transformation of the two into devoted fans, were taken aback. How can they be so bold as to support Su Chenyang amidst all the negativity online? What could be so delicious to inspire such loyalty? They wondered, yet they felt compelled to try the dumplings themselves. As they sat down for dinner, the 6 were oblivious to how they finished their meal. All they could recall were Yang Liuxia and Su Chenyang's effusive praises for the dumplings. The tantalizing descriptions left them yearning for tomorrow's opportunity to taste them as well. After returning to their dormitory, the 6 busied themselves with their own affairs. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, it was 11 p.m. With the lights out, they lay in bed, each engrossed in their phones. At that moment, Li Ningyao stumbled upon Su Chenyang's latest video. In the clip, he announced, after the rain, "The sun shines. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., at the entrance of the business university, anyone interested in beef dumplings is welcome to come support me. Wishing everyone sweet dreams tonight." Upon watching the video, Li Ningyao felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Finally, he is setting up his stall. However, she remained reticent, having previously claimed disinterest in Su Chenyang's venture. Meanwhile, the other 5 were thrilled. Boss Su is finally ready to sell his dumplings. I wonder how they compare to the 3-flavor ones. "The praise from those 2 has me eagerly anticipating it," they exclaimed. That night, the delicious descriptions had tempted Li Ningyao to consider asking for a taste, but she held back. As they chatted, she secretly hoped they would invite her to join. Unfortunately, her wish went unfulfilled. After discussing the topic for a while, they did not ask her if she wanted to come along. "Why didn't they ask me?" She felt a twinge of sadness. However, this was to be expected. The previous evening, the conversation had revolved around Yang Zhuoxing and Su Chenyang's discussion on how to distinguish between sycophants, as well as Su Chenyang's dedication to his fans. Upon returning, the 5 had not mentioned it to Li Ningyao, and she only learned of it later while browsing videos. They had refrained from discussing it initially, knowing Li Ningyao had shown no interest in Su Chenyang's stall. After midnight, the group fell asleep. The next morning, at 10:40 a.m., as Su Chenyang prepared to set up his stall at 11 a.m., Tao Yuxuan and her friends busily gathered their things, ready to queue at the school gate. Having applied sunscreen, they left the dormitory without even asking Li Ningyao. While the others were busy with their preparations, Li Ningyao found herself unable to concentrate on her reading, waiting for them to invite her. As a consequence, the abrupt departure left Li Ningyao, who was engrossed in solving problems at her desk, feeling somewhat bewildered. Would they truly not call for me? What am I to do now? Chapter 58. The Devoted One. As Li Ningyao found herself in a quandary, an idea suddenly struck her. She promptly rose from her dormitory, shut the door behind her, and hurried to catch up with her 5 roommates descending the stairs. Upon noticing Li Ningyao's presence, Tao Yuxuan and the others immediately exclaimed, "Ningyao, are you going to the canteen for lunch so early?" "Indeed," Li Ningyao replied. "I thought I might have my meal while it's still quiet, allowing me to return to my studies sooner." This was her cunning plan, to accompany her roommates, hoping that they might extend an invitation her way. In that case, she could gracefully decline. However, Li Ningyao had already mentioned her intention to finish her meal and return to her studies, and given her preparations for the upcoming graduate entrance exam, her roommates had no reason to invite her to partake in activities deemed frivolous. Soon enough, Li Ningyao arrived at the entrance of the canteen alongside her 5 companions. Tao Yuxuan turned to her and said, "We're heading to the school gate now. See you later." Caught off guard by Tao Yuxuan's unexpected farewell, Li Ningyao found herself at a loss for words. Why hadn't she invited me? The situation was not as she had anticipated. Now, with Tao Yuxuan not extending an invitation, Li Ningyao felt too embarrassed to change her stance and could only muster a stiff goodbye. "All right, see you later." As the 5 departed, leaving Li Ningyao standing alone at the canteen entrance, she prepared to enter when she noticed Yang Zhuoxing and his 5 roommates making their way towards the school gate. Upon catching sight of Li Ningyao, Yang Zhuoxing also noticed her. Normally, he would greet her with warmth and enthusiasm, but after Su Chenyang's remarks about the standards for devoted followers, he had lost heart. While Li Ningyao was undeniably beautiful, Yang Zhuoxing felt overwhelmed by the prospect of competing with numerous rivals, and, without any clear progress, he found the endeavor exhausting. Resolutely, he chose to give up. When he passed by Li Ningyao without a greeting, she was taken aback. Is this really Yang Zhuoxing's attitude towards me? The sudden indifference from someone who had always pursued her with fervor left Li Ningyao feeling unsettled. Could it be that he had taken Su Chenyang's words to heart and ceased his pursuit? The thought displeased her. Although she believed that if Su Chenyang had genuine feelings for her, she could have clearly delineated her boundaries with the other suitors. It irked her that a mere follower could dictate the terms of engagement. With a dismissive pout, she considered, not pursuing is perhaps for the best. Yang Zhuoxing's sudden coldness did not merit her indulgence, and she mentally blacklisted him. Would those who pursued her truly abandon their interest simply because of Su Chenyang's comments? If that were the case, it would be disheartening, for as the campus belle, she could hardly afford to lose her allure. Just as Li Ningyao wallowed in her discontent, she heard a familiar voice call out, "Ningyao." Turning, she recognized He Kai-fan, who approached her with an exuberant demeanor. "Didn't he expect to see you at the canteen? Have you eaten yet?" His friendly attitude eased Li Ningyao's worries, reaffirming her allure as the campus beauty. "Not yet. Are you going to buy pot stickers?" "You should hurry and join your roommates," she suggested. "I'm not going with them. I came to eat," he replied. "If you haven't eaten, shall we go together?" Li Ningyao felt a tinge of exasperation. She would have preferred He Kai-fan to invite her to buy pot stickers at the school gate, thus providing her with a reasonable excuse to avoid ridicule from her roommates. Unfortunately, He Kai-fan did not propose that, leaving her feeling somewhat trapped. "Perhaps you should still go get pot stickers with your roommates. I merely intend to get a smoked meat pie," she stated. "Actually, I quite fancy a smoked meat pie too," He Kai-fan admitted. Yet, he prioritized the opportunity to be alone with her over his craving for pot stickers. With Tao Yuxuan and her friends absent, and with Yang Zhuoxing seemingly influenced by Su Chenyang's words, He Kai-fan felt it was now or never to pursue her. Reluctantly, Li Ningyao consented to accompany him, reasoning that it was merely a few minutes for smoked meat pie. "All right then," she said. He Kai-fan's heart soared at her agreement, and he responded eagerly, "Let us go." Seeing Li Ningyao agree to join He Kai-fan, Yang Zhuoxing could no longer contain his frustration. What is happening? By giving up, am I inadvertently aiding He Kai-fan in his pursuit? Regret washed over him as he realized that if his attitude towards Li Ningyao had changed due to Su Chenyang's remarks, and if others shared his sentiment, then He Kai-fan, the devoted one, would have the upper hand. Yang Zhuoxing had accurately deduced He Kai-fan's intentions. If all others ceased their pursuits, would he not have a greater chance? In that moment, Yang Zhuoxing began to understand some of Su Chenyang's sentiments. Devoted followers indeed had a competitive edge. I must find a way to reclaim my standing. It would be unbearable to watch He Kaifan effortlessly win Li Ningyao's affections simply because competitors had withdrawn. After years of chasing her, giving up was no easy feat. And thus Yang Zhuoxing resolved to persevere. If becoming a devoted follower means pursuing the goddess, then perhaps it is not in vain. As he trudged along with his roommates towards the school gate, having lingered at the canteen's entrance for a while, Yang Zhuoxing arrived just as Su Chenyang appeared with his food cart, rushing with his roommates to secure a spot in line. They found themselves unable to claim a prime position. Su Chenyang surveyed the throng of over 500 people and announced, "Today we have beef pot stickers. If you're not a fan of beef, please don't waste your time." His words drew immediate responses from the crowd. "Get on with making pot stickers. You rarely come out, so stop talking and start working. Why do you keep taking days off? You could at least work a little overtime. Come on, we're waiting until lights out at 11. Since you have no girlfriend, why are you leaving work so early?" Despite the chorus of requests for him to work harder, Su Chenyang, now the owner of a villa, felt no urgency to return to the dormitory. "All right, I will arrange for some extra hours," he replied. The crowd brightened at his response, pleasantly surprised by his willingness to oblige. "That's the spirit, Boss Su. Focus on your career while you're single. Indeed, it is quite reasonable." Su Chenyang smiled gently as he retrieved a baking tray from the freezer, placing the pot stickers he had prepared at home into the electric griddle to commence frying. Chapter 59. The aloof campus bell. Let's go after 10 minutes. The first batch of beef pot stickers emerged from the electric griddle. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma of meat combined with a fresh scent wafted through the air, instantly tantalizing the taste buds of those in the front rows. Regardless of the filling, Boss Su's culinary skills are remarkable, leaving me utterly famished. Today, my visit has proven worthwhile. The flavors should be exquisite. My only hope is that Boss Su's overtime is genuine and not merely a casual remark. After all, Su Chenyang had mentioned arranging rather than considering, indicating a sincere commitment to working late. Once Su Chenyang retrieved the pot stickers, he placed a new plate on the table and began packing them up. Those who received the pot stickers immediately took a bite. The delicious, rich meat juices burst forth in their mouths. The perfect harmony of robust meat flavors, the freshness of vegetables, and the delightful essence of eggs showcased the ingredients' freshest tastes, captivating everyone. Particularly while chewing, the impeccable ratio of celery to beef ensured that the crunchy texture of the celery did not compromise the tender mouthfeel, leaving a refreshing, non-greasy sensation. Coupled with the soft skin and crispy ice flowers, the multifaceted richness of flavors offered an entirely new experience for those who had never tasted such exquisite fillings. The taste was simply divine. Had I known, I would have purchased 15. This culinary artistry is truly unparalleled. My midday excursion was not in vain. The praises from these individuals heightened the anticipation for Su Chenyang's creations among those waiting in line. The newcomers took note of the previous patrons' comments about underordering. Just the day before, many had opted for 15 pot stickers, only to discover they couldn't finish them. By afternoon, patrons adjusted their purchases to 10 or 12, depending on their appetite. Consequently, even those who had previously attended felt compelled to forget their last experience of excess, opting to buy more rather than risk inadequacy. An hour and a half later, Tao Yuxuan and her 4 companions finally acquired their pot stickers, ordering 15 in total. The rich, aromatic, and non-greasy delicacies left them feeling that they hadn't overindulged. However, after consuming 12, they found themselves nearly satiated, their stomachs protesting against further intake. Tao Yuxuan grumbled, "Those people in front led me astray, claiming it wasn't enough, and now I can't finish." Indeed, she initially thought the beef filling would be less filling, but Boss Su's generous portions proved otherwise. Reluctantly, the 5 could only close their food containers and return to their dormitory. At that moment, Li Ningyao was engrossed in her studies. Noticing someone entering, she turned to see the 5 holding their containers and inquired, "Why are you back with food containers? Was today's pot sticker not delicious?" The previous night, They had polished off their pot stickers en route, returning without any leftovers. No, today's pot stickers are equally delightful. We thought we had a good appetite today, so we bought extra. By the way, Ningyao, would you like to try some? Are they that good? Isu puse ishel. Li Ningyao, feeling tempted, accepted without hesitation. Had she known they had overpurchased, she would have skipped the smoked meat pancake. Tao Yuxuan opened the container, steam wafting up, carrying a mouth-watering aroma reminiscent of the previous day's cafeteria scents. Li Ningyao picked up a pot sticker and, despite her modesty, took a small bite. The savory juices exploded with rich flavor, making her wish to devour the entire pot sticker in one go. Yet, for the sake of propriety, she restrained herself. In that moment, she understood what it meant to suffer for the sake of appearances. As she savored each bite, the exquisite flavor nearly made her forget her pride. Finally, she remarked, "It is indeed delicious." This time, Li Ningyao momentarily cast aside her goddess-like demeanor, offering a highly affirmative evaluation. The others, having previously recognized her tendency to be insincere, felt even more certain of her fondness for the dish. "Ningyao, if you find it tasty, you should have a few more." Ma Minsha and her friends placed the container closer to Li Ningyao. She laughed. "Do you think I'm a pig? There's no way I can finish that much. Just eat what you can, and we'll have a bit more. Let's finish them while they're hot. Once they cool down, the broth will evaporate, and the flavor will significantly diminish." All right then. Li Ningyao decided to indulge without further pleasantries. As she enjoyed the pot stickers, Ma Minsha said, "Ningyao, honestly, if you're worried about attracting Boss Su's attention, you could always wear a mask. That way you could join us in line." Tao Yuxuan immediately concurred. "Yes, if you wear a mask, with how busy Boss Su is, he surely won't recognize you as his type." Upon hearing this suggestion, Li Ningyao felt a surge of joy. Her friends had invited her once more. However, wearing a mask in the afternoon was certainly not an option. She found herself unconcerned about Su Chenyang knowing she fit his type. After all, how would he know if she concealed her face? Yet, the mere fact that her roommates extended another invitation provided her with an escape route. Li Ningyao could no longer hold back. "Ah, that's a splendid idea. So, are you saying you'll join us in line this afternoon? You've invited me 3 times now. I can't possibly ignore your kindness." "All right, we'll take that as you doing us a favor." The 5 shared smiles, engaging in light conversation as they devoured the pot stickers. After finishing their meal, they returned to their respective activities. Having already enjoyed 5 pot stickers at lunchtime, Li Ningyao felt unsatisfied. While reviewing her notes, she began to anticipate the afternoon's arrival. Time passed unnoticed until it was 4 o'clock. As the 6 prepared to leave, Tao Yuxuan reminded, "Ningyao, you forgot your mask." "Oh, right." Li Ningyao feigned surprise. Internally, however, she grumbled about Tao Yuxuan's unexpected attentiveness. But now that she had been reminded, refusing to wear a mask would imply she didn't dislike the straightforwardness of men. Li Ningyao could not allow anyone to think that, so she grabbed her black cloth mask from her desk. Soon, the 6 departed from their dormitory. Chapter 60. When is Su Chenyang the one with the flirtatious smile? As Li Ningyao walked toward the school gate, she could not help but silently pray, "I hope I don't encounter any of those admirers." Although she believed she fit the type that Su Chenyang might be drawn to, whether he would actually pursue her remained a mystery. Li Ningyao was reluctant to sever ties with those who were infatuated with her just yet. If they were present and lingered around her, it would certainly put her in a delicate position if Su Chenyang were to show her special attention. She was also unwilling to be excessively harsh on those boys in public. Before long, the 6 of them arrived at the school gate. The scene was reminiscent of the previous day, with a long line of 12 rows comprising over 500 people. The 6 friends joined the queue at the very end. Since it was Li Ningyao's first time queuing, Ma Minsha sought to comfort her. "Ningyao, don't be disheartened by the long line. In fact, Boss Su is quite efficient. We'll surely be served within 3 hours at most." "It's all right. We're here now, and I have the patience to wait," Li Ningyao responded. Just then, her voice reached the ears of a boy in the front 2 rows. He turned around, and, upon recognizing her, his eyes lit up. "Ningyao, are you here for the pot stickers too?" This boy was none other than He Kai Fan, who had longed for pot stickers during lunch, but had refrained from coming for the sake of his goddess. Naturally, he had returned in the afternoon, not anticipating yet another encounter with her. It felt like fate. Li Ningyao had hoped to avoid running into her admirers, yet here she was. Fortunately, He Kai-fan merely greeted her, and she believed there would be no misunderstandings. Nonetheless, to mitigate any potential misinterpretations, she replied, "What a coincidence, He Kai-fan. Just focus on queuing and don't disturb others." He Kai-fan understood that chatting across the rows was inappropriate. Thus, he turned to the boy in front of Li Ningyao and proposed, "Classmate, may I switch places with you?" He Kai-fan moved up a row, allowing the other boy to wait one less batch. The boy readily agreed. Really? At that moment, Li Ningyao desperately wished He Kai-fan wouldn't move closer. However, Yang Zhuoxing, who was also in the row ahead, had noticed Li Ningyao's presence. After seeing her at lunch, he regretted his aloof demeanor and felt it necessary to rectify his mistake. Given the length of the queue, Li Ningyao would undoubtedly have to wait 3 hours. Even if He Kai-fan was a third wheel, Yang Zhuoxing believed he still had ample time to clear up any misunderstandings. After He Kai-fan switched positions, the boy to his left asked, "Classmate, can I switch places with you?" Just then, Tao Yuxuan interjected, "Yang Zhuoxing, why don't you switch with me instead?" Sensing that Yang Zhuoxing would likely come over, she figured it better for her own roommate to gain an advantage. Sure, Yang Zhuoxing immediately agreed. No, Li Ningyao felt anxious. If they all switched positions, her side would be filled with sycophants, and perhaps Su Chenyang would show her preferential treatment, putting her in a difficult spot. Yang Zhuoxing assumed Li Ningyao's protest was due to lingering anger from lunch, unaware of the true implications. At that moment, many onlookers felt compelled to report the scene, thinking to themselves that if someone shouted out about sycophants, perhaps Boss Su would teach these two boys a lesson. As this thought crossed many minds, Su Chenyang, who was busy preparing pot stickers, took notice of the commotion. "Hey, the girl in the mask at the back. Why don't you come to the front and let these two boys queue behind?" He called out. The moment his words fell, both He Kai-fan and Yang Zhuoxing turned to Su Chenyang in disbelief, their expressions a mix of confusion. Is he serious? Are we really being treated like this? They recalled that special treatment was typically reserved for larger groups. Please don't agree, Li Ningyao, they thought. If she consented, it would be embarrassingly awkward for them. Li Ningyao cursed under her breath. These two are truly deluded, seeking their own demise. She didn't want to be cruel to them, but she had no choice. Denying Su Chenyang's request could lead to him never returning to school again, as he had done with Chen Yishi. Thus, she reluctantly replied, "All right, Boss Su." At that moment, He Kai-fan could hardly believe Li Ningyao's cruelty. How could she treat me this way? Didn't she want to join me for lunch earlier? Yang Zhuoxing lamented his poor choices, realizing he was indeed a sycophant, and regretting his decision to compete with He Kai-fan for Li Ningyao's affection. Now, both boys found themselves utterly disregarded in Li Ningyao's eyes, embodying the saying that sycophants end up with nothing. Witnesses in the vicinity couldn't help but express sympathy for He Kai-fan and Yang Zhuoxing. As the scene unfolded, Li Ningyao stepped away from the queue and stood beside Su Chenyang's food cart, while He Kai-fan and Yang Zhuoxing, utterly humiliated, slinked away, harboring deep resentment towards Su Chenyang. After 5 minutes, Su Chenyang's batch of pot stickers was ready. He handed the first serving to Li Ningyao. "Classmate, your pot stickers are ready." "Thank you," Li Ningyao replied politely, purposefully removing her mask and placing it in her pocket. She then tucked her hair behind her ears, revealing her delicate neck, allowing Su Chenyang to see her clearly. Li Ningyao merely intended to taste the pot stickers, making her actions seem justifiable, as she was unbothered by her roommate's potential comments. Her cool, stunning visage was undoubtedly to Su Chenyang's liking, prompting him to gaze at her longer. Yet, he furrowed his brow, sensing that her gestures seemed somewhat contrived, hinting at a hint of cunning. Su Chenyang was uncertain of his judgment, but in the sweltering summer heat, wearing a mask suggested she wished to remain unrecognized by her admirers. Given how Li Ningyao had distanced herself from the sycophants, he pondered why she would remove her mask and flirt with her hair in front of someone who favored the type of girl she appeared to be. If she wanted pot stickers, couldn't she just step back and remove her mask? Furthermore, was it truly necessary to flirt with her hair? A girl exuding her charm in front of a boy was undoubtedly unusual. This is akin to the way a young man deliberately flaunts his charm to capture a woman's attention. Su Chenyang was uncertain whether he was merely being narcissistic. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he had become a target in a game of seduction. If he lacked self-control, he might end up ensnared like a hapless fish, facing a fate far worse than that of a lovesick admirer. This girl was not easily swayed. Perhaps it would be wiser to change his spot to set up stall tomorrow. Chapter 61. Equal distribution of opportunities, setting up a stall in the CBD. Li Ningyao noticed Su Chenyang casting glances in her direction, only to shy away shortly after. Although she was aware that Su Chenyang was attracted to her type, it still filled her with a sense of pride to capture the attention of such a charming and accomplished young man. Just as she contemplated greeting him and extending a friendly demeanor, she sensed numerous eyes upon her, particularly those of her roommates, who were intently observing her every move. Despite the legitimacy of removing her mask at that moment, Li Ningyao felt it prudent to refrain from initiating any interaction, as it would contradict her disdain for overtly straightforward men. Ultimately, she was content in the knowledge that she had successfully garnered Su Chenyang's attention. Grabbing a pot sticker, she promptly used her chopsticks to sample it, seeking to validate her decision to remove her mask as a mere appreciation for the culinary delight. Subsequently, she made her way toward her roommates. "I'll head back to the dormitory now." "All right." Although Tao Yuxuan and the others were eager to tease Li Ningyao, the presence of numerous onlookers compelled them to restrain their impulses for the time being. Following Li Ningyao's departure, many students from a university of business began to disdainfully regard Su Chenyang. They were well aware of his attraction to girls like Li Ningyao, and it was evident that he was drawn to their campus belle, which they deemed shameless. Nevertheless, they surmised that Su Chenyang would likely set up his stall at the school gate for an extended period. Students felt this was a piece of good news. Previously, Su Chenyang had changed locations within other universities every few days, but if he had indeed taken an interest in their campus beauty, he would undoubtedly want to observe whether Li Ningyao's character and values aligned with his own. This alone would justify his extended presence at the University of Business. Should Su Chenyang find compatibility with Li Ningyao, he would surely pursue her. Regardless of the outcome, this would likely unfold over several months, allowing students to frequently enjoy his culinary offerings. However, the downside was that many boys would be forced to watch as Su Chenyang flirted with their campus beauty. An outsider had set his sights on her, and they had to reluctantly accept the situation, which was somewhat frustrating. Meanwhile, white-collar workers, tourists, and business professionals arriving to take a break found amusement in the spectacle. Just moments ago, Su Chenyang had been so captivated by that girl that it was as if he were spellbound. It was clear that he had no resistance to such aloof beauty. The girl was truly stunning, and they pondered whether Su Chenyang would succeed in his pursuit, eagerly anticipating the developments to come. Those who had come to unwind had already prepared to return for another round of snacks, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Oblivious to the thoughts of the waiting crowd, Su Chenyang continued his work preparing pot stickers. By 6 o'clock, during the dinner rush, the number of patrons surged, nearly reaching 1,000. The sight of such a vast crowd, tightly packed and bustling, was indeed a formidable spectacle. At 7:27 p.m., the system alerted Su Chenyang that supplies were running low. The system could only provide an estimate due to the fluctuating demand for pot stickers. After receiving the notification, Su Chenyang addressed the couple at the end of the line. "Dear couple at the back, it seems our supplies are nearly exhausted, so you need not wait any longer." "Boss, it's only 7:27, and you're out of supplies already? You really need to arrange for overtime." This comment stemmed from a video clip that had circulated online earlier in the day, where Su Chenyang had mentioned the possibility of working overtime. Yes, I will definitely arrange for overtime as soon as possible. I apologize for the inconvenience." He added, "Additionally, could you please inform the next arrivals that we are sold out?" "Of course," the young man replied readily, and Su Chenyang resumed his task of making pot stickers. At that moment, the other snack stall owners recognized that the upcoming hours would belong to them. The influx of customers brought joy to their hearts. They hoped the girl who had caught Su Chenyang's eye would foster a good connection with him. If Su Chenyang were to win her affection, he would surely be stationed at the school gate throughout her academic tenure. They fervently wished for his success in love, hoping she might take a more proactive approach in their budding romance. The stall owners found themselves fervently wishing for Su Chenyang's romantic success, even to the extent of hoping that Li Ningyao would take the initiative to pursue him. With a girlfriend, it was unlikely Su Chenyang would operate at the gates of other schools, which meant they could continue to enjoy delicious snacks until Li Ningyao's graduation. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 10:40 p.m. As he finished the last batch of pot stickers, Su Chenyang tidied up and prepared to head home. He had sold 140 portions of pot stickers that day, accumulating a total of 859 points. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points. 5612. Su Chenyang chose not to spend his points, preferring to save them for a few more days in hopes of unlocking the rewards from a golden treasure chest at the 10,000 point mark. As he sat in the food cart on his way home, he felt a bit weary. Over the past fortnight, he had set up stalls at 3 different universities, and finding a sincere girl who fit his ideal was proving to be quite challenging. Where should he set up his stall tomorrow? Just as he pondered this dilemma, he noticed a celebratory banner hanging on the facade of a nearby shopping mall. Ah, the long holiday was just around the corner. Why not set up a stall in the CBD during the holiday? The vicinity was replete with shopping centers, unless they were traveling to other cities. Most university students would likely choose to indulge in a little retail therapy and delicious treats to reward their diligent studies. Therefore, commercial complexes would be the preferred destination. Even the most studious students, who typically refrained from outings during weekends, would likely venture out with friends during the holidays, with girls enjoying their leisure time. What was the point of Su Chenyang setting up a stall at the university gate? Even if he was confident in his culinary skills, many might hesitate to waste their holiday time standing in line. The school would likely be filled with boys, and the patrons at his stall would consist solely of them, rendering the effort unworthy. He decided to take a break tomorrow and return to set up his stall on September 30th. For university students, completing classes on that day signified liberation, and many would surely be out celebrating that evening. Therefore, Su Chenyang's decision to set up in the CBD on September 30th seemed quite appropriate. Moreover, he could extend his hours and work overtime during his time at the CBD, making it reasonable to take a day off. Operating in the CBD would also cater to the desires of his white-collar fans seeking tasty snacks. Truly a fair distribution of opportunities. Let's hope the next time I receive feedback, it's a little more subdued. Su Chenyang mused, confident that his white-collar patrons would be pleased with his decision. Subsequently, Su Chenyang returned home and promptly recorded a video to announce that he would not be setting up a stall at the entrance of the University of Business tomorrow, in order to spare many from making an unnecessary trip. Chapter 62. The high and mighty school bell is infuriated at this moment. It was almost 11 o'clock. Li Ningyao had just finished reading. When Tao Yuxuan and the other 4 returned with pot stickers, it was already past 7. At that time, Li Ningyao was engrossed in her book, and her friends felt it improper to disturb her. Now that she had concluded her reading, Tao Yuxuan and the others could no longer hold back their excitement. Tao Yuxuan immediately teased, "Ningyao, when you went to buy pot stickers and took off your mask." Boss Su gazed at you a few extra seconds, and a netizen captured that moment and posted it online. You wouldn't believe it. It's trending first on the local hot search list. You should check it out. Is that true? Are these netizens so bored? Li Ningyao replia, her tone laced with feigned exasperation. However, she had anticipated such a scenario, so it didn't come as a complete surprise. Despite her nonchalance, her friends began to egg her on. It's not just that netizens are bored. Remember when Basu mentioned he would set up a stall at our school? Many guessed he was coming for our school bell. Li Ningyao, what do you think of Basu now? He is quite handsome, and you seem to appreciate his culinary skills. The video from a few days ago also showed that he's not just a typical aloof man. Has your impression of him changed? Changed? I hardly know him, Li Ningyao replied coolly, resolutely denying any shift in her feelings towards Su Chenyang. Moreover, I regret taking off my mask that day. Had it not been for my hunger, I would never have made such a careless mistake. Hearing her response, the 5 friends felt somewhat helpless, thinking that Li Ningyao was being overly critical. Ningyao, you're being too picky about a guy like Boss Su. Honestly, if he were to pursue you, you should at least give him a chance and be a bit more welcoming. He is not like those sycophants. If you remain too distant, he is the type who would simply give up. Finding someone better than him among those who pursue you might not be easy. So it's essential to cherish such a quality man. Since the six of them shared a good rapport, they sincerely advised Li Ningyao not to miss out. However, the five roommates were blissfully unaware that their concerns were unwarranted. Li Ningyao was no fool. She knew precisely how to handle a man like Su Chenyang. Nevertheless, she would never admit it aloud. What do I have to regret? I would rather he didn't pursue me, she insisted. The way she dismissed Su Chenyang evoked envy from Tao Yuxuan and the others, who felt a pang of longing. Our school belle is stunningly beautiful and confident, even turning down a guy like Boss Su. If it were me, I would be over the moon to have someone like him pursue me. Indeed, if I had someone like Boss Su chasing me, I would eagerly reciprocate. Not just reciprocate, I would be more proactive. They lamented that the men Li Ningyao scorned were the very ones they yearned for. Li Ningyao, despite her calm demeanor, felt a swell of pride within. She struggled to suppress a smile and decided it was time to change the subject. All right, I won't keep you all any longer. I'm off to take a shower. With that, she grabbed a basin and headed toward the bathroom. Just as she stepped inside, Pan Ruiming suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what is happening? Why is Boss Su suddenly not coming to set up his stall tomorrow?" Her words immediately captured the attention of Tao Yuxuan and the other four. Even Li Ningyao, on the verge of entering the bathroom, paused in surprise. Their gazes swiftly turned to Pan Ruiming. Tao Yuxuan asked Ruiming, "Are you serious about Boss Su not coming to set up his stall? Don't joke about such things." "Yes, this isn't a funny joke," Ma Minsha added, cautioning Pan Ruiming to be mindful of her words. Not long ago, they had all been joking about Boss Su, believing he would be around for quite some time. Pan Ruiming's sudden announcement felt like a blow to their expectations. At that moment, the one who found it hardest to accept the news was undoubtedly Li Ningyao. This must be a joke, she silently hoped. If Pan Ruiming wasn't jesting, it would be catastrophic. For Su Chenyang, she had publicly dismissed the advances of two other suitors, leaving them utterly embarrassed. This could lead the other boys pursuing her to realize their position in her eyes, mere admirers, not contenders. Perhaps they might even decide to stop pursuing her altogether. Li Ningyao had, to some extent, drawn a line between Su Chenyang and those who merely fawned over her. If Su Chenyang decided not to pursue her anymore, wouldn't she be the one losing out? Pan Ruiming, who had been part of the earlier banter, wouldn't just make such a statement lightly. I'm not joking. Boss Su himself posted a video. If you don't believe me, check it out. At this, Tao Yuxuan and the others quickly grabbed their phones. Li Ningyao, who had intended to wash up, also took her phone to see if Su Chenyang's latest video corroborated Pan Ruiming's claims. She searched for Su Chenyang's account and clicked on his latest video. In it, Su Chenyang smiled at the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm your food blogger, Su Chenyang. Recently, many people have come to support me after work while I've been setting up my stall. However, the influx of customers has led to some people making fruitless trips, which I find quite disheartening. Thus, I've decided that starting the day after tomorrow, from September 30th for 8 days during the National Day holiday, I will be setting up my stall near the CBD. I haven't yet decided which CBD I will be at, but I'll post another video to inform you all once I've made up my mind. Many have complained about my stalls being at school, so this is a way to share the love. I hope everyone will have fewer complaints and more positive feedback. During my time at the CBD, I'll start setting up a bit later each day. So, please take a day off tomorrow and don't come to the university. I don't want you to make a wasted trip. Wishing everyone a joyful holiday in advance. See you on September 30th. After watching the video, Li Ningyao's mind went blank, leaving her utterly stunned. On one hand, her wish had come true. She had hoped Su Chenyang wouldn't pursue her, and now he wasn't coming. But on the other hand, she couldn't accept this reality. Wasn't she the type of girl Su Chenyang liked? Hadn't he been captivated by her? Why had he chosen not to pursue her anymore? The video offered no explanation. Li Ningyao felt a surge of defiance. Chapter 63. Is the graduating belle no longer a belle? After watching the video, Tao Yuxuan and her companions exchanged glances, realizing that Pan Ruiming was not joking. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. The silence lasted a few seconds until Tao Yuxuan broke it, questioning how fickle Su Boss could be. He clearly preferred aloof types, so why had his affection shifted? What type of girl did he truly favor? It seemed he was more capricious than they were. Wasn't Ning Yao as competent as that girl from the finance university? Why did Su Boss favor her and not Ning Yao? Even if Li Ning Yao was not attracted to Su Chenyang, the five of them felt a sense of injustice on her behalf, puzzled over where she fell short. Of course, they were mainly lamenting their own unfulfilled hopes. As they voiced their complaints, they noticed Li Ning Yao was simply standing there, engrossed in her phone. At that moment, they began to wonder if perhaps Li Ning Yao was the reason behind Su Chenyang's absence. After all, her beauty should have captivated him. There was no reason for him not to show up. Ning Yao, did you say something while buying pot stickers that might have deterred Su Boss from coming? Mom Minch's perspective quickly garnered agreement from the others. Even if the video captured Li Ning Yao removing her mask and Su Chenyang glancing at her, it did not mean all sounds were recorded. With so many people in line, the noise was quite overwhelming. Perhaps Li Ning Yao had uttered something that the video did not capture. Hearing her roommates speculate whether her words had upset Su Chenyang, Li Ning Yao felt a wave of indignation. She was merely being stubborn, not foolish. She had already taken tangible steps to distance herself from Su Chenyang and his sycophants. There was no way she would utter such words. Yet, Li Ning Yao found herself unable to reveal the full truth. At that moment, a bitter sense of helplessness washed over her, akin to swallowing broken teeth. I assure you, you are overthinking this. I only took off my mask to eat pot stickers. Why would I say anything? She explained. And if I had told him to stop looking at me, wouldn't that come off as exceedingly vain? I'm not that foolish. Her words resonated with a few, who acknowledged that Su Chenyang had merely glanced at Li Ning Yao a couple of times. If that was enough to spark an infatuation, then asking him not to pursue her would indeed seem rather irrational. It could be that you just appeared too aloof because you were wearing a mask, Pan Rueming suggested, gaining consensus from the others. They felt a sense of regret, but also recognized that they could not blame Li Ning Yao. After all, she had openly expressed her disdain for overly straightforward men when Su Chenyang mentioned setting up a stall by the university. Thus, her approach seemed justified. Li Ning Yao, feeling somewhat vindicated by this reasoning, simmered with frustration. Nevertheless, she replied, "It doesn't matter. His pot stickers are delicious, but if he chooses not to come, then so be it. He mentioned going to set up in the CBD, and with the holidays approaching, I can always go buy some later. It's no big deal. I'm off to take a shower now." With that, Li Ning Yao grabbed her basin and entered the bathroom. Once the door was closed, she could no longer maintain her composure and began to mutter in frustration. Such a cowardly boy, unable to pursue a girl he found attractive. He thought she was too aloof in her mask and lost his nerve. What a timid soul. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, even directing her ire towards Tao Yuxuan. "It's all your fault, Yuxuan. I didn't want to wear a mask this afternoon, but you insisted on being so considerate. You're always so scatterbrained in class, forgetting your things. Why did you have to be so meticulous at such a crucial moment?" Her words offered little solace for her frustration. Meanwhile, other boys at the university, who had also shown interest in Li Ning Yao, began reassessing their positions. After pursuing her for so long with little to show for it, how could they still hope to win her over after such a public display of disregard for her feelings? Although they were unsure why Su Boss had chosen to distance himself, they recognized his rationality in not pursuing her any longer, even if they were reluctant to admit it. They felt disheartened by the situation. Unbeknownst to Su Chenyang, he had become an exemplar for those vying for Li Ning Yao's affection. At that moment, he lay in bed, scrolling through his phone, primarily checking the latest comments on his video. The mixed emotions he felt upon reading the new comments were palpable. Why are there so many critiques about changing my position? Wasn't it clear I found her attractive? The comments in the section were relentless, questioning his choices and motives. Isn't that girl your type? Why switch spots? Didn't she reject the advances of the sycophants? Are you still dissatisfied? Were you really planning to work overtime? Or were you just arranging things elsewhere? While these criticisms were manageable, the remarks from some of his white-collar fans left him exasperated. Did you come to the CBD because all the pretty girls are out enjoying the holiday? If you're only here because of the university girls, that's rather presumptuous. Are there no high-class beauties among white-collar workers? To the graduated beauties, you're just a younger brother. If it's a romance between older and younger, the beauty must take the lead. Setting up shop in the CBD is your fate. You might as well do it full-time. The graduated beauties are definitely worth it. And there are even wealthier women. As he read these comments about the beauties, Su Chenyang felt a sense of helplessness. Who was it that had suggested his motives were tied to the belle? The notion that he was chasing after her was damaging to his reputation. If he were truly interested in the belle, why would he change his position upon seeing her? He scrolled through other videos that had edited together clips of him glancing at Li Ningyao. The comments made it seem as though he was fixated on her. Now, Su Chenyang felt trapped in a misunderstanding he could not clarify. The misinterpretation by his white-collar fans left him feeling wronged. Perhaps he deserved some form of compensation for the mental anguish. If he were to set up shop in the CBD, he might as well offer something upscale and slightly more expensive. Surely no one would mind. Price increases must be justified by corresponding value. Su Chenyang is not so easily swayed by the banter of these white-collar fans to raise prices indiscriminately. Moreover, it would be quite delightful if an esteemed graduate, a belle of the school, were to lend her support. Chapter 64. The Creative Bun. Su Chenyang had grown accustomed to being ridiculed, so after a while, he drifted into slumber, unaffected by the teasing. However, Li Ningyao found herself unable to sleep, haunted by the cost of her sacrifices, and spent the night in restless turmoil. By morning, her eyes were red and swollen. At 9 o'clock, when Li Ningyao went to the cafeteria with her roommates for breakfast, several of them noticed her disheveled state. "Ningyao, did you not sleep well last night? Your eyes look a bit red." One inquired. "Really?" Li Ningyao feigned surprise in response. "I slept quite well. Perhaps it was just the face wash that got into my eyes." This explanation seemed plausible enough, and her roommates did not press further. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Li Ningyao hastily purchased scallion pancakes and ate treasure porridge. Just as she was surveying the room for a suitable place to sit, she spotted He Kai-fan, who had also come to the cafeteria for breakfast with his roommates. Upon seeing Li Ningyao, he merely cast her a cold glance and pretended not to notice her, his previous enthusiasm entirely absent. Sighing, Li Ningyao realized that the events of the previous night had evidently hurt He Kai-fan. She had already anticipated that neither he nor Yang Zhuoxing would pursue her any longer, so she did not dwell on it too heavily and chose a seat near a fan. As she ate her breakfast, she encountered two other suitors, who also acted as if they had not seen her, neglecting to greet her. The worst had indeed come to pass. Once revered as a goddess by many, now suddenly forsaken by her admirers, Li Ningyao felt quite disoriented. The lack of attention from her once fervent admirers left her with little appetite. Throughout the day, she encountered more suitors, each one equally disheartened. Li Ningyao's mood darkened, and she spent the day in a daze. As the day slipped away, Su Chenyang had remained at home, enjoying a restful day and waking up at 5 o'clock. After freshening up, he opened the system's marketplace interface and selected to exchange for a bun recipe. With so many patrons frequenting his stall, it was paramount that he could produce buns in large quantities. The process of making buns was not overly complicated, and their various creative shapes could command higher prices, particularly among the office workers who were willing to pay for aesthetics. When Su Chenyang clicked on the bun recipe, he discovered two options: recipe formula and creative design. The latter bore a description, can achieve the creation of various high-difficulty buns. However, the creative design required additional points. Su Chenyang found this both amusing and frustrating. He had intended to craft some creative buns to elevate their price, only to find that the system demanded a separate exchange. The formula cost 100 points, while the creative design necessitated 200 points. Fortunately, he had enough points. Next, Su Chenyang inquired, "System, how many points are required to upgrade my food cart?" Currently, the owner's food cart merely requires an upgrade to the stove position, which necessitates 50 points. Additionally, considering the need for speed in steaming buns, an increase in stove power requires an extra 20 points. After a series of exchanges, Su Chenyang's points were reduced by 370. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 5,242. The modifications would be completed in 3 hours. The plan for the pot stickers was saved, and the next time the owner wished to utilize it, he would only need to reactivate it for 1 point. After notifying him, the food cart parked in the garage was transported to the system space for renovation. Subsequently, Su Chenyang proceeded to the kitchen to purchase ingredients from the marketplace. He placed over 100 pounds of preserved vegetables into a large bucket filled with cold water to soak. This time, he chose a meat filling primarily composed of preserved vegetables and pork. The reason for selecting a meat-vegetable filling was that if only meat were used, the filling would shrink into a lump upon steaming, rendering the buns less substantial. As Su Chenyang aimed to create uniquely shaped buns, a meat-vegetable filling was essential to support their form. He then began kneading the dough, dissolving an appropriate amount of yeast in cold water. He added a touch of sugar to aid in fermentation. Given the summer heat, the temperature was already suitable for the yeast, eliminating the need for warm water. Once the yeast was dissolved, he poured it into the flour and commenced kneading. During the process, he incorporated some lard. After forming the dough into a ball, he covered it with plastic wrap to allow it to rise. Knowing one bucket of dough would not suffice, he continued kneading a second bucket. After half an hour, he had kneaded 3 large buckets of dough. However, this was still insufficient, as he needed to create colored dough for the uniquely shaped buns. Consequently, he prepared dough in various colors, including black rice flour, millet flour, and purple rice flour. Once finished, the preserved vegetables had soaked sufficiently. After several thorough washes, he processed the preserved vegetables, pork, and a suitable amount of scallion and ginger water in batches until finely minced. The preserved vegetable and pork filling amounted to 8 large buckets. Looking at the filling before him, Su Chenyang sighed, "This is going to wear me out." He needed to cook the preserved vegetable and pork filling to at least 80 doneness. Cooking it thoroughly allowed the flavors to meld beautifully, resulting in a more delightful taste. By achieving 80 doneness, the steaming time could be minimized, ensuring optimal flavor. Su Chenyang prepared a large pot and poured in a bucket of the preserved vegetable filling, using a large spatula to stir-fry it. Unbeknownst to him, time flew, and it was already 9 o'clock. At the University of Commerce, Li Yao and her roommates were enjoying breakfast. While eating and scrolling through their phones, the 6 of them stumbled upon a video posted by Su Chenyang. In the video, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello everyone, I am your food blogger, Su Chenyang. The weather is splendid today. I hope you can savor the delights of food while enjoying the beautiful scenery. Today, I will set up my stall by the banks of the shallow pond, away from the residential area, as that spot allows for a 24-hour stall. As promised, I will start selling at 11 o'clock and wrap up by 12, which would be quite generous, right? I welcome you all to come and support me." As the video concluded, Li Yao couldn't help but scoff. Oh, he still has the time to set up a stall. Without hesitation, she chose to block Su Chenyang. At that moment, Tao Yuxuan suggested, "Since we have nothing else to do, why don't we go join the fun at 11? "Sure." Ma Minsha and the others readily agreed. Ma Minsha glanced at Li Yao, asking Ning Yao, "Are you going?" "I won't be going. I need to study." Li Yao firmly declined. It was preposterous, having suffered so much because of Su Chenyang. Why would she want to support him? All right, the 5 of them decided not to press Li Yao further, knowing that there was some online speculation regarding her and Su Chenyang, which might lead to awkwardness if she attended. Chapter 65. The Fickleness of Women. By 9:10 a.m., Su Chenyang had dusted his cutting board with flour and was kneading the last of his proof dough. He worked it until it was smooth, then shaped it into a long log. Instead of the usual method of dividing the dough into equal portions, he rolled the entire log into a thin rectangle, a technique reminiscent of his pot sticker making process. However, he noted the key difference. Pot sticker wrappers are made with unleavened dough, while these buns required a leavened dough. After cutting out 100 wrappers with a circular mold, Su Chenyang sighed, "Exhausting. I'll definitely need to charge a premium today." He took a swig of water and commenced assembling the buns. With practiced speed, he filled each wrapper with a generous portion of meat filling, pleating and sealing them in about 5 seconds. The result was a batch of plump, uniformly pleated buns, pleasing to the eye. Having completed 800 standard buns, Su Chenyang moved on to crafting his specialty, sculpted buns. Eschewing the typical method of piecing together different elements, he drew upon his expertise to create unique designs. He took a wrapper and incorporated a small amount of yellow dough made from millet flour along with 3 tiny pieces of black dough derived from black rice flour, seamlessly integrating them into the surface. To compensate for the added weight and maintain an even thickness, he stretched the wrapper slightly. Consequently, he increased the amount of filling accordingly, as the sculpted buns would benefit from a slightly larger size. After encasing the preserved vegetable and meat filling, he began sculpting. His first creation was a pastoral dog. The black dough transformed into the dog's eyes and nose, while the yellow dough blended with the original wrapper, resembling yellowish-white fur. Once he had established the basic outline, he used a carving knife to refine the details. Taking into account the expansion that would occur during steaming, he understood that the unsteamed version might not be as visually appealing. Su Chenyang's dexterity was undeniable. He could complete one of these simple sculpted buns in about 30 to 40 seconds, without the benefit of his system-granted expertise. Such intricate work would typically require meticulous attention to detail, taking upwards of half an hour per bun. After an hour and a half of bun making, at 10:40 a.m., Su Chenyang set off on his food cart. Qiantang River was a short distance from his apartment complex. 10 minutes later, Su Chenyang arrived. The waterfront was teeming with people enjoying the scenery and taking photos. He knew better than to assume that everyone at Qiantang River was there for him. However, those who had come specifically for his buns were undoubtedly delighted to see his cart. "Su is here. Stop taking photos," someone exclaimed, inadvertently alerting others to his arrival. A crowd of hundreds converged on Su Chenyang's stall, forming an orderly queue. In the front row, Su Chenyang was surprised to see his neighbor, Zhou Yulin, dressed in a black V-neck dress with a bow. She was accompanied by her close friend, Sun Meichin. "Yulin, what brings you here?" Su Chenyang greeted with a smile. "Aren't you busy with work before the holiday tomorrow?" "My company is in the adjacent fortune building," she explained. "We decided to come over for an early lunch." "I see." As the area was near the CBD, Su Chenyang was not surprised. He excused himself to retrieve 2 large steamer trays of buns from his cart's refrigerator. Each tray, measuring a meter long and 60 centimeters wide, held 120 buns, spaced to allow for even cooking. The trays contained 2 distinct varieties, the standard round buns and the sculpted pastoral dog buns, their yellowish-white hues intended to mimic the dog's fur. The black dough accents, however, gave them a somewhat awkward appearance, with squinting eyes and small noses. Many onlookers grimaced, deeming them unattractive. Noticing their expressions, Su Chenyang explained, "Don't judge the pastoral dog buns just yet. They'll transform into adorable, cartoonish versions once they're steamed. The regular buns are priced at 10 yuan each. 3 should suffice for a woman and 4 for a man. A maximum of 4 per person. The cartoon dog buns are 20 yuan apiece." Despite his assurances, few seemed convinced, and the dog buns remained largely unappreciated. "I'm being doubted," Su Chenyang lamented. Confident in his skills, he decided to let the finished product speak for itself. He poured water into his 2 steamers, placed the trays inside, and turned on the heat. While the buns were steaming, he continued to prepare more wrappers and filling. 20 minutes later, the first batch was ready. Su Chenyang, guidi neatresistan gloves, removed the trays and placed 2 more filled with regular buns. As the sculpted buns were more expensive, he reasoned that they would appeal more to the high-income, white-collar workers, while the regular buns were better suited for the predominantly student crowd. With the next batch steaming, he removed the lids from the first trays. The aroma, having been locked in during cooking, was not immediately apparent. However, as the steam dissipated, the queuing customers could finally see the buns in their fully cooked glory. The regular buns had expanded, becoming even rounder, but it was the pastoral dog buns that had truly undergone a transformation. The steaming process had given them a 3-dimensional form, with even the smallest ears perked up. The previously off-putting squinting eyes now appeared bright and lively, and the small noses were now rounded and prominent. Especially the eyes. The obsidian irises, enlarged by the steaming process, possess a small ring of white, reminiscent of anime character designs. The indigenous canines all wear a perpetual smile, lending them a mischievous air. The intermingling shades of light yellow and white in their coats appear remarkably authentic, with precise color modulation. The overall design is evocative of a quintessential chibi indigenous dog. Furthermore, the Mantu buns of indigenous canines come in diverse poses, some seated, others prone, all of which are exquisitely captivating and endearing. Utterly delightful. I was instantly smitten. The modeling and design prowess of proprietor Su is truly exceptional. Never before have I witnessed manta buns crafted in such a manner. These 20 yuan are an absolute steal. Many of the female patrons in the queue were immediately captivated. Any prior reservations were instantly dispelled, replaced by a singular impulse to acquire them without delay. Chapter 66. Why can you all be so pretentious, being university students? Su Chenyang noticed a change in the expressions of the girls in line, which brought him great joy. He promptly asked the woman at the front of the line, a professional in the workforce, "Sister, which type of bun would you like?" "I would like 3 buns in the shape of a terrier, each with a different design." She replied. "Very well." Su Chenyang responded enthusiastically, quickly grabbing 3 containers to separate the buns. Mindful that the professional had spent a considerable amount on them and would likely wish to photograph them for social media. After she left, the next girl in line echoed, "I would like 3 buns in the shape of a terrier as well." "Certainly," Su Chenyang replied, his spirits lifted. Typically, when selling at the university's entrance, the average transaction would not exceed 30 yuan. However, now that they were in the vicinity of the CBD, the average transaction had surged to 60 yuan, which was quite gratifying. Next in line was a 19-year-old university student named Fong Siwen. She immediately stated, "Boss, I want 3 buns shaped like puppies." Su Chenyang was aware that young women often favored adorable items. However, considering the limited living expenses of university students, he felt that students should not prioritize the aesthetics of their buns. "Classmate, all the buns taste the same. There's no need to pursue the visually appealing. I suggest that we ordinary university students opt for the standard buns," he advised. Fong Siwen recognized Su Chenyang's good intentions, but believed that she could indulge in some reasonable luxuries. "No worries, boss Su. I recently received a scholarship of 10,000 yuan, so a few buns are no problem at all," she declared. A scholarship of 10,000 yuan indicated a national scholarship, which had recently been increased from 8,000. "All right," Su Chenyang acknowledged, feeling that with such a generous scholarship, he need not say more as he prepared 3 buns for Fong Siwen. Then, it was the turn of her roommate, who, without waiting for Su Chenyang to speak, announced, "Boss, I also received a 6,000 yuan school scholarship, so I'll have 3 buns shaped like terriers." "Understood." Su Chenyang nodded. Upon hearing these 2 girls, the subsequent 2 in line felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet, despite lacking scholarships, they still wished to purchase a terrier-shaped bun for a photo op, opting for 1 decorative bun and 2 standard ones. Next, a couple of university students approached, with the young man saying, "Boss, I'd like 7 different terrier-shaped buns for my girlfriend and me." "Classmate, is it really necessary to buy so many?" Su Chenyang inquired. "Not a problem, boss. My girlfriend and I both received 10,000 yuan in scholarships, so spending a bit more on buns is no issue," the young man replied confidently. "Oh," Su Chenyang thought to himself, realizing that among the university students supporting his stall, there were some hidden talents, many of whom were high achievers with national scholarships. He packaged 7 buns for the couple. After they left, 3 professionals approached, all of whom ordered the terrier-shaped buns. Soon after, another couple of university students appeared, with the young man saying, "Boss, we want 7 terrier buns." Once again, Su Chenyang cautioned, "As university students, I genuinely do not recommend purchasing such expensive buns. Even for photos, 1 or 2 would suffice." The young man smiled confidently. "No worries, boss Su. I received a national scholarship and an additional 10,000 yuan award from a big data competition. If my girlfriend wants them, I will certainly buy them." Another high achiever? This was impressive. Although Su Chenyang was unfamiliar with this particular competition, a 10,000 yuan prize was undoubtedly substantial. He initially aimed to profit from the professionals, but he had not anticipated that many affluent university students would also frequent his stall. At this point, the other students in line could not help but internally grumble. Why can these students be so pretentious? Securing a school scholarship is already difficult for us, while they casually mention national scholarships and competition awards. Then came another female student. "Boss, I want 4 puppy-shaped buns." Before Su Chenyang could respond, she added, "Don't advise me to save money. I have a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang felt it unnecessary to offer further advice. The professionals in line were envious to the point of tears. A wealthy young lady with a monthly living allowance of 20,000 yuan. While Su Chenyang labored tirelessly for just over 10,000, this female student's allowance was simply on another level. Many ordinary students, who lacked scholarships and came from average families, also envied the situation, unable to flaunt their status like these high achievers. Consequently, these regular students settled for a single puppy-shaped bun for a quick photo and purchased 2 or 3 standard buns. Before long, it was Zhou Yulin's turn. As a wealthy and sophisticated young woman, she naturally opted for the more extravagant choice. "I would like 4 puppy-shaped buns," she ordered. "Very well," Su Chenyang nodded, preparing her order. Sun Meichin also requested 4 terrier-shaped buns, and the two moved aside. They opened their containers, took photographs, and then began to eat. After snapping a few pictures, Zhou Yulin picked up a smiling terrier bun and remarked, "This is so cute. I almost feel guilty eating it." Indeed, Boss Su's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Sun Meichin agreed, though she knew that it was best to eat while hot. Without hesitation, Zhou Yulin took a bite out of the terrier's head. She expected that the unique design would mean only a small portion contained filling, but with the first bite, the rich, savory broth burst forth, invigorating her senses. The savory flavor was derived from the salted vegetable that had absorbed the essence during its curing process, distinct from the ordinary salty flavor. It was slightly more intense than usual, but not overwhelmingly salty. The saltiness melded beautifully with the aromatic vegetable, creating a delightful fragrance that harmonized with the succulent juices of the pork belly, resulting in a perfect balance. Moreover, since the pork and vegetable filling had been pre-cooked, much of the excess grease had been removed. The juices were rich yet not greasy, making it utterly impeccable. Zhou Yulin savored each bite, relishing the tender texture of the meat and the softness of the vegetable. The more she chewed, the more the unique aroma of the vegetable enveloped her senses, offering an exquisite experience for those who enjoyed it. Additionally, it was noteworthy that the bun's dough was uniformly thin, measuring just 3 millimeters, ensuring that the first bite did not result in a thick edge that would overshadow the filling, which often leaves a bland taste. Zhou Yulin glanced down at the bun she had taken a bite from and realized that the terrier-shaped bun was not assembled from pieces, but rather shaped from a single piece, filled generously with meat. Su Xiaoti's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. As soon as she voiced her admiration, Sun Meichin chimed in, "Absolutely. The dough for such a uniquely shaped bun has achieved a perfect balance of thinness and ample filling. Moreover, the flavor of the preserved vegetable and pork filling is nearly sublime. As one savors the delicate dumpling skin alongside the savory filling, the dough absorbs the broth, rendering it less greasy and utterly delightful. It is not only visually appealing, but also delectable and affordable, priced at merely 20 yuan, surpassing those upscale restaurants. Indeed, the price set by Su Chenyang may not be inexpensive at this stall, yet when compared to high-end dining establishments, it feels almost like a gift." Subsequently, the two indulged in their dumplings joyfully while editing photos on WeChat, sharing their culinary experience in a post on the social media platform frequented by affluent individuals. Chapter 67. Which boy can resist such a lure? Su Chenyang had 2 steamers for steaming buns, with a total of 240 buns. Some customers purchased 3, while others opted for 4, indicating that he could satisfy the appetites of around 60 to 70 people at once. However, when it was the turn of the 48th person, the special pastoral dog buns were already sold out. Thus, the girl in line called out to those behind her, "Sisters, you go ahead and buy. I will wait for the next batch of the pastoral dog buns." Naturally, the girl behind was displeased and, separating from her friends, turned to the couple behind her, saying, "You can go ahead." The couple, however, did not need such courtesy and replied to the 3 girls behind them, "You go ahead. My girlfriend and I will wait for the pastoral dog buns." No, I want to wait for the pastoral dog buns too. Let them go first." One after another, they insisted on waiting. Seeing their unwavering determination to purchase the pastoral dog buns, Su Chenyang could only remind them, "Everyone, please do not feel compelled to wait for the pastoral dog buns. I still have 2 steamers of regular buns. Furthermore, these creative buns take longer to prepare than the regular ones. If I were to make only creative buns, I wouldn't be able to produce many throughout the day." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl chimed in, "Su boss, aren't you still making buns? Why not rush and make the creative buns?" This suggestion immediately garnered agreement from the girls in line. Exactly. You should focus on the creative buns. There will still be demand for your regular buns. Let them go first when not in a hurry. However, Su Chenyang sensed that allowing those behind to go first might lead to chaos. He proposed, "How about this? Not everyone is buying only the creative buns. Why not purchase a few regular buns to tide you over?" This suggestion resonated with those at the front of the line. "All right, I'll take 2 regular buns. I'll just have one." Since Su Chenyang mentioned that 3 buns would suffice for a girl, purchasing 1 or 2 regular buns was adequate. The boys, having little interest in the puppy-shaped buns, were perfectly fine with regular buns. Thus, a boy who had come with his girlfriend began to negotiate with her. "Darling, I'll just buy the regular-shaped buns for now. I'll taste them first." The girl replied immediately, "That's fine. Just buy them and sit beside me while I wait. If I get thirsty, you can fetch me a cup of milk tea." "Sure." The couple quickly reached a consensus. Soon, the remaining half-steamer of regular buns sold out, and Su Chenyang continued preparing the creative buns. At this time, more people began to queue up at the back. A few minutes later, the 2 steamers of buns were ready. Su Chenyang retrieved a tray of regular buns and another tray of the Q-version pastoral dog buns, continuing to steam them. Subsequently, he resumed packing buns for those in line. The girls only desired 1 or 2 and wished to wait for the next batch of Q-version pastoral dog buns, so they did not leave the queue. The boys purchased 4 buns and then exited the line. After the 2 steamers of buns sold out, Su Chenyang continued making creative buns. At this moment, a group of university students at the back found it curious and began to shout across the line. "Su boss, what's going on? Didn't you just serve 2 steamers of buns? Why aren't those who bought buns leaving?" Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang recognized that these were newcomers unaware of the situation. He quickly explained, "Today I prepared 2 types of buns. One is the regular round buns, and the other is the creatively shaped buns. Each person is limited to 4. Those at the front haven't received their creative buns yet, so they must continue to wait. Once the creative buns are ready, they will leave." As soon as he finished, a girl in line asked, "Boss, what are these creative buns? Can we take a look?" "These," Su Chenyang said, raising a Q-version cat bun for the others to see, "are the Q-version cat buns. They might not look appealing now since they haven't been steamed. Once they're steamed, the dough will puff up, making them look delightful. There are also Q-version pastoral dog buns in the pot." The girl expressed skepticism. "Will they really look good after steaming?" "Absolutely." The first batch of pastoral dog creative buns was initially criticized, but now they're being snatched up. However, the Q-version buns will be priced higher than the regular ones, with the ordinary priced at 10 yuan each and the Q-version at 20 yuan. Upon hearing the price double, the boy who had come with his girlfriend felt quite helpless. Su boss has truly grasped the female mindset. Make it look a bit nicer, and the price doubles. My living expenses are already tight. 20 yuan for a bun is unbearable. Fortunately, Su Chenyang's pricing wasn't excessively outrageous, so the boys did not resort to cursing. At that moment, another girl called out from the back, curiously asking, "Su boss, do you have any other creative buns apart from the puppy and kitty shapes?" "Today, I've only made the kitty and puppy shapes for the girls. After all, creative buns take more time to prepare, and I can't make too many different shapes." As soon as he finished speaking, a boy at the front of the line, planning to buy 7 Q-version buns for his girlfriend, asked, "Did you make creative buns specifically for boys?" "Indeed, I made buns shaped like 5th-generation fighter jets for boys. I believe many will like them." Su Chenyang retrieved another tray of buns from the freezer and held one up for display. The boys in line suddenly widened their eyes. The kitty and puppy-shaped buns did not pique their interest, but the fighter jet-shaped buns were undeniably captivating. This was the bun of their dreams. If they were concerned about the price of the kitty and puppy-shaped buns being too high to bear, they suddenly felt that perhaps it wasn't so unbearable after all. The university student's shoulders could still withstand the weight. At that moment, the boy who had previously purchased 4 regular buns and exited the line felt dissatisfied. Initially, he was quite pleased with the deliciousness of his buns, savoring them with delight. However, upon seeing the fighter jet buns, he suddenly felt that the regular buns in his hand were lacking in appeal, even if the taste was the same. Comparing the ordinary buns to the fighter jet-shaped buns was akin to comparing an ordinary person to a goddess. "Su boss, why didn't you reveal the fighter jet-shaped buns earlier? Why hide such good things?" The boys who had already bought regular buns grumbled, making those still in line feel fortunate for staying put. What a delightful treat. Which boy could resist such a temptation? Thankfully, they hadn't left the line earlier. Otherwise, they would have missed out significantly. Finally, Su's boss had done something satisfactory. These boys began to eagerly anticipate sharing photos of the fighter jet buns on social media, imagining how envious their peers would be. Chapter 68. Why must men complicate matters for each other? Faced with the disgruntled comments from a fellow student devouring his buns, Su Chenyang felt a sense of helplessness. He remarked, the primary issue lies in the complexity of crafting these aircraft-shaped buns, which is why they are priced higher than the simpler cat and dog designs, 30 yuan each. They cannot be preserved for long. One must consume them shortly after capturing a photograph. I believe it is unnecessary for university students to spend such exorbitant amounts. His statement immediately drew dissent from a male student in the queue. Su, your perspective is misguided. While it may seem that those white-collar workers have their own incomes, the housing prices in Hangzhou are exorbitant. If they wish to establish their lives here, they must save to purchase property. Lacking a home, they have to rent. And if they have girlfriends, they incur dating expenses as well. Where would they find the leisure funds for such luxuries? As university students, we face comparatively fewer pressures. I could simply refrain from in-game purchases, you know? So please, do not underestimate our financial capabilities. Next time, consider us the university students. The clarity of his reasoning resonated with other male students. This brother speaks truth, Su. Do not devise ways to siphon off the funds of those white-collar workers. They have their struggles, and if you deplete their meager savings, do you think that's fair? It's been said online that men's expenditures pale in comparison to that of dogs, which aptly describes these white-collar youths. For someone like me, having received a 10,000 yuan scholarship and bearing no life burdens, what harm is there in treating myself to some food? You, being a university student yourself, should prioritize us next time, considering the financial plight of those youths. They truly have it tough. Upon hearing this, the girls in line couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that men had little resistance to such appeals. Why must men complicate matters for one another? As it was still before noon and not yet the end of work hours, the queue of white-collar workers purchasing buns was sparse. In the face of the university students' chatter, the workers found themselves without an advocate. Su Chenyang considered the meager living expenses of the male students, pondering that if they were to date, it would hardly suffice. However, he had indeed underestimated the resourcefulness of the students in line. All right, I shall certainly take you into account next time, he conceded. Let the next batch include the aircraft-shaped buns. Very well, he nodded. At that moment, one of the boys already enjoying his buns inquired, Su, what will we do now that we've secured our buns? You have already purchased 4 buns, which meets your limit. You cannot buy more, Su Chenyang replied, a statement that, while accurate, left the boys feeling aggrieved. Su, we were unaware and ended up buying these ordinary buns. Had we known, we surely would not have purchased 4. Leaving room for one more, they protested. Ignorance should absolve us. Can we not return to the line for an additional purchase? In their eagerness to acquire the aircraft-shaped buns, the boys set aside their pride, hoping Su Chenyang would show leniency. Su found himself in a quandary. That seems rather unreasonable. Besides, did you not come with your girlfriends? Typically, a girl can suffice with 3 buns, and since each of you is allowed 4, why not have your girlfriend purchase one for you? Fine, that works, the boys conceded, moving on from their insistence. At that juncture, Su Chenyang surveyed the queue and noted it had swelled to over 600 individuals. He still had some creative buns in stock, yet if every person in line desired one, he would need to prepare an additional 400. Each creative bun took 30 to 40 seconds to make, while the aircraft-shaped buns required over a minute each. Thus, merely for the creative buns, Su would find himself occupied for 5 to 6 hours, not to mention the necessity of producing more ordinary buns to satisfy their appetites. Today, the demand for creative buns exceeds my expectations, he announced to the crowd. We will have to limit sales to those currently in line. Anyone arriving afterward will only be able to purchase the ordinary buns, and each person is restricted to one. However, I shall make an exception for you boys. Your girlfriends may purchase one more aircraft-shaped bun. He instructed the last girl in line to relay the message to those arriving afterward. No problem, she affirmed. As long as she could secure her own purchase, she held no objections. Additionally, it appeared Su Chenyang truly was overwhelmed, hence the limitations set in place. Otherwise, for those positioned so far back in line, if he maintained a limit of 4 creative buns, they might not be served until late into the night. At that moment, the first batch of patrons who had successfully purchased the creative buns felt a sense of relief. Sun Meichin remarked to Zhou Yulin, "These buns are not only visually appealing, but also delectable. They are bound to be a hit. Though we were fortunate today, I fear tomorrow's purchases will be far more challenging." Zhou Yulin nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow will undoubtedly be difficult, and who knows how busy I might be then. You do have a secretary. If things get hectic, have them buy some for you, and grab an extra 2 for me." "All right." Zhou Yulin smiled, acquiescing. Queuing had become a delightful pastime. If time did indeed elude her tomorrow, and she craved the buns, Zhou Yulin would have to enlist her secretary's help. "Why not ask your father to assign you a secretary? I'm still at the grassroots level in the company. How could I possibly be given a secretary? Your father has trained you for 2 years, and yet..." Before Zhou Yulin could finish her thought, her phone chimed with a notification. She glanced at her screen, discovering that someone had liked and commented on a recent post. Mere minutes after sharing it, interest had already been sparked. Zhou Yulin mused that even her affluent friends must find the creative buns intriguing. This was precisely the envy she sought to evoke among her peers, prompting a smile to grace her lips. Upon opening her social media, she noticed a friend with the ID Daughter of the God of Wealth had given her post a first like and inquired below, "Is this really a bun? What can I buy it?" Seeing the ID brought a note of surprise to Zhou Yulin's voice. "I didn't expect this post to catch Jiang Wanxi's attention. Is that so?" Sun Meichin leaned in, confirming the identity. "It's quite remarkable that our aloof campus beauty fancies such adorable items." Sun Meichin felt a stark contrast in perception. The next moment, her own phone chimed, indicating a like and comment on her post. Upon checking, she found Jiang Wanxi had left a similar inquiry beneath her post, asking if it truly was a bun. Which store was it purchased from? Chapter 69. The delight of white-collar fans. Jiang Wanxi met Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin while pursuing their graduate studies abroad. They attended prestigious universities in the United States, not merely any mediocre institutions, but rather among the top 10 in the nation. In these elite universities, the presence of exceptionally beautiful foreign women from around the globe was ubiquitous. Nevertheless, amidst this sea of stunning foreign beauties, Jiang Wanxi stood out with her striking elegance and unparalleled beauty, ultimately becoming the object of admiration for many male students. Zhou Yulin, while also quite attractive, had only been the belle of her finance department back home, never quite reaching the status of a campus beauty. Upon encountering Jiang Wanxi, she felt the stark contrast between them. During their time abroad, many boys pursued Jiang Wanxi. However, she maintained a firm stance, stating, "I only date boys my own age." This was due to her having skipped a grade in elementary, middle, and high school, making her 3 years younger than her classmates. Consequently, those pursuing graduate studies had to relinquish their hopes. When first-year and second-year boys attempted to woo her, Jiang Wanxi reiterated, "I do not date younger boys." These declarations effectively eliminated any male candidates that met her standards. Many boys lamented their past academic shortcomings, wishing they could have accelerated their education. Yet they could not bring themselves to blame Jiang Wanxi for her high expectations. During their time studying abroad, Zhou Yulin, Sun Meichin, and Jiang Wanxi formed a strong bond, supporting each other in the unfamiliar environment. However, as Jiang Wanxi hailed from Shanghai, it was not easy for them to gather casually. Upon seeing the pictures of the adorable dog-shaped buns posted by her friends, Jiang Wanxi felt compelled to reach out. While enjoying a bun, Zhou Yulin texted Jiang Wanxi, "Aren't you in Shanghai? Asking me where to buy them is futile." A minute later, Jiang Wanxi replied, "I have a business trip to Hangzhou tomorrow and will be there for the long holiday. Is it convenient for me to stay at your place?" Zhou Yulin responded affirmatively. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Wanxi inquired about the dog-shaped bun, wondering if it was indeed as realistic as it appeared. Zhou Yulin, anticipating that Jiang Wanxi might not be able to take a video call, snapped a picture of a last bun and sent it to her. Jiang Wanxi marveled at the craftsmanship of the bun, expressing her eagerness to try it when she arrived. Sun Meichin, witnessing Jiang Wanxi's enthusiastic responses, chuckled at the unexpected display of eagerness from their usually composed friend. Zhou Yulin continued the conversation, confirming their plans to meet the following evening. After concluding their chat, Sun Meiqin playfully asked Zhou Yulin whether she would arrange for someone to queue for the buns or take Jiang Wanqi herself. Zhou Yulin contemplated the appropriateness of bringing Jiang Wanqi along, given her rare visit to Hangzhou. They agreed that if Jiang Wanqi was willing to wait in line, they would take her. If not, they would send someone on her behalf. As they discussed their plans, notifications chimed on their phones, revealing messages from their affluent friends inquiring about the location of the delightful buns. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin exchanged glances of satisfaction, reveling in the attention their culinary discovery garnered. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Su Chenyang had just finished preparing an array of whimsical buns, including the Q-version dog-shaped buns. When the steamer lid was lifted, the delightful sight left everyone awestruck. The charming designs of the buns captivated onlookers, leaving them wishing they had arrived earlier. The boys, equally mesmerized by the fighter jet-shaped buns, could hardly contain their excitement. The meticulously crafted buns, with their silver-gray exteriors and intricate detailing, appeared almost like models rather than food. The sight of such artistry left them enchanted, compelling them to part with their money without hesitation. Su Chenyang had, at last, succeeded in winning the admiration of his fans, knowing full well that these uniquely crafted buns would be irresistible to the crowd. Chapter 70. Today's university students are quite arrogant. As the white-collar enthusiasts expressed their satisfaction with the snacks of the day, they hurriedly formed a queue at the back. Just as they settled in, a girl, who had earlier greeted Su Chenyang, announced, "Dear friends, Su Boss has just informed us that the creative buns for today are sold out. Those at the back can only purchase the regular buns. If you're looking for the creative ones, there's no need to wait in line." "What? We can't buy the creative buns anymore?" The previously jubilant white-collar fans erupted in dismay. They immediately called out to Su Chenyang, "Su Boss, does this mean we newcomers can't purchase those stylish creative buns?" Su Chenyang promptly replied, "The line is too long, and the creative buns require more time to prepare, so we simply cannot keep up." Upon hearing this, the white-collar workers felt quite helpless. "Su Boss, this is a bit disappointing. We came all the way to the CBD for a taste of your creations, and now the main attraction is all sold out. It's quite unfair. Please make some more creative buns. Otherwise, we won't get our fair share." Listening to the complaints from the white-collar workers, the university students in line felt a bit embarrassed, lowering their heads, trying to suppress their laughter, as they feared it might provoke resentment. Though Su Chenyang had planned a week-long holiday, anticipating that many female students from various schools would flock to the CBD, he genuinely wished to share his creative buns with the white-collar fans. After all, these fans often made a special trip to support him at the school gate, which was no small feat. Moreover, the creative buns were originally intended for these very fans. Unfortunately, only a few, like Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin, who finished work early, managed to purchase them, while the majority were claimed by the university students. Thus, he felt somewhat guilty towards the white-collar supporters. Su Chenyang could only apologize. "I'm truly sorry, everyone. We won't be able to make any more creative buns today. Things have deviated from my plans. Tomorrow, since you're on holiday, please come early, and I will make an effort to prepare more so you can get some." All right then. The white-collar workers had no choice but to wait until tomorrow. However, at that moment, a white-collar woman added, "Dear students, if you manage to buy the creative buns today, please refrain from posting them on social media. Otherwise, even more people will come tomorrow, and none of us will get any." Faced with her words, the university students in line fell silent. They understood her reasoning perfectly. However, if they didn't share their hard-won creative buns, what would be the point of buying them? Furthermore, if the white-collar workers arrived early tomorrow, they might not even get a chance to purchase any. If they ended up empty-handed, there would be even less reason not to flaunt their purchases. After the white-collar woman spoke up and received no response, she felt quite embarrassed. These university students are difficult to deal with. Seeing the students unwilling to cooperate, the other white-collar workers decided to let it go. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang continued his work, diligently preparing creative buns. Gradually, more white-collar workers arrived, hoping to buy buns. However, Upon learning that the creative buns were no longer available, they felt disappointed despite knowing how delicious Su Chenyang's buns were. With the front of the line clamoring for creative buns, Su Chenyang had to prioritize their demands, leaving no time for lunch. As the lunch hour approached, the number of people in line did not increase, which inadvertently benefited the surrounding vendors. Observing the increased foot traffic, the stall owners were overjoyed, realizing they would likely profit from Su Boss's presence over the next 8 days. They wished that Su Chenyang would continue to set up shop there, pondering whether the office workers nearby had any attractive women. After all, in this day and age gap relationships were quite popular. They hoped the white-collar women would take the initiative, especially since many were single and looking for love, and perhaps one of them would catch Su Boss's eye. Each vendor silently prayed for Su Chenyang to find true love soon. If only they knew what type of girl he liked. If they did, they would gladly introduce her to him, hoping to share in his success later. However, the CBD area certainly had its share of attractive women. The word had spread among them, and it was unlikely they would come back, especially since the creative buns were no longer available. At that moment, many young men in the CBD felt outraged. While browsing short videos during lunch, they stumbled upon one mocking their consumer power compared to that of university students. Yet, their anger was not directed at the mockery itself, but rather at the fact that these university students had swooped in and snatched away the buns that rightfully belonged to them. The audacity of these university students. When Su Boss set up shop at the university gate, they bought in droves. Now that he is here in the CBD, they're still buying up all the stock. Can't they leave some for others? The young men lamented how unaware the current generation of university students seemed, daring to mock them all in the name of bun acquisition. Their ideal culinary delights were being swept away by these students, leaving the white-collar men feeling quite despondent. Unable to contain their frustration, a few of the white-collar men took to the comments section beneath Su Chenyang's video announcing his presence in the CBD that morning. If you're going to set up shop in the CBD, you need to cater to your white-collar fans. With such low prices, it's a wonder if I even get a chance. How about raising the prices a bit? Raise the prices? No one would complain. Charge 50 yuan for those fighter buns. It's just a small price to pay for something so delightful. I can overlook many things, but selling out those fighter buns is something I cannot tolerate. Raise the price so those university students can't afford them. I'd gladly pay 100 yuan for 4. After all, the visual appeal of a single fighter bun pales in comparison to that of a quartet. And many of these men were military enthusiasts willing to pay for the emotional value attached to their purchases. As the white-collar men expressed their grievances, several white-collar women chimed in as well. Given the trends, if female university students were indeed coming to buy, it meant they would miss out. Thus, raising the prices seemed like the most sensible solution. Why are you acting so charitable? Why not take a page from the high-end tea houses and adjust your prices accordingly? With such exquisite presentation and low prices, do you think there aren't wealthy women nearby who can afford them? This is an affront to affluent customers. Don't attract scalpers. They flip the buns for a profit that outstrips yours. These women were not merely being alarmist. A well-presented dish, shared on social media, could easily elicit envy from friends, delivering significant emotional value. Wealthy patrons, if willing to spend, would undoubtedly attract scalpers. Chapter 71. The reasons for liking aloof girls at this moment. Su Chenyang was exceedingly busy, completely oblivious to the fact that as pot after pot of buns emerged from the steamer, numerous girls, having procured the creative buns, were photographing and sharing them on social media platforms, causing a surge in popularity. 2 hours later, around 2 in the afternoon, the crowd in front of Su Chenyang's stall had diminished by half, leaving approximately 300 people. However, the stock of creative buns he had prepared at home had been entirely consumed, and from now on, he would rely solely on making them on site. As Su Chenyang busied himself with the preparation of buns, Tao Yuxuan and her friend stood at the front of the line, positioned directly in front of him. Observing Su Chenyang's focused demeanor, the group exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. "Bosu, didn't you set up your stall at the entrance of our business university just a couple of days ago? Why the sudden change of location?" Tao Yuxuan and her friends were genuinely interested in understanding why Su Chenyang found Li Ningyao attractive, especially since he had announced on the same evening that he would not be returning to set up at the university. Now that Li Ningyao was absent, they felt it was an opportune moment to inquire. As Tao Yuxuan broached this topic, the line of patrons perked up their ears, eager to hear Su Chenyang's response. Since he began his stall, he had been quite straightforward during conversations with customers, and the crowd believed he would answer honestly. With a slight smile, Su Chenyang replied, "Haven't I addressed a similar question before? I don't find any girls particularly attractive." No sooner had he finished speaking than other girls chimed in with playful jeers. "But Boss Su, didn't you steal a glance at the pretty girls from Business University the other day? If they weren't attractive, would you have looked twice?" "Indeed. Isn't that girl similar to the one you found appealing at the Finance University? If you claim she isn't pretty now, aren't you being hypocritical?" Even the boys waiting for their combat bun silently derided Su Chenyang's contradictory stance. How shameless of him to declare that girl unattractive when she was undeniably beautiful. If it weren't for the knowledge that he hadn't pursued her, one might suspect his remarks stemmed from his inability to win her affection. Faced with the girl's teasing, Su Chenyang clarified, "I never said she was unattractive. I simply stated that I didn't feel any particular attraction. She was indeed beautiful at Business University, but she didn't give off an approachable vibe, which doesn't align with my personal aesthetic. Hence, I didn't feel she was exceptionally attractive." Once he finished, Tao Yuxuan pressed, "But Boss Su, how can you judge someone's approachability without having interacted with them?" Su Chenyang's instincts had already formed a judgment. Li Ningyao was not an uncomplicated girl. She had deliberately removed her mask, seemingly inviting attention. However, this was mere intuition. He had no evidence. With someone recording a video, he knew he could not speak ill of Li Ningyao. Nevertheless, her choice to wear a mask had already left him feeling uneasy. When that girl approached while wearing a mask, it was evident she didn't want to attract attention due to her looks. One must have self-awareness. At that moment, I helped her shake off the advances of a boy. I couldn't start pursuing her myself, lest I become the very type of person I despise. The girls present nodded in agreement, finding Su Chenyang's reasoning compelling. Boss Su certainly has a sense of dignity. Tao Yuxuan and her friends exchanged wry smiles, realizing that it indeed stemmed from the mask. They were aware that Li Ningyao had expressed her disdain for Su Chenyang's straightforward demeanor, hence the mask. Yet, Su Chenyang remained blissfully unaware of this. Su Chenyang found Li Ningyao attractive but chose to forego any pursuit, a decision that the 5 girls admired. At that moment, another girl inquired, "Boss Su, may I curiously ask why you prefer aloof types of girls?" This question intrigued the audience, prompting further inquiries. "Yes, Boss Su, do share your thoughts. After all, exceptionally beautiful girls generally share similar looks. What is it about aloof personalities that captivates you?" Su Chenyang, finding no reason to evade the question, offered a candid explanation. "There isn't a particularly profound reason. It's just that girls today are inherently challenging to pursue. If a girl is cheerful and warm, she won't be overly cold, even toward someone who is clearly infatuated. I used to favor sweet types of girls, only to realize later that I had been played for a fool, believing I had a good rapport with them until they ended up with someone else." Upon hearing this, the crowd recalled Su Chenyang's earlier lament about being taken advantage of, leaving many in amused disbelief. So that was what he meant by being played. He continued, "After some reflection, I concluded that aloof girls may be more suited for someone like me to pursue. When an aloof girl meets someone she likes, she won't remain distant, and one can perceive that change. In this way, I can gauge my progress. If she remains aloof, and I sense no positive attitude, I can abandon the pursuit without feeling like a fool later on." This prompted the girls in attendance to ponder deeply, acknowledging Su Chenyang's insights. Many recognized that they were not inherently aloof. If a boy pursued them, they would feel awkward being excessively distant. Naturally, if a boy they liked pursued them, they would offer him a better attitude, but that demeanor would hardly differ from how they treated others unless they were genuinely interested. Conversely, aloof girls provided a clear distinction, making Su Chenyang's reasoning quite compelling. At that moment, many boys in the crowd resonated with his sentiments. "How true. I've been played several times, pouring effort into relationships that ultimately led nowhere. If only I had Su Chenyang's clarity, He learned his lesson after one experience, while I fell for it multiple times. Fortunately, I've successfully won over a girlfriend now. In Su Chenyang's line, the typical clingy pursuers had mostly vanished, as it was unlikely for girls to frequent public spaces like CBD with such individuals. Yet, many single girls reflected on Su Chenyang's words with a hint of regret. If only I were an aloof type of girl. If Boss Su is saying that as long as aloof girls take the initiative, a story could unfold. That would be wonderful. Su Chenyang is handsome, cooks well, and is financially savvy. When one considers it closely, as long as a girl isn't overly demanding, interactions with Su Chenyang would be quite enjoyable. Therefore, being an aloof beauty would be a tremendous advantage in winning over such a remarkable man. It's a pity I'm not that type. How enviable are the other girls? At this juncture, Su Chenyang jestingly remarked, "In truth, if someone were to pursue me, as long as our personalities and values align, I wouldn't mind what type of girl she is." Pursue him? How bold of Boss Su to entertain such a notion. The women present couldn't help but chuckle. A guy like Su Chenyang would surely not mind being pursued by an ordinary girl. Su Chenyang is fond of girls who are of the school flower caliber. How could such girls possibly take the initiative in pursuing him? Even many boys cannot help but secretly disdain this notion. How absurd. Such daydreams are audacious indeed. There are plenty of admirers who fawn over these school beauties. What gives them the right to reject the affections of devoted admirers and pursue instead? Chapter 72. The Media University, Stunningly Beautiful Campus Belle. Su Chenyang noticed some boys casting disdainful glances in his direction. How ridiculous. These individuals cannot even take a joke. Su Chenyang, in turn, looked down upon them. After all, one must always harbor dreams. Who knows when they might come to fruition? Subsequently, Su Chenyang focused intently on making buns. After 10 minutes, Tao Yuxuan and her companions, having purchased their buns, departed. As time passed, more people began to queue up, including white-collar workers sneaking off early and university students skipping classes. Although the creative buns were sold out, ordinary buns remained available. Some left in disappointment, while others chose to stay and sample the flavors. At 6 in the evening, Li Yao dined alone in her dormitory, enjoying takeout while scrolling through short videos. She stumbled upon a clip featuring Tao Yuxuan and her friends questioning Su Chenyang about his change of school. Hearing Su Chenyang mention that it was due to Li Yao wearing a mask, appearing disinclined to engage, left her feeling rather helpless. This Su boss is truly absurd. What if I merely wore a mask due to a cold? Why be so presumptuous? She found herself regretting her attitude towards Su Chenyang, never even considering pursuing him. Li Yao could hardly believe that any high-caliber beauty would be shameless enough to chase after a boy. Afterward, Li Yao clicked, not interested, to avoid seeing any more videos related to Su Chenyang. Yet, despite her disinterest, many others were eager to engage. At Hangzhou Media University, the clock struck 6, and the students had just finished class in classroom 502 of the broadcasting department. 6 girls were the last to emerge, clutching their books. The Media University was not lacking in beautiful girls, especially not in the broadcasting department. Each of these 6 girls possessed an exquisite beauty that would undoubtedly make them the most sought after in any other university. Among them was a girl clad in a white shirt paired with a denim skirt, her brown hair elegantly styled in a middle part, cascading down to her collarbone. Her face was as finely crafted as a painting, and her complexion shone as brilliantly as moonlight. In addition to her stunning appearance, her lively demeanor set her apart from her 5 roommates, who were animatedly chatting. This girl was none other than Tang Xua, the universally acknowledged goddess among the boys at Hangzhou Media University. As they stepped out of the classroom, Lin Suishan, who had been distracted during class by her phone, remarked, "Did you all see Su Boss's video? The creative buns he made today were truly innovative." Lu Silu immediately replied, "I saw it this afternoon. Those buns looked so appetizing. We should go buy some together tomorrow." "I'd love to go, but I'm afraid we might not get any," she continued. Su Boss can only make a limited quantity in a day. From what I saw in the video, he almost sold out right after setting up shop at noon, let alone for tomorrow. That's true, but I genuinely want to try them. So let's take a chance. All right then. As the conversation heated up, the uninitiated Tang Xia inquired, What are you all talking about? What buns? Upon hearing her question, Lu Silu explained, well, Su bought soul buns today and made it to the trending searches. Tang Shuya expressed skepticism. Buns can trend? Why would I lie? Just search for it yourself. It's currently at the top of the trending list. Is it really that exaggerated? Tang Shuya felt perplexed and picked up her phone to check the trending topics. The title at the top read, The Pinnacle of Bun Aesthetics. Upon clicking, she found a first video posted by a girl who had visited. Although the account had few followers, the video had garnered 50,000 likes and thousands of comments. In the footage, the girl showcased Su Chenyang's Q-version rural dog buns, Q-version cat buns, and fighter jet-shaped buns. They appeared so lifelike that, had she not known they were buns, Tang Shuya would have mistaken them for toy models. The fact that the buns looked so exquisite made it clear why they were trending. Tang Shuya glanced through the comments, which were filled with praise. This creative bun's taste is uncertain, but its appearance is undoubtedly the finest in the nation, no contest. Too bad I can't get any. Crying emoji. For such buns, I think looks are secondary. What matters is taste. Unless Su Boss sets up shop in the capital, I want to be convinced. Smirking emoji. It's inconvenient to go to the capital. Hangzhou is relatively close to Shanghai. Su Boss, you should consider catering to fans in nearby cities too. Dog emoji. Seeing the nationwide enthusiasm for the buns, Tang Shuya felt that being captivated by their aesthetics did not reflect a lack of experience. Noticing her interest, Lu Silu and the others asked, Shuya, are you coming with us tomorrow? Tang Shuya contemplated for a moment before nodding. Sure, those buns are indeed beautiful. If they taste as good as they look, it will definitely be worth the trip. Upon hearing her agreement, the 5 girls were taken aback. Wow, I didn't expect you to actually agree. Aren't you usually not fond of crowded places? Lin Suishan and her friends enjoyed visiting trendy restaurants, while Tang Shuya typically avoided such fleeting hotspots, finding them rather dull. Su Chenyang had become a trendy online figure, so her agreement surprised them all. Tan sui que la vie. I mainly think that such artistic buns are unparalleled. I haven't seen anything like them in short videos before. This is different from those trendy restaurants, where the dishes can easily be substituted. That's why I'm making an exception to buy some buns. At that moment, Lin Suishan teased, Xia, it would be best if you went. If you do, Su Boss would be utterly mesmerized. Who knows, he might even set up shop right outside our media university, making it convenient for us to buy buns. Her words immediately garnered agreement from the others. Exactly. Su Boss prefers your type. There's a clear difference between you and the girls from finance university or business university. Su Boss would undoubtedly be captivated, hearing their playful banter. The composed Tang Shuya felt exasperated. Stop joking around. If you keep this up, I want to go. All right, we won't joke anymore. The 5 girls shared a knowing smile, refraining from further teasing, as they genuinely anticipated Su Chenyang's reaction to Tang Shuya the following day. In their eyes, Tang Shuya's beauty was unmatched among the aloof campus belles. Chapter 73. The School Bell. One mustn't be thick-skinned at 6 o'clock. Su Chenyang was still preoccupied with crafting creative buns, due to the necessity of simultaneously preparing ordinary buns. He had yet to conclude his work. It was not until 7:25 that he finally completed all the creative buns. However, a queue of approximately 500 people remained, comprising white-collar workers who had just finished work and were eager to purchase the ordinary buns. Consequently, Su Chenyang needed to produce an additional 2,000 ordinary buns. With his exceptional culinary skills, he could expertly craft one ordinary bun in merely 5 seconds, ensuring efficiency remained intact. By 11:10, Su Chenyang had finally wrapped up all his tasks. The exquisite flavor of his buns, paired with a modest price of 10 yuan each, left the white-collar patrons satisfied as they departed after their evening queue. Today, his culinary points had only increased by 267. Name, Su Chenyang. Culinary points, 6,509. Though the points were slightly lower than expected, the combined profit from both ordinary and creative buns reached approximately 37,000 yuan, surpassing his usual earnings. As he rode his food cart home, Su Chenyang contemplated the stall for the next day. Given the high demand for creative buns, he decided to pair them with ordinary buns, which had inadvertently delayed his process. He resolved to increase the size of the creative buns, combining several portions into one, thereby satisfying a single customer with just one bun. This would also allow him to enhance the presentation and raise the price. He was determined not to let scalpers profit from his hard work. Having been preoccupied, Su Chenyang had not had the chance to check online reviews. However, while queuing that evening, a white-collar fan mentioned this predicament. It would be quite absurd if the buns he painstakingly crafted yielded less profit than those sold by scalpers. With the impending price increase, Su Chenyang planned to issue a video announcement. Upon returning home, as he prepared to record the video, he noticed a message from his roommate. Qian Xiangbing, tomorrow, Jiang Moliai, Wu Ruiquan, and I will come to buy a creative bun. It's not that I don't want to queue. It's just that I can't get one. Knowing his roommates were likely still awake, Su Chenyang promptly replied. Su Chenyang, then tomorrow morning at 6. You three come to Yonglu Xiaofeng community to help me out. Wink emoji. He could delegate some simple tasks to them, easing his workload. Qian Xiangbing, no problem. Okay, emoji. For the sake of his girlfriend, the three were willing to exert themselves. Su Chenyang chuckled at this thought and quickly recorded the video to inform his audience about the price hike. After posting the video, he took a shower and fell into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Su Chenyang's phone rang. It was Qian Xiangbing. As the three had been stopped by the community security, Su Chenyang instructed Qian Xiangbing to hand the phone to the security guard, granting them access. After finishing his morning routine, the three arrived at the villa's entrance. Once invited inside, their admiration was palpable. Wow, you're living so well now. No wonder you don't return to the dormitory. This villa must be quite expensive. You're a hidden tycoon. Regarding the topic of the villa, Su Chenyang simply replied, the rent is around 30,000 to 40,000 a month. After working so hard every day, one must indulge a little. Not even flinching at 30,000? Your current income is truly enviable. Honestly, if we can't find jobs after graduation, we might as well work for you. That's fine, Su Chenyang chuckled. But I'll need to assess your work abilities first. With that, he led the three into the kitchen. The preserved vegetables have been soaking overnight and are ready now. Xiangbing, Moliai, you two are in charge of rinsing the preserved vegetables thoroughly. Ruiquan, assist me with the dough. Got it. After assigning the tasks, Qian Xiangbing and Jiang Moliai promptly began their work, pouring out the water from the bucket of preserved vegetables. Wu Ruiquan joined Su Chenyang at the dough-making station. Ruiquan, there are 3 bowls here. Please empty a 50-kilogram bag of flour into each bowl. Understood. Wu Ruiquan immediately set to work. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang prepared 3 pitchers of cold water, adding an appropriate amount of yeast and sugar to ensure proper fermentation. Once the yeast dissolved, he poured 1 pitcher of yeast water into 1 bowl of flour and began kneading the dough. Throughout the kneading process, he had Ruiquan assist with adding water. With someone helping, Su Chenyang felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The tasks were simple, allowing the three to coordinate seamlessly with him. Before they knew it, the clock struck 8. At Hangzhou Media College, in the dormitory of the broadcasting department, 6 girls, including Tang Shuya, lazily awoke at 8, having enjoyed a leisurely sleep due to the holiday. Instead of rushing to wash up, they lay in bed, scrolling through short videos on their phones to gradually wake up. While browsing, Lu Silu stumbled upon Su Chenyang's latest video. Surprised, she sat up and exclaimed to her 5 awake roommates, Boss Su posted a video last night. He mentioned the buns will be more expensive today and advised us university students not to buy them. Is that so? Are we still going? Curious, Tang Shuya and the others quickly searched for Su Chenyang's account. Tang Shuya clicked on his latest video. In it, Su Chenyang addressed the camera. Hello everyone. I am Su Taiyang, the food blogger. During my stall yesterday, an overwhelming number of people came to buy creative buns, exceeding my initial plans. Even at noon, all the creative buns were sold out as soon as I set up. I felt somewhat guilty towards the white-collar fans who arrived later. To accommodate more creative buns, I've decided to make them slightly larger today, with more substantial portions and exquisite details. Hence, the price will increase. After the price adjustment, they will be less affordable for university students, so I don't recommend you come to buy them today. Originally, Su Chenyang intended to set up his stall at the CBD anticipating many students would visit during their holiday, hoping to share the bounty. However, he realized that his white-collar fans were left out, which felt inappropriate. He assured himself that he would return to the university for future stalls, ensuring his white-collar patrons could enjoy their buns. The video continued. Additionally, I advise against purchasing from scalpers. If you come to buy yourself, although queuing may be a bit tedious, you will at least enjoy the deliciousness firsthand. Otherwise, if a scalper brings them to you, they might even be cold. I can confidently say my buns are among the best in Hangzhou. If you're merely seeking a photograph, you might as well buy a toy and showcase it in your social media posts. My buns are comparable to those toys, and no one would know the difference. That concludes what I have to say. Interested friends, see you at 11. The video ended there. Upon finishing, Tang Shuya glanced at the comment section. Boss Su has heeded the advice. The price increase is well-deserved. It is only reasonable for prices to rise. Otherwise, university students would flock to purchase the creative buns, monopolizing them entirely. Those of us who work during the long holidays will be left with no opportunities whatsoever. Once the holiday concludes, Boss Su will depart, and these few days of preferential treatment are merely a gesture of goodwill towards us, which is certainly not unwarranted. The white-collar fans in the comment section expressed their agreement, acknowledging that a slightly higher price is preferable to the disappointment of being unable to purchase at all. Tang Shuya, however, did not notice any comments from university student fans. She pondered that perhaps the students felt too shy to speak up, especially considering that they nearly monopolized the buns yesterday. Moreover, Su Chenyang himself advised against university students attending, suggesting that it might be unnecessary for them to impose themselves in support. Chapter 74. Can girls like something that boys cannot? While Tang Shuya was still browsing the comment section, Lu Silu sought the opinions of a few roommates. Since Boss Su mentioned it, are we still going to buy buns at noon? Lin Suishan immediately expressed her thoughts. The main concern is the price increase. Once creative buns become popular, they tend to raise prices, which is a bit hard to accept. Exactly. Besides the price hike, we would have to queue for a long time today. I'm not really keen on going, another chimed in. Those cat and dog shapes look appealing, but with the price increase, it just makes the consumption experience less enjoyable. Noticing that Tang Shuya had remained silent, they turned to her. Shuya, what do you think? Tang Shuya felt that the university students in the comments section were quite self-aware. Therefore, it seemed unnecessary for them to act otherwise. Let us just skip it. There's no need to join the crowd. Boss Su is offering special treatment for those white-collar fans, so we shouldn't intrude. Otherwise, competing with those professionals for buns would make us university students seem rather shameless. Tang Shuya's words instantly dispelled their hesitations. Indeed, there's no need to embarrass ourselves over a bun. Let us just go for a casual stroll and enjoy some other delicious foods. Sound good? Since this was their original plan, the six of them easily reached a consensus. With the intention of going out to explore and indulge in some good food, they promptly got out of bed and took turns freshening up. By 8:30, the six of them had finished their meal in the cafeteria and then exited the school. 2 hours swiftly passed, and it was now 10:30. In the Fortune Center building adjacent to Xinjiang New Town, in a 20-square-meter office on the 16th floor, Zhou Yulin had just wrapped up some documents when her phone chimed. It was a WeChat message from Sun Meichin. Sun Meichin, I'm heading down from the office now. Zhou Yulin promptly replied. Zhou Yulin, I just finished an urgent matter. I'll be down shortly. After sending the message, Zhou Yulin grabbed her phone, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stood up from her desk. However, as she stepped out of the office, she spotted a man in a suit, standing about 1.78 meters tall at the door. Brother, are you looking for me? Yes. Are you planning to buy something to eat again? Since Zhou Yulin had posted a picture of the Q version rural dog bun on her social media after buying it yesterday, Zhou Kaijia was naturally aware. At your age, still enamored with such cutesy things? While you're at it, could you grab me a fighter jet bun? Zhou Yulin nearly twisted her waist in disbelief. Brother, how can you ask that? I can't guarantee I can buy it just because I go. I have to queue. Besides, Boss Su limited the quantities yesterday. So today might be the same. If I buy one for you, I'll be able to get one for myself. Why don't you send your secretary? My secretary is busy working right now. Since you have the free time, why not take your secretary to buy one for me? Zhou Kaijia reminded her. Don't forget, I've been bearing the pressure of your matchmaking lately. All right. Zhou Yulin found herself unable to refute him and could only agree with a smile. By the way, what did you need to talk to me about? Let us discuss it later. You should head down first to avoid missing out on the buns. Fine. It seems like it's not a pressing matter. With that, Zhou Yulin called her secretary and they left. Upon arriving at the riverside market at Xiantang River, Zhou Yulin and her secretary were met with a large crowd. Although it was a National Day holiday and many people were out enjoying themselves, Zhou Yulin sensed that a significant portion of the crowd had gathered for Su Chenyang's creative buns. Due to the overwhelming number of people, Zhou Yulin couldn't spot Sun Meichin. After a quick exchange on WeChat, they managed to locate each other amidst the throng. Upon meeting, Sun Meichin remarked, "Why did you bring Shaoli along?" "I had no choice. My brother insisted I buy him a fighter jet bun. I figured it would be limited today, so I had to bring Shaoli along." Sun Meichin nodded in agreement. Chances are today's buns will indeed be limited. If we don't secure a good spot, we might end up queuing for a long time. The overtime workers can't afford that. Tell me about it. I have a meeting scheduled for this afternoon, the latest being at 2 o'clock. If I can't get the buns, I'll be in trouble. While Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin were chatting, a voice from the crowd suddenly shouted, "Boss Su is here." Many people rushed forward, hoping to lessen their wait in line. However, with the sheer number of individuals, it was nearly impossible to make any headway. As Su Chenyang halted his food cart, the crowd began to form an orderly queue to prevent chaos, ensuring that everyone would have a chance to purchase their buns. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin found themselves in a favorable position, roughly 300 people back in the line. Given that Su Chenyang had ample supplies, both Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin felt confident they would secure their buns before returning to work in the afternoon. Seeing the large turnout, Su Chenyang couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The neatly formed lines extended all the way to the neighboring vendor. With around 60 people in each line, there were 18 lines squeezed together. He estimated that over 1,000 people had gathered, and he was concerned that his ingredients might be insufficient, with only a slight surplus. Fortunately, he had called upon his roommates for assistance and had prepared extra creative buns, or he might have been overwhelmed. Feeling a sense of relief, Su Chenyang called out to the man at the back of the queue, "If anyone tries to cut in line, just let them know we're out of buns." "Got it." The young man responded with a smile, as did the others in line. It was indeed a remarkable feat for Su's stall to sell out so quickly. Meanwhile, the vendor next to him was quite pleased. "The foot traffic is high today. It's another profitable day." The vendor had no qualms about the lines extending to his stall, as it meant more customers for him. Soon, Su Chenyang retrieved a tray of creative buns from the freezer. The girls at the front of the line were visibly excited upon seeing the creative buns. "Boss Su, is that a panda?" "Yes, indeed. However, this panda bun is crafted from the equivalent of 4 regular buns, so one will fill you up." This was essentially 4 buns combined into one. However, due to the intricacy required to depict the panda accurately, each bun was priced at 100 yuan. This price was indeed on the higher side. Customers who found it too steep were welcome to leave. If the previous cat and dog buns had been priced at 100 yuan, there might have been hesitation. Yet, when faced with the allure of a panda, few girls could resist its charm. 4 regular buns, totaling 80 yuan, made the panda bun a mere 20 yuan premium, well within an acceptable range. This struck a chord with me. Today, I simply must acquire this panda bun. Given Boss Su's skills, I'm sure the panda will be incredibly cute. I made the right choice coming today. Even Sun Meichin and Zhou Yulin, 2 affluent young women, were captivated by the panda. Boss Su truly understands what girls want. As the girls reveled in their excitement, Su Chenyang glanced at the queue and noticed that the majority of the first row were girls, with only 5 boys among 60 people. Due to the increased size of the buns, only 60 can be steamed at a time across the 2 steaming trays. Thus, Su Chenyang had to adopt a pragmatic approach. With a slightly greater number of girls in the front row, he decided to prepare the panda buns first for them, instructing the boys to wait for the next batch. At that moment, a boy from the front row inquired, "Boss Su, are the panda buns unavailable for boys?" Chapter 75. The Swift Change of Face. Even the school beauty could not resist temptation. This question momentarily left Su Chenyang somewhat taken aback. Naturally, he would not state that a particular type of bun was exclusively reserved for girls, denying boys the opportunity to purchase it. However, He instinctively assumed that boys would gravitate more towards the fighter jet buns. He promptly replied, "Of course you can buy them. If you all prefer panda buns, then that would be splendid. I will buy panda buns. I shall also procure panda buns," declared the 5 boys in the front row in unison. Although purchasing panda buns somewhat contradicted their masculine image, who could resist the adorable charm of pandas? These delightful creatures not only captured the hearts of girls, but also bewitched boys. At that moment, a boy from the back of the line inquired about the fighter jet buns. "Boss Su, aside from the 5th-generation fighter jet buns, do you have any other varieties available today?" "Indeed, I do. In addition to the fighter jet buns, I have also crafted buns shaped like a 10,000-ton destroyer." "What? Destroyer-shaped buns?" The expressions of the 5 boys in the front row instantly transformed. Su Chenyang retrieved a steaming tray of destroyer-shaped buns from the freezer. Although they had yet to be steamed and appeared somewhat unappealing, any boy with a modicum of military knowledge could immediately recognize that this was the latest model of the so-called King of the Seas, capable of taking on aircraft carriers single-handedly. Compared to the fighter jet buns, this was undoubtedly the superior choice. After all, with the unveiling of 6th-generation fighters, the 5th-generation fighter had become somewhat antiquated. It was precisely because of this that the 5 boys in the front row had previously found the idea of purchasing panda buns acceptable, feeling no need to wait for the fighter jet buns. "Boss, I think I'll pass on the panda buns and opt for the destroyer-shaped buns instead." "Yes, Boss Su. Surely you can accommodate this change?" The boys in the front row immediately expressed their regret. At this juncture, the boys in the back row voiced their discontent. The destroyer-shaped buns were evidently more intricate and expensive. However, the cost was not the issue. The problem lay in the fact that Su Chenyang had a limited supply. This latest model of the destroyer was in high demand. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to purchase it. Hey, brothers in the front. A man's word is his bond. Changing one's mind at a whim is not a commendable trait. Indeed, the panda is adorable and quite fitting for you. So just stick to the panda buns. Leave this one to us. The girlfriend of the 5 boys in the front row, hearing the remarks from the back, couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. However, the boys in the front were not swayed. "I believe 1 panda bun is sufficient. There's no need for more. If you think 2 would look better, then you should definitely opt for the panda buns instead of the destroyer-shaped ones." Amidst this banter, Su Chenyang interjected, "Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. You can purchase whatever you desire. The destroyer-shaped buns require the equivalent of 5 ordinary buns in terms of ingredients and are quite challenging to prepare. Thus they are priced at 200 yuan. Therefore, I would recommend the fighter jet buns, which are equally impressive and more economical at just 150 yuan. Who cares about being economical when spending this much on buns?" The boys present could comprehend and accept the pricing. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to make a purchase. "Boss Su, let us steam another batch of those destroyer buns." "Certainly." The boys in the back grew anxious. "Boss Su, please make extra destroyer buns today." "Understood." Su Chenyang was taken aback by the boys' practicality. They were abandoning the fighter jet buns. The girls in line were amused, especially the girlfriends of these boys. The spending habits of men were indeed perplexing. They would typically hesitate to spend a few extra yuan on clothing, yet without a moment's hesitation, they were willing to pay an additional 50 yuan for the destroyer buns. Even if Boss Su had quoted 300 yuan, these boys would likely comply without protest. As the girls reflected on this, Su Chenyang resumed his work on the panda buns, as there were more girls in line. Given the larger size of the buns, the steaming required a few extra minutes. 15 minutes later, the first batch of buns was ready. As Su Chenyang lifted the lid of the steamer, the white mist dissipated, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps from the girls in the front row. "Wow, is that not my dream bear, Hua Hua, in its youthful form? It is simply adorable beyond measure. I can't believe I didn't recognize Hua Hua at first. The craftsmanship is truly exceptional." Many girls seized the moment to snap pictures of the various Hua Hua-shaped buns. Su Chenyang did not intervene, for he needed to place another batch of destroyer and panda buns into the steamer. Following this, he began packaging the buns. After scanning their payment, the girls eagerly moved aside to take photos. The boys in line saw nothing amiss, as they too intended to capture their desired buns in photographs. Previously, Many boys had failed to understand why girls were so fond of taking pictures. Only now could they empathize. After taking their photos, the girls either shared them on social media or TikTok, eager for the likes and envy of their friends. The emotional value derived from their friends' admiration was worth at least 100 yuan, rendering the buns virtually free of charge. A while later, another batch of buns was ready. Many boys and girls collected their buns and moved aside, snapping photos and sharing them on social media. Su Chenyang's creative buns had already topped the trending search list the previous day, and even after a night had passed, they remained on the charts, attracting significant attention. At noon, at the Silver Tide Mall by the seaside in Hangzhou, Tang Shuya was queuing outside the Hai Di Lao hot pot restaurant with 5 of her roommates. Due to the long holiday, the mall was bustling with people, making it entirely normal to wait in line. The 6 of them had taken a number and had already been waiting for 2 hours, so their turn was imminent. As they stood chatting and browsing their phones, Tang Shuya suddenly stumbled upon a short video posted by a girl with the ID Xinra Su Chenyang. This video showcased a series of photos. The first image displayed numerous panda-shaped items in a steamer, unmistakably buns. Is that Huahua? Tang Shuya immediately recognized her beloved bear. No way. Boss Su is making Huahua-themed creative buns today. This is outrageous. By outrageous, Tang Shuya meant that it was unacceptable for college students to miss out on these buns. Even the usually composed Tang Shuya felt her patience wearing thin. Huahua-themed buns? Lin Suishan and the other 4 girls quickly leaned in to see. The short video showcased several pictures of Huahua, and had they not known it was buns, they would have thought it was a collection of plush toys. The buns were so lifelike that they far surpassed any toy in detail. As the video continued, they saw the creator posing with the Huahua-themed buns, eliciting envy from the 5 girls. Boss Su is being so preferential. Why is he treating these white-collar fans so well? Indeed, although he did not set up a stall at our school as in trance, his presentations at other schools were not nearly as aesthetically pleasing and refined. I long for those creatively adorned steamed buns. As we awaited our turn for the Haitian delicacy, several among us suddenly lost interest. Lin Suishan suggested, "How about we go buy some buns?" "That sounds good," replied Tang Shuya, the first to express her agreement. As soon as she spoke, Lin Suishan and Lu Silu, along with the other 3, turned their gazes toward Tang Shuya. Noticing their collective stare, Tang Shuya asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "You agreed rather swiftly, didn't you? Didn't you mention in the dormitory that you don't think it's advisable for college students to purchase them? Wouldn't it be rather shameless to go and buy some now?" Chapter 76. University students harboring resentment towards Su Chenyang. Tang Shuya suddenly recalled that she had indeed uttered those words while in her dormitory, and her cool demeanor flushed crimson. With a rosy face, Tang Shuya explained, "It's mainly because Huahua is simply too adorable." The 5 girls shared a chuckle, refraining from excessive teasing, as they too had previously echoed Tang Shuya's sentiments before their opinions shifted. At that moment, Lu Silu suggested, "How about we enjoy hot pot first and then head over? If we go now, we'll have to wait in line and endure hunger for quite a while." With just 2 tables ahead, Lu Silu felt that having stood in line for 2 hours, it would be unwise to leave now. However, as soon as she finished speaking, several roommates immediately expressed their dissent. "But if we wait until after the hot pot, considering the popularity of Su's stall, will there even be any left for us? The Huahua-shaped buns are bound to be immensely popular. Once someone posts about them, even more people will flock to buy them. If we don't hurry, we might miss out entirely. If we're worried about getting hungry while waiting in line, we can grab a snack later." Upon hearing this, Lu Silu began to concede that there was merit in their reasoning. Remarkable items such as these cannot be leisurely awaited until one is fully satisfied. "Then let us go." She agreed. Just as the group settled on their decision to depart, Tang Shuya noticed the caption beneath the video. "Wait a moment. It seems today as creative buns have sold out." Earlier, Tang Shuya had only recognized the creative buns as belonging to Huahua, neglecting to read the caption. Now realizing this, she understood that even if they didn't eat, there would be no opportunity for the 6 of them to purchase any. The moment this revelation was made, the 5 roommates erupted in disbelief. "Sold out? It's only noon. Didn't Su say he would make extra creative buns today?" If they VE sold out by noon, what about those who come later? Su is truly lacking. As the five complained, they glanced at the caption, which read, "My dream bear is the top sensation wherever it goes. It sold out as soon as it hit the stall. Thankfully, I managed to grab one. Clearly, it was no longer available. If only we had gone at 11. They sighed collectively, feeling as though missing out on the Hua Hua buns was akin to losing a beloved. Their spirits, once buoyed by the prospect of a delightful outing, were now considerably dampened. Yet, Douyin remained oblivious to their discontent. Given that they often enjoyed watching Hua Hua's short videos, the girls soon found themselves inundated with more clips of others who had successfully purchased the creative buns. Each girl featured in the videos cradled the buns in their hands, posing for pictures that left the six friends envious and regretful. As they scrolled, Tang Shuya stumbled upon a video from a classmate. "Look, Liang Shulan also bought Hua Hua's buns." "What? Liang Shulan went to buy them too?" The five leaned in, spotting a vibrant, beautiful girl with a ponytail and neatly styled bangs in the video. Liang Shulan actually bought buns? Didn't she say she despised vendors like Su who cater to pretty girls? Indeed, she previously claimed Su was a coward who wouldn't dare pursue attractive girls. Now, she is shamelessly supporting him. "Shuya, it appears we were the foolish ones. You commented earlier about the lack of university student responses. Perhaps they were simply too embarrassed to speak up. Little did we know, those who actually wanted the buns didn't waste time commenting. They let their actions speak." Tang Shuya realized that her cleverness had backfired. The astute had already indulged, while those pretending to be clever, like them, could only watch enviously. As the group lamented, it was finally their turn for hot pot. The server led Tang Shuya and her friends into the restaurant. As they settled down and began ordering, they overheard the nearby tables of university boys grumbling about Su Chenyang. Su is really pushing it. He is selling the 10,000-ton destroyer-shaped buns for just 200 yuan. If he charged 500, I do understand that students might not afford it, but 200 is reasonable. Another boy chimed in, "Exactly. My girlfriend wanted to go this morning, but I said the wait was too long and the price was outrageous, which made her upset. That panda bun was only 100 yuan, and it's made up of 4 buns, costing just 20 yuan more than the usual 80 yuan creative buns. How am I supposed to smooth things over now? And the 10,000-ton destroyer-shaped buns are only 200 yuan. If I bring my girlfriend tomorrow and buy one without complaining about the price, I feel like she'd murder me." This remark elicited nods of agreement from the other boys. "This morning, I told my girlfriend that these creative buns are just attacks on intelligence. And now Su is launching his dream ship. It's a slap in the face. If they were more expensive, I could excuse myself from the embarrassment, but at 200 yuan, it's just tantalizingly within reach." Hearing the boys' grievances, Tang Shuya and her friends couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, one thing was clear, they all shared a common plight. At that moment, after finishing their orders, Lin Suishan and the others began to whisper among themselves. "It looks like many university boys will be buying tomorrow. The competition will be fierce. We should arrive early to secure a good spot." "Absolutely. I anticipate many office workers will also flock there. If we arrive late, we may find everything sold out." They discussed the necessity of arriving promptly at 11 to avoid missing out due to excessive competition, seemingly overlooking the presence of affluent middle-aged consumers who possessed significant purchasing power. The allure of the panda buns was not lost on middle-aged women, and the destroyer represented one of the ultimate romantic gestures for men. In the midst of this, at Su Chenyang's stall, Zhou Yulin was patiently waiting in line. With 150 people ahead of her, Zhou remained in good spirits, confident that she would secure her purchase before heading to work that afternoon. Just then, her phone rang. It was her father, Zhou Yulei. Chapter 77. Successful individuals join the rush upon receiving a call from her father. Zhou Yulin did not dare to delay. Once connected, she inquired, "Dad, what is the matter?" Zhou Yulei responded, "Where are you right now?" "I'm out and about, preparing to have a meal." "Are you referring to that creative bun?" Zhou Yulin recalled posting about it on her social media the previous day, so Zhou Yulei was undoubtedly aware. She felt this was not a sensitive topic, so she replied, "Yes, is there something you need?" It was already past noon, signaling the end of the workday. Zhou Yulin presumed her father was calling regarding a work matter. If it were indeed a work-related issue, she would find herself in a rather awkward position. However, her apprehensions were unfounded. Zhou Yulei continued, I just saw a short video where it appeared that Mr. Su has a destroyer-shaped bun, right? Could you buy one for your father? Zhou Yulin chuckled at this request. She was not surprised at all, for her father was indeed a seasoned military enthusiast, with various models displayed in a dedicated room at home. She quickly replied, "Dad, that is not possible. Mr. Su limits each person to just one creative bun. My brother has already asked me to buy one, and I can only get another if I bring my secretary along. Then why not find a scalper?" Zhou Yulei suggested nonchalantly. For someone of his status, spending an extra couple of $100 to resolve an issue was trivial. "Surely, you and TQ up, would you?" "Dad, where would I even find a scalper? I don't even know who they are," Zhou Yulin protested. She had noticed numerous comments beneath the video expressing concern about scalpers, and it was indeed plausible that some existed today. Yet, they would not be calling out in plain sight, leaving her at a loss. "Well then, just bring the buns to my office later," Zhou Yulei instructed. "Wait a minute. Dad, are you really going to compete with my brother for buns? How can you be so shameless?" Zhou Yulin replied, incredulous. Zhou Yulei immediately laughed off the suggestion. "It's not a competition. Your brother has to make a trip to a factory in the suburbs. If I buy the buns, he wouldn't even get to eat them, and that would be a waste. If he truly wants one, he can find a scalper after returning from the factory." Is my brother really going to the suburban factory? Zhou Yulin's first instinct was to think that Zhou Kaijia was not going there of his own volition. It seemed that Zhou Yulei did indeed require Zhou Kaijia to make the trip this afternoon, albeit the arrangement had been moved up. Compared to her, Zhou Kaijia would likely know how to contact a scalper. Even though Su Chenyang had advised against seeking scalpers in the video, Zhou Yulin felt such matters were impossible to control. "All right, Dad, but it will probably take me about another hour to secure them." "Fine. I shall wait for you in the office." "Understood. I will deliver them as soon as I have them." With that, Zhou Yulin hung up the phone, surprised to discover that her uncle was also fond of Mr. Su's creative buns. "My dad is a military enthusiast, so that has to be expected. But come to think of it, Uncle Sun seems to be a military fan too, doesn't he?" No sooner had she thought this than Sun Meichin's phone rang as well. "Well, my dad is calling now," she remarked. Sun Meichin knew that typically they communicated via WeChat rather than phone calls, so this unexpected gesture hinted at ulterior motives. As anticipated, the content of the call was as expected. Sun Meichin sighed. "If I can find a scalper, that would be great. If not, I'll miss out on the buns." Since she had come alone, she could only buy one bun, which would have to go to her father. Aside from Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin, several others in the queue also received calls from family members. These individuals came from well-off backgrounds, and their elders generously suggested contacting scalpers for purchases. Meanwhile, as Su Chenyang busied himself with making buns, he overheard some people in the front of the queue discussing scalpers. "Are there scalpers, even at this price? Wealthy individuals truly have too much money to burn," he mused, feeling somewhat helpless. In truth, Su Chenyang felt a twinge of guilt as prices soared to such heights. For instance, the panda bun, while made in a quantity of 4, only cost him around 3 yuan each to produce, yet it was now priced at 88 yuan. The fighter jet and destroyer-shaped buns had even more remarkable profits. This profit margin was staggering. It made Su Chenyang feel a pang of conscience. After all, when he previously operated a stall outside the university, his profit margins were at most 50 to 70%. Generally, food and beverage businesses aim for about 50% profit. Even with his system, a 70% margin was reasonable, but now it had exceeded 88%. This was excessive. If these wealthy individuals each sought out scalpers, it would undoubtedly attract a swarm of them. He needed to devise a strategy to address this issue. Su Chenyang had specifically advised students not to come, intending to provide some courtesy to his professional fans. If the queue became filled with scalpers, his advice would seem futile. However, he was preoccupied with the current rush, planning to contemplate a solution later. Before long, an hour had passed. Sun Meichin and Zhou Yulin finally acquired their buns. As Sun Meichin sought out a scalper, Zhou Yulin accompanied her in the search. Lacking experience in contacting scalpers, they asked other women who had secured buns, but no one was willing to sell, forcing them to abandon the quest. Feeling disheartened, Sun Meichin was consoled by Zhou Yulin. "Never mind, Meichin, I can lend you my bun for a photo." "All right, thank you," Sun Meichin responded, viewing this as her only option. Considering the bun's flavor, Zhou Yulin opted not to take a photo herself after allowing son Mei-Qin to snap one, and promptly headed to deliver the bun to her father. 8 minutes later, Zhou Yulin arrived at Zhou Yulei's office with the buns, only to discover her mother, Li Ruoping, present as well. "Mom, weren't you supposed to be dining with friends today?" "Yes. I just finished shopping and had lunch with Aunt Zhang and Aunt Wang at a nearby restaurant. They're still waiting for me." "They're waiting for you? So why are you here at the office? I heard from your father that you bought panda buns, right? Just give them to me, and you can find a scalper for yourself." "What?" Zhou Yulin was taken aback, not expecting her mother to be waiting for her. After standing in line for 2 hours, all the buns were to be given to her parents. "Mom, that's not fair. You should find a scalper yourself. Have your brother do it. He has plenty of connections with scalpers from when he was pursuing your sister-in-law. It will be no problem." "Then you must let me have the first one, as Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhang are waiting." With that, Li Ruoping approached Zhou Yulin, who had no choice but to hand over the panda bun. Before doing so, Zhou Yulin added, "Mom, remember, no matchmaking for me this year." "Of course." Li Ruoping readily agreed, though Zhou Yulin began to doubt her mother's commitment. Grabbing the creative bun, Li Ruoping joyfully departed. Zhou Yulin set down the destroyer bun, seeking out her brother, Zhou Kaijia, to see if he could locate a scalper, as she had yet to take a photo. Her friends and mother had already captured theirs, but she had yet to document her own purchase. Chapter 78. The Ecstasy of Successful Individuals, Accomplishing Grand Endeavors with Minimal Expenditure. Upon receiving a call from Zhou Yulin, Zhou Kaijia promptly replied, "Sister, simply deliver the buns to Dad. I am at the factory." Zhou Yulin responded, "Brother, Mom has taken my buns. If you happen to find a scalper this afternoon, could you please procure a panda bun for me? And send me a scalper's contact information as well." She was eagerly anticipating the arrival of her dear friend Jiang Wanqi later that evening, with plans to venture out for creative buns the following day. However, given the current predicament, Zhou Yulin sensed that it might prove quite challenging. Therefore, if all else failed, she would need to resort to a scalper. Amused by the thought of Zhou Yulin's lost buns, Zhou Kaijia chuckled, "I see. How can our parents be so shameless, especially Dad? He grandiosely instructed me to inspect the orders at the factory, only to snatch my buns away. It's ridiculous. He couldn't bear to cue himself, nor did he think to send his secretary." After a brief exchange of grievances, they concluded the call. Nevertheless, the fact that they had their buns pilfered did nothing to dampen the spirits of Zhou Yulei and Li Ruoping. Zhou Yulei opened the lunchbox to reveal a magnificent light gray warship, a bun that exuded an air of majesty. The intricate details of this bun mirrored the model he had purchased himself. Even seasoned military enthusiasts could not detect any flaws in its design. Eagerly, Zhou Yulei took out his phone to capture the moment and opened his seldom-used social media account to share these photos. Accompanied by a caption, "What I'm consuming is not merely a bun, but the culmination of years of toil and tribulation." After posting, he hesitated to take a bite, though he knew it was still warm and best savored fresh. With a sense of regret, Zhou Yulei took a bite. The savory, aromatic broth burst forth in his mouth, a delightful fusion of rich meatiness and a unique salty flavor, perfectly balanced. In that instant, he was taken aback, feeling as though he had never tasted anything of such quality before. Who would have thought that a humble street vendor could possess such culinary prowess? Having scrolled through short videos before sleeping, Zhou Yulei had stumbled across those featuring Su Chenyang, who had recently gained immense popularity online. Zhou Yulei attributed this to Su's handsome appearance, believing it exaggerated the praise he received for his cooking skills, as he had yet to encounter any male admirers lauding Su's culinary talent. However, now that he had tasted it himself, he began to realize that some things indeed held merit beyond mere flattery. As Zhou Yulei continued to chew thoughtfully, he savored the expertly rendered pork belly, which, despite being rich, was remarkably tender. The preserved vegetables were soft and fragrant, creating a perfect harmony with the pork. The bun's dough, when chewed together, balanced the richness without overwhelming the palate with saltiness, ensuring one wouldn't feel parched after indulging. The flavor was impeccably calibrated, and each bite was a pleasure, truly. Su Chenyang was remarkable. Just as Zhou Yulei was about to take a second bite, he noticed the intricate layers of Su Chenyang's creative bun. The portion he had just bitten into was the body of the ship, which was thick. Had it been filled solely with meat, the bun would have been excessively rich. Instead, Su had ingeniously added 2 thin layers of dough in the middle, achieving a perfect equilibrium. This bun was undeniably exquisite, surpassing even the most established establishments. Zhou Yulei took another substantial bite, his face lighting up with satisfaction. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he saw that an old friend had commented on his recent post. Before he could even open the messaging app, more comments flooded in. Is that a bun? Questioning emoji. Are you joking? A bun can look like that? Let me see you take a bite. Sneering emoji. Faced with skepticism regarding the authenticity of his bun, Zhou Yulei snapped a picture of the worship bun he had devoured and shared it once more. Within 2 minutes, several replies emerged. Wow. Is there such a talented chef in Hangzhou? Shocked emoji. Is it a chain? Does it exist in the capital? Questioning emoji. Isn't this bun a bit excessive? Why isn't it available in Shenzhen? It's not even in Shanghai. Now I feel compelled to visit Hangzhou. Watching his longtime collaborators express envy, Zhou Yulei felt vindicated for having swiped this bun from Zhou Kaijia. At their age, flaunting luxury cars, designer watches, or lavish homes felt rather trite. This unique brand of rugged romance was the ultimate indulgence. The admiration he garnered through a mere 200 yuan bun was far more gratifying than the envy evoked by luxury cars worth millions or watches worth hundreds of thousands. Zhou Yulei's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Graciously, he responded to his friends. If you plan to come, do so quickly. I'll treat you for a few days. If you delay, there may not be any left after the holiday. Knowing that Su Chenyang was catering to the white-collar crowd in the CBD area, Zhou Yulei was aware that he, as an older fan, was likely outside the scope of Su's audience. It was possible that after the holiday, Su would return to selling at the university's entrance, where he had advised students not to show up for the pricier buns. While Zhou Yulei reveled in his moment of vanity, Li Ruoping was experiencing her own triumph. Arriving at the renowned Fuetang, reputedly a Michelin 3-star establishment, she carried with her the panda bun. This was also an establishment steeped in history. Upon entering the private room, she found 5 friends eagerly awaiting her arrival. The table was laden with 10 dishes, each a feast for the senses, with prices well into the hundreds for each item. A meal for the table would easily amount to nearly 8,000 yuan. However, for these seasoned socialites, such expenses held little allure. As Li Ruoping unveiled the panda bun, a charming, lifelike creation came into view, eliciting gasps of admiration from her friends. Wow, that is incredibly cute and realistic. Ruoping, you truly are impressive. We just tried to find a scalper and had no luck, yet you managed to procure one effortlessly. Your connections are commendable. In the eyes of these 5 affluent ladies, the average dish priced at 800 yuan paled in comparison to the 100 yuan panda bun. They could hardly resist, each reaching for their phones to capture the moment. Receiving praise from her friends was a satisfaction that even the most extravagant luxury handbags could not provide. The fact that a mere 100 yuan bun could elicit such admiration was nothing short of bargain. Not to mention, Li Ruoping herself found the panda bun utterly delightful. Despite being middle-aged, a woman's innate fondness for charming things never wanes. With a gentle smile, Li Ruoping replied, "It's nothing remarkable. I just happen to have a few connections. Now, let us take some photos and have a taste." The bun has cooled down since it was freshly made. After a round of photos, the group carefully tore off a piece of the bun, their caution stemming from its realistic appearance, making it feel almost wrong to dismantle such a charming creation. After tearing off a piece, the 6 individuals took a bite. Upon tasting the first morsel, they exchanged astonished glances, for in each other's eyes, they discerned sheer amazement. The food container retained heat remarkably well. Although it was no longer piping hot, the texture of the morsel remained exquisite. It was still delectably tender, rich in meat juices, and infused with the fragrant essence of preserved vegetables, creating an unparalleled flavor that was utterly irresistible. Due to time constraints, the bun's surface had developed a slight oily film and had become somewhat firm. However, as it was their inaugural tasting, the 6 did not perceive this as an issue. Rather, they found it quite delightful. Just tearing off a small piece left them feeling unsatisfied, prompting them to hastily tear off another piece, fearing there would be none left. Chapter 79. Is the scalper too arrogant? The panda bun is truly meant for four, with 6 individuals sharing the delicacy. It became evident that none would even taste a single bun to their satisfaction. The exquisite flavor left not a trace of the delightful minced pork with preserved vegetables in the takeout box. It was savored completely. The group, composed of pampered, affluent ladies, refrained from expressing any lingering desire for more. However, upon sampling other dishes, they unanimously concluded that these items, each priced at an average of 800 yuan, paled in comparison to the impeccably seasoned buns crafted by Su Chenyang. After their meal, they reclined in their chairs, taking a moment to relax while sharing the photos they had just taken on social media. It would be devoid of spirit not to post about having procured the panda bun. Initially, they had been mindful of their image and had only captured a simple photograph of the bun. Consequently, their social media post featured a grid of 9 images, with the panda bun prominently positioned at the center. Following their meal, the 6 continued their shopping expedition. As they strolled, their social media feeds began to fill with envious comments from friends. Impressive. I contacted numerous scalpers, and all claimed there was no stock. How did you manage to obtain the panda bun? Is there really such an incredible chef in Hangzhou now? The panda bun seems almost adorably excessive. To think there's a panda bun. Alas, I'm currently traveling in the mountainous city and cannot return. If only I had known. I wouldn't have chosen to vacation. Friends from Hangzhou and beyond expressed their admiration and envy. The 9-image grid garnered attention, especially the photo of the panda bun, which received far more engagement than their typical posts. The 6 felt a sense of triumph, believing they had made a wise purchase. Not only did Li Ruoping and her companions evoke envy among their peers, but many affluent ladies who managed to procure panda bun from scalpers also sparked a wave of admiration. The panda bun rapidly gained popularity within the elite circles of Hangzhou. Simultaneously, the destroyer bun began to flourish among the successful gentlemen, with both affluent men and women clamoring to purchase them. As demand surged, many sought to procure buns through scalpers, eager to flaunt their acquisitions on social media. Alas, even the scalpers found themselves at a loss in their attempts to secure more stock. Most of those queuing in front of Su Chenyang's stall were white-collar fans who recognized that the creative buns would likely be sold out by the time they arrived. Over the ensuing holiday, it would be nearly impossible to find them. Thus, the opportunity to flaunt a modest expenditure was slipping away. Moreover, Su Chenyang had mentioned that prices would be relatively steep today. The patrons able to support his stall were primarily affluent white-collar workers, who valued quality of life and would not easily resell a product for a mere few hundred yuan. Consequently, the scalpers could only acquire a fraction of the buns. Orders from wealthy men and women, as well as successful uncles and ladies, flooded in, far exceeding supply. The inability to profit left scalpers in a state of despair. By midday, the number of scalpers had dwindled, and their attempts to buy high from others attracted little attention. However, by 4 in the afternoon, many scalpers grew brazen, openly shouting offers. I'll buy the panda bun for 5 times the price. Come to me if you wish to sell. I'll purchase the destroyer bun for 4 times its price. Come to me if you want to sell. I'll buy the fighter bun for 4 times its price. Come to me if you wish to sell. Su Chenyang himself sold the buns for a maximum of 200 yuan, while the scalpers offered up to 800. Much to his annoyance, Su Chenyang devised a plan to deal with the scalpers, vowing to teach them a lesson the following day. His demeanor remained cold while preparing the buns, and the patrons noticed. The QS first person, an elegantly dressed young woman, spoke up. Mr. Su, don't take those scalpers too seriously. Their willingness to pay such high prices only proves the value of your buns in the eyes of the wealthy. It's actually a good thing. Once one person spoke, others joined in to reassure Su Chenyang. After all, beneath the handsome exterior, he was still a young man who had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Mr. Su, consider the concert tickets for major celebrities. Despite numerous crackdowns, scalpers persist. Even the top doctor's appointments are plagued by scalpers. Your frustration with them is truly unwarranted. While Su Chenyang appreciated the understanding of the white-collar women in line, he could not dismiss the need to confront the scalpers. He felt compelled to ensure that they would not succeed in their endeavors the next time. With a forced smile, he replied, "Ladies, I'm not angry, merely a bit discomfort. But worry not. I have a plan to deal with the scalpers. Just wait and see tomorrow." Knowing that some girls were recording videos, Su Chenyang recognized that his words might end up online, potentially reaching the scalpers. However, he considered this an early warning. If the scalpers faced setbacks tomorrow, they had no one to blame but themselves for disregarding the advice given. Though the white-collar women were skeptical of Su Chenyang's assurance, they offered their encouragement. "Mr. Su, go ahead and show those scalpers what you're made of." "I will," he replied with a smile, relaxing his stern expression while preparing the buns. It appeared that he had found some solace, yet the other patrons, including young professionals and a few university students, began to worry. Scalpers, much like mosquitoes, surfaced intermittently, and any attempts to curb their presence seemed futile. They feared that Su Chenyang's approach might be to cease sales altogether. Given the innovation behind his buns, many would not hesitate to return for new designs should they become available. To alleviate Su Chenyang's concerns, one patron said, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will unite to resist the scalpers. Their inability to purchase at high prices signifies our collective resistance. Just focus on your work and enjoy your time selling." "Indeed, Mr. Su, don't lose heart due to the actions of a few." With a smile, Su Chenyang acknowledged their sentiments. "I understand, and I have devised a plan to address the scalpers. I will continue to sell my buns well." That's reassuring. The patrons who had encouraged Su Chenyang felt a measure of relief. Whether his plan would prove effective remained uncertain. But one thing was clear: Su Chenyang was not the type to crumble under pressure. Chapter 80. The Enigmatic School Beauty. Jiang Wanqi, as the clock struck 7 in the evening, in a private dining room at a restaurant named Guiyuzhai in Hangzhou. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin were eagerly awaiting their dear friend, Jiang Wanqi. Where could Wanqi be? Perhaps I should send her another message. Otherwise, Boss Su's buns will go cold, Sun Meiqin remarked, her impatience growing. The two had splurged a considerable sum, 900 yuan, a price that included a tearful 800 yuan contribution, to acquire these creative buns, seeking to enlighten Wanqi, who often lamented that Hangzhou was a culinary desert. After all, scalpers were trading panda buns for as much as 500 yuan, so they were not likely to sell them for a mere 100 or two. Having waited for over half an hour since receiving the buns, the two friends were concerned that the thermal insulation of the takeout boxes was diminishing. Just as Sun Meiqin picked up her phone to message Wanqi, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a striking purple women's suit. The ensemble was complemented by a black low-cut base layer and a purple vest beneath the tailored jacket, paired with loose-fitting trousers. Though she wore simple flats instead of heels, her height of 1.7 meters granted her an air of elegance and grace. However, it was not merely her attire that captured attention. It was her stunning visage, a flawless complexion that rivaled the most exquisite porcelain. Her bare face was even more radiant than Zhou Yulin's subtle makeup, exuding a natural beauty that elicited envy from every girl. With her hair styled into a low bun, her long locks were neatly gathered, allowing her ethereal beauty to shine with an elegant and intellectual allure. This strikingly aloof beauty was none other than Jiang Wanqi, the cherished friend that Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin had met abroad. Every time they witnessed Wanqi's impeccable style, both Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin found themselves envious of her innate elegance. Arriving slightly later than expected, Wanqi offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I lost track of time while discussing work." She had come to Hangzhou specifically to negotiate a collaboration and dressed formally in a suit for her meeting. "Though you're late, I hope your work went well?" Zhou Yulin inquired. "It went quite smoothly. I've wrapped everything up and can finally relax and enjoy some time with you both over the next few days," Wanqi replied, gracefully taking a seat in the center position that her friends had saved for her. "Wanqi, you must try the best buns in Hangzhou," Sun Meiqin exclaimed, lifting the lid of the takeout box. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted panda bun, its tiny eyes gazing up at Wanqi in a pitiful manner. Despite knowing it was merely a bun, the remarkable craftsmanship astonished her. "The creator of this bun is truly impressive. I've only seen intricate designs made from sugar before. To achieve such artistry with a dough-based delicacy is unprecedented in our country, especially from a street vendor, Wanshi marveled, recalling a simpler dog-shaped bun she had seen the day before. Having scrolled through Douyin during her break to discover various lifelike panda creations, she initially suspected that the images were enhanced by filters. However, witnessing the bun in person dispelled any doubts about its meticulous craftsmanship. Seeing Wanshi's surprise, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin exchanged satisfied glances. This bun is not only visually appealing, but also delicious. Once you taste it, you'll understand that Hangzhou is far from a culinary wasteland. It's a gastronomic paradise, Zhou Yulin declared. With a slight smile, Wanshi replied, "It's not just me who says Hangzhou is a culinary desert. It's a sentiment echoed across the internet." Feeling hungry and curious about the culinary acclaim of Boss Su's creations, she decided to set aside her initial intention to photograph the bun, opting instead to savor its flavor. Using a wet wipe from the table, Wanshi delicately wiped her hands and proceeded to tear off the panda's head. Sun Meiqin chuckled. "Wanshi, how could someone as beautiful as you be so ruthless? You've utterly ruined the image of our dear panda." The head was looking directly at me with such a pitiful gaze. If I had torn it from another part, I would have felt guilty. So I thought I might as well start with the head, Wanshi explained. As she tore off the head, a delightful, savory aroma wafted up, captivating the attention of both her friends. However, the buns had cooled down somewhat, diminishing the fragrance that would have been more pronounced when fresh. As she took her first delicate bite, despite the slight drop in temperature, the rich flavor of the meat and the salty essence of the preserved vegetables melded exquisitely, igniting her taste buds in a joyous celebration of flavors. With each chew, the tender pork and flavorful preserved vegetables revealed themselves in perfect harmony, leaving Wanshi utterly enchanted. Although the bun skin had lost some softness due to the weight, the flavors released by the preserved vegetables were still wonderfully pronounced. The lingering taste was a delightful reminder of the culinary treasure she had just experienced. "This bun is truly impeccable. It's undoubtedly one of the best I have ever tasted in my years," Wanshi exclaimed, her praise leaving Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin beaming with satisfaction, knowing that their investment had been worthwhile. Having waited in hunger, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin quickly tore off pieces of the bun to satisfy their appetites. Though they too had enjoyed freshly made buns from Su Chenyang the previous day, they could distinctly sense a difference in flavor now that they were slightly cooled. "Wanshi, you arrived too late. If you had tasted it fresh, you would have been even more astounded by its flavor," Zhou Yulin remarked. "Indeed, the Q version buns we bought yesterday were even better when hot," Sun Meiqin added. "Could they really be that much better? Perhaps I shall seek out a fresh batch from the scalpers tomorrow," Wanshi mused, not particularly fond of waiting in lines. With a few days off to spend with her friends, she felt that waiting would be a waste of precious time. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin refrained from commenting on Wanshi's desire to procure buns from scalpers, knowing her character was not one to indulge in such bustling activities. Chapter 81. The enigmatic school bell takes interest in Su Chenyang. After concluding the previous topic, the group continued to enjoy their meal while engaging in lighthearted conversation. "By the way, Wanshi, now that you've graduated and returned to work at your family's company, have your parents arranged any blind dates for you?" Jiang Wanshi replied with a subtle smile. "I'm only 23. I'm not under the same pressure as you all. Besides, my brother, the eternal bachelor, is still around to bear the brunt of it." This remark elicited both laughter and exasperation from Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin. Sun Meiqin broached this subject, evidently troubled by it herself, and Zhou Yulin felt similarly. Jiang Wanshi's comment made it seem as though only they were immersed in a sea of anxiety. All right. It seems we sisters have diverging views on this topic. Youth is indeed a blessing." Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin swiftly shifted the conversation to more pleasant subjects, such as cuisine, recent reads, or current events. By the time they left the restaurant, it was already 9 o'clock. Jiang Wanshi and Sun Meiqin accompanied Zhou Yulin back to her villa, where Sun Meiqin planned to stay for the night. Once at the villa, the three gathered in the living room to indulge in fruits, watch television, and chat. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang was still occupied with making buns. When he finally closed up for the night, it was already 11 o'clock. Despite a long day's work, Su Chenyang felt elated, having sold a total of 1,095 creative buns. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 7,604. Among these, the panda buns accounted for 700, while the fighter jet and destroyer buns numbered 159 and 236, respectively. The profit for the day exceeded 127,000. The sheer amount of money earned from selling buns in a single day seemed somewhat exaggerated to Su Chenyang. In reality, the affluent residents of Hangzhou could easily purchase all of his buns. If Su Chenyang sold them at inflated prices, he would undoubtedly be raking in a fortune. However, despite his significant earnings, Su Chenyang was aware that accumulating culinary points might yield even more valuable rewards from a system. Thus, he did not perceive his profits as an unfair advantage, but rather as an opportunity to create high-value culinary delights. Upon returning home, Su Chenyang recorded a video to caution scalpers before taking a shower. Not long after he posted the video, Zhou Yulin and son Mei-Qin, in their adjacent home, received notifications from Douyin. Upon noticing the alerts, they picked up their phones and saw the message. The food blogger Su Chenyang has released a new video. Has Boss Su posted again? Could it be he's taking a day off? Zhou Yulin and son Mei-Qin were frequent patrons at Su Chenyang's stall. They usually kept their notifications muted, but had enabled them for Su Chenyang's account to avoid the hassle of checking daily for new posts. Hearing that Su Chenyang might take a day off, Jiang Wanqi chimed in, "No way. I was hoping to buy buns tomorrow." Zhou Yulin clicked on Su Chenyang's video. In the video, Su Chenyang addressed the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm your food blogger Su Chenyang. Yesterday's creative buns were a hit, and I've prepared even more for today, yet they still weren't enough for everyone to snatch up. This led to a plethora of scalpers surrounding my stall this afternoon, some even shouting purchase prices right in my face." His tone conveyed genuine displeasure. Su Chenyang felt that scalpers should not be so brazen as to call out prices in front of him, no matter the context, be it hospital registrations or concert tickets. Zhou Yulin and son Mei-Qin, having just purchased buns from scalpers earlier that day, felt a bit awkward. Could it be that Su Xiaodi is really considering not setting up tomorrow? Upon hearing Zhou Yulin refer to Su Chenyang as Su Xiaodi, Jiang Wanqi immediately took note, but chose not to interrupt as the video continued. Su Chenyang continued, "The audacity of these scalpers is something that must be addressed. Therefore, I will be taking action against scalpers tomorrow. I urge those who are financially comfortable not to support the rampant behavior of scalpers and avoid spending unnecessary money. For those who can afford it, it's best to come and purchase personally to avoid disappointment. Beautiful experiences are sometimes worth the wait in line." Su Chenyang understood that affluent individuals did not mind queuing. Rather, they often looked down upon inexpensive snacks, deeming them unworthy of their time. After all, why else would there be long lines outside luxury boutiques? He had never heard of scalpers crowding luxury stores, as many high-end goods were beyond their purchasing power. Su Chenyang aimed to keep his prices reasonable so that everyone could enjoy his delicacies. Yet this did not imply that his culinary skills were inferior. Tomorrow, at the same time and place, I hope that true enthusiasts of buns will be able to purchase my creative buns. Wishing everyone a pleasant night ahead. The video concluded. Not a day off, but with Su Xiaodi declaring war on scalpers, would it be impossible to buy buns tomorrow? Zhou Yulin planned to take Jiang Wanqi shopping the next day. If there were new bun designs, they would resort to scalpers. With Su Chenyang's stance against scalpers, it was evident that buying would not be straightforward. At that moment, Jiang Wanqi inquired, "Yulin, why do you refer to Boss Su as Su Xiaodi? Do you know him personally?" "Yes, he lives right next door." "Next door?" Zhou Yulin nodded. "Indeed, but Boss Su is always busy, so we hardly cross paths, making us not very familiar. I only got to know him a bit when he borrowed my dudu to shoot a video on his day off." Su Chenyang would be occupied in the kitchen preparing ingredients until it was time to set up his stall. Zhou Yulin had to leave for work by 9, so they rarely saw each other. In the evenings, Su Chenyang returned home later than Zhou Yulin. Thus they missed each other completely. Their only encounter had been that one morning, after which they had not met again. Oh, no wonder that little golden retriever in the video looked so familiar. It's her dudu, although not very close. Jiang Wanqi felt that based on her understanding of Su Xiaodi, he was serious about tackling the issue of scalpers. If you want to buy buns from scalpers tomorrow, it might not be easy. Jiang Wanqi immediately raised her doubts. Is he really that formidable? I can't imagine how scalpers would face losses at his hands. while Jiang Wanxi appreciated the flavor of Su Chenyang's buns. She believed that the mere aesthetic appeal would entice affluent individuals. Not to mention, if they tasted good, purchasing from scalpers would indeed be pricier. However, for many with substantial disposable income, the extra few hundred yuan was inconsequential. Thus, wealthy individuals preferred to pay for convenience rather than wait in line. Consequently, the market for scalpers would persist. Jiang Wanxi pondered how Su Chenyang might confront this challenge. Sun Meiqin interjected, "Wanxi, don't think that way. I share the same sentiment as Yulin. When Boss Su claims he will combat scalpers, he is not joking. Tomorrow it will indeed be difficult to buy buns." Su Chenyang's approach to relationships was equally resolute. If he deemed someone unsuitable, no matter how attractive, he would simply let go without hesitation. He was decisively pragmatic. Such a decisive and formidable young man. Sun Meiqin found it hard to believe that Su Chenyang was merely jesting. Moreover, Su Chenyang had explicitly stated in the video that scalpers were brazenly infringing upon him, which clearly indicated his considerable irritation. He was just a university student. Could he truly possess such prowess to confront scalpers? Jiang Wanxi began to harbor doubts, but was also intrigued. If that were the case, they could queue up in person tomorrow to witness how he intended to thwart the scalpers. "Sounds good," she remarked. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin nodded in agreement, both considering it quite an amusing prospect to observe Su Chenyang's confrontation with the scalpers. Thus, the three of them swiftly reached a delightful consensus. Chapter 82. The enthusiasm for watching the show ignited. While discussing the plan to queue for some excitement the following day, Jiang Wanxi suddenly recalled the matchmaking conversation she had overheard between Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin. In a playful tone, she remarked, "Yulin, since you and Boss Su are neighbors, and given the matchmaking pressure you're under, why not consider the neighbor next door? For what I've seen in the videos, Boss Su is quite handsome and an excellent cook, an ideal match presented right at your doorstep. You should really get to know him better, being close friends." Jiang Wanxi felt comfortable joking around, revealing her more relaxed side rather than her typically aloof demeanor. Upon hearing Jiang Wanxi's teasing, Zhou Yulin retorted with a chuckle, "I'm not that lucky. Besides, Boss Su seems to prefer someone like our Jiang University goddess. You, with your cool and radiant presence, have always outshone those foreign girls back in the day. Just right, you should join us in the queue tomorrow. I'm quite curious to see how Su Xiaodi reacts upon seeing you," she added. This comment sparked a glint of interest in Sun Meiqin's eyes as she concurred. "I too wish to see if our Jiang University goddess still holds her charm with younger boys." Jiang Wanxi was taken aback by their banter at her expense. "If we're queuing for buns tomorrow, please refrain from making wild jokes. If you start joking around on-site, our friendship boat might just capsize," she playfully warned. While casual conversations among friends were acceptable, the presence of a crowd and potential video recordings made her apprehensive. Exchanging glances, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin assured her, "Don't worry, we know our limits. Such banter is strictly for private moments. It's not good for you to doubt our trustworthiness." However, their repeated assurances only deepened Jiang Wanxi's unease, leaving her regretting having initiated the topic. Once the conversation tapered off, the trio continued chatting until the movie concluded. At 11:30, they each returned to their rooms for rest. In Zhou Yulin's home, there were still 3 available rooms. After washing up, Jiang Wanxi found it was already midnight. Before sleeping, she lay in bed scrolling through short videos to unwind. After browsing a few clips, she stumbled upon Su Chenyang's latest video, which had already garnered over 20,000 likes and numerous comments in just an hour since its posting. Jiang Wanxi particularly enjoyed reading the comments, and upon doing so, was astonished to discover that the most upvoted comments were from scalpers, who were unabashedly brazen. "We earn money through our own efforts. What business is it of yours? If you disagree, come at me. I doubt you could do anything about it. Eye roll emoji. You keep talking about cracking down on scalpers. So many companies have tried. Yet look at the scalpers, still thriving. If you have the guts, come and try. Sunglasses emoji. Coming to your stall to support you is already a favor. Yet you keep talking about targeting scalpers. I want to see just how capable you really are." Doghead emoji. Seeing such audacious comments from scalpers, Jiang Wanxi questioned her own eyes. Was this real? It was her first time witnessing scalpers so brazenly challenging someone. Typically, scalpers remained silent online, as they were universally reviled. Their current provocation was unprecedented, especially as Su Chenyang had merely spoken in the video without any overt aggression. Jiang Wanqi recalled the footage from earlier in the day, where fans visiting Su Chenyang's stall captured scalpers openly offering exorbitant prices. If she were the stall owner, she would undoubtedly be furious at such blatant behavior. Thus, Su Chenyang's intent to combat scalpers seemed entirely justified. If these scalpers wished to continue profiting, they ought to maintain a lower profile rather than flaunting their audacity. Why, then, were they so brazen in front of Su Chenyang? After pondering for about 10 minutes, Jiang Wanqi remained puzzled. The reason for their boldness was evident. It stemmed from Su Chenyang's previous remarks about sycophants, which had inadvertently offended some scalpers. Their pride was wounded, and in response to Su Chenyang's current bravado in the video, they felt compelled to retaliate. Various prominent companies had failed to rein them in, so why should a mere university student like Su Chenyang act so high and mighty? Jiang Wanqi found herself increasingly curious about what drama would unfold the next day during the queue. The anticipation of the events to come left her feeling more exhilarated than ever, leading to a more restful sleep that night. Before she knew it, a night had passed. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Su Chenyang awoke. As he brushed his teeth, he opened Douyin to check the influx of messages regarding his video from the night prior. Upon entering the comments section, the top comments brought a smile to his face as he realized just how audacious the scalpers had become, openly challenging him. These scalpers truly overestimated their importance. He mused that it would be amusing to see them fail to turn a profit. After finishing his morning routine, Su Chenyang purchased various ingredients from the system's marketplace for the day's menu. He planned to change the filling to a meat and vermicelli mixture. With the ingredients secured, his 5 roommates soon arrived. Although only 3 had come the previous day, those with girlfriends, the allure of the event drew the remaining 2 single friends to join in. With the additional hands, their efficiency surged. By 10:40, having completed all preparations, Su Chenyang set out from his home. Today, his food cart differed from the previous evening's setup. He had invested 50 points to upgrade it, enhancing its design. Now, as the creative buns had grown larger, he enlarged the steamer to improve cooking efficiency, adding a 3rd pot to accommodate the increased demand. This extra pot was not only for efficiency, but also aimed at reclaiming business from the scalpers. Chapter 83. Jiang Wanqi and Tang Shuya. Before Su Chenyang arrived at Qiantang River, a notable gathering was already underway near his stall from the previous day. Today, the crowd was even larger than before, a promising sign for the vendors who had profited slightly more by following Su Chenyang. Their spirits were high, yet a sense of concern loomed among the patrons. With such a multitude present, would Su Chenyang be able to manage the demand? The thought of waiting in line for over 10 hours, or worse, being turned away, made them anxious to secure a good spot. Amidst the crowd, a number of scalpers blended in, unconcerned with the queues as they sought to purchase at inflated prices. They planned to engage in direct negotiations with Su Chenyang. Much like the previous day, as various individuals pondered these scenarios, they were suddenly captivated by a striking figure. Among 6 youthful and beautiful girls, one stood out, a radiant beauty with skin as luminous as moonlight, capturing the attention of many men. This girl was none other than Tang Shuya, the aloof campus belle of Hangzhou Media College. Though Lin Suishan and her 5 roommates were undeniably attractive, they paled in comparison to Tang Shuya's presence. Dressed in a pink floral dress with a square neckline and puff sleeves, complemented by simple canvas shoes, her ensemble exuded a refreshing charm. However, this attire seemed somewhat at odds with Tang Shuya's icy demeanor. Yet, her flawless beauty effortlessly transcended any mismatches in style. Indeed, she radiated the essence of youthful beauty that only a university student could possess, eclipsing the allure of many who had already graduated. Accompanied by her roommates, it was likely that Tang Shuya was still single, though she undoubtedly had many admirers. It was uncertain whether Su Chenyang, who had declared a cessation of pursuit due to an influx of licking dogs, would reconsider his stance upon seeing her. Rarely did one encounter a beauty that surpassed even the typical campus belle, and it was plausible that Su Chenyang would find it irresistible. As many young men contemplated the idea of pursuing Tang Shuya, Even the surrounding women gazed at her in awe, acknowledging her stunning appearance. Her high-cold temperament perfectly aligned with Su Chenyang's preferences, and it was likely he would be rendered speechless upon seeing her. The speculation about her university was rife, and it was anticipated that Su Chenyang would set up his stall there after the holiday. Previously, when Su Chenyang set up his stall, he had encountered various stunning women, including the initially unappealing Xia Yuru and the later meeting Chen Yishi and Li Ningyao, all of whom were quite beautiful. Nevertheless, Tang Shuiya's presence remained unparalleled, particularly when even other women could genuinely appreciate her beauty. It affirmed her exceptional allure. Lin Suishan and her roommates noticed the collective gaze fixated on Tang Shuiya. With a hint of envy, Lin Suishan remarked, "Our Tang campus belle truly is the center of attention wherever she goes." To which another replied, "Her charm is undeniable. When Su Chenyang arrives, he too will be captivated." Tang Shuiya, feeling slightly embarrassed by the attention, interjected, "Please don't exaggerate." The crowd's scrutiny made her uneasy, and, while she was accustomed to receiving compliments during outings, the sheer number of onlookers was overwhelming. Lu Silu chimed in with a playful tone, "This is no exaggeration. Our Tang campus belle is indeed the most radiant here." Just as Tang Shuiya finished speaking, the attention that had been focused on her suddenly shifted. The crowd's gaze diverted, prompting Tang Shuiya and her friends to follow suit. They soon spotted 3 elegant professional women approaching, one of whom, walking on the right, astonished even Tang Shuiya and her companions. This woman seemed to possess an even greater beauty and poise than Tang Shuiya herself. It was a rare occurrence to find someone who could eclipse Tang Shuiya's charm, especially in a setting as competitive as a media college. The newcomer exuded an elegant and refined beauty that felt both refreshing and soothing, contrasting sharply with Tang Shuiya's high-cold aura. It was none other than Jiang Wanqi, a standout at her foreign university, renowned for outshining many beautiful international students. Today, Jiang Wanqi donned a minimalist French-style short-sleeved shirt paired with a black long skirt, elegantly cinched at the waist with a black bow. Her choice of simple white shoes added to her sophisticated charm. Unlike Tang Shuiya, who struggled to harmonize her striking beauty with her attire, Jiang Wanqi effortlessly embodied a blend of high elegance and warmth. It was evident that Jiang Wanqi had already graduated, and when compared to the still studying Tang Shuiya, her poise and grace were even more pronounced. The presence of 2 women who fit Su Chenyang's ideal type was bound to leave him bewildered, one youthful and vibrant, the other exuding a mature elegance, making it a truly difficult choice. As many speculated about how Su Chenyang would navigate this situation, a voice rang out from the crowd, announcing, "Su Boss has arrived." Chapter 84. Su Chenyang. "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Upon hearing Su Chenyang's arrival, many individuals redirected their gazes. After all, no matter how stunning a beauty may be, she was not someone they could pursue. They could not forget the purpose of their visit today, to purchase Su Chenyang's buns. Moreover, many of the boys had come with their girlfriends. A mere glance would suffice. Lingering too long might result in unnecessary consequences, which was hardly worth the risk. In truth, Tang Shuiya and Jiang Wanqi had both taken notice of each other. However, both were primarily focused on acquiring buns today, making it imperative to secure their positions in line. The first individuals to arrive at the stall began to adjust their formations. Jiang Wanqi, along with Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin, as well as Tang Shuiya and her 5 roommates, were fortunate enough to find a spot that, while not at the very front, was still quite decent. In a queue of 60 people, Tang Shuiya and her 5 roommates stood in the middle of the 3rd row. Today, an additional steamer was added, allowing them to purchase from the first batch. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqi's group found themselves positioned in the middle of the 4th row, likely waiting for the second batch. However, Tang Shuiya and Jiang Wanqi stood in a front and back arrangement, creating a striking visual with their combined beauty. Many scalpers, unbothered by the queue, stood idly by, especially since Su Chenyang had previously declared his intent to confront them in his videos. The scalpers, undeterred, displayed their signs, announcing their prices for Su Chenyang's creative buns before they had even been steamed. The prices remained consistent with the previous day, Panda buns at 5 times the original price, while Fighter Jet and Destroyer buns were priced at 4 times. Some scalpers even broadcasted through loudspeakers, enticing buyers with promises of satisfactory prices. Glancing at the boisterous scalpers nearby, Su Chenyang chose not to engage with them immediately. Instead, he retrieved 3 steamers of buns he had prepared at home from the freezer, 2 with panda fillings and 1 with fighter jet and destroyer fillings. Today's offering featured a vermicelli and minced meat filling, a flavor beloved by many. Upon hearing this, no one chose to leave the line. After all, who would walk away after coming this far? Besides, vermicelli and minced meat buns were considered mainstream and quite popular. A girl at the back of the line announced that the queue was full, advising others not to join. At that moment, the line comprised over 200 people, with 2 additional roommates joining. Su Chenyang had prepared a bit extra, which coincidentally matched the increased number of patrons. He felt slightly guilty towards those fans who were still working and could not arrive on time to queue. Nevertheless, Su Chenyang had done his utmost. The girl at the back acknowledged her understanding. Following her statement, Su Chenyang began to extract various colored doughs and fillings from the freezer. Observing Su Chenyang's preparations for the buns, many were disappointed, particularly Jiang Wanqi and her friends, who had hoped to witness Su Chenyang confront the scalpers. Jiang Wanqi whispered, "Isn't Boss Su supposed to take a stand against the scalpers? Why is there no sign of action?" Having been influenced by Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin's assertions that Su Chenyang was a man of his word, Jiang Wanqi had placed her faith in their words. The lack of response seemed quite out of character for him. "I'm unsure as well. This is quite different from the impression Su has left on me. I suspect he must have a plan," Jiang Wanqi mused, her hopes wavering slightly but not completely dashed. With sufficient stock, her turn would come soon, allowing her to make her purchase and save some money. Just as Jiang Wanqi finished her thought, she noticed Su Chenyang's gaze directed toward her. Turning her head, she confirmed his focus was indeed on her. Positioned one in front of the other, both she and Tang Shuya caught Su Chenyang's eye. The striking beauty of the 2 girls left him momentarily astonished. Many onlookers were curious about Su Chenyang's reaction upon encountering 2 such aesthetically pleasing girls. Observing his attention towards Tang Shuya and Jiang Wanqi, the crowd's eyes shifted to him, eager to gauge his response. Boss Su certainly has discerning taste. Even amidst the crowd, he spotted 2 stunning beauties. Had he never encountered such beauties before? Had it not been for Jiang Wanqi and Tang Shuya standing in line, many would have teased Su Chenyang, questioning whether he found the younger school beauty or the graduated one more appealing. As the crowd entertained their playful thoughts, Su Chenyang unexpectedly greeted Sister in the white shirt. "You are truly beautiful." White shirt. Jiang Wanqi compared herself with Tang Shuya, concluding that he was indeed addressing her. Surprised by Su Chenyang's direct approach, Jiang Wanqi felt a twinge of astonishment. Having watched prior videos featuring Su Chenyang, she noted that he typically refrained from initiating conversation with girls he found appealing, although she recognized she fit within his preferred type. Being 2 years his senior led her to believe that Tang Shuya, who was younger, was more aligned with Su Chenyang's standards for a partner. The queue was abuzz with astonishment at Su Chenyang's boldness. "Oh, Boss Su is quite audacious today. Did he not previously emphasize the importance of observing a girl's character and values before making a move?" Curious glances turned towards Jiang Wanqi, eager to witness her reaction. Even Tang Shuya turned to observe her friend's response, harboring a hint of rivalry within her. Though they were similar in appearance, Tang Shuya felt a pang of discontent. She was younger by a few years, and while Jiang Wanqi possessed a slightly superior aura, why should she concede in terms of charm? During her studies abroad, many handsome foreign suitors had pursued Jiang Wanqi, all of whom she had declined. Thus, it was clear that Jiang Wanqi was not a superficial girl. While Su Chenyang was undeniably attractive and an exceptional cook, she felt that such an immediate flirtation was somewhat shallow. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Wanqi replied, "Thank you for the compliment. I am rather ordinary." "Boss Su, you should focus on making the buns." "Ordinary? I wish I could be so ordinary." Many girls sighed in envy. However, the next remark from Su Chenyang left everyone astounded. "Sister, please do not be so modest. You are truly beautiful. You must be quite wealthy, I presume. Today, I am introducing a special line of creative buns exclusively for affluent ladies, albeit at a premium price. I wonder if you would be interested in learning more?" At this declaration, the crowd's minds momentarily short-circuited. What? Is he aiming for the affluent lady's wallet? Although it is evident that this young woman hails from affluence, is she truly his preferred type? How could he possibly muster the audacity to covet her wealth? He commenced by complimenting her beauty, leading me to believe he intended to flirt with her, only to shift the conversation to finances in the next breath, nearly causing me to recoil in astonishment. Chapter 85. Creative buns exclusively for affluent ladies. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin had teased Jiang Wanqi the previous evening, jesting that Jiang was precisely the type that Su Chenyang fancied, leading them to believe he would be utterly captivated by her. Thus, when Su Chenyang mentioned Jiang Wanqi's beauty, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin were prepared to revel in the unfolding drama. However, Su Chenyang's unexpected turn of events left them both astounded. Su Xiaodi, Boss Su, was truly impervious to persuasion. Despite being an affluent individual, his preferences aligned with the very type he admired. Discussing money felt rather pedestrian, did it not? Even Tang Xuya, who had initially been skeptical, found herself stifling laughter at Su Chenyang's blatant disregard for the typical playboy persona. This boss, Su, simply lacks any semblance of a scoundrel-esque traits. The media academy was replete with handsome men, and Tang Xuya observed that many of the attractive boys in their school were rather frivolous, readily dispensing cheesy lines. She mused that had those boys encountered Jiang Wanqi, they would have undoubtedly employed all manner of syrupy compliments. In stark contrast, Su Chenyang's approach was refreshingly direct, eschewing flirtation entirely in favor of financial discourse. This left Jiang Wanqi momentarily flustered. When Su Chenyang extolled her beauty, her mind raced through various possibilities, even anticipating some cliché, flirtatious lines he might employ to draw closer. Instead, he boldly addressed her wallet, leaving her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. If Su Chenyang had pursued her for her looks, she might have felt a tinge of discomfort. However, his focus on her financial status was far more unsettling. Su Chenyang had set up shop at the entrances of various universities, targeting the campus beauties. So why, she wondered, was he now fixated on her wallet when her own beauty remained intact? Was her elder sister, merely 2 years her senior, not deserving of the title of campus beauty? Though she felt somewhat disgruntled at being viewed solely as a wealthy patron, Jiang Wanqi couldn't help but feel intrigued by Su Chenyang's proposition of exclusive creative buns for affluent women. Curiously, she inquired, Boss Su, what precisely is this exclusive creative bun you speak of? Su Chenyang, anticipating her interest, recalled that Zhou Yulin had purchased panda buns from scalpers to treat the striking sister before him. Jiang Wanqi's perceived affluence made her an ideal candidate for his marketing strategy. The exclusive creative bun would be a whimsical addition to the panda bun, crafted to resemble the sister herself, perhaps depicting her cradling a panda or frolicking with one. In essence, it would be a bun that captured the likeness of the sister alongside the panda, an utterly unique creation. This was Su Chenyang's ingenious method to counter the scalpers. After all, those wealthy women paid a premium for creative buns to flaunt on social media, to showcase their acquisitions that others could not procure. If Su Chenyang could tailor a bun featuring a likeness of a patron with a panda, it was highly likely they would choose to queue for it in person. After all, if one affluent lady showcased a mere panda bun on her social media, while another displayed a bun that mirrored her alongside a panda, the former would undoubtedly fall short in comparison. If the goal was merely culinary delight, what distinguished a regular round bun from a creative one? Why pay exorbitantly to scalpers? As Su Chenyang articulated his strategy, the expressions of the nearby scalpers shifted dramatically. Wow, this is quite the bold move. Creating such an exclusive creative bun is rather excessive. Initially, these scalpers had assumed Su Chenyang could only devise methods to restrict their purchases. Instead, he had astutely tapped into the vanity of many affluent women, proposing a bespoke creative bun. That day, the scalpers received numerous orders, causing a potential financial setback. Had they known Su Chenyang's cunning, they would have refrained from their previous antics at his stall and in the comment section. However, amidst their dismay, Jiang Wanqi found herself intrigued. If Su Chenyang could craft a bun that resembled her, showcasing on social media would surely incite envy among her friends in the bustling metropolis. Moreover, Su Chenyang's strategy to undermine the scalpers compelled her to acknowledge his decisiveness. She inquired, "Boss Su, how much will this exclusive creative bun cost?" 1,000 yuan. That should not be too much for you, right? Those in line perked up at the mention of the price, pondering. Only 1,000? That doesn't seem overly expensive. Many high-income professional women began to waver, contemplating whether to indulge in this luxury. Unbeknownst to Su Chenyang, the price he had set resonated positively with many, prompting interest. In truth, this figure had been meticulously calculated by Su Chenyang. The affluent women purchasing panda buns from scalpers likely spent around 1,000 yuan. Thus, acquiring an exclusive creative bun directly at the venue for the same price proved infinitely more advantageous. Who would still seek out scalpers under such circumstances? The scalpers, upon hearing Su Chenyang's pricing, were visibly agitated. He has shamelessly set the price to match our resale rate. They grumbled internally, their frustration palpable. Su Chenyang's approach would undoubtedly disrupt their operations. If the acquisition price dropped to 200 or 300 yuan, those waiting in line for hours would find it hardly worth their while to sell to scalpers, especially for those at the back of the queue. Su Chenyang's strategy was indeed a formidable challenge. However, the scalpers quickly devised a counter-strategy. If these affluent women wished to buy, they could simply use their photos to queue or have someone save their spot, thereby exploiting a loophole. With this thought, the scalpers regained a semblance of composure. 1,000 yuan, Jiang Wanshi mused, deeming it quite reasonable. Initially startled by Su Chenyang's reference to her as a wealthy patron, she had braced herself for a hefty price. Yet, this figure aligned perfectly with her budget for purchasing from scalpers. "Very well, Boss Su, please create one for me. I hope it turns out convincingly, as I would hate to be disappointed." "I assure you, the price reflects the quality I can deliver," he replied confidently. He then addressed those queuing behind him. "Today, this exclusive creative bun is only available for purchase by the individuals present. No photos will be accepted for transactions, and no swapping of positions will be permitted. I kindly ask everyone to supervise each other." Upon hearing these words, the scalpers' expressions darkened once more. All avenues for exploitation have been blocked. They had briefly entertained the notion of paying someone to queue with the affluent lady's photo. Alternatively, one could simply purchase a spot, allowing affluent individuals to queue for entry. Ultimately, it is a matter of exploiting glitches. However, Su Chenyang promptly rectified the issue, rendering these scalpers utterly powerless. Chapter 86. Is 1,000 yuan worth it? Most scalpers did not queue, yet a few were present in line. These scalpers deliberately provoked, asking, "Boss Su, why can't we purchase with a photo? Why is it not allowed to switch people? Isn't this a form of coercive selling?" Their remarks resonated with some in the queue, who nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Su Chenyang promptly countered, "How can this be deemed coercive selling? If you wish to buy for someone else, simply purchase a regular creative bun. You could bring a photo or stand in line for a day, only to have that person come and take your place. How am I to distinguish between a devoted admirer and a mere sycophant? I cannot discern, so I treat them all as sycophants. If some innocent bystanders get hurt in the process, so be it. It is well known that I do not welcome sycophants here." His words elicited laughter from many. It seemed as though Boss Su was indirectly scolding someone. He was clearly worried that those scalpers might bring photos of wealthy patrons to buy buns or save spots for them. And now he had shifted the blame entirely onto sycophants. Was being a sycophant a capital offense in Boss Su's eyes? Even Jiang Wanshi found it somewhat amusing. What had Boss Su endured at the hands of sycophants? Jiang Wanshi was uncertain whether there were any sycophants among those waiting in line, but it was evident that Su Chenyang aimed to strike at the scalpers. He seemed to link them to those who were simply unworthy of his disdain. Jiang Wanshi was genuinely curious if Su Chenyang had lost a girl he fancied to a sycophant, which fueled his animosity. Tang Shuya shared a similar sentiment. Although Boss Su's treatment of sycophants was somewhat harsh, watching him confront them was undeniably entertaining. As mere onlookers, Tang Shuya found Su Chenyang's disdain for sycophants particularly intriguing. While she had seen him mock sycophants in short videos, witnessing it live was far more captivating. With Su Chenyang's retort, the scalpers fell silent. They might be scalpers, but they certainly did not want to be labeled as sycophants. If they continued to speak, they risked incurring further mockery from Su Chenyang. With so many people recording videos, Being branded as a sycophant would damage their reputations online. They silently prayed for their turn to come soon. For just 100 yuan, one could acquire panda buns or battleship buns, and surely they could sell for 3 to 500 yuan. If wealthy patrons were a tad slow to catch wind of the exclusive creative buns, they might even fetch nearly 1,000 yuan. At that moment, Zhou Yulin and son Mei-Qin spoke up. Su Xiaodi, I would like an exclusive bun. Boss Su, I want one too. Since Jiang Wanqi had purchased one, Zhou Yulin and son Mei-Qin felt compelled to follow suit. Very well, my dear sisters, Su Chenyang replied. He then began crafting the creative buns. Ladies, would a panda hugging your thigh be acceptable? Yes, Jiang Wanqi and the others nodded. Many others in line wrestled with the decision to purchase the exclusive package aimed at countering scalpers. They decided to observe the outcome first. After scrutinizing Jiang Wanqi once more, Su Chenyang envisioned the bun's design. He immediately retrieved various colored doughs, beginning to assemble them. The resulting shape was irregular, difficult to define. He then placed the filling within the dough, enveloping it. Once wrapped, the bun appeared to consist of 2 connected parts. Next, Su Chenyang began to shape the dough. As he kneaded, the left side began to take on the form of a panda. The areas where black rice dough had been placed transformed into the panda's fur. It was clear that Su Chenyang's skill was extraordinary. Crafting such a complex shape from a single bun was a feat that could rival even the finest artisans worldwide. Those present were left in awe, feeling that their efforts paled in comparison to such talent. However, many began to reconsider the price of the exclusive bun. Perhaps it was worth it. A world-class creative dough artist creating a beautiful bun for 1,000 yuan. Was that truly exorbitant? In a high-end restaurant, such a delicacy could command tens of thousands. Accessible only to the truly affluent. As many contemplated their options, Su Chenyang completed the panda-shaped bun and began shaping Jiang Wanqi. The bun swiftly morphed into a human form. He then took a carving knife to meticulously detail the features. The realism of the human-shaped bun was paramount, and the facial features were of utmost importance. In less than 2 minutes, Su Chenyang had crafted the human-shaped bun, which resembled a panda, playfully embracing Jiang Wanqi's thigh. As it had yet to be steamed, both the panda and the human figure lacked realism. Jiang Wanqi anticipated the final product with eagerness. Next, Su Chenyang proceeded to create the exclusive buns for Zhou Yulin and son Mei-Qin. Within 5 minutes, their buns were also promptly completed. Once again, Su Chenyang turned to making ordinary panda buns. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. He removed 3 steaming baskets of buns and replaced them with new trays from the freezer. For the 3rd tray, he took down 3 battleship buns and placed the 3 exclusive buns into steam. He then began packaging the buns. Many grabbed their buns and moved aside. A few high-earning professionals decided to wait to see Jiang Wanqi's bun. They told others behind them, "You can buy yours first." Those who were not interested in the exclusive buns quickly stepped up, paid, and took their panda buns. Some male professionals opted to wait, knowing that scalpers were also purchasing battleship and fighter buns. Su Chenyang was surprised by the number of professionals eager to buy the exclusive bun. He felt it was unnecessary to waste money on it. Dear friends, you really don't need to purchase this exclusive creative bun. Spending such money is not justified. This bun is meant for those who favor purchasing from scalpers. No worries. We are merely observing and may not buy. They responded, "Yes, let us see how it goes." Upon hearing the remarks of these white-collar workers, Su Chenyang immediately discerned that the situation was far from straightforward. Before the wealthy women seeking scalpers arrived to offer their support, he found himself unexpectedly drawing the attention of these professionals. Su Chenyang couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, these white-collar individuals possessed a clear understanding of their financial capabilities. They were acutely aware of whether or not they could afford to make a purchase, leaving Su Chenyang with no inclination to persuade them otherwise. Chapter 87. Certification of the Campus Belle. Su Chenyang's character shines. Su Chenyang continued to prepare dumplings for others. Soon, it was the turn of Tang Shuya and her 5 companions. Su Chenyang inquired, "Classmate, which style of panda dumpling would you like?" Tang Shuya quickly gestured to the people behind her, saying, "Let the others go first. I want to see how the exclusive dumplings turn out. I can wait. Please let the sisters behind me have theirs first." Lu Silu and the other four girls followed suit, choosing to defer as well. Su Chenyang was astonished to discover that Tang Xia and her friends were, in fact, discreetly affluent. He thought to himself that white-collar workers should not indulge in such luxuries. And certainly, college students had even less reason to do so. He gently advised classmates, as university students, there's really no need to join this frenzy and spend extravagantly. Don't you think? Previously, he had even posted a video urging college students to refrain from purchasing creative dumplings to avoid unnecessary expenses. Now, he found himself reasoning with them again. While Su Chenyang's intentions were well-meaning, Tang Xia appreciated his concern, but believed that it was essential to recognize that some university students could indeed afford such indulgences. 1,000 yuan for a dumpling might seem exorbitant for the average student, but coincidentally, Tang Xia's dormitory housed a group of particularly capable individuals. Thus, for them, 1,000 yuan was hardly a burden. Tang Xia responded, "Boss Su, 1,000 yuan doesn't impose any financial strain on us. So please refrain from urging us towards more rational consumption." Her words left many white-collar workers present feeling somewhat embarrassed. Are these 6 girls from the same dormitory? Is the entire dormitory filled with wealthy individuals? All 6 of them are quite attractive, and yet they are also affluent. How unfair. The stark contrast left many feeling envious. They could hardly justify spending 1,000 yuan on dumplings, while these college students appeared unconcerned. As the crowd admired the situation, Su Chenyang continued to prepare dumplings for those behind, while still attempting to persuade the 6 university students. Honestly, as someone who sells dumplings, I find exclusive dumplings to lack value for money. You might be better off purchasing a bag you truly like, as that would be a more worthwhile investment than consuming a dumpling. Regardless of how beautifully crafted, the dumpling would ultimately be eaten in a short time, with flavors akin to the regular panda dumplings. Tang Xia had only encountered unscrupulous merchants eager to profit as much as possible from customers. She had never met anyone like Su Chenyang, who genuinely advised against unnecessary spending. His principled stance earned her admiration, and she couldn't help but smile, her demeanor becoming warmer and less aloof. "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Su. A little luxury now and then is perfectly acceptable. We earn our own money through part-time jobs and do not rely on our families." Tang Xia sensed that Su Chenyang might assume the 6 of them were spending their family's money on something devoid of value. Yet, since entering university, she had ceased to ask her family for financial support. Last year, upon entering college, numerous talent agencies sought to sign her due to her striking looks, but she declined. Instead, several clothing e-commerce companies approached her for modeling opportunities, which she accepted. Currently, she earns a substantial income, independent of her family. Lu Silu and the other 4 girls shared a similar situation. Each of them was attractive, and Hangzhou was abundant with e-commerce companies, allowing them to collaborate with various clothing brands. Since they were spending their own earnings, the 6 could confidently indulge in their desires. Having offered his advice, Su Chenyang concluded that there was no need to persist in his persuasion, as it was evident that Tang Xia and her friends were financially capable. He resumed packaging dumplings for those waiting behind. At that moment, Jiang Wanqi couldn't help but admire Su Chenyang's approach. Boss Su is genuinely encouraging rational spending. His sincerity is quite rare these days. A person's business conduct often reflects their character, and Su Chenyang's honesty in business speaks volumes about his integrity. Once the second batch of dumplings had finished steaming, Su Chenyang promptly removed the trays and placed new dumplings in the steamer. He then unveiled the 3 trays of dumplings, drawing the attention of many. As the steam dissipated, 3 exclusive creative dumplings stood out remarkably. The dumplings crafted for Jiang Wanqi and her friends were ingeniously designed, featuring pandas embracing their legs. The craftsmanship was exquisite, resembling 3D printed models. As the crowd's gaze fixated on these dumplings, their eyes widened in astonishment. The likeness of the 3 faces was astonishingly accurate, with intricate details that nearly perfectly captured their beauty. The only notable omission was the absence of eyelashes, a minor detail that Su Chenyang could not replicate without compromising efficiency. Such a small flaw would not elicit criticism, as 1,000 yuan was hardly exorbitant, and expectations should remain reasonable. The facial features were nearly perfectly replicated, achieving significant success. The hairstyles and colors were also similar, though individual strands could not be rendered as realistically. The overall appearance was impressively lifelike, and if one were to take a photo without scrutinizing the details, they would hardly guess these were dumplings. The lively panda, gazing up with an endearing expression while clinging to a leg, evoked the delightful illusion of being embraced by a panda. This design fulfilled the fantasies of all panda enthusiasts. Jiang Wanxi, Zhou Yulin, and Sun Meiqin were instantly enamored. Su Chenyang, your talent for crafting designs is truly remarkable. Su Chenyang smiled slightly, preparing to package the dumplings for the three. Jiang Wanxi, typically reserved and rarely one to praise others, couldn't help but commend him. Boss Su, you needn't be so modest. Your skill is genuinely impressive. As long as my sisters are satisfied, he replied. Seeing the exquisite, exclusive, creative dumplings, Tang Shuya no longer hesitated. Boss Su, I would like one of those exclusive, creative dumplings. Me too. Lu Silu and the others chimed in, each expressing their desire for one. Other onlookers were roused from their reverie and began to speak up, even those positioned further back in the queue. As many among the throng felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of purchasing these exclusive creative buns. Little did they realize that the hearts of the scalpers nearby had sunk. With such lifelike character designs, how could they possibly mark up the prices for wealthy patrons? What was wrong with earning a bit less and allowing others to partake? Was it truly necessary to be so miserly, hoarding all the profits for themselves? A group of disgruntled scalpers grumbled as they packed up their belongings and departed. Chapter 88. The Enchantment of the Cold Beauty School Flower. Su Chenyang was taken aback to discover that a considerable number of people within the queue were willing to part with their money. Fortunately, among the more than 1,000 individuals in line, only a small fraction opted to make a purchase. This reassured Su Chenyang, as he recognized that many were rational and not blindly seeking to compete with one another. He announced, those at the back wishing to buy exclusive creative buns must still queue in order, as I need to attend to other customers purchasing the regular creative buns. Furthermore, the character designs take time, so you may need to wait a bit longer. A chorus of agreement arose from the crowd. At that moment, a male office worker inquired, Boss Su, are there no exclusive creative buns for men? There are, Su Chenyang responded. The men's version is the fighter jet bun, featuring character engravings in the cockpit, priced at $1,500. The destroyer bun displays character designs on the deck, priced at $2,000. Due to the popularity of these buns, scalpers buy them at quadruple the price, meaning they procure them for $600 and $800 respectively. I suspect they will resell to wealthy buyers for over $1,000. Unaware of Su Chenyang's pricing strategy, the inquirer merely thought that the exclusive creative buns for affluent women were 10 times the original panda buns, and thus, it seemed reasonable that the fighter jet and destroyer buns would also see similar markups. Many potential buyers quietly resumed their positions in line. As Su Chenyang continued to package buns for the other customers, those who had already received their buns began to disperse. Jiang Wanxi, Zhou Yulin, and Sun Meiqin, after acquiring their buns, sought out a less crowded spot nearby, perfect for taking photos. After capturing a few beautiful shots, they were eager to savor the flavors. However, upon gazing at the exquisitely crafted buns in their containers, a pang of reluctance struck them. Honestly, if these buns could be preserved for a long time, I would hesitate to eat them, Jiang Wanxi remarked. They are simply too exquisite, akin to works of art. Yet, there's no denying that consuming them while hot is the way to appreciate their flavors. Having experienced the disappointment of cold buns yesterday, Jiang Wanxi was determined not to let this batch cool down. Time had already slipped away during their photo session, and they could not afford further delays. She separated her character design bun from the panda bun and decided to start with the latter. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin followed suit. As they tore into the panda bun, the sight of the filling and the wafting aroma of savory meat ignited their appetites. Unable to resist, they took large bites. The burst of succulent broth from within the buns nearly made them gasp in delight. Though the filling consisted primarily of minced meat, the juice was remarkably flavorful. As Su Chenyang had selected premium pork from the front leg, a well-balanced mix of fat and lean meat. with access to a systematic marketplace. Su Chenyang could procure any cut of meat in bulk. As he minced the pork, he combined it with vermicelli, cabbage, diced carrots, and eggs, stir-frying the mixture until it reached an optimal state. By the time he finished, the rendered fat had contributed to a rich filling without overwhelming greasiness. The cabbage, while initially high in moisture, had lost excess water during cooking, allowing the fragrant essence of the cabbage to meld beautifully into the meat juice, complemented by the subtle sweetness of the carrots. Thus, the trio found the meat juice of the buns extraordinarily rich and delectable. These freshly steamed buns were indeed distinct from those they had eaten the previous day. Jiang Wanshi marveled internally. She had already deemed yesterday's braised vegetable pork buns delicious, but this warm vermicelli and minced meat bun captivated her even more. As she savored each bite, the soft dough enveloped a filling of perfectly cooked minced meat and egg, yielding a tender, silky texture. The vermicelli was delightfully soft, infused with the robust flavor of meat juice, making each mouthful exceptionally appetizing. What astonished Jiang Wanshi most was the texture of the diced cabbage within the filling. Each bite revealed the cabbage's crispness, with its leaves offering a delightful contrast of softness and firmness. Yet she noticed no overly tough parts that would detract from the experience. Jiang Wanshi could hardly believe how the filling preserved the optimal flavors of each ingredient, transforming each bite into an extraordinary taste sensation. Even after the intricate shaping, Su Chenyang's bun skin maintained an even thickness throughout, ensuring a consistent texture in every bite, a detail so flawless it seemed almost unimaginable. The exquisite taste was utterly captivating, filling her with a sense of happiness. Coming from a well-off family, Jiang Wanshi had indulged in numerous culinary delights throughout her life. Initially, she found joy in the happiness that food could bring. However, after experiencing a variety of cuisines, that feeling had waned. Now, tasting Su Chenyang's buns rekindled that rare sensation. A true treasure. This was certainly expected. With such a premium price for Su Chenyang's buns, they were destined to offer an unparalleled dining experience. To ensure perfection, he used only the tender leaves of the cabbage for the filling, discarding the tougher parts. With assistance from a few classmates, he could manage the preparation, for otherwise, he might have opted against using cabbage altogether. Moreover, Su Chenyang's vermicelli was authentic sweet potato vermicelli, unlike many vendors who resorted to using inferior tapioca or cornstarch. The quality of the ingredients played a critical role in the delightful taste. If only Boss Su could set up a stall in the bustling metropolis. This thought suddenly crossed Jiang Wanshi's mind. Su Chenyang rarely offered a single dish for long. If he were to establish a stall in the city, patrons could enjoy a new culinary creation every couple of days. With such exceptional culinary skills, he would surely keep customers enthralled. Imagining the prospect of lining up daily for Su Chenyang's creations filled Jiang Wanshi with anticipation. It elucidated why Zhou Yulin and son, Mei Qin, often braved the sweltering sun to support him. From understanding their devotion to aspiring to join them in their daily visits, Jiang Wanshi realized the limitations of her situation in the metropolis. If Su Chenyang did not come to the city, her desire to support him daily would remain unfulfilled. Chapter 89. No school beauty can resist delicious food. Zhou Yulin and son, Mei Qin, observed Jiang Wanshi indulging in her meal, her expression radiating satisfaction, indicating her delight in the taste of the bun. Zhou Yulin smiled and inquired, "Wanshi, what do you think? Isn't it true that Mr. Su's buns taste even better when enjoyed hot?" Indeed, the warmth of the buns elevated their flavor, surpassing that of yesterday's cooled ones, rendering them delectable. Jiang Wanshi, not one to be stubborn, readily acknowledged the deliciousness. As soon as she voiced her appreciation, son Mei Qin chuckled. "So, it appears Hangsheng is teeming with culinary delights. You simply weren't aware. Are you convinced now?" Jiang Wanshi couldn't help but chuckle softly at this remark. Yes, Hangsheng is not a culinary wasteland. There are indeed many treasures to uncover. I concede, though the banter was light-hearted. Hearing this acknowledgement brought joy to both of them, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Then, Jiang Wanshi let out a sigh. While Mr. Su's efforts to combat scalpers are commendable, it does mean that casually enjoying these delicacies has become less feasible. The food is so exquisite that I find myself yearning to return tomorrow. After all, Jiang Wanqi was merely visiting Hangzhou for leisure, and once her brief holiday concluded, she would have to return home. Had Su Chenyang not taken action against the scalpers, she could have simply purchased her meals from them daily. Now, indulging in these delights required standing in line each day. With a 7-day holiday, she faced the dilemma of balancing her work with her desire to relax. Zhou Yulin and son, Meiqin, shared a sense of helplessness upon hearing Jiang Wanqi's thoughts. Being regular patrons at Su Chenyang's stall, they were well aware of the extraordinary quality of his offerings. Such culinary excellence was virtually unmatched in other restaurants throughout Hangzhou, making it impossible to satisfy one's cravings with just a single visit. When Zhou Yulin and son, Meiqin, heard Su Chenyang's intentions to tackle the scalpers, they had hoped he could eliminate some of them, yet they suspected a few would still persist. However, today's actions had swiftly sent the scalpers packing, leaving only the option of waiting in line for purchases. Son Meiqin remarked, "I suppose we can only hope for a good spot in line when we come." Zhou Yulin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if we manage to buy quickly as we did today, we can still enjoy a leisurely stroll afterward. It all comes down to luck. Let us hope for better fortune tomorrow." Jiang Wanqi's tone carried a hint of resignation. The trio continued to eat and chat about their plans for the afternoon. Before they knew it, they had polished off both the panda-shaped buns and the character-shaped buns. The combined quantity was equivalent to 5 regular buns. Thus, the panda bun, designed for a photo opportunity, could not be as substantial as the standard 4-bun serving. Today's panda-shaped bun amounted to 1.5 buns, while the character-shaped one required a more generous 3.5 buns. For young ladies, finishing 5 buns was indeed a remarkable feat, feeling overly full. The three settled in for a moment of respite, soaking in the riverside scenery and enjoying the gentle breeze, a reminder of life's simple pleasures. Aside from Jiang Wanqi and her companions, many others who had acquired their buns shared a similar sentiment, appreciating the location chosen by Su Chenyang. Unfortunately, Su Chenyang himself was too preoccupied to enjoy the view. As his stock of creative buns dwindled, he had to prepare everything fresh, resulting in longer waits for customers. Tang Shuya and her 5 roommates were initially poised to be among the first to receive their creative buns. However, they insisted on ordering exclusive creative buns, which delayed them since several customers were ahead in line. Each exclusive bun required several minutes to prepare, and Su Chenyang had to juggle the making of ordinary creative buns as well. This delay stretched over an hour before the 6 finally received their much-anticipated buns. Despite the long wait, the moment they laid eyes on the exquisitely crafted buns, they felt elated and quickly found a pleasant spot to capture beautiful photos. After taking pictures, Tang Shuya and her friends eagerly opted to savor their buns while still warm. As they took their first bites, they were captivated by the delightful texture and flavor, their faces glowing with blissful satisfaction. Lin Suishan exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious. How can a bun taste this good?" Lu Silun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, from the dough to the filling of minced meat, vermicelli, cabbage, and egg, everything is exquisite and flavorful. I dare say it rivals even crab roe buns." No wonder the queue filled up so quickly. It's not without reason. At that moment, even Tang Shuya couldn't help but exclaim, "The flavor is exceptional, and the presentation is stunning." It seems nearly impossible to find such a talented pastry chef anywhere in the country. Su Chenyang truly exhibited genius in his culinary craft. However, it was regrettable that they had missed the chance to try the preserved vegetable meat buns yesterday. She could only wonder how that bun would taste. Reflecting on their absence, Tang Shuya felt a mix of amusement and frustration at her own cleverness. Upon hearing Tang Shuya mention the preserved vegetable meat buns, her friends shared her disappointment. It wasn't just the preserved vegetable buns. They realized that previous offerings like egg pancakes, meat-stuffed pancakes, or pot stickers were likely equally delightful. They had previously thought online reviews exaggerated, but now they recognized what a significant loss that was. Suddenly, Lu Silla brightened. "Since we missed out before, let us seize the opportunity in the future. With the holiday market wrapping up, Mr. Su will surely set up near the university gate. Shuya, why don't you invite him to set up there?" If she made the request, perhaps he would come after the holiday. This suggestion immediately garnered agreement from the other 4 roommates. That is a brilliant idea. If Mr. Su sets up at our school gate, we wouldn't have to trek so far. We could enjoy his buns almost every day. If he comes to our school gate, Shuya, you would become a hero among the girls. The possibility of inviting Mr. Su to their school gate hinged entirely on Shuya's initiative. Chapter 90. A good man must be seized. Upon overhearing a conversation among several individuals, Tang Shuya felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After savoring the bun, she genuinely appreciated Su Chenyang's culinary skills. If there were an opportunity to indulge in more of his delectable dishes, she would certainly welcome it. However, the thought of engaging in such antics was entirely out of the question for her. Tang Shuya retorted with irritation. Could you all refrain from your nonsensical chatter? I lack such charm. It's evident that Boss Su is enamored with that beautiful sister. Did you not hear him compliment her looks when he greeted her? He certainly does not regard me with such admiration. It seems Boss Su may be inclined to set up his stall in the CBD for the long haul. Unbeknownst to Tang Shuya, Jiang Wanqi had come from the bustling metropolis, leading her to assume that Jiang Wanqi worked in the CBD as the belle of the academy. Her remarks elicited laughter from her companions. Ah, is this truly our esteemed Tang Shuya? Why the sudden lack of confidence in your allure? They teased. You outshine all in the school. How could you feel inadequate upon encountering another lovely woman? This is uncharacteristic of you. You must embrace your confidence. Although that beautiful sister possesses a unique charm, you too have your own advantages, namely, your youth. The fact that Boss Su had previously operated his stall near the university suggested he favored women of similar or lesser age. Tang Shuya quickly countered. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps that sister simply aligns perfectly with Boss Su's aesthetic, and he might not mind older women at all. So please cease this frivolous banter. I am not well acquainted with Boss Su. Inviting him to our school would be quite inappropriate. With so many people visiting and recording videos, if I were to extend an invitation, onlookers might assume I have taken an immediate liking to him. Such a notion is entirely out of the question. As the campus belle, Tang Shuya was keenly aware of her reputation. Though she was astonished by Su Chenyang's culinary prowess, it could hardly be described as love at first sight. The thought of rumors circulating about her infatuation with him, especially if he did not reciprocate her feelings, would be utterly ruinous. Well, Lin Suishan and the others conceded, you do have a point. If not for the multitude of cameras capturing every moment, it might be a different matter. Given Boss Su's current popularity, jesting about this could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, Lin Suishan and Lu Silu fervently hoped that Su Chenyang would set up his stall at the school gate. What if we invite him under our own names? What do you think? Tang Shuya replied. If you wish to extend the invitation on your own accord, why seek my opinion? If you want to call out to Boss Su, go ahead and try. Lin Suishan smiled gently. We must consider your input. Without your stature, we lack the necessary clout to attract him. If we are to invite Boss Su, it must be with someone of your allure. Then I implore you not to make such an invitation. Tang Shuya firmly rejected the notion. If you intend to use me as bait, others may draw the same conclusion. They might even think I am too shy to express my own feelings, leading you to do so on my behalf. This absolutely cannot happen. Tang Shuya was contemplating a future in the entertainment industry. A tarnished reputation stemming from a supposed infatuation with a man would be disastrous. Therefore, she concluded that if she desired to taste Su Chenyang's delicacies, she could simply visit the stall herself. Do not fret, as long as you do not acknowledge it. What harm can rumors do? Rather, you should be grateful to us. After all, compared to the boys at our school, Boss Su's looks are unparalleled. He is exceptionally handsome and devoid of any playboy attributes, which is indeed a significant advantage. Furthermore, having a boyfriend with such exceptional culinary skills is a delightful prospect. In truth, a man like Boss Su, when encountered by an appreciative woman, would undoubtedly be in high demand. However, his preference for aloof types has made it difficult for many to approach him. You now have the opportunity to make the first move or at least establish a connection. It is certainly not a loss. When Boss Su arrives at the school gate, you can observe him. Should you find him unsuitable, simply limit your interactions to avoid any rumors. And rest assured, Boss Su will not act as an eager admirer. he will leave without a second glance. And no one will even notice. After hearing her roommate's perspectives, Tang Shuya began to consider their reasoning. After all, her high standards did not imply she wished to remain single forever. If she encountered a suitable man, becoming friends first was entirely acceptable. Yet, she still felt reluctant. Enough of this nonsense. The internet has a long memory, and this could have repercussions for the future. Besides, if Boss Su hasn't taken an interest in me, then no invitation will entice him to come. If I align with his aesthetic, he will approach of his own accord. Upon hearing this, her 5 friends recognized that Tang Shuya did not entirely dismiss her feelings for Su Chenyang. Nevertheless, with his striking looks, culinary talents, and fidelity, it was hard not to be intrigued. Well then, one remarked, I believe it is still worthwhile to make an effort to connect with Boss Su. Shuya, good men must be seized. If you miss this chance, it may never come again. Tang Shuya shook her head in response to their heartfelt advice. When you all give romantic counsel, you suddenly become philosophical sages. I rarely see such fervor from you towards boys. We simply have not encountered the right ones. When we do, we will certainly take the initiative. If only Boss Su were drawn to our type, you would see how proactive we could be. Her friends were serious in their assertions, and Tang Shuya realized they genuinely might take action. Yet, there was no need for haste. After all, once Boss Su returned from his extended break, and if he hadn't developed feelings for that sister, he would surely resume his stall at the university gate. In truth, Tang Shuya had not disclosed that Su Chenyang had previously operated stalls near his own university. Aside from the schools he frequented, her own media institute was conveniently located near the foreign language institute he attended. Therefore, even without an invitation, it was highly probable that Su Chenyang would visit the media institute once his break concluded. Thus, Tang Shuya pondered why she should risk being perceived as infatuated with Su Chenyang by having her roommates extend an invitation. She was not naive and understood that connecting with a good man was indeed worthwhile, but there was no need to rush. Her roommates, unaware of her thoughts, believed her reluctance stemmed from a desire to maintain her image. If Boss Su gets snatched up by someone else, you will realize the error of your ways. They warned. Then so be it, she replied. Tang Shuya responded, expressing her disbelief that Su Chenyang could easily be outmaneuvered. If Su Chenyang truly favored the aloof type of girl, Tang Shuya believed that among the nearby universities, none could compare to her own allure. Aside from Jiang Wanqi, who had made her feel somewhat overshadowed for the first time today, she doubted Jiang Wanqi would actively pursue Su Chenyang. Chapter 91. Suddenly understanding Su Chenyang. After Tang Shuya made this remark, the 5 individuals ceased their chatter. They continued to enjoy their buns while discussing potential plans for the afternoon. Lin Suishan and the others teased Tang Shuya primarily because she epitomized the type of girl that Su Chenyang favored. Likewise, many in the queue were aware that the 2 exceptionally beautiful girls who had just walked by perfectly matched Su Chenyang's taste. The curiosity surrounding Tang Shuya and Jiang Wanqi had long been ignited when they first appeared, and now that they had finally vacated the line, someone could not resist the urge to jibe. Boss Su, those 2 stunning girls just now, you must have a soft spot for them, right? Which one do you think aligns more with your aesthetic? The moment the words left their lips, the rest joined in the revelry. Isn't the already graduated girl more to your liking? Now you see that our CBD truly harbors hidden talents. Will you still be setting up shop near the university? Su Chenyang anticipated the ensuing banter. He addressed the crowd. Everyone, please refrain from such frivolous teasing. Just because there are beautiful girls around, it does not warrant such assumptions. While attraction may begin with appearance, we must remain true to character. Therefore, do not hastily inquire about my preferences. His words rendered the onlookers somewhat sheepish, as they recognized the superficiality of their previous remarks. After all, Su Chenyang had previously stated that while beauty is alluring, one must first consider the personality and values of a person before pursuing them. Even a remarkably attractive girl would not sway his principles, an admirable restraint that many present could not help but reflect upon. They pondered whether they could uphold such standards when faced with such beauty. Subsequently, Su Chenyang immersed himself in making buns. At that moment, the buzz surrounding his newly introduced exclusive buns for affluent ladies surged online. Many wealthy individuals learned of this not through social media, but directly from scalpers. Given Su Chenyang's pricing, these scalpers found themselves at a loss regarding how to continue acquiring the exclusive buns. Unable to procure them, they naturally had to refund their clients and explain the circumstances. Although these affluent patrons felt disappointed, the allure of the exclusive buns still captivated them. Compared to a mere creative bun, the exclusive variant undoubtedly had a more ostentatious appeal. Su Chenyang's prices were identical to those offered by the scalpers, and he had thoughtfully crafted an upgraded version. Thus, even if patrons had to make an effort to purchase them personally, they would be willing to overlook the inconvenience. Su Chenyang's exclusive creative buns were aimed specifically at those with excess wealth who sought out scalpers. Surprisingly, upon hearing the news, these affluent individuals did not resort to complaints. Instead, a faction of them began to criticize in the comment sections of videos uploaded by patrons who had visited his stall, particularly those featuring Su Chenyang's rules against proxy purchases. While Su Chenyang busied himself making buns, he remained oblivious to the online criticisms. However, many supporters came to his defense in the comments, standing up for him against the detractors. Soon enough, the clock struck 7 in the evening. At Zhou Yulin's residence, Zhou Yulin, Sun Meichin, and Jiang Wanqi had finished their hot pot meal and were now relaxing in the living room. Zhou Yulin stumbled upon a video on Douyin where Su Chenyang asked Jiang Wanqi if she wanted the exclusive buns for affluent ladies, explicitly stating that proxy purchases were not allowed and targeting scalpers. The trending topic read, "How double standard is Boss Su?" Intrigued, Zhou Yulin clicked to view the comment section. She found several pinned comments disparaging Su Chenyang, which left her feeling exasperated. How absurd! Su Xiaodi is tackling scalpers, and yet he attracts so much disdain. This is utterly ridiculous. Sun Meichin and Jiang Wanqi, equally astonished, leaned in to examine the comments. You're selling buns, but enforcing such nauseating rules? Isn't that a bit excessive? Why can't someone else buy them for me? If it's my girlfriend's birthday, am I not allowed to surprise her with a bun? Last time you set up shop near the university, a girl bought dumplings for her boyfriend, and you gave her special treatment. Now you've imposed these rules. Aren't you being hypocritical? You could find alternative methods to restrict scalpers without such draconian measures. Isn't it reasonable for true lovers to buy buns for each other? Yet, many comments defended Su Chenyang, noting that he only restricted the exclusive creative buns, while ordinary creative buns remained available for purchase. Nonetheless, no matter how many supporters rallied for him, those criticizing Su Chenyang always managed to conjure up counterarguments. Could these people be sycophants? Why else would they disparage Boss Su so? Sun Meichin mused, feeling a pang of sympathy for Su Chenyang. Even Jiang Wanqi, taken aback by the comments, agreed with Sun Meichin's sentiments. They must be sycophants. If their love were genuine, they could buy the buns without issue. Why pursue the most expensive option, despite having skipped a grade in school, which placed her at a different age group than her classmates and focusing solely on her studies without engaging in romantic relationships? Jiang Wanqi observed that in any true love, if rules prevented a purchase, it wouldn't stem from a partner's reluctance, but rather from understanding between the couple. She reflected, no wonder Boss Su despises sycophants. So many are eager to play that role, spending both money and time in line, yet they grow upset if they cannot acquire the most expensive item. I can now comprehend when he says he feels overwhelmed by sycophants. Previously, when she had seen the video of Su Chenyang lamenting being overwhelmed by sycophants, Jiang Wanqi had found it exaggerated. Now, however, she realized the extent of the competition among them. Yet, the most absurd aspect was that despite their criticisms, these individuals would invariably show up at Su Xiaodi's stall the next day. Tomorrow's line will surely be. Zhou Yulin began to say when her phone rang. Seeing that it was her brother Zhou Kaijia calling, she answered, "Hey, what is up? Tomorrow, Dad wants me to pick up a client from the airport. Can you handle the acceptance of 3 batches of materials that will be delivered to the factory?" Me? Zhou Yulin hesitated. Jiang Wanqi immediately interjected, "You go ahead. I'll take care of things here." Zhou Yulin responded, "All right, what time should I be there?" "Just be there by 9 a.m. I'll email you the specifications for the materials shortly." "Okay." After ending the call, Zhou Yulin turned to Jiang Wanqi, saying, "Then it seems you and Meichin will have to line up tomorrow." Before Jiang Wanqi could respond, Sun Meichin piped up. I was just about to mention that. I have plans tomorrow as well. My aunt said her classmate's child is back from abroad, and I can't miss the lunch gathering. Oh, a matchmaking event, I see. Jiang Wanqi smiled in understanding. You may proceed with your tasks. I shall manage the queue alone, she said. Perhaps if fortune does not favor me tomorrow and the location is less than ideal, the day will pass swiftly. Zhou Yulin expressed her apologies, saying, I am truly sorry. I had intended to take good care of you these past few days, but an unexpected matter arose. It's quite all right, Jiang replied. There are still several days ahead. Moreover, if I manage to purchase my buns quickly tomorrow, I could come to your factory to visit and perhaps enjoy a little tour. That sounds delightful. Soon after, they continued their conversations and watched a film together. Chapter 92. Su Chenyang has no tolerance for sycophants. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was 11 o'clock. Su Chenyang finally completed his work. Riding his food cart home, he felt quite content. Today, he sold a remarkable total of 158 creative buns. Name, Su Chenyang, culinary points, 762 points. The profits for the day were substantial. Among these, the exclusive creative buns accounted for approximately 96 sales. With an average price of around 1,500. Just from these buns alone, the profit soared to 140,000. The remaining creative buns brought in an additional 160,000, culminating in a profit exceeding 300,000 for the day. Although selling creative buns diminished Su Chenyang's point earnings, the tangible money he earned felt gratifying, a testament to his hard work. In the next moment, Su Chenyang noticed that the system had deducted a point from his total. Name, Su Chenyang, culinary points, 761 points. He had previously arranged with the system to receive weather updates if it rained the following day. Master, tomorrow will be sunny until around 7 p.m. At 7:30, expect a half-hour thunderstorm, followed by intermittent light rain until midnight. Rain and a day of rest. After 3 consecutive days of setting up his stall and crafting so many creative buns, Su Chenyang felt a bit exhausted. With the forecast indicating rain, he saw no reason to venture out. By 11:20, Su Chenyang arrived home. He promptly recorded a video to announce his day off. By 11:35, he had sent the video out and subsequently headed for a shower. Moments after posting the video, in the neighboring household of Zhou Yulin, Jiang Wanqi was engaged in conversation and watching a drama with Zhou Yulin, due to Sun Meichin's impending return for a blind date. Her parents had insisted she return home tonight to ensure her presence tomorrow. At that moment, Zhou Yulin's Douyin app notified her. The food blogger Su Chenyang has released new content. Boss Su has posted a video. Could this be a response to the many sycophants throwing a fit? Zhou Yulin speculated. Jiang Wanqi nodded in agreement. Zhou Yulin opened the video, and Jiang Wanqi joined her in watching. Su Chenyang greeted the camera, saying, Hello everyone, I am your food blogger Su Chenyang. I just checked the weather forecast. It will rain around 7 p.m. tomorrow. As per tradition, I will take a day off when it rains. Wishing you all sweet dreams tonight and a joyful disposition tomorrow. If the weather is clear the day after, I look forward to seeing you then. Zhou Yulin immediately displayed a wry smile. So it's a day off announcement. Wanqi, since Boss Su won TB out tomorrow, what do you plan to do? Jiang Wanqi, equally resigned, replied, If Boss Su is taking a break, I'll just stroll around Hangsheng by myself. When you're free tomorrow afternoon, send me a WeChat, and I'll come by your factory. Sounds good. Zhou Yulin nodded, and they resumed watching their drama, finishing the final episode of the late-night show before resting. After his shower, Su Chenyang lay in bed, and it was already midnight. Not feeling sleepy, he began browsing short videos. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon a trending topic related to himself. How double-standard is Boss Su? Had it not been for his appearance in the video, Su Chenyang might have doubted his own perception. He quickly checked the content of the video to understand where he might have shown double standards. The video featured Su Chenyang promoting exclusive creative buns while discouraging scalpers from purchasing them. He found no evidence of double standards on his part. Upon reading some of the derogatory comments directed at him, he began to comprehend the situation. These sycophants truly had no shame. Do they not realize the true nature of their affections? If their love were genuine, they would be moved even by a regular round bun. rather than resorting to such theatrics over the exclusivity of creative buns. Currently, his buns were nearly all pre-ordered, making them exceedingly difficult to acquire. Su Chenyang believed that a sincere admirer would not be angered by an inability to purchase exclusive creative buns. Moreover, he had established a rule that sycophants could not buy exclusive creative buns for themselves, yet they still failed to appreciate the savings he provided them. Beneath the comments disparaging him, Su Chenyang noticed that those defending him were silenced by the relentless antics of these sycophants. Su Chenyang, who already held disdain for such individuals, would not allow them to tarnish his reputation. With a day off tomorrow, he resolved to borrow Zhou Yulin's golden retriever to create a video that would illuminate the true nature of these sycophants. He set his phone down, contemplating what content would effectively convey his message, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning at 8 a.m., Su Chenyang awoke and immediately sent a WeChat message to Zhou Yulin. Su Chenyang, Yulin, may I borrow your golden retriever to play with today? Zhou Yulin needed to reach the factory in the suburbs by 9 a.m., and since her home was quite distant, she had left at 7:30 to avoid the morning traffic. Unable to respond immediately, she would reply later. Assuming Zhou Yulin had not yet awakened, Su Chenyang proceeded to wash up. After freshening up, he entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After days of selling buns, he had grown weary of them. Su Chenyang decided to make some savory pancakes accompanied by a traditional soy milk. He spent 200 points to exchange for the recipes in the system shop. Then, he measured enough all-purpose flour for 2 servings, including some for the golden retriever. The key to delicious pancakes lay in the dough. He mixed the flour with salt and a touch of sugar before incorporating boiling water. The boiling water would gelatinize the flour, resulting in a softer, more delicate dough. While chefs typically pour hot water directly into the flour and stir vigorously, Su Chenyang opted for a gradual approach, ensuring all the flour was evenly hydrated, which would yield pancakes with a consistent texture. After completing the hot water mixing, Su Chenyang added warm water containing yeast. The yeast would help the dough rise, enhancing its flavor. He also included a small amount of lard and 2 eggs for added richness. Once the dough was kneaded, he covered it with plastic wrap to let it rise. At that moment, he received a reply from Zhou Yulin. Zhou Yulin, sure, but I'm not home right now, so just ask my housekeeper for it. Not being at home meant he had prepared more breakfast than necessary. Su Chenyang, all right. Thank you, Sister Yulin. Zhou Yulin, you are welcome. Chapter 93. Filming a video with Jiang Wanqi after concluding her conversation with Zhou Yulin, Su Chenyang stepped out of her home, intending to borrow the little golden retriever for the day. She planned to feed it a little treat to ensure its cooperation during filming. As she arrived at Zhou Yulin's doorstep and prepared to ring the doorbell, a familiar bark caught her attention from the side. Looking down, she saw the little golden retriever wagging its tail and barking at her. Raising her gaze, she noticed Jiang Wanqi returning from a walk with the dog. Though Su Chenyang was aware that Jiang Wanqi and Zhou Yulin were good friends after their outing together to buy buns the previous day, she was pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Wanqi so early in the morning as Zhou Yulin was leaving for work. Good morning, Boss Su. Are you here to see Yulin? She has already left for work. Jiang Wanqi greeted her cheerfully. Good morning, sister. I had arranged with Yulin to borrow her little golden retriever for a video shoot. Su Chenyang explained. Jiang Wanqi found this completely normal since Su Chenyang had previously filmed videos with the dog. I see. Then I'll hand Dudu over to you, Jiang Wanqi said as she handed the leash to Su Chenyang. Thank you so much. Su Chenyang expressed her gratitude and prepared to take the little golden retriever home. However, the moment she attempted to lead the dog away, she realized it was suddenly reluctant to follow. The little golden retriever squatted by Jiang Wanqi's side, refusing to budge. Pulling at the leash, Su Chenyang discovered that the dog was resolute in its decision. Dudu, didn't we become friends last time? Come on, let's go, she urged. The little golden retriever barked 3 times in protest, clearly indicating its unwillingness to accompany Su Chenyang. Understanding the situation, Su Chenyang chuckled in exasperation. So, you are a little love-struck, aren't you? You were so affectionate when I fed you dumplings, and now that you see your beautiful sister, you've changed your tune. Jiang Wanqi couldn't help but laugh at Su Chenyang's playful tease, instinctively covering her mouth to stifle her giggles. Yet, despite being labeled as love-struck, the little golden retriever remained steadfast in its refusal to leave Jiang Wanqi's side. It was clear that the allure of beauty had triumphed over the promise of treats. Having established a rule against scalpers the previous day, Su Chenyang found herself mocked as a love-struck fool online. To her dismay, the same fate seemed to befall her in real life. "I prepared some delicious treats for you. Are you sure you want to come with me?" she said, pulling at the leash once more. Yet, the little golden retriever was unwavering in its choice, remaining perfectly still. "No wonder you performed your role of a love-struck dog so convincingly. I truly misjudged you," Su Chenyang lamented with a mix of amusement and disappointment. Just as she was about to concede defeat, Jiang Wanqi shyly suggested, "Boss Su, are you planning to shoot a video today? How about I accompany you with Dedu? Would that be all right?" Since Jiang Wanqi had no plans for the day, her friend Sun Meichin was out on a blind date, and Zhou Yulin had gone to work. She was looking for something to do. Su Chenyang's invitation to film with the golden retriever seemed like the perfect opportunity to join the fun and see what kind of video Su Chenyang was creating. "Will that not interfere with your own plans?" Su Chenyang inquired. "Not at all. I have nothing scheduled for today," Jiang Wanqi replied. "That's great. Have you had breakfast yet? If not, I was planning to make some savory pancakes. Would you like to join me?" Su Chenyang offered, realizing that since Zhou Yulin was not around, she could share the meal with Jiang Wanqi instead. "Sure, I'd be delighted." Jiang Wanqi accepted without hesitation, knowing Su Chenyang's dumplings were delicious, and she expected the pancakes would be equally enticing. "Then please follow me. I need to change into something else first." "I'll come back after I change," Jiang Wanqi said, glancing down at the sportswear she borrowed from Zhou Yulin for walking the dog. "That's perfectly fine. The pancakes will take some time to prepare," Su Chenyang assured her. Before heading home, Su Chenyang couldn't resist one last jab at the little golden retriever. "Remember, little one, love-struck fools will face their reckoning." The little golden retriever barked back defiantly, as if to say there would be no consequences for its actions. Not wishing to argue further with the dog, Su Chenyang returned home while Jiang Wanqi took the dog back to Zhou Yulin's house. Once in her kitchen, Su Chenyang began preparing the oil and secret sauce, both crucial elements for the delectable pancakes. She combined flour, salt, and a blend of 5 spices: star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, cloves, and cumin, before heating up some lard. Once the oil was ready, she gradually poured in the flour, stirring vigorously to achieve a smooth paste. After a brief cooking time, she strained the mixture to remove any lumps, ensuring a velvety consistency. At that moment, Jiang Wanqi entered the living room with the little golden retriever in tow. Noticing her arrival, Su Chenyang called out without looking up, "Feel free to make yourself comfortable, sister." "Okay," Jiang Wanqi responded, settling onto the sofa. The kitchen door was open, allowing her to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma emanating from within. Although she couldn't identify the specific scents, she found them quite pleasant. Once the oil was ready, Su Chenyang began crafting the secret sauce. She heated more lard, sought ginger, garlic, and scallions until fragrant, then added star anise and Sichuan peppercorns, continuing to stir over low heat. After filtering out the solids, she added the necessary amounts of debanjiang and sweet bean sauce according to her recipe. "Wow, the aroma is incredible. You make your own sauces, Boss Su," Jiang Wanqi exclaimed, captivated by the rich scent wafting from the kitchen and the sight of Su Chenyang so engrossed in her cooking. In that moment, she found Su Chenyang's focused demeanor and handsome profile quite charming, realizing that a man who can cook possesses a unique allure. Chapter 94. A delectable breakfast that evokes happiness. After ing the sauce in the pan until it reached a slightly caramelized state, Su Chenyang added an appropriate amount of cooking wine and water, continuing to stir until it reached a boil. Once the sauce attained the desired consistency, he turned off the heat and bottled it for future use. With the dough yet to rise adequately, Su Chenyang proceeded to prepare soybean milk. He meticulously cleaned the right proportions of rice, millet, peanuts, and yellow soybeans, placing them into a blender along with rock sugar and water, blending until smooth. While most would simply select the soybean milk mode on their blenders, Su Chenyang sought a level of quality that would surpass even that of a state banquet. Once he finished blending the ingredients, he paused and retrieved a fresh container, covering it with a piece of cheesecloth for filtration. Gently pouring the mixture over the cloth, he filtered out the various residues, ensuring a perfectly smooth texture for the soybean milk. After filtering, he poured the milk into a pot and began simmering it over medium heat. At that moment, the dough had risen sufficiently. Su Chenyang took out the dough, kneaded it into a smooth ball, and rolled it out swiftly with a rolling pin. He then evenly spread a layer of oil on the dough, cutting a few slits along the edges. Folding the dough over, he rolled it out again into a thin sheet. Opening the lid of the electric griddle, he brushed the bottom with lard and placed the dough onto it. Preparing everything from scratch, he mused, would surely yield a delicious result. Jiang Wanqi, who had unconsciously begun to feel hungry, eagerly anticipated the savory pancake, having a fondness for its flavor. The small golden retriever, momentarily distracted by the aroma, sat on the floor with its gaze fixed intently on Su Chenyang in the kitchen, reminiscing about their bond. After covering the electric griddle, Su Chenyang called out to Jiang Wanqi in the living room, "Sister, just a few more minutes. The savory pancake will be ready." "All right, I'm not in a hurry," she replied, though internally she felt a tinge of impatience. Su Chenyang focused on monitoring both the soybean milk and the pancake, believing that speaking would not distract him. "Boss Su, Im Jamgani. Can I call you Su Xiaodi, like Yulin does?" She ventured, feeling that they had already established a casual rapport. "Certainly," he replied, showing no objections. Su Chenyang could engage in conversation with those familiar to him, yet felt at a loss for words with strangers, particularly with Jiang Wanqi, who exuded an aloof demeanor. He was aware that she likely recognized his fondness for her type. To avoid any misunderstandings, he refrained from initiating conversation, not wanting to create an awkward atmosphere. Jiang Wanqi, not particularly extroverted herself, struggled to find appropriate topics to discuss with someone she did not know well. After exchanging greetings, they both fell into silence, leading Jiang Wanqi to tactically reach for her phone to alleviate the awkward quietness. While waiting, Su Chenyang also picked up his phone, perusing short videos. He soon discovered a flood of comments on a video he had posted the previous night regarding his absence from work. "Are you kidding? You tackle scalpers and then take a day off? What am I supposed to do for buns?" Two disdainful emojis. "With such high profits, you still take a day off? Young man, you must learn to seize opportunities." Three determined emojis. "Are you really taking a day off after setting up a stall in the CBD for 8 days? Doesn't tea seem right?" Five bomb emojis. Reading through the thousands of comments, Su Chenyang felt overwhelmed. Isn't this just the norm for setting up a stall? Why the complaints? The rain was beyond his control, leaving him feeling helpless. After 2 minutes, he deemed it time to turn off the electric griddle. He opened the lid, brushed a layer of sauce onto the pancake, and sprinkled sesame seeds and chopped green onions generously across the surface. Covering the griddle once more, he allowed it to press the toppings down to ensure even flavor distribution. Typically, savory pancakes are brushed with a single layer of sauce, but Su Chenyang opted for 2 layers as his sauce was more aromatic than salty. After flipping the pancake, he applied another layer of his secret sauce, again adding sesame seeds and green onions, covering it once again to allow the heat to intensify the fragrance. When he finally lifted the lid, Jiang Wanqi was greeted by a delightful aroma, a harmonious blend of wheat and savory scents, warm and lingering. The fragrance was so enticing that she couldn't help but inhale deeply. The rich aroma made her mouth water, and the small golden retriever, once lounging beside her, stood up, ready for a meal. After cutting the pancake into small pieces, Su Chenyang plated them into 2 dishes just as the soybean milk finished cooking. Lifting the lid, the room was now filled with a new, sweet aroma that blended beautifully with the previous scents. The soybean milk was remarkably fragrant, far richer than any she had tasted at home or from street vendors or restaurants. Pouring 2 cups of soybean milk, Su Chenyang emerged with the plates. "Sister Wanqi, breakfast is ready." "Thank you," she replied politely. The small golden retriever approached Su Chenyang, wagging its tail with clear intent. "I absolutely detest clingy dogs. You're not getting any of this. Go home and eat your dog food." Su Chenyang teased, ignoring the dog's protests. "Try the flavor, Wanqi," he urged. "All right," she replied, not hesitating to pick up a piece of the savory pancake. The pancake was only 2 millimeters thick, with each layer distinct and beautifully flaky. As she lifted it with her chopsticks, it appeared both crisp and tender. Taking a bite, the exterior crackled while the inside remained delightfully soft, embodying the perfect contrast of textures. The sauce burst forth in her mouth, and with the portions prepared for 2 people plus 1 small dog, the dough was smooth and wrinkle-free, allowing for an even coating of sauce. The blend of dobanjiang and sweet bean sauce created a flavor that was aromatic yet not overly salty, with a perfect balance of layers, utterly divine. Without even savoring it fully, the exquisite flavor made Jiang Wanqi's heart bloom with joy. To indulge in such a delightful breakfast in the morning felt akin to unveiling a splendid beginning to the day. How wonderful it would be if she could relish such delectable breakfasts every day. Jiang Wanqi couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 95. Jiang Wanqi. Today's fortune is rather good. This fleeting thought crossed Jiang Wanqi's mind, knowing well it was but a whimsical notion. Each mouthful she savored was remarkably consistent in texture and flavor, the details almost absurdly perfect. As she swallowed, a lingering aroma danced upon her palate, leaving an exquisite aftertaste. Jiang Wanqi felt insatiable, shoving another generous piece of fragrant pancake into her mouth. The flawless taste made her momentarily forget the troubles of life. While chewing, she exclaimed, Su Chenyang, this pancake is absolutely divine. I've never tasted one so exquisite. Glad to hear it hasn't disappointed you. Wanqi Jia, Su Chenyang replied with a smile, then began to indulge in the pancake himself. The flavor that enveloped his senses brought him considerable satisfaction. As Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanqi relished their breakfast, a small golden retriever nearby, unable to partake of the delightful aroma, grew increasingly anxious. Woof woof. At that moment, the golden retriever abandoned Jiang Wanqi's side, circling around Su Chenyang's feet and wagging its tail, hoping for a morsel of kindness. Feigning indifference, Su Chenyang continued to enjoy his meal. Observing this, Jiang Wanqi chuckled. Su Chenyang, I think the little golden retriever is quite anxious. Perhaps you should share a bit with it. While Jiang Wanqi could easily feed the dog herself, she felt it prudent to first seek Su Chenyang's permission. After all, she didn't want to end up with nothing for herself. Don't worry, Wanqi Jia. Let's give a little taste of impatience. Let know that being a sycophant comes with consequences. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqi recalled how, moments ago, Su Chenyang had warned the golden retriever about the repercussions of being a sycophant. At that time, the dog seemed unconvinced. Knowing Su Chenyang would eventually feed it, Jiang Wanqi refrained from defending the dog's cause. After several bites of pancake, Jiang Wanqi touched the cup of soy milk beside her and found it had cooled slightly. She picked it up, blew away the steam, and took a sip. The soy milk was perfectly sweet, a delightful sensation that warmed her heart. In the next moment, she detected a rich bean fragrance, subtly intermingled with a light rice aroma, making it extraordinarily rich and fragrant. This exquisite flavor surpassed any soy milk she had tasted in upscale restaurants. What astonished Jiang Wanqi the most was the absence of any graininess in the soy milk. It was as smooth and silky as milk itself. She realized Su Chenyang had indeed filtered out the soy residue. However, even a high-priced soy milk served in luxurious hotels could not achieve the level of texture Su Chenyang had perfected. If even the soy milk was crafted with such finesse, what else could he not excel at? Jiang Wanqi silently marveled at Su Chenyang's culinary prowess, her perspective on his skills evolving anew. This was, of course, no mere coincidence. The technique of grinding with a high-speed blender required precision. If the particles were too large, filtering would remove them entirely, yet the flavor would be compromised. Conversely, if the particles were too fine, it would be impossible to eliminate all graininess during filtering. Thus, even though the recipe for high-end soy milk was widely circulated online, the results varied significantly based on the cook. Such a smooth and creamy soy milk prompted Jiang Wanqi to take another sip, craving more. Were it not for the lingering warmth of the beverage, she would have eagerly gulped down a generous portion, relishing its richness and silkiness. This simple breakfast brought her the profound joy of having experienced the finest meal of her life. It was indeed a splendid start to the day. However, the only downside was the incessant barking of the small golden retriever. The dog, having noticed Jiang Wanqi's gaze, abandoned its pursuit of Su Chenyang's attention and approached her, hoping for a more benevolent response. Jiang Wanqi smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I can't help you." Recognizing the unreliability of human kindness, the golden retriever returned to Su Chenyang's side. Su Chenyang, not truly intending to torment the small dog, lifted it by the leash and asked, "Will you still be a sycophant?" Woof. The golden retriever barked twice, signaling its surrender. "Is there a consequence for being a sycophant? Do you accept this?" Woof. After the dog acknowledged its defeat, Su Chenyang ceased the playful banter and headed to the kitchen, bringing out the remaining half of the fragrant pancake for the golden retriever. He saved the other half for Jiang Wanqi, just in case she desired more. Upon retrieving the pancake, the golden retriever eagerly wagged its tail and barked affectionately at Su Chenyang, clearly having reverted to its role as a devoted companion. Jiang Wanqi smiled and remarked, "This little golden retriever lacks dignity. Such is the nature of a sycophant. Wanqi Jia, if you're still hungry, I have more in the kitchen." All right. On a typical day, Jiang Wanqi would surely have declared that one plate of pancakes sufficed. However, given the exquisite quality of Su Chenyang's pancakes, she feared she might not be satisfied and thus refrained from making any definitive statements. It soon became evident that Jiang Wanqi knew herself well. When presented with delicious food, her instinct was to indulge further. Su Chenyang promptly retrieved the remaining half plate of pancakes and poured another cup of soy milk for her. With 2 cups of soy milk and a plate and a half of pancakes, Jiang Wanqi felt pleasantly full, reluctant to move, and wished to lean back on the sofa to rest. Yet having enjoyed his breakfast, she felt obliged to contribute somehow. After Su Chenyang cleared the dishes into the dishwasher, Jiang Wanqi inquired, "Su Xiaodi, where shall we film our video later? This morning, I plan to shoot in the yard, and then we can venture out in the afternoon." As he spoke, Su Chenyang approached the dining area and prepared to take the well-fed golden retriever to work. "Having had breakfast and not helping at all, I feel quite embarrassed." "Not all, Wanqi Jia. Just sit back. Otherwise, this little sycophant won't cooperate." Su Chenyang looked disdainfully at the golden retriever once more. Were it not for the dog's incessant demands, Su Chenyang would have saved himself much trouble. With Jiang Wanqi accompanying him, he felt obligated to treat the golden retriever throughout the day. This was not merely about Su Chenyang begrudgingly feeding Jiang Wanqi. It was simply far more straightforward to dine alone than with company. With a guest present, one must maintain decorum. "By the way, Wanqi Jia, while I film, you can contemplate what to have for lunch and dinner. I can manage my own meals. Don't feel obliged. It's just a matter of extra chopsticks. You can relax on the sofa and enjoy some television. Let me know once you've decided. Then I shall defer to your preferences. You decide. If that's the case, let us have 3 delicacies noodles for lunch, and we can discuss dinner later. How does that sound?" "Sounds good." Jiang Wanqi smiled subtly, suddenly realizing that both Zhou Yulin and son Meiqin had their own plans today, which fortuitously allowed her to enjoy Su Chenyang's cooking for lunch and dinner, a privilege not afforded to the average diner. Thus, her fortune today was indeed splendid. "I wonder how Su Xiaodi's 3 delicacies noodles will turn out." Jiang Wanqi began to anticipate the arrival of noon with eager enthusiasm. Chapter 96. The Beautiful Schoolgirl Assists. After discussing lunch plans with Jiang Wanqi, Su Chenyang commenced filming the video. He led the golden retriever into the courtyard, where the dog's inherent nature as a devoted companion became glaringly evident. When dragged away by Su Chenyang, the golden retriever glanced back at Jiang Wanqi with lingering affection. "Oh, you loyal creature. If your owner were to discover your overly affectionate demeanor, they would surely be distraught." Su Chenyang chuckled derisively. Although Zhou Yulin may not possess Jiang Wanqi's beauty, she was certainly striking in her own right. It baffled Su Chenyang how such a dog could lack worldly experience. He found himself questioning whether an owner's temperament could indeed shape their pet's behavior, pondering if Zhou Yulin had once displayed similar tendencies. Jiang Wanqi, unimpressed with contemporary television dramas, believed the writers must have been somewhat unhinged, which rendered her indifferent to watching them. Seated on the sofa, she observed Su Chenyang as he filmed in the yard. "Do, lie down for me and try to convey a sense of sorrow, embodying the essence of unrequited love. Your gaze should be as woeful as when I denied you that savory pancake," he instructed the golden retriever. Despite being pulled away, the dog frequently turned its head toward Jiang Wanqi. Su Chenyang, exasperated, called out, "Wanshi, why not come and lend a hand?" "All right." Jiang Wanshi nodded and joined him in the courtyard. She gently patted the golden retriever's head, signaling it to lie down, which it promptly did. "Oh, you stubborn creature. Why are you so uncooperative this time? Were I not preoccupied, I would certainly adopt a dog of my own, a fierce one, so I wouldn't need you anymore." Jiang Wanshi found herself amused by Su Chenyang's remarks. Typically serious, she had laughed several times while spending time with him. Although Su Chenyang did not intend to amuse her, she found his attitude toward the devoted dog quite entertaining, even endearing. With a smile, Jiang Wanshi defended the golden retriever. "Su, it's merely a dog. One cannot hold it to excessively high standards. It wasn't he like this last time. When I took it for a video shoot, it cooperated splendidly. Now, upon seeing you, it seems utterly captivated. This dog shall never achieve greatness." The golden retriever barked 3 times, as if to assert its humble status. Subsequently, Su Chenyang instructed Jiang Wanshi to give commands to the dog, which it followed obediently, showcasing the expression of a lovesick pup. Su Chenyang then took out his phone and officially began filming. As the filming progressed, Jiang Wanshi remained nearby, assisting Su Chenyang in issuing commands. This collaboration led to a much smoother filming experience. Hours slipped by unnoticed, and as noon approached, they successfully captured all necessary footage. "Wanshi, please relax in the living room while I prepare some noodles. This afternoon, we shall venture out for more filming," Su Chenyang announced. Jiang Wanshi nodded in agreement, and he headed to the kitchen. Jiang Wanshi affectionately patted the golden retriever's head, playfully admonishing, Do cooperate this afternoon. Don't let Su call you a lovesick fool and embarrass your owner." The golden retriever barked in response, seemingly affirming its commitment. Whether it truly would remain cooperative, however, remained to be seen. Jiang Wanshi then led the dog back to the living room, where she began scrolling through short videos. In the kitchen, Su Chenyang commenced his culinary preparations, opting for high-gluten flour to achieve a firmer noodle texture. To enhance the flavor, he added 2 eggs during the kneading process. As he worked, Jiang Wanshi felt a twinge of guilt for merely waiting to eat, prompting her to approach the kitchen. "Su, may I assist you with washing the seafood? I may not be adept at cooking, but I can handle cleaning," she offered. "No need. Wanshi, you're a guest. I cannot impose chores upon you. Please, make yourself comfortable in the living room," Su Chenyang insisted. "It's quite all right. I don't consider myself a true guest, so helping out is appropriate," she replied. Acknowledging her role, she understood that had it not been for the golden retriever's attachment to her, Su Chenyang would not have hosted her. It would be rather shameless to bask in the dog's affection without contributing in some way. After all, she would need to earn her keep for dinner later. Eager to sample Su Chenyang's culinary skills, "I truly appreciate your willingness, but I insist you relax and wait for your meal," Su Chenyang said. However, Jiang Wanshi remained resolute, stating, "I would prefer to help. Sitting idly can be quite dull." Perceiving her determination, Su Chenyang decided to forego further pleasantries. He surmised that Jiang Wanshi likely lacked experience in household chores, so he assigned her a simpler task. "All right, then please wash the scallions, ginger, mushrooms, and greens, and peel a few cloves of garlic." "Certainly," Jiang Wanshi acknowledged, recognizing her limitations in the kitchen. Just as she prepared to assist with the ingredients, Su Chenyang remarked, "Wanshi, put on an apron to avoid soiling your clothes." He then removed his own apron and offered it to her. "There's no need. You should wear it," she replied. "My clothing is quite inexpensive, while yours is of finer quality. I wouldn't want to stain it." Su Chenyang's casual attire cost only a modest sum online, whereas Jiang Wanshi wore a stylish lemon yellow top paired with light beige high-waisted trousers, emanating a relaxed summer vibe, with no elaborate manicure or accessories adorning her hands. Save for a simple black hair tie, her clean and understated elegance accentuated her high-quality attire. Given her affluent background, it was unlikely Jiang Wanshi donned anything cheap. Su Chenyang found it commendable that someone like her would voluntarily offer assistance, deeming it quite rare. Thus, it felt inappropriate to allow her to risk soiling her clothing. After contemplating the potential inconvenience of changing outfits later, Jiang Wanshi conceded, "All right, thank you, Su." She accepted the apron and, being a novice in the kitchen, found herself struggling to tie it properly. "Su, could you help me with the apron ties?" she requested. Chapter 97. The three-flavor noodles. Jiang Wanqi struggled to tie the apron around her waist. This image of being inept in domestic affairs contrasted sharply with her persona as the aloof campus beauty, which struck Su Chenyang as a remarkable disparity. Su Chenyang removed his dough-kneading gloves and approached Jiang Wanqi from behind, assisting her in fastening the apron. This gesture made it evident to him that Jiang Wanqi was indeed quite inexperienced in household chores. He retrieved another pair of gloves from a cupboard. "Sister Wanqi, please put on these gloves. They will protect your hands." "All right, thank you." Jiang Wanqi accepted the gloves, secretly acknowledging that Su Chenyang was rather considerate. Previously, she had come across videos featuring Su Chenyang, where he claimed he was not the type to be a sycophant, but rather a warm-hearted individual. Not to mention, when he set up a stall at the school gate and spotted girls of his preference, he would promptly change his position, making it hard not to perceive him as a staunchly masculine figure. At that time, Jiang Wanqi had her doubts and found it hard to believe. Yet now, observing how Su Chenyang was mindful of her while washing vegetables, concerned about dirtying his clothes and hurting his hands, she believed he truly was a warm-hearted young man. Attentive to details, a far cry from the typical sycophant who merely feigns concern. Though she had only interacted with Su Chenyang for a few hours, her perception of him had significantly transformed compared to the brief impressions gleaned from short videos. Subsequently, Jiang Wanqi became earnest in cleaning the ingredients, ensuring every nook and cranny was spotless to avoid making Su Chenyang feel he was being unhelpful. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang donned his gloves and continued kneading the dough. "Are you done kneading so quickly?" Jiang Wanqi exclaimed in surprise. Typically, when her mother cooked at home, the process of kneading dough was quite intricate. Yet, it seemed effortless when it came to Su Chenyang. "If I'd work quickly, I wouldn't be able to prepare so many dishes." As he spoke, Su Chenyang covered the dough with plastic wrap, allowing it to rest and rise. His explanation resonated with Jiang Wanqi. Su Chenyang was also remarkably swift in making creative buns, which made his quick kneading seem less puzzling. "Wanqi, could you move over a bit? I need to wash the seafood." "Of course." Jiang Wanqi stepped aside to give Su Chenyang space. The seafood he prepared included blue crabs, shrimp, clams, and small yellow croakers. As Su Chenyang handled the seafood, Jiang Wanqi quickened her pace in washing the ingredients. She wished to avoid the embarrassment of not having her vegetables cleaned by the time Su Chenyang finished with the seafood. While Jiang Wanqi was washing the mushrooms, Su Chenyang pointed out, "Sister Wanqi, just rinsing the mushrooms with water isn't sufficient. You need to do it this way." He found himself teaching Jiang Wanqi, who was completely unfamiliar with domestic tasks, step by step. He picked a mushroom from the washing basin. "First, you need to cut off the root." "Got it." Jiang Wanqi followed suit, then tore the mushroom into 3 parts for better cleaning. "Is that how it's done?" she inquired, continuing to mimic his actions. After mastering the technique, she resumed washing the mushrooms diligently. Su Chenyang observed her meticulous approach with approval, realizing that despite her cool demeanor, Jiang Wanqi was quite easy to get along with. As Su Chenyang finished prepping the seafood, Jiang Wanqi completed washing the ingredients. "Su Chenyang, how does this look?" she asked, presenting the cleaned ingredients for his inspection. "Perfect. Sister Wanqi, you can step outside and wait. The meal will be ready shortly." "All right." Knowing she had done her part, Jiang Wanqi decided to leave. She untied the apron and returned it to Su Chenyang. Once he donned the apron again, he began crafting the 3-flavor noodles. Su Chenyang first rolled out the kneaded dough and cut it into evenly sized noodles. After cutting the noodles, he added lard to the pot and sauteed ginger, garlic, and scallions over high heat until fragrant. He then reduced the heat and added the shrimp heads, frying them slowly while stirring. This step was crucial for extracting the shrimp oil. Before long, the shrimp heads turned a vibrant red, and the sizzling sound filled the kitchen as the lard gradually transformed into a rich hue. Once the oil reached the right temperature, Su Chenyang swiftly turned off the heat and filtered out the shrimp oil. After cleaning the pot, he poured the shrimp oil back in, adding the small yellow croakers first, frying them until golden brown on both sides. Once the yellow croakers were done, he removed them from the pot and added the blue crabs, placing them cut side down to sear. He then poured in an adequate amount of water. Simultaneously, he filled another pot with plenty of water, adding some salt and lard for boiling the noodles. Once the water reached a boil, he added the shrimp to the pot with the blue crabs. After a minute, he successively added the clams and finally the small yellow croakers. Su Chenyang's order of adding ingredients was based on their cooking times, with the pre-fried yellow croaker being the quickest to cook. At that moment, he placed the freshly cut noodles into the boiling pot of clear water, cooking them briefly for about 30 seconds until they were approximately half-cooked. After removing the noodles, he tossed them into the seafood pot to cook for another 30 seconds. This method ensured that any residual flour on the noodles was left behind in the first pot, preventing it from affecting the dish's texture. Once the time was up, Su Chenyang turned off the heat and ladled the noodles into bowls. He even prepared a bowl of noodles for his golden retriever, but it contained only noodles and broth. The reasoning was simple. It wasn't that Su Chenyang was stingy, but rather, he believed that a sycophant did not deserve seafood. As Su Chenyang served the noodles, Jiang Wanqi was immediately enveloped by an enticing aroma. How delightful! Although she hadn't tasted it yet, she sensed that the three-flavor noodles would indeed live up to their name. Sister Wanqi, please have a taste and see if this seafood noodle suits your palate. Thank you. Jiang Wanqi expressed her gratitude and picked up a spoon, ready to sample the broth first. She blew gently on the hot liquid before taking a sip. The initial sensation was one of exquisite freshness. The flavors of blue crab, small yellow croaker, clams, and shrimp melded together, creating a delightful taste that tantalized her taste buds. It felt akin to the excitement of a romantic encounter, as if someone she admired was playfully flirting with her, bringing her immense joy. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Wanqi recalled that she had never experienced romance and was uncertain whether her feelings were accurate. Chapter 98. Where are the promised straight men? As Jiang Wanqi swallowed the noodle soup, she discerned a subtle sweetness within it, a delightful aftertaste that was undeniably fresh. She recognized the exquisite flavor of the pleurotus mushrooms and the refreshing sweetness of the greens, which enhanced the soup's overall depth and complexity. Furthermore, Su Chenyang had boiled the noodles in clear water, effectively washing away the surface flour, ensuring that the broth remained untainted by any starchy residue, resulting in an exceptionally pure taste. After relishing the soup, Jiang Wanqi took another bite of the noodles. They were perfectly al dente, absorbing the rich, flavorful broth. Each mouthful was a delightful experience, akin to her taste buds engaging in a romantic affair with the food, simply indescribable. At that moment, Jiang Wanqi suddenly regretted her decision to stay for lunch. Su Xiaoti's culinary skills were so impressive that she felt reluctant to return to Shanghai. A casual bun or a savory pancake might suffice, but if she were to indulge in Su Chenyang's exquisite cooking, she feared she would struggle to adjust upon her return to the bustling city. However, she acknowledged that today was merely a stroke of luck, being able to share both lunch and dinner with Su Chenyang. Even if she decided to remain in Hangzhou, such meals would be a rarity. Hence, it was a fleeting thought. The noodles were so delectable that Jiang Wanqi found it challenging to maintain her table manners, though the presence of Su Chenyang necessitated some decorum. Nevertheless, the way she slurped the noodles made it evident to him that she was thoroughly enjoying the flavors. Beside them, the little golden retriever was noisily devouring its meal as well. Su Chenyang joined in, and after a few bites of noodles, Jiang Wanqi began sampling various seafood flavors. The shrimp was tender, while the clams, razor clams, yellow croaker, and blue crab were all exceptionally succulent. With such a medley of ingredients, the cooking time was impeccably managed, ensuring that none of the components exceeded their optimal doneness. Jiang Wanqi was truly in awe of Su Chenyang's culinary prowess. As she savored the noodles, seafood, and broth, she unconsciously polished off the entire bowl. By the time her stomach felt pleasantly full, only a small amount of soup remained. Had she not been so satiated, she might have finished the broth entirely. Feeling content, Jiang Wanqi couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Xiaoti, your noodles are absolutely divine. Undoubtedly the best three-flavor noodles I have ever tasted." As long as Sister Wanqi is satisfied, Su Chenyang replied. After lunch, let us take a 20-minute break, and we can head out to shoot the video at 1:15, shall we? Sound good. I'll tidy up, he said, placing the dishes in the dishwasher and gathering some props for their shoot. At 1:15, Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanqi, accompanied by the little golden retriever, set off to film the video. Neither of them had a car, so they opted for a ride-hailing service. While en route, Jiang Wanqi received a message from Zhou Yulin. "Zhou Yulin, I'm not busy right now in 1 TB until 4 p.m. Why don't you come by my factory? When I'm busy, you can relax in the office, and afterward, I'll treat you to a lavish meal. What do you think?" Seeing Zhou Yulin's enthusiastic message made Jiang Wanqi feel a bit guilty for having to decline. She quickly responded, "Jiang Wanqi, Su Shouty borrowed your little golden retriever for the video, but it's not cooperating, so he asked me to lend a hand. I can't make it." Zhou Yulin, "Oh, so Su Shouty asked for your help? That is fine, I understand. Are you both busy?" Noticing Zhou Yulin's cheeky emoji, Jiang Wanqi realized her friend had misunderstood the situation. Given that the last time their dog had filmed with Su Chenyang, he had praised its cooperation. It was natural for Zhou Yulin to wonder why the dog was suddenly uncooperative. Moreover, Jiang Wanqi was clearly Su Chenyang's type, making Zhou Yulin's misinterpretation all the more understandable. However, since Su Chenyang had invited Jiang Wanqi and she had agreed, Zhou Yulin was wise enough to not interfere with their outing. "Jiang Wanqi, I'm serious." "Zhou Yulin, I believe you. Have fun. I won't disturb you too. See you later." Zhou Yulin gracefully concluded the conversation, leaving Jiang Wanqi to ponder how she would clarify the misunderstanding later. Shortly thereafter, Su Chenyang guided Jiang Wanqi and the golden retriever to a park they had previously visited for filming. This park allowed picnics, and Su Chenyang hoped to encounter fans with dogs again to borrow for their video shoot. On the third day of a long holiday, the park was bustling with visitors. Upon arriving at a grassy area filled with picnickers, a female fan spotted Su Chenyang. Recognizing him, she also noticed Jiang Wanqi beside him. The previous day, when Su Chenyang had gone viral for promoting a special dumpling video featuring Jiang Wanqi, she had inadvertently gained some fame herself. Her beauty and grace had left a lasting impression on Su Chenyang's audience. Yesterday, a video had surfaced showing people at his stall playfully teasing him about choosing between Jiang Wanqi and Tang Shuya, with many suggesting he favored Jiang Wanqi. Although Su Chenyang had initially downplayed the notion, asserting that while attraction might begin with looks, character was paramount, the question lingered. Why was he out with Jiang Wanqi today? The female fan waved and called out, "Boss Su?" Many others around turned their heads, and upon confirming it was indeed Su Chenyang, some young men inwardly scoffed at him. How hypocritical it seemed to preach about understanding a woman's values and compatibility before pursuing her, only to have invited such a stunning beauty the very next day. What a contrast! While these men struggled to secure dates, Su Chenyang had effortlessly arranged one. The envy was palpable. Conversely, many women present were impressed by Su Chenyang, intrigued by how he had managed to win over such a beautiful girl. It seemed he had his own unique approach to courting women. Chapter 99. Su Chenyang is misunderstood again. When greeted by fans, Su Chenyang felt a surge of joy. However, being misinterpreted was quite a predicament. He immediately clarified, "I am not here for a date. I am here to shoot a video." Did Su Chenyang really need to invite a stunning beauty to film a video? Moreover, Jiang Wanqi had queued in front of Su Chenyang's booth just yesterday, so theoretically, they should not be well acquainted. It seemed incongruous that someone unfamiliar would make such an arrangement, raising eyebrows among the onlookers. Only a fool would believe Su Chenyang's explanation. Instantly, the crowd erupted in playful teasing. "Su boss, do you really need to bring a beautiful girl to shoot a video? You usually seem quite oblivious to girls. Perhaps that is only because they aren't your type? When you encounter someone you fancy, you're not so oblivious, are you? You've managed to charm her right out." The revelation that Su Chenyang preferred older women led to further banter. "If only you had set up your stall here in the CBD earlier, it would have saved us the hassle of trekking to the university entrance for food." Su Chenyang was uncertain whether these individuals were genuine fans. Their raucous laughter left him feeling quite helpless. He and Jiang Wanqi were still not on familiar terms. Bringing her out to film and being misunderstood felt rather inappropriate. He attempted to clarify, "Please don't misinterpret this. This lady is a good friend of my neighbor. I filmed a video with this little golden retriever last time, which belongs to my neighbor. I intended to bring the golden retriever today." But it turned out to be quite the clingy pup, refusing to leave my side upon seeing the beautiful lady. Thus, I had no choice but to invite her to accompany me. After Su Chenyang's explanation, Jiang Wanqi chimed in, "That's right. I'm simply here to help Su Xiaoti film with the golden retriever. Nothing more." The crowd responded with knowing smiles, their expressions suggesting disbelief in their words. Even if Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanqi were indeed together for that reason, it was evident that a girl as stunning and aloof as Jiang Wanqi being persuaded to join a boy with such an excuse raised suspicions. Yet, Jiang Wanqi had no plans for the day and merely wished to witness the excitement alongside Su Chenyang. However, as things unfolded, Jiang Wanqi felt exasperated by the misunderstandings. Now, it seems impossible to clarify. Su Chenyang had already explained himself, but the crowd remained skeptical. He was accustomed to this, much like when he set up stalls outside the finance university or the business university and encountered Chen Yishi and Li Ningyao. Many assumed he had ulterior motives towards the two girls, but once he changed locations, the gossip dissipated. Next time, when Su Chenyang is not seen with Jiang Wanqi, misunderstandings will likely cease. His primary intention today was merely to see if any fans would bring their dogs for a playful outing. Among the crowd, a 30-year-old female fan was out with her husband and child, accompanied by a Samoyed. Su Chenyang saw an opportunity. Approaching the lady's umbrella, he asked, "Excuse me, may I borrow your Samoyed for a video? I'll send you a red envelope later." Ren Pingxian chuckled. "No need for a red envelope. If you want to film with it, go ahead. Just know my little dog might not cooperate, as it's quite shy. No witties. These little dogs are usually easy to entertain," Su Chenyang replied as he took the leash from her. The Samoyed appeared well-behaved. "Isn't your dog quite obedient?" he remarked. "Perhaps it finds you appealing. I seem to be in luck. I'll borrow it and send you the red envelope later." Though she declined the offer, Su Chenyang could not be dissuaded. He led the Samoyed towards Jiang Wanqi, intending for it to join the golden retriever in the video. However, as soon as he made his way back, he noticed the Samoyed had gravitated towards Jiang Wanqi, affectionately clinging to her. This revelation made Su Chenyang realize why the Samoyed had been so compliant earlier. It had its own agenda. He called out to Ren Pingxian, "Is your Samoyed female? She seems quite the affectionate pup." At that moment, Ren Pingxian was momentarily speechless, having just stated her dog was shy. Yet upon seeing the stunning Jiang Wanqi, it shamelessly sought her attention, embarrassing its owner. Many present witnessed this scene, realizing that even animals could not resist the allure of a top beauty. It was indeed enviable to be in their company. In that instant, a number of onlookers began to believe Su Chenyang's earlier claims that the golden retriever's attachment to Jiang Wanqi was the reason for their outing together. With another clingy dog in the mix, Su Chenyang had to concede the situation. He brought the Samoyed and the golden retriever to a nearby patch of grass. Commencing the planned video shoot, many picnickers turned their attention to Su Chenyang, eager to see what kind of spectacle he would create. Su Chenyang attempted to direct the Samoyed, but his words fell flat. It was evident that Jiang Wanqi was better suited for the task. This led Su Chenyang to express his disdain for both the Samoyed and the golden retriever, labeling them as clingy. While the crowd could not hear his words, they certainly picked up on his expressions of disdain. With Jiang Wanqi commanding the two dogs, it became apparent that Su Chenyang was indeed struggling to manage the situation, leaving a sour taste in his mouth. Thus, Su Chenyang's previous rationale gained credibility among the spectators. Nonetheless, many still suspected there was something more between him and Jiang Wanqi. After all, would a girl like her easily accompany a boy she barely knew? As Su Chenyang filmed, some fans recorded the process, and Jiang Wanqi also captured moments on her phone. She focused on the amusing scenes of Su Chenyang ridiculing the Samoyed and the golden retriever for their clinginess, finding it particularly entertaining. Jiang Wanqi filmed simply to document the day, while the nearby female fans aimed to share their encounters with Su Chenyang on social media. Although they sensed a hint of intrigue in the relationship between Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanqi, the two remained focused on their tasks, devoid of any intimate gestures. Thus, when these fans posted their videos, there was no malicious intent towards Su Chenyang. They merely wished to share their excitement about meeting him. However, many viewers who stumbled upon these videos lacked the full context. leading to widespread misunderstandings. Upon encountering the videos, viewers immediately took to the comment section to voice their opinions. Called in sick today due to rain, yet here you are out with a beauty. What gives? Knife emoji x5? Seriously? The very next day, you're out with a gorgeous lady? I thought you were a straight shooter. Now I'm questioning your integrity. Bomb emoji x3. Met once, and you've already charmed her out? A love guru, perhaps? You should consider teaching a class. I'd gladly attend. Contempt emoji. Su Chenyang's previously established image as a steadfastly straightforward man led many to believe that someone like him would face great difficulty in finding a girlfriend. Consequently, being labeled as a clingy dog by Su Chenyang did not deter them from engaging with him. Isn't it preferable to be a devoted admirer rather than remain single? Yet, unexpectedly, a stunning girl like Jiang Wanxi was able to be invited out by Su Chenyang the very next day. This is simply intolerable. The disdainful remarks in the comment section have escalated exponentially. Chapter 100. The school bell is bewildered. Do good men really need to be contested? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the girls' dormitory of Hangzhou University of Commerce, Li Ningyao was engrossed in her studies. Suddenly, Ma Minsha exclaimed as she stumbled upon a video showcasing Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanxi enjoying a day out together. My goodness, Ningyao, Su the boss, actually asked out the most beautiful sister who visited his stall yesterday. This is quite impressive, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Li Ningyao, who had been reading, felt a slight tremor in her body and immediately turned her gaze towards Ma Minsha. Is that true? Li Ningyao felt quite displeased when Su Chenyang left the school gate to set up his stall in the CBD. She thought it was absurd that he could be so picky, turning down someone like her. Thus, she believed he would inevitably regret his decision. However, she was taken aback to learn that he had indeed invited out that stunning girl from the previous day, which far exceeded her expectations. Jiang Wanxi's beauty and grace were undeniable, leaving even Li Ningyao feeling a sense of inferiority. It seemed reasonable for Su Chenyang to take an interest in Jiang Wanxi. But why would Jiang Wanxi be attracted to him? After all, Li Ningyao herself had been quite selective when Su Chenyang set up his stall, even initially reluctant to support him to avoid any entanglement. So, why wasn't Jiang Wanxi likewise discerning? The other roommates were equally astonished. No way. That beautiful sister doesn't seem like the type to be easily wooed. Exactly. With such beauty and grace, how could she be so easy to pursue? Although Su Chenyang was indeed exceptional, that sister appeared far from naive. Tao Yuxuan could relate to the astonishment of Li Ningyao and her roommates. In truth, she was equally surprised. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. What can I say? You can search for it if you doubt us. Upon hearing this, Li Ningyao and her friends quickly opened Douyin and searched for Su Chenyang's name, discovering various videos posted by fans in the park. In the footage, Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanxi were filming a short video together. What they discussed was of little importance, nor was it crucial to assess their level of intimacy. The significant fact was that they were indeed together. The others gasped in astonishment. It's true. Su, the boss, is quite impressive. Despite thinking Li Ningyao was quite beautiful, they felt she paled in comparison to Jiang Wanxi. Moreover, they agreed with Su Chenyang's assessment. Li Ningyao, wearing a mask and appearing shy, clearly exhibited a hesitance that was not typical of Su Chenyang's character. It became evident that even a girl as stunning and graceful as Jiang Wanxi did not put on airs when Su Chenyang extended an invitation. Meanwhile, Li Ningyao seemed to have maintained her lofty demeanor. Tao Yuxuan and the others found it hard to empathize with Li Ningyao, given that they had previously advised her regarding Su Chenyang's admirable qualities. Unfortunately, Li Ningyao had not heeded their counsel. As Li Ningyao watched the video, her heart swelled with resentment, but more prominently, regret. Was he truly so remarkable that even someone like Jiang Wanxi would be so proactive? Li Ningyao believed Jiang Wanxi, with her beauty and poise, must have countless suitors, particularly since she was 2 years older. Thus, the likelihood of more men pursuing Jiang Wanxi than her was quite high. In this context, Jiang Wanxi deemed Su Chenyang an exceptional individual, willingly accepting his invitation, which only underscored how much Li Ningyao had missed. Moreover, if Jiang Wanxi, having graduated, struggled to find a satisfactory partner, what were the chances that she herself would encounter one? let alone the fact that Su Chenyang's daily earnings from his stall in the CBD were estimated in the tens of thousands. Even if he took frequent leaves, he might still be earning a monthly income in the hundreds of thousands. A man with such high earnings, who is also handsome and faithful, would undeniably be the ideal standard for a partner. Li Ningyao felt a surge of self-reproach, questioning her previous judgments. What was I so critical about? She sighed inwardly, her pride diminishing. When Tao Yuxuan discussed this matter, she observed Li Ningyao's demeanor. However, her friends noted that Li Ningyao maintained an expressionless facade. They wished to delve deeper into the topic, but with Li Ningyao present, they refrained and returned to their own activities. Although Li Ningyao feigned calmness, attempting to showcase her indifference to the situation, her focus on her studies had undoubtedly been disrupted. During this period of discontent, another individual was also affected by the sight of Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanqi together, Tang Shuya. Tang Shuya was out shopping with 5 roommates and was currently waiting at the cinema entrance in the mall. As the 6 of them sat in the waiting area scrolling through short videos, they stumbled upon numerous clips of Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanqi on their date. Upon seeing this, Tang Shuya was taken aback. That beautiful sister actually accepted Su's invitation? How could this happen? While Tang Shuya was momentarily flustered, her roommates, Lin Suishan and the others, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated how easily that stunning sister would agree to Su Chenyang's invitation. Although they all believed Su Chenyang was a commendable choice for a boyfriend, they were surprised by his popularity. It seems good men do need to be contested. The fact that even a girl of such beauty and poise would readily accept Su Chenyang's invitation indicated that she viewed him as a highly desirable individual. Now you see why we advise you to approach him, right? Lin Suishan suggested to Tang Shuya, encouraging her to invite Su Chenyang to set up a stall near their school to increase their chances of interaction. They reiterated that good men need to be pursued. Tang Shuya nonchalantly remarked, if someone else gets them first, so be it. Their intention was not to make her regret her decisions, as they understood that just because they found Su Chenyang appealing did not guarantee that Tang Shuya would feel the same. They merely sought to validate their judgment. After all, why would a girl as flawless in grace and beauty as Jiang Wanqi be so forthcoming?